Chapter 4036. Yang Kai nodded and said in a light voice, "Where's the Earth Dragon?" Up until now, he still didn't know if the Earth Dragon was dead or alive. Wuxia said, "The Earth Dragon is fine. It has drilled into the origin magnet mountain." This fellow was extremely slippery, and it immediately fled when it noticed the situation wasn't good. It was skilled in earth movement, so even if the Sword Pavilion and Thunderbolt sect were numerous, they couldn't do anything to it. Moreover, it was impossible for them to constantly search for its tracks in the origin magnet mountain, so they simply let it go. After all, their main target was still Yang Kai. That's good. Yang Kai was extremely gratified in his heart as he'd finally heard some good news. The Crimson WM was quickly released as well. Comparatively speaking, the Crimson WRM's injuries were the heaviest. Countless scales on its body had fallen off, its body was dripping with blood, and there was an enormous wound on its neck, causing it to look extremely terrifying. It flew over to Yang Kai before lowering its head to convey its furious and helpless emotions. Its eyes were even looking at Lu Shui, who was in Yang Kai's hand, and it bared its teeth as if it wished for nothing more than to swallow her into its stomach. The enormous wound on its neck was caused by Lu Shui. This caused Lu Shui to be extremely nervous. Zhong Fan and Luo Qingyun couldn't help but feel their hearts rise to their throats as they were deeply afraid that Yang Kai would go back on his word. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't make the Crimson WM do that, and he just patted its head. "Go back," he instructed Guizian and the others. "All of you go back first." Guizian was stunned. "Master, what about you?" "Don't worry, this group of trash can't do anything to me." Guizian was deeply worried and wanted to persuade Yang Kai, yet when he saw Yang Kai's firm expression, he knew that he probably wouldn't be able to persuade Yang Kai, and he felt extreme admiration in his heart. This master was truly extraordinary to be able to remain so calm and composed when facing so many enemies. "Then master, you must be careful," Guizian said before leading over 30 people and the Crimson WM toward Star City. The defensive grand formation of Star City was still closed. Yang Kai turned his head to look towards the place where Chen Tianfei and the others were hiding, and he stared there without blinking. He didn't say a single word, yet he emitted a silent pressure. After several breaths of time, Chen Tianfei's eyelids twitched and he secretly issued an order. A crack appeared in the formation, Guizian, and the others, and the Crimson WM, they rushed into Star City. Although Chen Tianfei and the others didn't want to offend Sword Pavilion and Thunder Ray sect, in the eyes of outsiders, Guizian's group was still part of the Crimson Star sect, and it wasn't right for them to lock their own people outside, so they could only let them in. And after Guizian and the others entered Star Market, Yang Kai undoubtedly won the hostage exchange. Now, in this situation, Yang Kai held the overall initiative. With Lu Shui in his hands, whether he wanted to fight or stay was up to him. Although Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight sect had more people, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Many people revealed looks of admiration. If they were in Lu Shui's shoes, they wouldn't be able to do this. But thinking about it carefully, Sword Pavilion was also helpless. As long as they couldn't bear to give up on Lu Shui, they would definitely choose to compromise. A gust of wind blew, causing their clothes to flutter. Divine senses spread out, locking onto Yang Kai. Wisps of murderous intent lingered. The 300 Sword Pavilion disciples quietly changed their formation and sealed off all directions. In an instant, the place where Yang Kai stood was completely surrounded. There was no way out. "This boy is in trouble," Chen Tianfei softly said. In this situation, unless Yang Kai could keep Lu Shui in check, there was no way he could escape this inescapable net. "He asked for it," Yang Lai coldly snorted. "Does he really think he can do whatever he wants just because he has some ability? If you were him, what would you do?" Madame Qin asked. Chen Tianfei shook his head. "Lu Shui is his only hope. If he wants to live, he must not let Lu Shui go." At this moment, Zhong Fan shouted, "Let her go." Yang Kai grinned. "Don't worry, this king always keeps his word." Saying so, under everyone's shocked gazes, he directly pushed Lu Shui out. Chen Tianfei's narrowed eyes suddenly widened, almost popping out of their sockets. He cried out involuntarily, This brat is crazy. He just said that if he wanted to live, he must not let Lu Shui go, but Yang Kai actually did it. With Lu Shui in his hands, Yang Kai still had the upper hand. If he let Lu Shui go, how could he survive? Was he tired of living and courting death? Not only did Shen Tianfei not expect this, but even Lu Shui herself did not expect this. When Lu Shui was pushed out, she was stunned, as if she did not expect to break free from Yang Kai's control so easily. Zhong Fan's eyes lit up, and he shouted, "Good brat, I respect you as a hero and will definitely give you a quick death." As he spoke, he pulled Lu Shui to his side, and the huge broadsword in his hand shook as he was about to charge forward. However, this did not stop Lu Shui from spitting out a mouthful of blood. The blood mist that she spat out was scalding hot, as if it was boiling. Not only that, Lu Shui's exposed skin was scarlet red, and steam was rising from her head. Him? Zhong Fan's pupils shrank, instinctively feeling that something was wrong. Lu Shui had also acted strangely before, but at that time, she had been suppressed by Yang Kai, so Zhong Fan had thought that Yang Kai was secretly manipulating her, but now that she had been released, how could she still be like this? Even if Yang Kai had planted some kind of method in her body, with her fourth stage heaven opening foundation, she should have been able to easily resolve it. She should not have been in such a miserable state. "Uncle Zhong, save me!" Lu Shui shouted hoarsely, her beautiful eyes filled with panic and panic. Zhong Fan did not have time to look for trouble with Yang Kai and reached out to grab Lu Shui's wrist, sending his pure strength into her body, but he quickly retracted his hand as if he had been stung by a scorpion, calling out in shock, "How could this be?" In that moment of investigation, he discovered that Lu Shui's body was filled with a kind of manic and overbearing burning power that was recklessly burning her meridians and flesh. This burning power was extremely pure, giving him a sense of disbelief. Even with Lu Shui's fourth stage heaven opening strength, she was unable to completely suppress it. According to this situation, even if Lu Shui went all out, she would be burned to death in less than half an hour. Turning his head, Zhong Fan saw Yang Kai looking at him with a playful expression and suddenly realized why Yang Kai had released Lu Shui so easily. It turned out that it was not out of kindness, but because he had other plans. If he wanted Lu Shui to live, he had to help suppress this burning power, otherwise Lu Shui would undoubtedly die, and besides him, no one else would be able to do anything. As a result, his fifth stage heaven opening strength would be completely suppressed and there was no way for him to act. Gritting his teeth secretly, he had thought that this little brat was upright and heroic, but who would have thought that he was also despicable and shameless? He hated himself for having misjudged him and wished he could gouge his eyes out. "Kill him!" After thinking for a moment, Zhong Fan let out a deep shout, and at the same time, rolled up his sleeves, wrapped Lu Shui, and quickly flew down somewhere, landing directly on a slope. When he put Lu Shui down, he shouted in a low voice, "Concentrate, suppress with all your strength, I will help you." Saying so, he circled around to Lu Shui's back and patted her on the back. Pure energy madly poured into Lu Shui's body, helping her suppress the burning power. Lu Shui did not dare to be negligent and sat down cross-legged, forming a series of hand seals as she silently circulated her secret art. Seeing this situation, how could the countless cultivators inside and outside Star City not know that Yang Kai had secretly killed Lu Shui? Otherwise, how could Zhong Fan have taken Lu Shui to a relatively safe place to heal? That surnamed Yang is really good at scheming. As a result, Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect have lost 2 mid-stage heaven opening cultivators. Even so what? They still have 3 mid-stage heaven opening cultivators, not to mention the low-stage heaven opening cultivators. There are at least 20 to 30 of them. Cleverness backfires on itself. Restraining Zhong Fan alone won't affect the overall situation. Does he really think he can fight more than 3,000 people alone? AI, in the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks are useless. The crowd discussed spiritedly, and no one was optimistic about Yang Kai. They all felt that he had made an extremely wrong decision. If he really wanted to live, he should not have let Lu Shui go so easily. At this moment, Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect no longer had any worries, so how could they show mercy to him? Just as the atmosphere was tense, a vigorous voice suddenly rang out from Star City. Boy, as long as you submit to this young master and become this young master's servant, this young master will guarantee your safety. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone turned their heads and saw a young man in luxurious clothes standing in the void, looking at Yang Kai with a smile on his face. Behind him stood 7 or 8 servants. Judging from the aura of this young man, he was only from the Emperor realm, but his clothes were either rich or noble. It seemed that he had an extraordinary background. But this was the great cosmological realm, so what if he had some background? For a time, many people discussed spiritedly, guessing which force this young man belonged to. His tone was so arrogant. Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect's 3,000 people were ready to attack, but he also spoke so arrogantly that he would guarantee Yang Kai's safety. Although the discussion was not loud, it clearly reached the young man's ears, which made him very unhappy. He could not help but snort coldly with an arrogant expression. A guard behind him walked out, looked around, and said in a cold voice, "My young master is the descendant of Qing Ming Blessed Land's 3rd elder. Who dares to humiliate him?" As soon as these words fell, everyone was shocked speechless. Qing Ming Blessed Land was one of the 72 paradise. Even in the 3,000 worlds, it was a top force. To be able to serve as an elder in this blessed land and be ranked 3rd, it meant that he was at least a high-rank heaven splitter. Coming from Qing Ming Blessed Land and having a high-rank heaven splitter ancestor, his background was not small. If he insisted on protecting Yang Kai, Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect might have to consider the consequences of angering him. In the great cosmological realm, he could not do anything to Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect, but what about outside? He could probably destroy Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect with just a word. His request was indeed a little excessive. He wanted Yang Kai to submit to him and be his servant, but in the face of life and death, it was good enough to have a choice. Who would care so much? What's more, this young man had a great background, so being a servant to such a person might not be a bad thing. Even Luo Qingyun and the others who were about to attack froze in place, not knowing whether to attack or not. They stared nervously at Yang Kai, afraid that he would agree. Observing the situation, the young man's expression became even more arrogant. He nodded at Yang Kai and said, "Boy, if you miss this opportunity, you won't have this opportunity again. Think carefully before you answer this young master." Chapter 4037. You want me to submit to you and become your servant? Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at the young man. When he was in seclusion, he had noticed someone from Qing Ming Blessed Land outside the door, but he hadn't paid much attention to it. Now it seemed that it was this guy. The young man smiled. "That will be the greatest honor of your life." "Is that so?" Yang Kai didn't deny it. Luo Qingyun said anxiously, "Surnamed Yang, a man should be proud and indomitable. It is better to die standing than to live kneeling. Think carefully, don't make a mistake that will lead to everlasting regret." He was really afraid that Yang Kai would agree. If that were the case, then what was the point of Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect joining forces to come here today? How could he take revenge for Lu Shui? "This young master is speaking, how can you interrupt?" The young man from Qing Ming Blessed Land suddenly looked at Qian Qingyun with displeasure. "What's your name? If you have the ability, tell me your name." Luo Qingyun's expression instantly became extremely unsightly. Under the gazes of so many people, if he didn't reply, he would seem weak, but if he did, he was afraid that the other party would settle the score with him afterwards. Although he was a 4th-level heaven splitter, he was still nothing in front of a colossus like a blessed land. Even if this young man couldn't represent Qing Ming Blessed Land, just the force standing behind him wasn't something Luo Qingyun could contend against. At the same time, he was furious. A mere Emperor Realm Master would never dare to act so presumptuously in front of him if he didn't have a backer behind him. Fortunately, the young man didn't make things too difficult for him. This was a great opportunity to subdue Yang Kai. His thoughts were all on Yang Kai, so how could he have the leisure to care about anything else? As long as he could subdue Yang Kai, all of Yang Kai's gains on Origin Magnet Mountain would be his. There were many 6th-grade Origin Magnet Divine Stones, which was a considerable amount of resources even in the Blessed Land. When he returned to Qingming Blessed Land, wouldn't the old ancestor look at him in a new light? What's more, Yang Kai had a 5th-grade Heaven Splitter maidservant by his side, so he might be able to take this opportunity to get close to her. Ever since he saw Yu He that day, he had never forgotten her. Seeing that Qian Qingyun did not answer, he snorted lightly, looked at Yang Kai, and said, "This young master's patience is limited. Have you thought it through?" Yang Kai said indifferently, "I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications to ask me to be your servant." As soon as he finished speaking, his body shook with a bang, and a surge of flames erupted from his body. His entire body was like a ball of raging flames that burned to the point of distorting space and trembling the universe. Amidst the raging flames, Yang Kai opened his eyes. They were like 2 small suns, burning people's minds. A cold, murderous aura filled the air as he shouted in a dignified voice, "Disturbing my cultivation, disturbing my mind, you all deserve to die. Today, I will use your lives to practice my divine technique." With a bang, fire element energy flowed within the Tao seal. With Yang Kai as the center, a violent ring of flames madly spread out in all directions like a ripple, one ring after another in an endless stream. Miserable cries instantly rang out. The cultivator closest to Yang Kai did not even have time to react. The moment they were swept by the ring of flames, they turned into balls of fire and flew around like headless flies, crashing into their own formation. However, in just 2 or 3 breaths, the miserable cries came to an abrupt end. The burning balls of fire turned into charcoal, falling from the sky like dumplings. In an instant, several dozen people had fallen. Everyone stared at this scene in shock. Surrounded by 3,000 people and under the covetous gazes of several dozen heaven splitters, Yang Kai, who was alone, had actually taken the initiative to launch an attack. With just a single strike, several dozen cultivator had fallen from the sky. What kind of fire is this? Chen Tianfei's eyes narrowed as he stared at the pitch-black flames burning on Yang Kai's body. The shock in the depths of his heart was simply indescribable. Just the ring of flames was so fierce, undoubtedly indicating that the grade of this fire element energy was very high. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for those cultivator to not be able to resist. A 5th-grade fire element cultivator absolutely could not achieve this level. Could it be a 6th-grade one? Chen Tianfei's heart trembled. Only now did he realize that he had always underestimated Yang Kai. Being able to condense a 6th-grade fire element energy undoubtedly meant that Yang Kai's aptitude was extraordinary and his ambitions were far-reaching. Such a character could not be cultivated without a blessed paradise. Once he grew up, he would have a place in the 3,000 worlds. Yang Kai's origins were unclear. Could it be that he also came from a blessed paradise? If not, how could he dare to speak to the youth from Qingming Blessed Paradise like that? Thinking so, Chen Tianfei's forehead could not help but break out in a cold sweat as he secretly prayed that this was not the case. Otherwise, Qi Xing would not have a good life. The ring of flames was still spreading out in all directions. Rays of light lit up as the disciples of Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight sect urged their secret techniques and artifacts to protect themselves. The disciples of Sword Pavilion had formed groups of several dozen to form a sword array, creating a sword curtain that blocked the erosion of the ring of flames. The power of the Starfall sword array was extraordinary. Although it could not combine the power of several dozen people into one, once it was formed, it would be able to display strength far beyond that of the person forming the array. Therefore, although the ring of flames was powerful, it was still blocked by the sword curtain. On the contrary, although the number of Thunderlight sect disciples was greater, they were a little scattered. Seeing dozens of their companions die tragically in front of them, they were all frightened and hurriedly retreated. After Yang Kai's attack, he disappeared from where he stood in an instant, his expression as calm as an ancient well, showing neither joy nor sorrow as he directly flashed into the densest part of the crowd and threw out a punch. Golden Crow True Fire burned fiercely above his fist, its pitch-black flames scorching the void. Where the fist light reached, the dozen or so Thunder Light sect disciples exploded into dust before being swept away by the raging flames and instantly disappearing without a trace. Long Tai's eyes widened as he shouted, "Kill him!" As he spoke, he took the lead and rushed towards Yang Kai. On the other side, Luo Qingyun and Zhu Li, the two fourth-grade heaven-opening masters, also used their own methods to lock onto Yang Kai. The former merged into one with his sword and turned into a sword light that slashed towards Yang Kai, while the latter patted his waist and summoned a nail-like artifact. Under Zhu Li's control, this nail-like artifact flew directly towards Yang Kai, silent and unpredictable. Below, Yue called out in alarm, "Young master, be careful." Although she knew that Yang Kai was strong enough, this situation was still quite worrying. After all, it was difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. A single careless move could result in death. Moreover, she had been paying close attention to Yang Kai's demeanor and was shocked to find that there was something wrong with Yang Kai at this moment, as if he was immersed in something. Sure enough, facing the attacks of the three mid-rank heaven-opening masters and countless others, Yang Kai did not evade. Instead, he simply summoned a dragon shield around his body and punched and kicked. The ordinary disciples of Thunderlight sect were unable to resist at all, and even the low-rank heaven-opening masters were forced to avoid these attacks. Hong Hong Hong. A series of attacks struck Yang Kai's body, but no matter how strong his defensive secret technique was, it could not withstand such a fierce onslaught. The dragon shield shattered, and before it could be used again, the remaining attacks had already closed in on him. Yang Kai's figure staggered as his clothes instantly became ragged. He instinctively pushed his space principles to try and escape, but Zhu Li's nail-like artifact had locked onto his mind and nailed him to the spot, unable to move. As the sword light slashed down, Luo Qingyun roared, "Die!" The moment it passed, a stream of golden blood spurted from Yang Kai's chest, but Luo Qingyun's eyes narrowed. This was because this sword attack had actually failed to kill Yang Kai. It was truly inconceivable. One had to know that he had used a secret technique to control his sword, so even a cultivator of the same level would undoubtedly die if struck like this, but Yang Kai had only been slightly injured. Just how tough was this guy's body? Was he still human? What Luo Qingyun did not know was that although Yang Kai was in human form, he had a body of 1,000 feet under his dragon transformation. During this period of time, he had been constantly swallowing dragon blood pills, so his body had risen to another level. Although it was not obvious normally, how could a half-dragon be so easily killed? It was already impressive that he could injure Yang Kai's body. Golden blood flowed, but Yang Kai did not seem to feel it. Since the beginning of the battle, the light in his eyes had gone silent, like a pool of still water. His entire being had turned into a soulless fighting machine, fighting without end. Long Tai flew over, clenching his fists and raising them high above his head, smashing down on Yang Kai's head like a tsunami. Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and stared at him with indifferent eyes. Long Tai's heart skipped a beat as he subconsciously felt that something was wrong, but it was too late to withdraw at this moment, so he could only roar and attack with all his strength. Yang Kai punched out at the same time, and in front of everyone's eyes, Long Tai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His figure flew backwards at a speed faster than when he had come, spitting out a mist of blood mid-air. Star Market was in an uproar. Long Tai was a fourth-order heaven-opening master while Yang Kai was just a trivial Emperor Realm master. How could the power of this punch actually injure Long Tai? Even in the great cosmological realm, this was too incredible. Chen Tianfei smiled bitterly. If Long Tai had seen Yang Kai slaughter Du Fuzi and Gan Hong in Red Star's assembly hall, he would not have acted so rashly. In front of this monster, a fourth-order heaven-opening master was nothing. Chen Tianfei still remembered the terrifying scene of Yang Kai crushing Du Fuzi to death. Every time he recalled it, his legs trembled. The moment he repelled Long Tai, Yang Kai suddenly turned around and grabbed towards a certain spot in the void. Zhu Li, who was several dozen meters away, paled and hurriedly formed a series of hand seals, but it was still a little too late. When Yang Kai withdrew his hand, a nail-like artifact had appeared in his palm. Surprisingly, it was the one Zhu Li had just summoned. Black flames tumbled in his palm, burning the long nail wantonly. "Stop!" Zhu Li shouted in horror. This soul-stabilizing nail was something he had obtained by chance during one of his experiential learning. Its power was extraordinary, and once it was summoned, it was impossible to get rid of it. As long as he was given enough time, he could use his secret technique to launch a fatal blow, directly attacking his opponent's mind. Who would have thought that before he could prepare properly, Yang Kai would grab it? How could this be? Looking at the tumbling flames again, Yang Kai obviously wanted to use his fire attribute force to destroy this artifact, so as not to interfere with his space divine technique. The soul-stabilizing nail was refined by Zhu Li's mind, so if it was really destroyed, his mind would definitely be damaged, which was why he was so panicked. Chapter 4038. Just as he finished speaking, Zhu Li spat out a mouthful of blood and his aura instantly withered. He stared at Yang Kai in horror. What kind of fire is this? What kind of fire is this? The grade of the soul-setting nail was not low, but in just a single breath of time, it had been destroyed by the raging flames. Zhu Li could not imagine just how high the grade of this fire attribute force was to achieve this. In this brief exchange, 2 of the 3 remaining Heaven Splitters from Sword Pavilion's Thunderlight sect had been injured. Comparatively speaking, Long Tai's injuries were relatively light, only suffering a single punch from Yang Kai. On the other hand, Zhu Li's mind was shaken and he was momentarily unable to control himself. Without the binding of the soul-setting nail, Yang Kai was like a dragon entering the sea or a tiger entering the forest. His figure flickered, leaving behind afterimages as his true body charged into the crowd. The pitch-black golden crow true fire swallowed up the void, recklessly burning everything. Those from the Emperor realm died as soon as they came into contact with it. No one was able to resist, and even some of the lower-grade Heaven Splitters mixed in with the crowd had to avoid it in fear. Clouds of bloody mist exploded in the air as charred corpses fell from the sky. In the star market, countless pairs of eyes stared at this scene in a daze, almost forgetting to breathe. Everyone's mind was greatly impacted by this scene. Before today, no one had ever thought that a single person could kill thousands of people and make them cry for their parents. Even if Yang Kai was defeated in the end, just this series of actions from the beginning was enough to make everyone remember him. In the Great Void Boundary, outside the star market of Scarlet Star, there was a reckless young man with flying black hair. He did what ordinary people could not, and his courage was extraordinary. It was an eye-opener. The space principles lingered around his body, and wherever there was a crowd, he would charge in and kill. With his killing intent soaring, Yang Kai became crazed, his figure drifting erratically, leaving behind afterimages one after another. Looking around, it was as if there were several Yang Kai in the sky. "Junior, don't be presumptuous." Qian Qingyun gritted his teeth and shouted with a grim voice, and his sword shook to transform into 9 sword lights that slashed down towards Yang Kai from the sky. He had been looking for Yang Kai's flaws and chasing after Yang Kai's footsteps, but Yang Kai's movements were too fast. His spatial teleportation was too unpredictable. He had tried several times but failed to find an opportunity. Now, he finally grasped the fleeting opportunity and used the divine technique without hesitation. 9 streaks of sword light appeared, cutting through the void. In an instant, it arrived in front of Yang Kai and slashed onto Yang Kai's body. Muffled sounds rang out. It didn't sound like Yang Kai's physical body, but rather like he was striking some kind of artifact. Yang Kai's figure shook violently as his clothes were torn apart. From the cracks in his clothes, his white jade-like skin was cut open and golden blood flowed out. His vitality was surging. Luo Qingyun's heart shook violently, and he watched in a daze. He'd noticed that Yang Kai's body was extraordinary when he failed to kill Yang Kai with that strike of his just now. Yet now, even his divine technique was actually unable to kill Yang Kai? He was a sword cultivator that specialized in the Tao of slaughter. If even he was unable to kill Yang Kai, then could anyone amongst all the people present here be able to kill Yang Kai? An ordinary cultivator would probably be unable to even injure Yang Kai. Sure enough, after those 9 streaks of sword light, Countless attacks covered the heavens and the earth as they blasted down towards Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai merely utilized the Dragon Shield's secret technique to isolate those attacks. When the multicolored light dispersed, the Dragon Shield that coiled around Yang Kai's body had shattered into pieces, yet he hadn't suffered any injury. Luo Qingyun's heart was filled with despair, and he turned to look at Zhong Fan. Presently, only Zhong Fan, who was at the 5th rank of the Heaven Splitter realm, would have a chance to kill Yang Kai. However, Zhong Fan was healing Lu Shui, and he didn't know what Yang Kai had done to Lu Shui to actually force Zhong Fan to be unable to make a move. Was this also part of his plan? Luo Qingyun felt slight disbelief. No wonder Yang Kai let Lu Shui go so easily. Earlier, I thought that fellow was utterly stupid, but now it would seem like he's extremely astute. Since he couldn't rely on Zhong Fan, Luo Qingyun's expression suddenly turned solemn, and he shouted explosively, "Disciples of the Sword Pavilion, form the Heaven Star Array with me." "Yes, Master." The voices of a few hundred disciples of the Sword Pavilion shook the sky. All of them were in high spirits as if they'd been waiting for this moment since the beginning. There weren't many disciples of the Sword Pavilion, and there were only 300 in total. Amongst the 3,000 disciples, only 10% were disciples of the Sword Pavilion. Since the battle began until now, the number of cultivators that had died at Yang Kai's hands was less than this. But comparatively speaking, the Sword Pavilion's losses were very small. Because they'd formed the Starfall Sword Formation in groups since the beginning, and they resisted the attacks of Yang Kai's Ring of Flames and Iron Blood. They assisted each other in both offense and defense, and it was undoubtedly much better than the scattered Thunderlight sect. It could be said that 90% of the cultivators that had died at Yang Kai's hands were disciples of the Thunderlight sect. They formed groups of 40 to 50 people, and they'd already formed the Starfall Sword Formation, causing sword chi to sweep through the heavens and the earth. Now that they received Luo Qingyun's orders, the sword formations moved swiftly and converged towards Luo Qingyun. In less than 3 breaths of time, the auras of the Starfall Sword Formation were tightly connected with each other. With Luo Qingyun as the center, the sword intent that surged into the sky gathered together and supported Luo Qingyun. It shot straight into the sky and pierced a hole in it. The Heavenly Dipper Star Formation had been formed. Luo Qingyun's aura rose steadily. Even with the strange suppression of the great cosmological realm's world principles, it showed signs of breaking through to the Emperor realm and climbing to the heaven-opening realm. He looked intently at Yang Kai, who was still slaughtering, with indifference in his eyes. The Heavenly Dipper Star Formation was the trump card of the Sword Pavilion. With this sword formation, Luo Qingyun was confident that he could kill Yang Kai here even without Zhong Fan's help. That kid is in trouble. Chen Tianfei sighed and slowly shook his head. In the end, he's still too young and shows off too much. He doesn't know how to restrain himself. Madame Qin's expression was also solemn. I heard that the head of the Sword Pavilion came from a very large force, but for some reason, he wandered outside and founded the Sword Pavilion. The Starfall Sword Formation and the Heavenly Dipper Star Formation are both formations of that force. Ouyang Lai nodded and said, I've also heard of this before. I've only seen the Heavenly Dipper Star Array once. Its power is indeed extraordinary. With this array, my Crimson Star and Lei Guang will never be a match for the Sword Pavilion. At the same time, Yang Kai, who was constantly slaughtering his way through the crowd, instinctively felt a trace of danger. His skin felt like it was being pricked by needles. Without any hesitation, the earth elemental energy in his Dao seal circulated, and the dragon shields that had just been shattered condensed once more. One after another, they lingered around him and fluttered endlessly. Junior, it's your honor to die under my Sword Pavilion's formation. Luo Qingyun spoke indifferently. He touched his sword with his fingers and moved along with his sword, slashing at Yang Kai as fast as lightning. The hundreds of Sword Pavilion's disciples in the Grand Array also began to move under the influence of his chi. From afar, there was no one in the Heavenly Dipper Star Formation, only sword intent lingering in the sky. An enormous sword ray tore through the sky like a waterfall and slashed at Yang Kai. The sound of something shattering rang out. Under everyone's gazes, The layers of dragon shields on Yang Kai's body crackled and cracked. Even though he madly circulated his Dao seal to repair them, he still couldn't keep up with the speed of the shattering. In a short span of 7 or 8 breaths, the dragon shields had completely vanished. Die! Qian Qingyun's delighted shout rang out from within the sword ray. With a boom, pitch-black flames swept out. The blazing golden crow primordial flames that had been lingering around Yang Kai swept towards the sword ray as if they had a mind of their own. Wherever the black flames passed, the sword ray instantly dimmed, as if it had been incinerated into nothingness. In the eyes of the cultivator in the star market, it was as if the black flames had devoured the sword ray, causing the enormous sword ray to shrink inch by inch. Yang Kai's figure was constantly retreating. Even though the golden crow primordial flames possessed extraordinary might, the heavenly dipper star formation was formed by the joint efforts of hundreds of people after all. Moreover, it was presided over by Qian Qingyun, a 4th-stage heaven splitter. Its might was truly enormous. Still putting up pointless resistance. Luo Qingyun shouted explosively. "You'll definitely die for insulting my sword pavilion today." A portion of the sword ray that had already been worn down rose explosively once more with Qian Qingyun's furious shout. It pierced through space and faintly showed signs of tearing apart the pitch-black flames as it headed straight for Yang Kai's body. Once the golden crow primordial flames were destroyed, then even if Yang Kai possessed the dragon form physique, he would probably suffer a terrible fate. In this battle of life and death, even the members of the Thunderlight sect were unable to interfere. They could only watch from afar, and it was even to the extent that they didn't dare approach 300m as they were deeply afraid of being affected by the sword ray or the black flames. In space, the golden crow primordial flames that had been pushed to the limit were resisting the startling sword ray. In the star market, Chen Tianfei suddenly frowned. "Something's wrong." "What's wrong?" Bei Yushan turned around with a puzzled expression. "It's already in such a situation. Why hasn't this kid used his full strength?" Chen Tianfei had a puzzled expression. "He hasn't used his full strength?" Bei Yushan's eyes widened in disbelief. Chen Tianfei quickly said, "Have you all forgotten that this little brat has a long spear in his hand? Although I don't know what that long spear is, it is definitely a powerful artifact, so why hasn't he used it yet?" As soon as these words came out, Qi Xing and the other masters fell into deep thought. How could they not know about the existence of the blue dragon spear? That day, Gan Hong had died under that amazing spear attack. The power of that spear attack was something that even a 4th-order heaven-opening spear could not resist. If it had been summoned at this moment, even if it could not resolve the current crisis, it would not have been so useless. In a life-or-death situation, who would hold back? Bei Yushan scratched his head and said, "Master Qin, from what you've said, it seems that his condition has been a bit off. In this life-or-death battle, all of Yang Kai's reactions seemed to be instinctive, as if his mind was not on the battlefield, but this was a bit inconceivable. Facing so many enemies on his own and not paying attention to the battlefield, did he not care about his own life or death?" Madame Qin's eyes suddenly shrank as she seemed to recall something. Covering her red lips, she asked, "Do you still remember what he said before the battle began?" Yangbing lowered her head and pondered for a moment before slowly saying, "Disturbing my cultivation, disturbing my mind, today I will use your dog lives to cultivate my divine technique." Chen Tianfei's face was filled with shock as he cried out involuntarily, "Is this little brat trying to stimulate his potential in this life or death situation to cultivate some kind of divine technique?" Chapter 4039. As soon as he said this, the several heads of Qi Xing were aghast. Was this for real? How could someone be so crazy? Did he not want to live anymore? But looking at Yang Kai's previous performance and response at this moment, there was no doubt that he was really cultivating some kind of divine technique. There was great terror and fear between life and death, but there were also great opportunities. Wandering before the gates of hell could often give people a flash of inspiration and enlightenment. Chen Tianfei and the others were heaven-opening realm masters, and had lived for so many years. Which one of them had not experienced such things? But their experiences were all because they had no choice. How could they be like Yang Kai, deliberately putting themselves between life and death. Crazy, crazy, this boy is really crazy, Chen Tianfei murmured, shocked by the idea in his heart. Look behind him, Madame Qin suddenly exclaimed. Qi Xing and the other managers hurriedly looked behind Yang Kai, and what they saw caused their eyes to shrink. The pitch-black flames on Yang Kai's body were surging violently, and although he was being suppressed by the Heaven Do Star Net Array and was forced to retreat, his aura was still rising at an extremely terrifying speed. Soon, it had reached its limit, and the surging black flames were like a beating heart, giving birth to some kind of new life. This scene was not only clearly seen by the heads of Qi Xing, but also by everyone in the star market. Even though they were far away, everyone could not help but feel a sense of horror, as if some peerless monster was about to break out of Yang Kai's body. Yue had been paying attention nervously. Seeing that Yang Kai was in trouble, she was prepared to step forward to help. Her 5th grade heaven-opening realm cultivation was limited in the great cosmological realm, and if she really went up, facing the heaven star Luo Grand formation would be like throwing an egg against a rock. However, she could not just watch Yang Kai die. As long as she could wake Yang Kai up, with his attainments in space principles, he would be able to escape and would not die here. But after seeing the surging black flames, she forced herself to endure it. Her heart was in her throat as her beautiful eyes stared fixedly at Yang Kai's figure, her hands clenched so tightly that her knuckles turned white. If you're not in the great cosmological realm, how dare a mere Emperor Realm Jr. act so presumptuously in front of my sword pavilion? Chang Qingyun's shout came from the sword light. The heaven star Luo Grand formation, which had already gained the upper hand, shone brightly, instantly tore apart the black flames around Yang Kai and attacked his body. A wisp of delight couldn't help but appear on Qian Qingyun's face, as if he could already see the scene of Yang Kai being killed. Even though this battle had been difficult, they had won in the end, and they had redeemed the lost face of Sword Pavilion, letting the world know that Sword Pavilion couldn't be humiliated. However, at this moment, Luo Qingyun's heart suddenly throbbed. For some reason, he had an extremely bad feeling about this. When he looked up, he saw Yang Kai, who had been calm and expressionless all this time, suddenly grinning. His indifferent eyes were shining brightly, as if he had finally come back to his senses. He spat out a word, "Open." His voice was not loud, but it was like thunder rolling across the earth, causing the world to buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, a great sun suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai. It was as if a sun was hanging behind him, shining with golden light and illuminating the world. No one could open their eyes. What is this? Countless cultivators exclaimed in their hearts when they saw this scene. No one had ever seen such a strange scene. Could it be that Yang Kai really had a small sun hidden in his body? Not only were the cultivators of the Emperor Realm puzzled, but many of the heaven-opening realm cultivators were also puzzled. Only a few people were stunned at first, but then they seemed to suddenly think of something. Their bodies trembled as they revealed looks of shock and disbelief. After all, although they knew some things that ordinary people did not know, none of them had ever seen it with their own eyes. Madame Qin covered her red lips with her hand and muttered, "Could this be Dharma idol?" Chen Tianfei spat out these two words with difficulty, his fat body trembling from the shock of his emotions. The Ouyang brothers could not help but gulp. Bei Yushan looked at Yang Kai in admiration and could not help but praise, "Amazing!" A while ago, he had been sent flying by Yang Kai with a single punch in the discussion hall. In truth, he had always been somewhat unconvinced, feeling that he had underestimated his opponent too much. Otherwise, he would not have been so weak. However, now that he saw this great Sun Dharma idol, that bit of unwillingness in his heart instantly disappeared. If Yang Kai could condense a Dharma idol with his Emperor Realm strength, then it was definitely not something he could resist. His loss that day was not unjust, and neither was the death of the poison matriarch and Gan Hong. In the courtyard of Yang Kai's mansion, Yuhi closed her eyes in pain. After hiding for so long, was it finally exposed today? She secretly hated herself for not telling him how powerful it was before, causing him to be unable to hide it properly. However, she had not expected that Yang Kai would be able to condense a Dharma idol at this time. After today, Yang Kai's little secret would no longer be a secret. How could he continue to hide it under the eyes of so many people? It did not matter in the great cosmological realm. With this Dharma idol, no one was his opponent, but what about outside of the great cosmological realm? Once this sensational news spread, how could Yang Kai have a good end? Was the tragedy from 1,000 years ago about to repeat itself? Thinking of that person who had died young, Yuhi's heart was filled with grief. Back then, he and the person in front of her were both equally shocking, but this person in front of her seemed to be even more dazzling. At the very least, that person had not condensed a Dharma idol in the Emperor realm back then. A Dharma idol? It's actually a divine technique Dharma idol. This brat dares to do this. Does he not want to live anymore? In the star market, an old heaven-opening realm cultivator exclaimed in shock. His cultivation was not very high, only at the second rank of heaven opening, but he had lived for a long time and had seen many things, so he knew more than others. Ordinary heaven-opening realm cultivators might not know of the existence of a Dharma idol, but he had seen one before. Master, what is a Dharma idol? Beside him, a delicate and cute girl asked in confusion. The old man suppressed the shock in his heart and gently explained, when one of the 5 elements, yin and yang, is pushed to the limit in a Tao seal, its power condenses and turns into a shocking divine technique. This is called a Dharma idol, just like what you are seeing now. The girl nodded thoughtfully. That little son is his Dharma idol? That's right. Then, Master, do you have a Dharma idol? The old man smiled bitterly and shook his head. Master will never be able to form a Dharma idol in this lifetime. Why not? The girl did not understand. The old man said sadly, let alone me, a mere lower-rank heaven-opening realm cultivator, even a mid-rank heaven-opening realm cultivator would never be able to form a Dharma idol in their lifetime. Only those at the 7th rank and above have a chance of forming a Dharma idol, but that's just a chance. If one's comprehension is insufficient, even if they have the qualifications, they won't be able to form a Dharma idol. Your master has only condensed a 2nd-rank heaven-opening realm cultivator's power, so how could he have the qualifications to form a Dharma idol? The girl could not help but purse her lips and ask in surprise, Master, are you saying that Big Brother Yang has condensed a 7th-rank heaven-opening realm cultivator's power? The old man nodded. That's right. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to form a Dharma idol. Since ancient times, those who were able to form a Dharma idol were all disciples nurtured by peak-blessed paradises, and they were all at the heaven-opening realm. For him to be able to form a Dharma idol in the Emperor realm is unheard of. Then isn't he very powerful? The old man said solemnly, he's more than powerful, he's simply a monster. The girl waved her fist and shouted into the sky, Big Brother, you can do it. Beat them all away. Seeing that Yang Kai was being bullied by so many people, she had long felt indignant. She was a young girl and did not know the dangers of the world. Now that she heard her master say that Yang Kai was as powerful as a monster, she was happy for him from the bottom of her heart. She also hoped that Yang Kai could come back from the dead and turn defeat into victory. The old man's expression could not help but change greatly. He covered the girl's mouth and looked around nervously. When he found that everyone's attention was attracted by the commotion in the sky and did not seem to hear the girls shout, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, he did not dare to stay in place and quickly grabbed his foolish disciple and moved to another location. Although Tong Yen was fearless, Sword Pavilion was not to be trifled with. If the people of Sword Pavilion heard this, they would not be able to leave the great cosmological realm alive. On the other side, a figure flashed past, and a middle-aged man wearing a golden crown and an embroidered robe suddenly appeared in front of Chen Tianfei and the others. His hands were behind his back as he stared at the distant sky with a dignified expression. First Master. Chen Tianfei and the others were shaken and quickly bowed. This middle-aged man was none other than the mysterious first head of the Crimson Star sect. The first master did not say anything, as if he did not hear anything. However, he had come out of seclusion at this moment and was obviously disturbed by the commotion outside. The divine technique Dharma idol was indeed too shocking, and even he could not sit still. After observing for a while, The first master suddenly said, "Fire element Dharma idol." "It should be," Chen Tianfei replied respectfully. This was also very obvious. Yang Kai's body had been surrounded by pitch-black flames before, and he had stimulated his potential through life and death battles to condense the divine technique Dharma idol. Now that he had succeeded, it must be the fire element Dharma idol. Madame Qin said, looking at the sun, "This surnamed Yang seems to have condensed the power of the sun true gold." The divine technique Dharma idol was closely related to the materials used by a cultivator to condense power. Since the sun had appeared, it was natural that Madame Qin would associate it with the sun true gold. Chen Tianfei said thoughtfully, "I heard that the sun star had been extinguished in one of the territories, and many people found a lot of sun true gold and sun true fire there. Could it be that this kid was there at that time? If so, then his opportunity is not small." He secretly guessed that Yang Kai should have found the 7th grade sun true gold there. Otherwise, how could he have such an achievement? "It's not sun true gold." The first master slowly shook his head, his eyes deep. "There is something else in the sun." "Something else?" Qi Xing and the other heads were all startled. Previously, when that huge sun appeared, it was dazzling with golden light and they couldn't see it clearly. However, the great head was stronger than them, so he could see it clearly with a single glance. Chapter 40. With the great master's reminder, Chen Tianfei and the others hurriedly looked at the sun. As expected, there really was something in the sun. A vague figure was jumping around in the sun like a living thing. It would occasionally stop and turn its head to comb its wings. A faint, ferocious aura filled the air, but it was indescribably frightening. "It looks like a bird." Madame Qin frowned. The sun was too dazzling. Even though she observed it carefully, she couldn't see what it was. "There's something wrong with this thing. Why does it only have 3 legs? Chen Tianfei was also puzzled. However, as soon as he spoke, his expression changed. The great master's solemn voice came from the front. "3-legged strange bird. It's related to the sun. Junior, you're very capable. You're really talented." Madame Qin covered her red lips. Bei Yushan was dumbfounded. Even a dimwit like him could figure out what the strange bird was, let alone the others. 3-legged golden crow. The Ouyang brothers exclaimed in unison. The fire elemental power that Yang Kai condensed wasn't the primordial fire of the sun. It was the primordial fire of the golden crow. Thinking of the pitch-black flames that lingered around his body and looking at the characteristics of the Dharma, it undoubtedly proved everyone's guess. It was the primordial fire of the golden crow. When this thought popped up, everyone was shocked. Chen Tianfei was sweating profusely. His voice trembled as he asked, "Great Master, what grade is the primordial fire of the golden crow?" When they saw Yang Kai condense the divine technique Dharma, everyone thought that he had the fire elemental power of the 7th grade. However, it seemed that it wasn't just the 7th grade. Moreover, to be able to condense the primordial fire of the golden crow, it meant that Yang Kai had encountered a golden crow before. It was a terrifying existence on par with the true dragon and divine wind. Only an upper-grade heaven splitter could resist it. Since this kid had encountered a golden crow, why didn't he die and obtain the primordial fire of the golden crow? What kind of heaven-defying opportunity was this? The great master said, "That depends on whether the golden crow's body he met was a mature golden crow or a young one. If it was the latter, it should be the 7th stage. If it was the former, then it should be the 8th stage." Chen Tianfei's body trembled. "I heard that when the sun star was extinguished, there was a dying golden crow inside. In the end, the owner of the first inn obtained it. Could this kid be using the golden crow primordial fire of that golden crow? Is the news true?" The head tilted his head. He had been in seclusion these past few years, trying to break through to the 6th stage of heaven opening. He really didn't know much about the outside world. "The information is definitely correct," Chen Tianfei said seriously. The great master gently nodded. "The golden crow true fire is hard to come by in 10,000 years. This little brat is only an emperor realm master, so it shouldn't have been long since he condensed his fire attribute force. If that's the case, his golden crow true fire might really have come from that giant golden crow. 8th rank. Chen Tianfei's face was extremely pale as he said in a daze, "Then what is his relationship with the owner of the first inn?" The news he received was that the Golden Crow's body was eventually obtained by the owner of the first inn. At that time, many people from the Blessed Enclave had come to fight for it, and more than one high-rank heaven-opening master had appeared. The first inn was beaten to a pulp, and in the end, the owner of the first inn was a bit more skilled, snatching the Golden Crow's body and escaping safely. If Yang Kai had nothing to do with that person, how could he have obtained the Golden Crow primordial fire? The Great Master was also very confused about this. He had never heard of that person having a descendant. That shouldn't be the case. The Great Master slowly shook his head. The 8th stage Golden Crow primordial fire is not something the Emperor realm can bear. Even if that person obtained the Golden Crow's body, when he gave it to a descendant, its grade would definitely be lowered. Otherwise, it would be harming him. The Great Master's words make sense. Chen Tianfei nodded repeatedly. Even so, this was too frightening. However, Madame Qin thought of another layer and murmured, "If he can condense the 7th stage fire element, doesn't that mean he has at least the 6th or 7th stage wood element? If it was just an ordinary fire element, it would be fine. If it was someone like Meng Hong who had rebuilt his foundation, he could directly condense the 5th stage sun primordial fire. As long as he had enough aptitude and a firm Dao seal, it would not be a big problem. However, how terrifying was the Golden Crow primordial fire? If one did not have enough recovery and suppressing power, the Dao seal would be burned and shattered in an instant. The wood element that could make up for the damage caused by the Golden Crow primordial fire had to be at least the 6th stage, and most likely the 7th stage. Otherwise, it would be impossible to condense it successfully. The 7th stage wood element and the 7th stage fire element. Yang Kai's intention was very clear. He wanted to directly achieve the high-rank heaven-opening master. "You have such lofty ambitions. We cannot compare." The first master slowly shook his head. His straight figure instantly bent a little, as if he was disheartened. While they were talking, the newly formed sun behind Yang Kai stabilized and began to emit a dazzling light. Along with the appearance of the great sun manifestation, Yang Kai, who had been forced to retreat by the Heaven Dose Star Luo Grand Array, slowly came to a stop. 10 feet away, Luo Qingyun looked at him with a face full of shock. Yang Kai grinned at him and made a hand seal. "Today, the Golden Crow will cast the sun. In the heavens and earth, only I will reign supreme." The Golden Crow's hoarse cry resounded through the clouds and through heaven and earth. It flapped its wings and the sun. Yang Kai's figure merged with the sun. His entire person suddenly turned into a small sun and smashed towards the huge sword aura. With the might of the newly formed sun avatar, he was fearless as he faced the Heaven Dipper star formation alone. Luo Qingyun's eyelids twitched violently as he forcefully recovered from his shock, and then he roared explosively. "So what if you have a Dharma avatar? Even if a real Golden Crow was here, I would still kill it for you, let alone a mere Dharma avatar." These words were undoubtedly to boost his courage. Not to mention a Heaven Dipper star formation formed by 300 people. Even if they had 3,000 or 30,000 people, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single breath of Golden Crow true flame. However, when two experts collided, only the brave would emerge victorious. Since it had come to this, only by moving forward courageously would he have a chance at survival. Sword chi arose while the grand formation rumbled as it circulated. The auras of the 300 disciples were closely linked together, and their strength overlapped layer upon layer. Sword chi rose explosively as it collided with the sun avatar. 2 rays of light tore through the heavens and the earth, shook the universe, and caused the surroundings to be overturned. The strange thing was that the instant the collision occurred, it was completely silent. However, in the next moment, the clouds in an area of 10,000 kilometers suddenly collapsed, and the heavens and the earth shook violently. An unimaginable impact spread out madly from the point of collision into layers of ripples. The disciples of the Thunderlight sect were thrown off their feet. Those with lower strength spat out mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground, unable to get up. In an instant, a large number of them were killed. Zhu Li and Long Tai's hearts bled as they watched. This was truly a case of the fish in the moat being caught in the crossfire. After this battle, the Yuan Qi of the Thunderlight sect would probably be greatly damaged, and who knew how many years it would take for them to recover. Outside the star market, the Guardian Grand Formation was flashing with light. It had undoubtedly been struck by the aftermath of the clash between Yang Kai and the Sword Pavilion Grand Formation. A venerable emperor has condensed a Dharma avatar. The first master's eyes were filled with fear, and his tone was indescribable. With this Dharma avatar, this kid can directly contend with a first or second grade heaven splitter. Even a third grade heaven splitter won't be able to kill him easily. No one had ever been able to condense a Dharma avatar in the Emperor realm. Since ancient times, even the elite core disciples nurtured by the blessed enclaves had to slowly fumble about after reaching the Heaven Splitter realm, spending years in seclusion to comprehend before they could have a chance to condense their own Dharma avatar. If not for this, Dharma avatars would not be so rare. However, with 10% of Dharma avatar, one's strength would skyrocket. Similarly, at the 7th grade Heaven Splitter realm, there was a huge difference between those with and without Dharma avatar. It could be said that in a life and death battle, those with Dharma avatar could easily crush those without Dharma avatar. Chen Tianfei and the others had solemn expressions. The first master had always been known for his sharp eyes. Since he said so, it could not be wrong. In other words, the current Yang Kai was equivalent to a first or second grade Heaven Splitter realm cultivator. Such an existence could only be described as invincible in the great cosmological realm. If the Sword Pavilion did not have the sword array, these 300 people would not even be enough to fill the gaps between Yang Kai's teeth. Even so, the sword array was forced back by the pressure of the sun. The huge sword ray was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye, and its light gradually dimmed. The star market was in an uproar. The Sword Pavilion sword array had always been invincible, but at this moment, it was not a match for Yang Kai alone. The power of a single person was so fierce? Impossible, how can you be so strong? Qian Qingyun roared, his face twisted. Within the sun, Yang Kai's mocking voice sounding disdainful. It's because you are too weak. To be honest, Yang Kai did not expect himself to reach this level. During this time, he had been in seclusion to comprehend the divine technique. Although he had made some progress, he always felt that something was missing. Coincidentally, he encountered today's matter and suddenly had the idea of using a life and death battle to stimulate his potential. He wanted to see if he could break through that shackle and comprehend the divine technique. If not, why would he stupidly charge into a camp of thousands of people alone? With Lu Shuer in hand, he could choose other ways to resolve this crisis. Who would have thought that an unintentionally planted willow would yield such great results? Not only did he comprehend a supernatural power, he even created a Dharma idol. Until now, he still did not know that his Dharma idol had been formed. He only thought that the golden crow casting sun was purely a supernatural power. After all, no one had ever told him these things. He had not been in this world for long, and although the lady boss was good to him, she probably did not expect him to grow so quickly. At this moment, Yang Kai could clearly feel his strength skyrocketing. With the power of the sun, he felt extremely good. Even if there was a lower-grade sky splitter in front of him, Yang Kai would be able to kill him to see. I don't believe it. Qian Qingyun was furious, and a bloody mist suddenly erupted from his body. His aura surged again. He was the core of the sword array, so his increase in strength was a huge boost to the entire sword array. Looking at his state, it was obvious that he had used some powerful secret technique to stimulate his potential. Although this secret technique was powerful, it could not be used casually. Once it was used, it would bring endless disaster. But at this moment, in order to deal with Yang Kai and protect the face of Sword Pavilion, Qian Qingyun could not care less. Following his actions, the hundreds of disciples in the sword formation all let out muffled groans. Suddenly, they felt a huge pressure on their bodies, but the power of the sword rays increased wildly, and in an instant, they were on par with the sun. Chapter 40-41. The divine technique and the rays of light from the sword formation were in a stalemate in midair. Ripples of explosions spread out. Qian Qingyun's eyes were crimson red and almost split apart from rage as he circulated his strength with all his might. Let's see how long you can persist. Yang Kai grunted coldly and disregarded everything. He just circulated the might of the solar divine technique and pressed it down towards the sword formation. A shrill cry resounded from somewhere in the sword formation. Some disciples of the sword formation were the first to be unable to hold on, and their bodies were minced into pieces by the boundless sword intent before exploding. In a short period of 10 breaths of time, over 30 people had died miserably on the spot. Moreover, as time passed, more and more people were unable to hold on. Luo Qingyun's heart instantly sank to rock bottom. Even though the death of a few dozen people wasn't fatal to the sword formation, it still affected it to some extent, and it was sufficient to cause the might of the grand formation to decline. It was already extremely difficult to resist, so it would only become even more unbearable as time passed. Not to mention that he'd executed a forbidden secret technique, so he couldn't maintain his current state for too long. Once the backlash of the secret technique arrived and he still couldn't defeat Yang Kai, the sword pavilion would definitely suffer a crushing defeat. Luo Qingyun was burning with anxiety, yet he was helpless. On the slope outside the city, Zhong Fan and Lu Shue's eyes trembled as they watched in a daze. When the solar divine technique appeared, a trace of understanding flashed through their hearts. No wonder the scorching energy that had invaded Lu Shue's body was so violent and difficult to deal with. Lu Shue herself was unable to expel it, and even Zhong Fan, who was at the 5th rank of Heaven Splitter, was unable to help her. So it was the Sun Crow True Fire. It was actually the Sun Crow True Fire. Everything made sense now. The Sun Crow True Fire was at least at the 7th rank of fire element. Not to mention the fact that most of the strength of the two Heaven Splitters was sealed within the Great Void Realm. Even if they were outside, they would have to pay a huge price to deal with it once it invaded their bodies. Lu Shue's beautiful eyes were extremely dim and filled with despair. Because she knew that since it was the Sun Crow True Fire, then no one in the Great Void Realm could help her deal with the calamity within her body. Even the Sword Pavilion's master couldn't help her. In a short period of time, the Heavenly Dipper Starnet Grand Formation was suppressed, and dozens of Sword Pavilion disciples were killed or injured. Luo Qingyun seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Zhong Fan's eyes almost split apart as a trace of struggle and hesitation flashed through his eyes. In the end, he made up his mind and turned to look at Lu Shue. It just so happened that Lu Shue was also looking at him. When their eyes met, Lu Shue instantly understood Zhong Fan's meaning. She couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Hold on for a while, I'll be right back." Zhong Fan gritted his teeth and shouted in a low voice. When he withdrew his hand, his entire body transformed into a ray of sword light that flashed towards the battlefield. Lu Shue slowly closed her eyes and lowered her head. Her beautiful hair draped over her slender shoulders as she sat alone on the slope. Her thin and weak figure seemed especially lonely and helpless. Even though the Sword Pavilion couldn't afford to lose her, it couldn't afford to lose Luo Qingyun and those hundreds of disciples as well. If Zhong Fan still didn't lend them a hand, then Luo Qingyun and the remaining disciples would be in danger. Zhong Fan had to choose the lesser of two evils, so he had to give up on one side. Lu Shue knew in her heart that she was the one who was abandoned. She didn't complain about anything because it was useless even if Zhong Fan stayed by her side because the Sun Crow True Flame wasn't something that Zhong Fan could deal with. However, she'd never imagined that a dignified 4th-grade Heaven Splitter like her would actually be forced into such a state in the Great Void Realm. The Sun Crow True Flame had entered her body and was unable to deal with it, so she could only slowly wait for death to arrive. This sort of feeling was extremely terrifying, and it was utterly unimaginable to those that hadn't experienced it. Explosions resounded as numerous figures exploded into a mist of blood within the sword formation, and not even their corpses remained. Since the beginning of the battle, almost 100 disciples of the Sword Pavilion had been unable to endure the backlash of the sword formation and perished on the spot. This amount was practically 30% of the forces that had come from the Sword Pavilion. The remaining disciples had terrified expressions as they desperately circulated their strength, and they were deeply afraid that they would be the next unlucky person. They wailed incessantly in the depths of their hearts. Exactly what sort of monster did the sword pavilion offend this time? Why is he so formidable? A sword light flashed, accompanied by Zhong Fan's dignified roar. Junior, don't be presumptuous again. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhong Fan had already merged into the heavenly dipper star formation. The sword formation of the sword pavilion had fought against the enemy countless times, and their cooperation was extremely close. As soon as Zhong Fan entered the sword formation, Luo Qingyun immediately shifted the initiative and turned Zhong Fan into the core of the sword formation. With a boom, the sword was swept across the heavens and earth. The shocking sword light that was being suppressed by the great Sun Dharma idol and was retreating in defeat instantly stopped its decline with Zhong Fan's support. Even the sword light became much brighter and larger. The power of Zhong Fan alone was actually stronger than the hundreds of disciples of the sword pavilion who had died. This was the foundation of a fifth-grade heaven splitter. Seeing this scene, the disciples of the sword pavilion, who were feeling uneasy and thought that the end of the world was near, were all invigorated. They silently operated their secret arts, and sword chi lingered around their bodies to support the power of the sword formation. The entire sword formation instantly turned into a huge millstone. The sword chi on the millstone swept across the heavens and earth, cutting through the void and crushing toward the great Sun Dharma idol. Yang Kai also felt a trace of pressure in an instant. Although he could now exert the power of the first or second grade heaven splitter, he did not have the mighty force of the world to support him. There was still some difference between him and the real heaven splitter. The sword formation of the sword pavilion was indeed extraordinary. It was worthy of being the trump card of the sword pavilion. However, Yang Kai had condensed the divine technique Dharma idol today. Even if he was facing a strong enemy, what was there to be afraid of? Even if he died here, he could only fight. Only in this way would he not have wasted his trip to this world. The great Sun Dharma idol shone brightly. The three-legged golden crow inside also flapped its wings, raised its head and cried, and crashed into the millstone of the sword formation. The world buzzed. At this moment, inside and outside the star market, regardless of cultivation level, everyone's eyes were filled with white light. They could not see the situation on the battlefield clearly. However, when the aftermath of the battle spread out, everyone's faces turned pale. In the great cosmological realm, where the strength of the heaven splitter stage was suppressed, a Dharma idol divine technique and a shocking sword formation both displayed power that was not inferior to the heaven splitter stage. How sensational was this? First Master, who do you think will win? Chen Tianfei licked his dry lips and asked. Yang Kai's performance today had really frightened him. He was a little uneasy, not knowing if abandoning Yang Kai at the critical moment was the right thing to do. Although he had accepted Yang Kai as the sixth master of Qi Xing previously, they had not shed all pretense of cordiality. However, today, Qi Xing's various overt and covert actions against Yang Kai had undoubtedly removed the last layer of cover, pushing the two to opposite sides. If Yang Kai won, what good end would Qi Xing have? Once the great Sun Divine technique was used, even the first master would have to avoid it. However, the previous situation was not up to Qi Xing to choose. Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect's 3,000 soldiers were at the city gates, and not abandoning Yang Kai was equivalent to putting Qi Xing on the fire. As the master of Qi Xing, Chen Tianfei had to consider his own family. After all, Yang Kai was an outsider, so how could he care about him? Even if that boy can win, I'm afraid it will be a Pyrrhic victory, the first master's indifferent voice sounded. Chen Tianfei was startled. First Master, do you think he can win? Don't worry, if he wants to win, his Yuan Qi will be severely injured. How could Zhu Li and Long Tai let go of this opportunity to beat a drowning dog? They naturally know what to do. Hearing this, Chen Tianfei's eyes lit up. Indeed, Yang Kai had been entangled with the people from Sword Pavilion all this time. Although Thunderlight Sect's thousands of people had suffered many casualties, their foundation had not been damaged. On top of that, with Zhu Li and Long Ao, two fourth-stage heaven-opening masters, Yang Kai would definitely be exhausted in this battle, so how could Thunderlight Sect let him off? Thinking so, Chen Tianfei finally felt a lot more relieved. At this moment, A violent energy fluctuation spread out from the center of the battlefield. This energy fluctuation was dozens of times stronger than before. The protective array formation outside the Star City rippled violently because of this energy fluctuation, its light dimmed, and it almost broke. "They're here," the Great Master shouted in a low voice. He focused his vision and looked forward. Chen Tianfei and the others also looked solemn as they paid close attention. No one had expected that the final battle would come so quickly. After Zhong Fan joined the battlefield, in less than half a cup of tea's time, the two opposing sides were about to fight to the death, and the final result was about to be settled. The violent aftermath of the battle undoubtedly showed that whether it was Yang Kai or Sword Pavilion, both sides had gone all out. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the two rays of light collided in midair, reaching a stalemate before suddenly erupting into an even more dazzling light. Between heaven and earth, boundless killing intent swept out. A series of muffled groans rang out as blossoms of blood blossomed. The great sun flickered a few times before disappearing. The shocking sword chi collapsed, and one figure after another fell from all directions. In Star City, there was an uproar. What he saw was Yang Kai standing in the air in ragged clothes, blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. His body was covered with countless fine wounds, obviously caused by the sword chi. The most serious wounds had been torn open, revealing the golden bones inside. Sword chi was still lingering around these wounds, and blood was still flowing out. However, even though he seemed to be in a miserable state, he still stood proudly in midair, and his figure was ramrod straight. On the other side, the Sword Pavilion's sword formation had been destroyed. Blood sprayed violently from Luo Qingyun's mouth, and he was actually unable to stop it at all. Obviously, his secret technique had started to suffer backlash, and he was unable to suppress his injuries. The glow on the sword in Zhong Fan's hand dimmed down, and it had lost a great deal of its spirit. He lowered his head to look at Luo Qingyun, and his eyes were filled with pain. Even though he wasn't heavily injured, his expression was dispirited and pale. Even the two leaders of the Sword Pavilion were in such a state, let alone the other disciples of the Sword Pavilion. Of the remaining 200 disciples, only a few dozen had survived. The rest had all died on the spot in that instant of collision. Even these few dozen people had varying degrees of injuries. The more serious ones were gasping for breath, while the less serious ones were vomiting blood. In this battle, the Sword Pavilion's sword formation had been destroyed, and the 300 disciples of the Sword Pavilion had almost been annihilated. It was an extraordinary humiliation. Since the Sword Pavilion had been established, this was something that had never happened. Moreover, they'd been beaten to such an extent by someone from the Emperor realm. Zhong Fan was simply unable to accept this, and he was furious to the point he trembled. "Junior, I'll definitely kill you." "What a coincidence. That's exactly what I meant." Yang Kai gasped for breath as he casually tossed a large amount of spirit pills into his mouth, and they crunched like beans while his gaze was ferocious. Zhong Fan turned around angrily. "Are all of you here to watch the show? If you don't make a move now, then when?" Zhu Li and Long Tai, who were watching from afar, suddenly recovered from their shock. Chapter 40-42. Zhu Li and Long Tai could not be blamed for being slow to react. What they had seen today was simply too shocking. Even heaven-opening realm masters like them were shaken and their thoughts were in chaos. A venerable emperor condensing his Dharma idol was an unprecedented feat. The existence of the 7th-grade Golden Crow primordial fire also frightened them. After seeing Lu Shue's fate, they were also afraid that they would be the next unlucky one. The destruction of Sword Pavilion's sword array shocked them even more, and they regretted coming here. But with Sword Pavilion's invitation and the fact that many of Thunderlight Sect's disciples had died at Yang Kai's hands, they had no choice but to come. It was not until Zhong Fan's angry roar that they came back to their senses and exchanged a glance, knowing that if they did not take advantage of this opportunity to kill Yang Kai here today, Thunderlight Sect could only wait to be bathed in blood. With the strength he had just displayed, Thunderlight Sect could not resist at all. No longer hesitating, the two shouted in unison, "Thunderlight Sect disciples, follow this king to kill the enemy." With this order, the scattered Thunderlight Sect disciples finally found a backbone. When Yang Kai and Sword Pavilion were fighting before, they couldn't intervene at all and could only watch from the sidelines. It was really a bit of a disgrace, but fortunately, they had a chance to play a role in this battle. One after another, they gathered around Zhu Li and Long Tai and followed behind their two leaders, charging towards Yang Kai from all directions. Inside the mansion, Yu He, Meng Hong, and the others felt their hearts rise to their throats. Although Yang Kai's previous performance was extraordinary, breaking Sword Pavilion's sword array on his own and almost wiping out all of Sword Pavilion's experts, after all, he had just experienced a great battle and could not even maintain his great Sun Dharma idol, so he was clearly an arrow at the end of its flight. Thunder Light Sect's foundation was still intact, and with nearly 2,000 people, even if each of them spat a mouthful of saliva, Yang Kai would be drowned. In such an adverse situation, how would Yang Kai deal with it? On the other hand, Yang Kai, who was at the center of the encirclement, had a calm expression on his face as he chewed on the spirit pills in his mouth. He grinned as he looked at the figures pouncing towards him, as if he was a peerless monster waiting for rabbits to pounce on him. Yang Kai was indeed not afraid of anything. Although the Thunderlight sect had a lot of people, he had the space principles. As long as they did not seal this space and did not restrict his movements, then Zhu Li and Long Tai could forget about doing anything to him. Since he had mastered the Golden Crow's sun-casting divine technique, there was no need to hide anything anymore. Just as he was considering whether to use the dragonization skill and transform into a half-dragon for a fight, he suddenly heard a somewhat excited voice from afar. Brother Yang, it's done. Ha! The voice was still in the star market, but it was accompanied by a burst of hearty laughter. A figure suddenly rushed out of the star market and headed straight for Yang Kai. With swords drawn and a battle on the verge of breaking out, this burst of laughter was particularly abrupt. Everyone couldn't help but turn to look in the direction of the voice. They saw a white and clean little fatty flying out of the star market. His hands were raised high above his head, and he was holding a quaint gourd in his hands. His face was full of excitement as if he had performed a meritorious service. The chief master's eyelids couldn't help twitching as he stared at the little fatty. How did he get out? Chen Tianfei didn't react for a moment, but after thinking it through, his expression changed and he couldn't help but ask, how did this guy get out? It had to be known that at this moment, the Star Market's Guardian Array was still active, so if anyone wanted to leave, he would have to give the order to open a gap in the Guardian Array, just like when Zhong Fan and the others came in. But now, the Guardian Array was still operating perfectly, yet the little fatty had strangely left the Star Market and the Guardian Array didn't react at all. Could it be that the aftermath of the battle between Yang Kai and Sword Pavilion had caused a problem with the Guardian Array? Thinking so, Chen Tianfei hurriedly ordered people to investigate the situation of the Guardian Array. Yu He was also shocked as she looked at the little fatty's figure. Only then did she come to her senses and release her divine sense to investigate. Sure enough, the secret chamber had already been opened and the person who should have been in seclusion was nowhere to be seen. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. As expected of an elite disciple from a paradise, she hadn't noticed at all when he had left the mansion. Of course, most of her attention had been focused on Yang Kai, but for someone from the Emperor realm to be able to do so was truly amazing. But why did this guy run out at this time? And what is that gourd? Yu He focused her gaze and found that the gourd was only about a palm tall and looked quite old. She didn't know where it came from, but at this moment, it was being held high by the little fatty Su Zhen, making it look extremely comical. At this time, Yang Kai was surrounded by more than 2,000 people from the Thunderlight sect. If he wanted to rush to Yang Kai's side, he would inevitably come into contact with the disciples of the Thunderlight sect. Su Zhen seemed to be slow to react, and when he rushed into the Thunderlight sect's camp, he was suddenly startled and exclaimed, "Ayaya, why are there so many people? What are you all doing here?" He asked innocently, but the disciples of the Thunderlight sect responded fiercely. These people were already extremely sullen and their killing intent was boiling, so when such an inexplicable guy suddenly barged into their camp, how could they be happy? Immediately, a series of divine secret techniques bombarded Su Zhen mercilessly. But this guy looked clumsy and his movements were laughable, but his luck was surprisingly good. He took one step left, one step right, and actually dodged all the attacks. He even shouted, "What are you doing? Do you want to kill me? Don't hit me, I'm innocent." The more he shouted, the more powerful the attacks of the Thunderlight sect's disciples were. The light of secret techniques covered the sky and covered the earth, but they were unable to hurt him at all. This guy looked fat, but his figure was indescribably agile. After a few times, anyone could see that something was wrong. It was impossible for a person's luck to be so good to this extent. With so many people attacking him, it was impossible that no one could hit him. This little fatty was obviously pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Moreover, to be able to move around so many people with ease, his strength was obviously not ordinary. Zhu Li was furious and shouted, "Who are you? State your name." It was fine that there was one Yang Kai who did not put the Thunderlight sect in his eyes, but now another one had appeared, which made him extremely furious. Su Zhen still held the gourd high and replied solemnly, "Divine Cauldron Heaven, Su Zhen." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Li staggered and was almost unable to stabilize himself before falling down. Long Tai's eyes instantly opened wide while even Zhong Fan, Luo Qingyun, and the others who were recuperating felt the energy within their bodies fall into chaos, and it almost caused their injuries to become even worse. The Crimson Star's various leaders all sucked in a breath of cold air. Before this battle, there was a son who claimed to be from Qing Ming Blessed Land's third elder, which made the Sword Pavilion's Thunderlight sect fearful. Now, another Grotto Heaven disciple had appeared, and it was the famous Divine Cauldron Heaven. Before today, they had never known that there were Grotto Heaven Blessed Land disciples in the great cosmological realm. Since there were these two people, how many more were hidden in the great cosmological realm? How could there be so many dragons hidden in a small star city? When Su Zhen announced his name, the faces of the Thunderlight sect disciples who had attacked him earlier turned pale. Not to mention them, even the Sword Pavilion's pavilion master would probably die tomorrow if he were to attack a Divine Cauldron Sky disciple in front of so many people. The noisy skies suddenly fell silent. Su Zhen effortlessly squeezed to Yang Kai's side and grinned at him. Did it work? Yang Kai looked at him and asked. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Su Zhen stuffed the gourd in his hand into Yang Kai's hand. Divine Cauldron Heaven disciple, you live up to your name. Thank you. Yang Kai swept it with his divine sense and nodded slightly. Su Zhen chuckled, we just took what we needed, no need to thank me. And it's a bit noisy here, so I'll take my leave first. Finished speaking, he cupped his hands at Yang Kai and turned to leave. However, he had only taken 2 steps when he suddenly turned back and said, Brother Yang, this thing is too murderous. Try to use it less. Be merciful when possible. Yang Kai grinned. If you cut the grass without removing the roots, it will grow again when the spring breeze blows. Su Zhen was speechless. He turned his head to look around and suddenly sighed, no longer trying to persuade him. With his hands behind his back, he leisurely walked away and soon disappeared. Everyone watched in a daze, not knowing what was going on. When they saw Su Zhen rush to Yang Kai's side and hand a gourd to him, they had thought that the two of them had a close friendship. Zhu Li, Long Tai, and the others had been considering whether to make amends with Yang Kai, but who would have thought that this little fatty would just walk away like that? What was this? And what did he mean by, each took what they needed? Unable to figure out the relationship between Yang Kai and Su Zhen, Zhu Li and Long Tai did not dare to act rashly. On the other hand, Yang Kai had a playful smile on his face as he played with the gourd in his hand and said lightly, Brother Su and I are neither relatives nor friends. We didn't know each other before, it was just a transaction between us. What do you mean? Zhu Li asked solemnly. At this moment, the calmer Yang Kai appeared, the more uncertain he felt. What I mean is, if you want to fight, then fight. If you don't, then I'll kill you, Yang Kai grinned. Junior, don't be so arrogant. Long Tai shouted angrily. Cut the crap all of you, come here and die. Yang Kai roared. Junior, do you think my Thunderlight sect has no one? Since that's the case, we'll fulfill your wish. Kill him. Zhu Li ordered solemnly. He had no choice but to give the order. Yang Kai's unrelenting attitude made it obvious that the Thunderlight sect could not resolve their enmity with him. If they did not act now, once he recovered and summoned the divine technique aspect, the Thunderlight sect would not be able to fight. The Thunderlight sect's disciples no longer hesitated, and as they circulated their strength, multicolored light bloomed and bombarded Yang Kai. Luo Qingyun watched this scene coldly as a trace of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. With so many attacks launched at once, it was impossible for Yang Kai to come out unscathed. No matter how arrogant he was, he would still die here. It was worth it. Nearly 300 Sword Pavilion disciples had been killed or injured, and the sword array had been broken, but they had killed a great threat. On the other hand, Zhong Fan looked at the gourd in Yang Kai's hand with a solemn expression. He faintly felt that this thing was not ordinary and was very likely a powerful artifact. Chapter 40-43. Brilliance wantonly surged and energy was berserk. Thousands of people from Thunderlight attacked together. What a magnificent scene! At the center of the countless attacks, Yang Kai stood alone, his figure lonely, but his aura soared to the sky, as if he was a million masters. A low voice rang out, "Today, I've obtained a new treasure, so I'll use your dog lives as a sacrifice to my divine gourd." As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai patted the gourd, causing it to open and a seven-colored light to roll out from it. The light was endless and filled the sky in the blink of an eye. As soon as this multicolored light appeared, a murderous aura instantly filled the air, and within a radius of several kilometers, countless artifacts let out loud cries as they uncontrollably rushed towards the multicolored light. The swords of the fallen Sword Pavilion disciples seemed to be grasped by invisible hands and thrown into the multicolored light. No matter their grade, no matter if they were intact or not, all artifacts that rushed into the light dimmed and lost their spirituality in a very short time. The artifacts in the hands of the Thunderlight sect disciples were the same. All artifacts refined from metal were pulled by the light and broke free, causing many Thunderlight sect disciples to be stunned. Pu-piu-piu-piu. A series of muffled sounds rang out as one Thunderlight sect disciple after another vomited blood, their faces pale as they fell from the sky like dumplings. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of Thunderlight sect disciples were injured because their artifacts were damaged. Divine essence-fused light. Zhong Fan shouted in a low voice, his eyes filled with shock. The light spewing out from the gourd was the divine essence-fused light he had seen in Divine Essence-Fused Mountain. That day, Sword Pavilion had suffered a great loss because of this divine essence-fused light. Otherwise, they would not have been defeated by Di Tian's motley crew, and the culprit was Yang Kai. Before coming here today, he had been vigilant against this divine essence-fused light, but from beginning to end, Yang Kai had not used it. Instead, he had used the divine technique to fight head-on with the Heaven Star Luo Grand Array. He had thought that Yang Kai would not be able to use it easily, but who knew he would see it at this moment? Amidst his shock, Yang Kai was also a little puzzled. He had seen Yang Kai use a bag-like artifact to collect a lot of divine essence-fused light, so why was he releasing it from this gourd today? Thinking of Su Zhen's appearance and the conversation between him and Yang Kai, Zhong Fan suddenly understood and said bitterly, "The disciples of the Grotto Heaven have wronged me." Divine Cauldron Heaven, one of the 36 paradise. The disciples from this paradise had only one thing that made the 3,000 worlds look up to them. That was the art of refining. It was precisely because he was good at refining that the Divine Cauldron genius was called Divine Cauldron Heaven. In the 3,000 worlds, excluding those naturally formed secret treasures, as long as the secret treasures were refined after birth, they would most likely come from the hands of the Divine Cauldron Heaven. The disciples of the Divine Cauldron Heaven were also famous for their treasures. If he were to encounter a Divine Dingtian disciple fighting outside, it would definitely be a completely new scene. He would be able to see the power of all sorts of strange treasures. That divine essence-fused gourd was obviously refined by Su Zhen of the Divine Cauldron Heaven for Yang Kai. Only a disciple of the Divine Cauldron Heaven could have such an ability. But if that was the case, then Yang Kai shouldn't have been able to activate the power of this treasure the moment he got his hands on it. He would have had to spend a long time refining and nurturing it, how could he activate the power of this divine essence-fused gourd the moment he got his hands on it? Unless this divine essence-fused gourd was his secret treasure, he wouldn't need to nurture it. And Su Zhen had only perfectly combined the divine essence-fused light with the divine essence-fused gourd. If that was the case, then it made sense. It had to be said that Zhong Fan's series of thoughts had completely guessed the truth. The divine essence-fused gourd was indeed Yang Kai's secret treasure. Back then in the Star Realm, in the Wuhua Palace, Yang Kai had once entered a crack in the void and found a wind gourd inside. When the wind gourd was opened, endless astral winds poured out of it to deal with the enemy, but Yang Kai hadn't used it many times and hadn't used it outside of the world. When Su Zhen came to him to ask for a 6th-grade divine essence-fused stone, saying that he could refine an artifact for him as a reward, Yang Kai naturally thought of the divine essence-fused light he had collected in the divine essence-fused mountain. That thing was stored in his 6-unity wish bag. Not only did it occupy the bag space, but it also couldn't be used casually. If he could use the divine essence-fused light to refine an artifact, he wouldn't have to worry about these things. With the 6th-grade divine essence-fused light in front of him, Su Zhen was itching to refine a divine essence-fused banner for Yang Kai, but the materials required were too many and Yang Kai didn't know where to find them. On the other hand, the wind gourd was readily available. The two combined to form the current divine essence-fused gourd, and its power was more than just a little bit higher than the wind gourd. Yang Kai didn't need to spend any time refining it. Divine essence-fused light, it's divine essence-fused light. In Star City, countless people cried out in alarm. Great Master Qi Xing also showed a look of dread. Although he was only watching from afar, he could feel the terrifying power of the divine essence-fused light. Although he was a 5th-grade heaven splitter, if he were to be swept up by such a thing, he would instantly lose a layer of skin. If even he was like this, there was no need to mention the disciples of Thunderlight sect. A brilliant light filled the sky, sweeping across the heavens and earth. Anyone caught in the divine essence-fused light had their flesh torn apart and their bones shattered. Wherever the divine essence-fused light passed, not a single complete corpse could be found. The Emperor Realm was like this, and so was the Thunderlight sect's low-rank heaven splitters. The 6th-grade divine essence-fused light could only be resisted by a 6th-grade divine essence-fused light, so how could they resist it? In the blink of an eye, more than half of Thunderlight sect's disciples had been killed or injured. A deep chill rose from everyone's heart, causing them to shiver all over. Such a terrifying artifact was simply a weapon capable of destroying the heavens and earth. With this artifact in hand, the number of people present no longer mattered to Yang Kai. He alone could flatten this place. The Thunderlight sect disciples who were lucky enough to avoid the initial disaster didn't dare to stay in place at this moment. Screaming in horror, they fled one after another. But how could Yang Kai let them go? Just as he and Su Zhen had said before, cutting weeds without removing the roots, they would grow again when the spring breeze blew. Since the Thunderlight sect dared to find trouble with him today, they shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. Looking at it from another perspective, if Yang Kai fell into a disadvantage and died trying to escape, would the Thunderlight sect spare him? Under the control of Yang Kai, the brilliant light swept in all directions, engulfing one Thunderlight sect disciple after another, as if an invisible beast was devouring everyone's lives. The Thunderlight sect was finished, completely finished. After this battle, they could forget about making a comeback. The moment the divine essence-fused light bloomed in the world again, this was already destined. Great Master Qi Xing's expression was dignified, his eyes filled with dread. Previously he had told Chen Tianfei and the others that Yang Kai was an arrow at the end of its flight and that Zhu Li and Long Tai would beat him while he was down. Who would have thought that a single divine essence-fused gourd would completely change the situation? The Golden Crow Forging Sun had broken Sword Pavilion Sword Array and the divine essence-fused gourd had swept through the Thunderlight sect's camp. A divine technique and an artifact, Yang Kai had displayed a variety of abilities that shocked everyone to the extreme. Looking at the peerless figure standing tall in the sky, no one dared to even think about making an enemy out of him. Chen Tianfei's fat body trembled violently. Although he was fat, his mind was very sharp. While others were only looking at Yang Kai's display of strength at this moment, Chen Tianfei had a different thought. Great Master had once commented that Yang Kai had the great Sun Divine Technique Dharma Idol. Even if he was an Emperor Realm Master, he could compete with a first or second stage Heaven Opening Realm Cultivator. So, now that he had the Divine Essence-fused gourd, what would happen? Perhaps no one in the lower stage Heaven Opening Realm would be his match. Only a middle stage Heaven Opening Realm Cultivator could rely on the world force of Mini-Universe to compete with him. Chen Tianfei knew that if he encountered Yang Kai outside, he would have to go all out to defeat Yang Kai. In the sky, less than a tenth of the Thunder Light sect's disciples remained. Two figures were also fleeing rapidly. Zhu Li and Long Tai saw that the situation was hopeless, so how could they dare to stay? Naturally, they ran as fast as they could. However, the two rays of light chased after them endlessly as if they had a mind of their own. They were like maggots that could not be shaken off. "Junior, don't go too far. Don't go too far." Zhu Li shouted crazily. Even though he was fleeing with all his strength, he could still feel the terrifying killing intent behind him. "If we don't see each other after today, so what if this king bullies you?" Yang Kai shouted coldly. "Condense." Space buzzed, and under the urging of the world force, heaven and earth were imprisoned. Zhu Li, who was already fleeing with great difficulty, instantly froze. The surrounding space became incomparably viscous, and he felt as if he had fallen into a swamp. No matter how he urged his strength, he could not break free. Looking back in horror, he saw that the rays of light had already swept over and enveloped him. Zhu Li desperately urged his strength to resist the scouring of the divine essence-fused light. If Mini-Universe had not been sealed in his body, he would have had the strength to fight. But without the world force, how could he resist the might of the sixth-grade divine essence-fused light with just the strength of his Tao seal and physical body? In an instant, the protective force outside his body was washed clean. Layer after layer of flesh rolled up, as if his tendons were being pulled out and his skin peeled off. Miserable screams rang out continuously, as if he was enduring the cruelest torture in the world. Those who heard these screams shuddered. Long Tai screamed along with them. Like Zhu Li, he was also enveloped by the divine essence-fused light. But after just a few breaths, the screams came to an abrupt end. The rays of light rolled back and were collected by the divine gourd in Yang Kai's hand. There was no trace of Zhu Li and Long Tai in the air. These two fourth-grade heaven splitters had completely disappeared. The Thunder Light sect, which had stood tall in Star City for thousands of years, was completely wiped out. No one survived. It was even more miserable than Sword Pavilion. This was not the end. Yang Kai patted the divine gourd again, and the rays of light rolled out again, heading towards the disciples of Sword Pavilion who were still alive. Chen Qingyun shouted in horror, "Spare me!" He had suffered a backlash from urging the secret technique before, and now he did not even have the strength to escape. He could only sit in place and wait for death. If not for this, would he dare to stay here? Seeing that Yang Kai was about to kill him, he could only beg for mercy. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear and ignored him. When the rays of light retracted, the people of Sword Pavilion had also disappeared. Taking a step forward, Yang Kai had already arrived in front of Zhong Fan. Looking down at him, he said indifferently, "Do you have any last words? There's no need to beg for mercy." Chapter 40-44. Zhong Fan was at the fifth stage Heaven Opening Realm and had a strong foundation. When the sword formation was broken, he was also seriously injured, but it was not as serious as Jiu Qingyun's. If he had escaped in advance, he might have had a chance to survive, but for some reason he stayed here and watched as the disciples of Thunderlight Sect and Sword Pavilion were destroyed one after another. When Yang Kai came in front of him and looked down at him, Zhong Fan snorted coldly, "Junior, don't be so arrogant. You have committed a heinous crime. Once you leave the great cosmological abyss, you will die." Yang Kai frowned. He vaguely felt that Zhong Fan was implying something, but he was too lazy to ask. He snorted coldly, "I like a tough bone like you. It's interesting to pinch you." As he said so, he slapped Zhong Fan with his palm. He was going to kill him mercilessly. Zhong Fan's expression was indifferent. When the big hand was only 3 feet away from him, his eyes suddenly burst with light, and a slit appeared between his eyebrows. From that slit, Tao connotation flowed, and a sword qi slashed through the air. In this moment of life or death, Yang Kai had no choice but to push the power of his Tao seal outwards to defend against the enemy, just like when Yang Kai fought the great demon god in the star boundary, cutting off all means of retreat. To a cultivator, a Tao seal was like the inner core of a monster beast. It contained the entire person's essence, qi, spirit, and comprehension of one's own Tao. It would not be used easily, but if released, it would have a shocking power. However, in this way, the risk was also extremely high. If the Tao seal was damaged, it would result in death. Therefore, no one would do this unless they were in a desperate situation. Even a monster beast would not release its inner core easily. Zhong Fan was also forced to do this. Yang Kai had formed the Golden Crow casting sun dharma form and held a shocking killing weapon like the Origin magnetic divine gourd. Apart from this, he had no other hope. In a desperate fight, success or failure depended on the will of the heavens. He had cultivated the sword all his life and focused on killing. His Tao seal had turned into a 3-inch small sword with the power of yin and yang and 5 elements flowing on it. It was sharp and seemed to be indestructible. "I knew you would do this." Yang Kai coldly snorted as he stretched out his hand and grabbed the Tao seal sword in his hand. But soon he frowned. When he lowered his head, he saw a dazzling sword light piercing out from his palm, heading straight for his forehead. In the end, he had still underestimated the power of a 5th-stage heaven splitter. Even with his tyrannical dragon form body, he was still unable to resist the power of this small Tao seal sword. A bloody hole was directly pierced through his palm, and within the wound, sword qi circulated. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai's entire body seemed to have expanded. His chest and abdomen swelled up as he breathed out the Golden Crow primordial flame from his mouth, burning the small sword seal. Flames raged, distorting the void. As far as the eye could see, a 3-inch long sword was swimming against the current of the Golden Crow primordial fire like a small fish swimming against the current. However, it was constantly being washed away by the Golden Crow primordial fire. Zhong Fan's eyes were about to split open. As he roared, he fully activated the power of his Tao seal, determined to kill Yang Kai here and now. Inch by inch, the small sword seal kept approaching Yang Kai's forehead. Its speed was extremely slow, making people deeply feel the threat of death. Yang Kai, however, remained motionless. The Golden Crow primordial fire continued to surge out. On the small sword, light shone brightly and it shook violently. After 10 breaths, when the 3-inch long sword arrived in front of him, it could not hold on any longer and collapsed with a loud bang. Zhong Fan spat out a mouthful of boiling hot blood. His aura suddenly quieted down. His originally muscular body seemed to have all of its essence, qi, and spirit taken away in an instant, turning into a bag of bones. The wind blew, and his hair fluttered in the wind. The Tao seal was destroyed, and Zhong Fan's cultivation was crippled. In the star market, countless people were shocked. Many heaven splitters could not help but feel a sense of sympathy. Although they had long heard that once the Tao seal was destroyed, the cultivator would die, it was the first time that 90% of the people had seen it with their own eyes. The change in Zhong Fan was shocking. Yang Kai took a step forward and floated past Zhong Fan. Yang Kai was not interested in attacking a person who was bound to die. In a few steps, he arrived in front of Lu Shui. He reached out and pulled her up by the collar. He looked down at her indifferently. "Where is the headquarters of the Sword Pavilion?" Behind him, after Zhong Fan heard this, his head drooped deeply, and his aura quickly dissipated. Fresh blood kept gushing out of Lu Shui's mouth, boiling nonstop, mixed with fragments of her internal organs. Her skin was abnormally red, like a steamed crab. Before the battle, Yang Kai had planted the Golden Crow true fire in her, so she did not participate in the entire battle. Zhong Fan helped her suppress the disaster in her body first. After Zhong Fan left, she could not resist the burning of the Golden Crow true fire with her own strength. She could only bitterly hold on and slowly wait for death. Fortunately, the foundation of a fourth-stage heaven splitter was not too bad. Yang Kai's battle with the sword pavilion's Lei Guang was not long, so until now, she was still alive, but only half dead. If he left her alone, she would die in less than an incense stick's worth of time. Seeing Yang Kai walking toward her, Lu Xue's delicate body trembled violently. She had never thought that she would be so afraid of the Emperor realm one day. Outside the great cosmological abyss, how could an existence like the Emperor realm enter her eyes? It was an existence that she would not even look at. But today, what Yang Kai had done in the Emperor realm had deeply shocked her. He had single-handedly broken the sword pavilion's sword formation and single-handedly destroyed Lei Guang. Who could match such a magnificent feat? At this moment, she was held in Yang Kai's hand like a little chick. She was trembling in fear, and her heart was covered with a layer of shadow. Even the light of her Dao seal had dimmed a lot. The person in front of her had become her inner demon. Even if she could leave the great cosmological abyss alive, if she met Yang Kai outside in the future, she was afraid that she would not be able to have the thought of being hostile to him. Unless she could break through this layer of mental barrier, she would be reborn. Hearing Yang Kai's question, how could Lu Xue not know what he wanted to do? He was going to wipe out the sword pavilion's main altar. Could he do it? With this question in mind, Lu Xue gave an affirmative answer. The sword pavilion had only sent 300 people this time, which was only a small number. There were nearly 1,000 disciples at the main altar, 2 middle-stage heaven splitters, and a 6th-stage heaven splitter expert like the pavilion master. But judging from the means that Yang Kai had just shown, the sword pavilion could not resist him at all. Not to mention other things, just the origin magnet divine gourd was enough to restrain the sword pavilion. The reason why the sword pavilion had always been above the Thunderlight sect and the Crimson Star sect was because of the sword formation. But once the origin magnet divine gourd came out, how could the disciples form a formation? At that time, they would be in a state of disunity. Without the power of the sword formation, they would not be Yang Kai's opponent at all. Except for the pavilion master, who could barely contend with this person, no one else could survive in his hands. Looking at the hellish man in front of her, Lu Xue was so frightened that she could not speak. "Take me there and I'll spare your life." As Yang Kai said so, he stretched out his other hand and patted Lu Xue's abdomen. With a thought, the golden crow primordial fire that had invaded Lu Xue's body and caused her to suffer a fate worse than death was directly taken back. Lu Xue coughed softly. Although Yuan Qi was seriously injured, without the golden crow primordial fire in her body, at least there was no danger to her life. After this, as long as she recuperated well, there would be a day when she would recover. "If you dare say no, I'll send you to see your companions now." Yang Kai was a little impatient when he did not hear Lu Xue's response for a long time. "I'll take you there," Lu Xue nodded gently. Yang Kai nodded, lifted Lu Xue, and soared into the sky, instantly turning into a stream of light and disappearing from everyone's sight. He did not deliberately suppress his voice when he spoke to Lu Xue just now. The small slope was not too far from Star City, so anyone with a little strength in Star City could hear it clearly. Seeing Kai Yang leave like this, everyone's faces were filled with shock. Was he going to kill them all? Sword Pavilion had lost 300 disciples this time, including 2 mid-rank Kai Tian masters. Yuan Qi was already seriously injured, but now Yang Kai was going to attack their headquarters. How cruel was this? Moreover, he had just experienced a great battle, and even his divine technique manifestation had been scattered. Didn't he need a good rest to recover? Yuhi could not help showing a worried look, but at this moment, it was too late to chase after him. Yang Kai cultivated the space principles, so with her strength, she could not catch up with him. The world was quiet, and only the thick smell of blood filled the air. Outside Red Star City, blood flowed like a river and corpses were everywhere, like an Azura purgatory. In the distance, a little fatty stared at this scene and sighed slightly, "What a sin!" After all, the divine magnetic gourd was made by him, so he was responsible for half of the people who died. After sighing, his figure dissipated and disappeared. In Yang Kai's residence, Meng Hong and the others had been watching with their mouths wide open. As the chief disciple of Great Moon Province, Meng Hong's aptitude was not bad. Previously, he had been suffering from a lack of resources, so he had no choice but to condense the power of the third grade, hoping to reach the third grade in the future. After encountering such a great change in the great cosmological realm, he made up his mind to break through and rebuild, condensing the fifth grade true sun fire. He thought that his future would be bright, and his ambition was surging in his heart. But after seeing Yang Kai's actions today, he realized that even if he could really reach the fifth grade, he was afraid that he would not be as good as Yang Kai. He was somewhat shocked, but then he thought about it. Others had their own abilities and opportunities, and he had his own. As long as he did his best, there was no need to compare himself with others. In this world, there were always some people who defied the heavens. The great Peng spread its wings and soared into the sky. The wood Dao that reached the clouds was high. Thinking of this, his mind was clear and his spirit was refreshed. Since you have nothing to do, go clean up the battlefield. Yu He's voice came from beside him. So many people died, there must be some good things. Meng Hong hurriedly replied and led his two junior brothers to fly out. Even Qin Yu followed closely behind, and she had a slightly complicated expression as she looked at Meng Hong's back. In Star City, dozens of people led by Guizian hurried forward to help when they saw this. Although they looked miserable at this moment, all of them were high-spirited and proud. Chapter 40-45. Strictly speaking, Guizian and the others were still members of Red Star, but at this moment, no one treated them as ordinary Red Star disciples. Yang Kai had just expressed his anger for them, something everyone had clearly seen. After this battle, it could be said that Guizian and the others had been branded with Yang Kai's imprint. They were now the same cruel and ruthless young men who had single-handedly destroyed Thunderlight Sect and Sword Pavilion. Thinking back, before the battle began, Yang Kai had once said to Guizian that if they died, these 3,000 people would be buried with them. It was just that no one took him seriously at the time, thinking that Yang Kai was just boasting to comfort his subordinates, but now that they thought about it, he was truly confident in his words. 3,000 people, he had killed them all without hesitation, leaving almost nothing behind. Where did this freak come from? How could he be so arrogant and kill so many people? Chen Tianfei carefully glanced at the chief master in front of him and seeing that he had no intention of stopping them, he quickly ordered his subordinates to open Star City's spirit array so that Guizian and the others could rush to the battlefield. Pairs of eyes stared enviously at the dozens of people sweeping through the battlefield, their space rings scattered everywhere. With more than 3,000 people here, even if some of their space rings were destroyed, at least half of them would remain. This was a wealth that would make anyone's eyes go red with envy, not to mention the heaven-opening realm inheritances. How could mid-rank heaven-opening realm masters like Zhong, Fan, and Qin Yun be lacking? Each of them had acted like a tyrant in Star City for thousands of years, so the wealth they had accumulated was probably unimaginable. However, even though everyone was envious, no one dared to come forward and compete. Learning from the mistakes of others, who wouldn't cherish their own lives. Is that young lady called Yu He? The chief master suddenly asked. Chen Tianfei was startled but quickly replied, yes. The chief master nodded and said, come with me to pay her a visit. Flicking his sleeve, he crossed his hands behind his back and walked towards Yang Kai's mansion. Chen Tianfei and the others looked at each other for a moment before hurriedly following. They all knew that even the chief master was shocked by Yang Kai's methods today. Qi Xing had abandoned him in a time of crisis, so if he didn't quickly appease him, Qi Xing wouldn't be able to bear the consequences of his revenge in the future. But on the other hand, this was also a great opportunity for Qi Xing. If they could repair their relationship with Yang Kai, it would only bring benefits to Qi Xing's future. There was no hope of accepting him back into Qi Xing again. Yang was so strong. If they did so, it would be tantamount to handing over Qi Xing. The chief master, Chen Tianfei and the others wouldn't do such a thing. But as long as Yang's was not excessive, they would agree. Red Star originally had 3 great forces, but now that the Thunderlight sect had been destroyed, Sword Pavilion's vitality had been greatly damaged, and Yang Kai had gone straight to Sword Pavilion's headquarters. It was estimated that Sword Pavilion would not be able to survive much longer. Two of the three major forces were gone at once, leaving Qi Xing alone. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. Under the lead of the chief master, Chen Tianfei and the others respectfully came to Yang Kai's mansion. There were no servants in the mansion, so they couldn't even find a way to pay a visit. Chen Tianfei could only go forward to knock on the door, and was ridiculed by Yu He. Qi Xing's actions when Yang Kai was in danger really angered Yu He. Although Qi Xing was forced to do so, this matter was related to Yang Kai's life and death. Fortunately, Yang Kai was strong, otherwise he would probably have to run away with her. She also knew why Qi Xing and the others came here. She was already being polite by not kicking them out and just making things difficult for them. The chief master was a 5th grade opening heaven stage, and she was also a 5th grade opening heaven stage. Their strength and status were equal, but during the conversation, the chief master obviously maintained a respectful attitude. It couldn't be helped. Yu He was with Yang Kai. In the future, if Qi Xing still wanted to survive in the great cosmological realm, he would have to look up to Yang Kai. At this time, how could he put on any airs? He didn't say much. He just asked Yu He to wait for Yang Kai to return so that she could put in a few good words in front of Yang Kai and pass on Qi Xing's difficulties to Yang Kai so that he could understand. Yu He naturally wouldn't agree immediately. She just pretended to be polite. Before leaving, Qi Xing and the other leaders left behind a small gift. Although it was a small gift, it was actually generous. It was 3 sets of 5th grade materials. With materials worth millions of opening heaven pills, Qi Xing's sincerity was obvious. If it were in the past, such wealth might be considered good for Yang Kai, but after the trip to the primary magnetic mountain, Yang Kai had made a lot of money. He had obtained more than 75th grade primary magnetic divine stones and more than 26th grade primary magnetic divine stones. These 3 sets of 5th grade materials might not be able to enter his eyes. After the shocking battle, the turmoil in Star City did not subside for a long time. For a few days, everyone was talking about the scenes of the previous battle and Yang Kai's incredible performance. Many people were waiting to watch a good show. Yang Kai, in order to kill all of them, directly rushed to Sword Pavilion's headquarters with Lu Xue. When he returned from Sword Pavilion, no one knew how to deal with Qi Xing. Countless disciples of Qi Xing were in a panic, fearing that they would be implicated. After a few days, Qi Xing's population had shrunk significantly. Qi Xing had originally occupied this stronghold and was thriving, but who knew that nearly 20 to 30% of their population had suddenly disappeared? They had all secretly left this place. Chen Tianfei and the others were so angry that they had to activate the Guardian Array. Anyone who wanted to leave had to verify their identity before they could be allowed to leave. This was the only way to contain the turmoil. With Star City in turmoil, Yang Kai rushed forward with Lu Xue. Under Lu Xue's guidance, they flew for more than a day before they saw a rolling mountain range in the distance. The mountain range was majestic and ancient. An ancient aura rushed out from it, making people feel as if they had traveled back in time and returned to ancient times. The entire Star City was swallowed into the great cosmological realm and split into many pieces. There is a fragment over there. Sword Pavilion has been stationed there since then, Lu Xue said while coughing lightly. After a day, she had not recovered much. Although she had taken a lot of pills, they only delayed her injuries. It would take at least 1.5 years for her to fully recover. Got it, Yang Kai said and threw her aside before turning into a stream of light and rushing in that direction. Lu Xue did not expect that Yang Kai would abandon her like this. For a moment, she was unable to react and fell to the ground. In a panic, she hurriedly urged her strength to stabilize herself. Her internal organs were in severe pain as she staggered to the ground. Looking at the departing figure in the distance, fear welled up in her heart. He really spared me. Lu Xue still could not believe it. Although Yang Kai had said that he would spare her life if she brought him to Sword Pavilion's great altar, how could Lu Xue take him seriously? She only thought he was lying to her. But although she thought so at that time, she had no choice but to agree. The taste of being burned by the golden crow true fire and slowly waiting for death was too horrible. Now it seemed that Yang Kai was not lying to her, but was keeping his word. However, after being burned by the golden crow true fire, Her body was in a mess and she could not even exert 10% of her usual strength. Now that Yang Kai had abandoned her here, how could she survive? She would die if she encountered any fierce beast. Forcing herself to stay awake, Lu Shui staggered forward. In Sword Pavilion's Star Market, Yang Kai fell from the sky and smashed a hole in the ground when he landed. He had come here aggressively to eliminate the source of trouble. Since the enmity between him and Sword Pavilion had been formed, there was no need to be polite. Thinking that it would be another difficult battle, Yang Kai had tried his best to adjust his condition to the best of his ability today, but before he even arrived, he felt that something was wrong. In his divine sense, there was no sign of life. In such a large star market, there was not a single living person. Not only that, but the air was also filled with a strong smell of blood. This aura was very familiar, just like the scene after the battle outside Red Star Market. Turning his head at this moment, Yang Kai could not help narrowing his eyes. The buildings in Sword Pavilion Star Market had all collapsed and the ground was covered with blood and broken limbs. What's more, the wounds on these broken limbs were quite strange. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and grabbed one of the broken limbs. Lowering his head to examine it, his brow furrowed. At this moment, the entire star market was empty. Birds flew through the sky and the earth groaned. Walking with his hands behind his back, Yang Kai soon saw a number of broken corpses. What was strange was that after these people died, their space rings had not been collected and were instead left in place. Casually picking up a space ring, Yang Kai found that the things inside had not been touched at all. Yang Kai's expression gradually became dignified. Along the way, Yang Kai collected space rings. Fortunately, he had a mysterious small world, otherwise he would not have been able to store them all. The scale of this star market was even larger than Red Star Market. Before this, there were at least tens of thousands of people living here. Yang Kai regretted not bringing Guizian and the others with him. With so many space rings, Yang Kai did not know how long it would take to collect them. After walking around the star market for a day, Yang Kai had collected thousands of space rings, but this was only 20 to 30%. Before he knew it, Yang Kai had arrived in front of a large hall. This hall was located at the center of the entire star market and should be the place where Sword Pavilion's upper echelons gathered, similar to Red Star's council hall. The door was broken, so Yang Kai walked straight in. The hall was also covered in blood, with corpses strewn everywhere. A figure stood there with a bleak expression. Who else could it be but Lu Shui? Previously, Yang Kai had abandoned her in the wilderness, but she had forced herself to walk all the way to Star Market. When she saw the corpses strewn all over Star Market and rivers of blood, she thought it was Yang Kai's doing, but now it seemed that this was not Yang Kai's doing. This had clearly happened before they arrived. Hearing footsteps, Lu Shui looked back, her eyes empty. What happened here? A beast tied. Yang Kai came to her side and stood still, staring at the corpse of a middle-aged man in front of him. Although this middle-aged man was dead, his temperament was extraordinary. He was definitely a master when he was alive. There were no scars on his body, so it was unknown how he died. Through his previous observations, Yang Kai was almost certain that Sword Pavilion had encountered an extremely terrifying beast tied. Many of the broken limbs and flesh had traces of being bitten by fierce beasts. Chapter 40-46. Impossible! Lu Shui cried out involuntarily. She could accept that Yang Kai had turned this place into what it was now. After all, she had witnessed Yang Kai's terrifying abilities with her own eyes, but how could a beast tide reach this level? It wasn't that Sword Pavilion had never encountered a beast tide before, but no matter how large or small they were easily repelled. Sword Pavilion's foundation was extraordinary, and they had the support of a sword array and a protective array. An ordinary beast tide could not shake Sword Pavilion's foundation. Yang Kai said lightly, "Nothing is impossible." He had been collecting space rings for a day and observing for a day, so he was almost certain that Sword Pavilion had encountered a beast tide. There were many footprints of fierce beasts on the ground, and there were some remaining corpses of fierce beasts in the star market. In addition, the fact that the space rings had not been plundered clearly confirmed his thoughts. Who is this person? Yang Kai looked at the middle-aged man's corpse in front of him and asked, "Pavilion Master?" Lu Shui replied blankly, "This person is Sword Pavilion's Pavilion Master?" Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Although he felt that this person had an extraordinary temperament and should have a strong background, he did not expect him to be Sword Pavilion's Pavilion Master. What was this person's cultivation before he died? Lu Shui said in a trembling voice, "Pavilion Master is a 6th stage splitter, and his cultivation is superb. How could he die here?" 6th stage. Yang Kai was also a little shocked. He was not afraid of a level 6 heaven splitter. In the great cosmological realm, the strength that a level 6 heaven splitter could unleash was limited. If they really fought, it was unknown who would win with his current ability. He was shocked that a 6th stage splitter would die here. 6th stage splitters had their own foundation, and even if they were no match for a beast tide, they could still escape with their swords. However, looking at the Sword Pavilion Master's death and the traces of battle in the hall, it seemed that he was killed without much ability to resist. In other words, the strength of the one who killed him was far beyond his own. Yang Kai felt a chill in his heart. Was there such a powerful existence in the great cosmological realm? Moreover, there were no wounds on Sword Pavilion Master's body, so it was impossible to tell how he died. It did not seem like he was killed by a monster beast. All dead, all dead. Lu Shui turned her head and saw that in the hall, except for the corpse of the master, all the high-level members of Sword Pavilion were gathered here. Almost no one was left behind. Including those who were killed by Yang Kai outside Red Star City, she was the only one left alive in Sword Pavilion. With a ripping sound, Yang Kai took a few steps forward, arrived in front of Sword Pavilion's Pavilion Master, tore off his clothes, and stared down in shock. He had originally wanted to find out why the Sword Pavilion Master had died, but who would have thought that he would see the truth? There was a spider-shaped mark on his broad chest. The spider was silver, and there was a crescent moon mark on its back. It was so lifelike that it looked like a living creature. Silver threads extended from its 8 legs and covered the Sword Pavilion Master's body. This is... Yang Kai suddenly felt that the spider mark was somewhat familiar. Before he could figure out where he had seen this pattern, the spider suddenly jumped out of the Sword Pavilion Master's chest and rushed straight at Yang Kai. Lu Shui, who was standing on the side, screamed. Apparently, she was also frightened and retreated. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai tilted his head back, trying to avoid the spider's attack, but in the next instant, a giant 8-legged spider appeared in front of him, filling his vision and occupying his consciousness. This spider was none other than the mark on Sword Pavilion's Pavilion Master's chest, magnified countless times. The huge mouth opened and bit at Yang Kai, as if to swallow him in one bite. This was not a real scene. In Lu Shui's vision, after the spider mark on the Pavilion Master's chest jumped out and rushed at Yang Kai's eyes suddenly glazed over. At the same time, a pure spiritual energy rippled out. The spider was a soul divine technique, and the giant spider Yang Kai saw was nothing more than an illusion. But even if it was an illusion, if he was swallowed by this spider, he would not have a good end. At this critical moment of life and death, a dragon's roar rang out and a golden dragon head suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai, roaring as it rushed towards the giant spider. Dragon pressure filled the air as a dragon soared to the highest heavens. With a bang, Yang Kai's soul shook, and when Yang Kai recovered, there was no trace of the spider in front of him. The divine technique hidden on the Sword Pavilion Master's body had been crushed by the dragon pressure. Heavenly Moon Demon Spider. Yang Kai's face became solemn. He finally remembered why this spider pattern was so familiar. He had seen it before. It was on Shan Qing Luo's body. Shan Qing Luo had the bloodline of the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider, and on some unknown part of her body, there was such a mark, almost exactly the same as what he had seen. The Heavenly Moon Demon Spider was one of the ancient divine spirits, and although its ranking on the divine spirit list was not too high, it was definitely not low either. There was actually a divine spirit in the great cosmological realm? However, when he thought about the dragon bead he obtained in Crouching Dragon Mountain, Yang Kai felt relieved. The great cosmological realm was mysterious and unpredictable. Since there was a true dragon here, There was nothing strange about having a heavenly moon demon spider here. It seemed that the sword pavilion master was killed by the heavenly moon demon spider. No wonder he did not have much strength to resist. Even with the suppression of the great cosmological realm, a divine spirit was not a match for ordinary people. If it was allowed to leave the great cosmological realm and go outside, it would definitely not be inferior to Miameng. Yang Kai's heart burned with passion. This was a heavenly moon demon spider. If he could kill it, take its monster core and bring it back to Aluo, wouldn't Aluo reach the heavens in a single bound? When the time came, he didn't know how happy that little hussy would be. She would definitely use all sorts of methods to serve him. However, Yang Kai quickly dispelled this idea. It was best not to provoke a heavenly moon demon spider if he could avoid it. If he went for wool and came home shorn, it would be bad if he ended up making Aluo and the others widows. Lu Shue's horrified voice came from the side as she stared at Yang Kai, her eyes trembling violently. In that split second, she seemed to have seen something incredible. She was so frightened that she fell on her butt and forgot to get up in the midst of her shock. Yang Kai glanced at her faintly before ignoring her, leaning over and taking off the space ring of the sword pavilion master. Sweeping it with his divine sense, he found that this guy was really rich. Inside the space ring, there were more than 1 billion heaven-opening pills, piled up into several small mountains, and there were also countless other cultivation materials and artifacts. After all, Yang Kai had been the sword pavilion master for so many years and abused his power in Star City, so he had accumulated quite a bit of wealth. A jade slip caught Yang Kai's attention. Taking it out and sweeping it with his divine sense, Yang Kai raised his brow. This jade slip actually contained the falling star sword array and the heavenly dipper star array. This was a good thing. Although there were strict requirements for the person who arranged this spirit array, requiring one to be a sword Dao cultivator, it was not difficult to find someone to arrange it. Perhaps it would be useful in the future. Just as he was about to put this jade slip away though, Yang Kai suddenly sensed something and turned his head to look in a certain direction. In that direction, there seemed to be a pair of invisible eyes staring at him, shuttling through space and staring at him, causing Yang Kai's hair to stand on end, as if he was being stared at by something terrible. In that direction, in the depths of the great desolate mountain range, countless ferocious mutant beasts were galloping about. These mutant beasts were all of different shapes and sizes. Some were as towering as mountains, hundreds of meters tall, and every step they took caused the earth to tremble. Some were humanoid mutant beasts with 2 heads on their backs. There were also some with sickle-like arms that moved like the wind, and although they were humanoid, they had the head of a praying mantis on their heads. These mutant beasts were densely packed together, but at this moment, they were like a well-trained army that was rapidly advancing towards the depths of the great desolate mountain range. The most conspicuous of all was a huge spider at the center of this beast-tied army. It moved forward with its 8 legs, seemingly clumsy and slow, but in fact, it moved like a bolt of lightning. From time to time, this spider would spit out a strand of silk, which would pierce into the body of a monster beast, roll it into its mouth, and swallow it whole. On the back of this huge spider, there was a pavilion-like structure. Inside this pavilion, a woman in revealing clothes was lying lazily on a bamboo chair. This woman was extremely seductive, not losing out to Shanqing in any way. She was the kind of woman who could make any man's blood boil. Just as Yang Kai urged his dragon pressure to crush the illusion of the heavenly moon demon spider, the enchanting woman on the bamboo chair suddenly opened her eyes and let out a soft cry of surprise as she turned towards the direction of Star City. A moment later, she stuck out her scarlet tongue and licked her lips, smiling. With this smile, the world seemed to lose its color, leaving only the charm of her smile. Gently clapping her hands, a green figure immediately flashed over and half knelt in front of her. This figure had the body of a human, but its arms had turned into giant sickles and it had the head of a praying mantis. "There's an interesting guy in the direction we came from. Bring him back." The praying mantis nodded, turned into a green light, and flew off to carry out the order. Inside Star City, Yang Kai frowned as he carefully tried to sense his surroundings, but he couldn't feel anything. He couldn't help wondering if he had consumed too much of his strength in yesterday's battle and was hallucinating. Yang Kai wanted to leave, but he had only searched half of this star market, so there was still a good half to go. Yang Kai was somewhat reluctant to leave, so after pondering for a moment, Yang Kai collected all the space rings in the hall before turning around and walking into Star Market, quickly sweeping through it. In any case, this was a dangerous place and it wasn't advisable to stay here for long, so he quickly finished his search and left. Lu Shui was left alone in the hall, and it took a long time for her to slowly recover. She had suffered a lot recently. First, she had been tormented by Yang Kai, then when she returned to Sword Pavilion, she found that she was the only one left. Her heart was filled with sadness, and she didn't know what to do in the future. Taking out some spirit pills, she stuffed them into her mouth and swallowed them before sitting down cross-legged and circulating her secret art to adjust her breathing. No matter what happened in the future, she had to recover first before making any plans. Chapter 4047. Inside the Star Market, Yang Kai moved quickly, his divine sense spreading out like a tide, and under the urging of his strength, it was as if countless giant hands were stretching out, collecting the space rings of the dead and tossing them into his sealed world bead. There was no time to investigate what was inside these space rings. There were simply too many of them, so he could only slowly search them later. Half a day later, the ruins of the Star Market were basically cleaned up, and just as Yang Kai was about to return home, he suddenly heard a weak and mournful cry coming from a certain direction. Yang Kai quickly turned his head. That cry was coming from the direction of the hall where Sword Pavilion's pavilion master had died, and that cry was undoubtedly Lu Shui's. In this entire Star Market, besides him and Lu Shui, there was no other living person. But at this moment, there was clearly another aura coming from that direction, but this aura was very wild, like a demonic chi. Monster beast? Yang Kai's brow furrowed, and out of curiosity, his figure flickered and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already inside the hall, and looking up, his brow furrowed even more. What he saw was Lu Shui's entire body suspended in midair, and in front of her was a humanoid monster more than 6 meters tall wearing animal skin. This guy was entirely green, and although it had a humanoid form, it was not human. Its 2 arms were as sharp as sickles, and its neck had a flat head. At first glance, it looked like a praying mantis. What the hell is this thing? Yang Kai had traveled far and wide for many years, but he had never seen such a strange existence. Generally speaking, when a monster beast cultivated to a certain level, it could take human form. Only those who had not cultivated enough would retain some traces of their monster beast form. However, the aura of this mantis head in front of him was very strong, even stronger than the auras of the Scarlet Flood Dragon and the Earth Dragon, so how could it still have a half-human, half-monster appearance? The Scarlet Flood Dragon and the Earth Dragon had not taken human form, so Yang Kai guessed that this was related to their sentience. Without sentience, they naturally could not take human form. Could it be that this mantis head's sentience had not been fully developed? Hearing the movement, the mantis head turned to look at Yang Kai, its 2 compound eyes reflecting a strange light as it raised one of its sickle-like arms and scratched its head, looking a little confused. Master had only told it that there was an interesting guy here and told it to capture him. When it came here, it saw Lu Shui and thought it was her, but who knew that another one would appear? Which one is it? After carefully distinguishing between Lu Shui and Yang Kai's auras, it really couldn't tell. In its perception, Lu Shui was clearly much stronger than Yang Kai, but its monster beast instincts told it that Yang Kai was a fatal threat. After pondering for a while, he suddenly grinned and said in a metallic voice, "Forget it. Let's capture them all and bring them back." This mantis head could talk. Lu Shui was startled for a moment, then immediately looked at Yang Kai with a pleading gaze. At this time, her life was hanging by a thread. As long as the mantis head moved slightly, it could dismember her on the spot. Her only hope was Yang Kai. If Yang Kai was willing to save her, she might still have a chance to live. But to her disappointment, Yang Kai did not even look at her, and she could not help but feel sad. Thinking about it, Yang Kai had previously slaughtered the people of Sword Pavilion and even came here to kill them all. She was a member of Sword Pavilion, so why would he care about her life? Did you do this? Yang Kai looked at the mantis head and asked, but soon shook his head, You don't have this ability. I don't know what you're talking about. The mantis head shook its arms and threw Lu Shui, who was suspended in the air, to the side. As it walked towards Yang Kai, its two scythe-like arms gently rubbed against each other, producing a harsh sound. Little thing, mistress told me to capture you alive, so you'd better not resist, otherwise you'll suffer. Mistress? Kai Yang raised his eyebrows. Just as he was about to inquire who this matriarch was, a green light flashed in front of his eyes. The mantis head was right in front of his face, and with a flash of sharp light, its scythe arm stabbed towards his shoulder. So fast. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed and he instantly urged his space principles, teleporting away and reappearing 10 meters away. With a tearing sound, his clothes were torn. When Yang Kai turned his head to look, he saw that the new set of clothes he had changed into on the way here had been cut open. Fortunately, his reaction wasn't slow, otherwise he would have been at a disadvantage. The mantis head tilted its head, its two compound eyes darting around, seemingly very confused. You're so fast. You're not bad either. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Then let's see who's faster. The mantis head grinned, revealing 2 rows of saw-like fangs in its mouth, and as soon as it finished speaking, its entire body turned into a streak of green light and shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai waited with rapt attention, locking onto the mantis head's aura with his divine sense and urging his space principles, countering each move as it came. In an instant, a strange wind blew and figures flickered, filling the hall with the cries of the wind. Lu Shui, who had been thrown to the side, looked up and saw that the entire hall was filled with figures of Yang Kai and the mantis head. For a time, she couldn't tell which one was the real one. She couldn't help feeling shocked. Normally, it would have been difficult to encounter such a swift existence, but this time there were actually 2 of them, and they were evenly matched. She didn't dare to remain in place. Whether it was the mantis head or Yang Kai, neither had any intention of taking care of her. Once she was caught in the aftermath of the battle between these 2, she wouldn't be able to resist in her current state. Forcing herself to stand, she groped her way to the entrance of the hall and stumbled out. She had only run for less than 100 feet when she heard a violent explosion behind her. She turned around and saw that the hall had been shattered. 2 figures had soared into the sky, and the violent aftershock swept over, sending her flying more than 100 feet. She landed heavily on the ground and spat out another mouthful of blood. Outside the hall, whether it was Yang Kai or the mantis head, both seemed to have broken free from some kind of shackles. Like a dragon entering the sea or a tiger entering the forest, they instantly pushed their speed to the limit. Above Star City, the 2 figures crisscrossed, chasing each other from one end of Star City to the other. From time to time, they would exchange blows, causing the sky to fall and the earth to crack. Strictly speaking, in terms of speed, Yang Kai couldn't compare to the mantis head. The mantis head was truly as fast as the wind and as fast as thunder, while Yang Kai relied on nothing more than the space principles. What was even more terrifying was that not only was the mantis head's speed extremely fast, breaking through the sound of wind and thunder, but his saber technique was also as exquisite as a grandmaster's. Those 2 sickle-like arms seemed to be natural sabers, and when the mantis head brandished them, they were simply invincible. At first glance, one could tell that his saber technique was completely random and should have been comprehended on his own, but it was also completely natural and exquisite. Every strike he made was just right, and his strength was not wasted in the slightest. Yang Kai was actually feeling a little strained. He came with the invincible momentum of breaking Sword Pavilion's sword array and destroying thousands of Thunderlight Sect cultivators. If the opponent's strength was insufficient, he could easily wipe them out, but this mantis head actually made him feel pressured at this moment, which showed how terrifying this guy was. Who among the cultivators in the great cosmological realm could be a match for such an existence? Yang Kai reckoned that even if the Sword Pavilion Master came back to life, he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage over him. And such a guy was just a servant, so how terrifying was the mistress? Yang Kai faintly suspected that the mistress mentioned by the mantis head should be the heavenly moon demon spider. Thinking about it, he was indeed a little whimsical when he thought about the heavenly moon demon spider. Enough! Yang Kai roared angrily and struck out with his palm. Violent power surged and blasted the mantis head away. In terms of speed, Yang Kai could rely on the space principles to not fall into a disadvantage, but if this continued, when would it end? He couldn't stay in this dangerous place for long. If the heavenly moon demon spider came back, he didn't know if he could withstand it. This battle had to be ended quickly. The moment he forced the mantis head back, Yang Kai summoned the divine origin magnet gourd. With a thought, he opened the gourd and a multicolored light swept out, filling the world and wrapping around the mantis head. Clanging sounds rang out and sparks flew. Yang Kai's eyes widened as he stared in front of him in astonishment. Inside the divine origin magnet light, the mantis head was being washed away by the divine origin magnet light. Although its speed was greatly reduced, its momentum was still overwhelming. The divine origin magnet light that had caused Thunder Lightsword Pavilion to suffer a great loss didn't have much effect on the mantis head. Although it was instantly covered in cuts and bruises, they were only minor injuries that could be ignored. This guy was a 6th grade monster beast. Monster beasts outside the universe realm were also divided into grades. For example, Heaven Opening Realm monster beasts that weren't even at the Heaven Opening Realm were naturally not included. In other words, the mantis head had a 6th grade monster core. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for it to resist the divine origin magnet light with its physical body. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Although he didn't know what attribute the mantis head's monster core was, a 6th grade monster core was a treasure. Although the mantis head wasn't seriously injured, it was clearly angered by Yang Kai's sudden change in tactics and felt that this guy was despicable and shameless. He had clearly competed in speed with it, but now he had suddenly changed tactics, making it feel deeply humiliated and malicious. It cried out, "Little thing, you've made this Lord Mantis very angry. This Lord Mantis has decided to eat one of your arms and one of your legs." In any case, losing an arm and a leg wouldn't kill him. The matriarch had only ordered him to bring the mantis head back alive and hadn't said anything about bringing the mantis head back whole, so he wasn't going against her orders. As it cried out, it brandished its scythe in an airtight manner, cutting off the divine origin magnet light that was rushing towards it. In an instant, it had arrived within 10 zhang of Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression was solemn. He knew that the divine origin magnet light was useless against this guy. Although the divine origin magnet gourd was extremely powerful and was a true killing weapon, once the enemy had a 6th grade monster core or above to resist it, its usefulness would be limited. This secret treasure was suitable for large-scale battles, just like the battle with the Thunder Light sect's thousands of people. The divine origin magnet light was useless, and he couldn't use the golden crow casting sun for the time being. When he had broken through Sword Pavilion's sword formation, Yang Kai's Dao seal had been slightly shaken. Unless it was a matter of life and death, it was best not to use this divine technique. Moreover, when facing an opponent like the mantis head, the only correct way was to use force to break force. Chapter 40-48. With this thought, Yang Kai instantly put away the wind gourd and stretched out his hand to grasp the air. When the dragon might filled the air, he took out the black dragon spear and thrust it forward. The mantis head was furious, but he did not expect Yang Kai to change his move so quickly. As the tip of the black dragon spear rapidly enlarged in front of his eyes, he hurriedly blocked with his 2 blades. With a clink, the color of the mantis's head changed slightly, and its 2 compound eyes trembled violently. The figure that was pouncing forward actually floated backward like a ghost, like a fallen leaf drifting in the wind, without the slightest weight. After retreating more than 100 feet, the mantis head looked down and saw that there was a dent in his right arm. His sturdy blade arm was almost pierced through by his opponent's spear. His heart was shocked as he stared at the black dragon spear in Yang Kai's hand and said hoarsely, "What kind of spear is this?" He knew his body well. Although he did not dare to say that it was impregnable, there were only a few things that could hurt him. However, the opponent in front of him was so terrifying that he felt a fatal threat. "Of course it's a spear to kill you." Before Yang Kai finished speaking, he had already flashed in front of the mantis head and thrust his spear forward like a dragon. At the same time, he felt a little regretful. He was prepared to take the life of the mantis head with that spear. The black dragon spear was refined from the entire dragon skeleton. Even in the 3,000 worlds, it was a top-killing treasure. Although the mantis head's defense was strong, it was impossible for him to block the power of the black dragon spear. Unfortunately, it was still a failure. After suffering a loss, the mantis head did not dare to take it head-on. He hurriedly swayed his body and dodged. His entire body turned into a green light, constantly flying around Yang Kai. He waved his blade arm and slashed out an incredible attack from every corner. Yang Kai pushed the power of the black dragon spear to the limit, and the sky was covered with spear shadows. Compared to the mantis head's exquisite blade technique, Yang Kai's spear technique could be said to be a beginner. After all, he had never systematically practiced spear techniques. Ever since he obtained the black dragon spear, he had been using it casually. The two could not be compared in terms of technique. It was not that he did not value technique, but compared to skillful techniques, he still felt that in a life-and-death battle, the level of strength was the decisive factor. No matter how strong the opponent's technique was, he could break it. But now, he knew that his thoughts were a little narrow-minded. The power of the black dragon spear was boundless, but it could not do anything to the mantis head. The opponent's body's body was as slippery as a loach, and his blade technique had reached perfection. He had reached a terrifying level of a terrifying realm that had reached a terrifying realm of strength with strength. From time to time, he had reached a terrifying realm of a realm. His strong body, he could not block Blade's blade arm. If he continued to fight like this, he would be the one to suffer in the end. Yang Kai's heart trembled, but there was nothing he could do. If he wanted to leave, he could leave at any time. Although the mantis head was fast, he could not stop him for a moment. But if he retreated like this, he would be depressed, and it would hinder his martial arts. Your blood looks delicious. In the fierce battle, the mantis head still had the leisure to pay attention to other things. Obviously, he was at ease. When he said this, he was slightly panting as if he had seen an extremely delicious food, and it made his mouth water. Yang Kai was full of dragon blood. A normal cultivator might not feel anything, but the mantis head was born as a monster beast and had a keen sense of smell. Naturally, he noticed the difference immediately. No wonder Mistress wanted me to catch you alive. Ha, Master Mantis is going to make a contribution. The mantis head laughed, and as his body turned, his voice came from all directions. Yang Kai pursed his lips tightly and said nothing, concentrating on dealing with the mantis head's storm-like attacks. Wherever the two of them passed, sword chi and spear chi would sweep across the heavens and earth, causing the already dilapidated star market to become even more fragmented. However, there was bound to be a lapse in defense. One man and one monster fought for half an hour before the mantis head finally found a good opportunity. Its blade arm blocked Yang Kai's black dragon spear, and its whole body crashed into Yang Kai. Its two compound eyes flashed with a fierce light, and a blade stabbed toward Yang Kai's chest and abdomen. With a muffled sound, half of the blade arm stabbed into Yang Kai's abdomen and came out from his back. Blood splattered, and Yang Kai's face turned slightly pale, but the corners of his mouth hooked up into a sarcastic smile. I finally caught you. As soon as he finished speaking, he completely ignored the sharpness of the blade arm and grabbed it with his left hand. In an instant, his fingers were cut and blood gushed out. The mantis head thought that the situation was over and was about to laugh, but when he heard this, his heart skipped a beat and he instinctively felt that something was wrong. When he looked up, he saw the black dragon spear stabbing straight at his head. He laughed hoarsely. You want to catch this Master Mantis? You're too naive, little thing. The blade arm stabbed into Yang Kai's abdomen suddenly twisted, and while Yang Kai was in pain, the mantis head smoothly pulled it out and retreated. Condense! Yang Kai shouted as he thrust his spear, pushing his space principles to the limit. With a single word, the space around him instantly froze. The mantis head's smile stiffened on his face as he felt the space around him crazily compress, greatly reducing the speed at which he retreated. Seeing the black dragon spear quickly fill his vision, he cried out in horror, "Little thing is too treacherous." No matter how desperately he tried, he could not outrun the black dragon spear. With a puff, the sound of something shattering rang out and the mantis head in the air burst apart, his headless corpse twitching as it plummeted to the ground. Yang Kai pulled back his spear and spat out a mouthful of blood, his figure unable to stop himself from falling to the ground. He had suffered a great loss this time. In order to kill the mantis head with this final spear strike, Yang Kai had been concealing his strength, trying his best to endure, not using the space principles to limit the mantis head's speed. This was all in order to make the mantis head careless, and in the end, he had risked using his own body to delay his opponent, using the space principles to limit his speed, which had allowed him to succeed. If not for this, who knew how long this battle would have taken? However, it was worth it. Although Yang Kai was seriously injured, being able to kill such a powerful enemy was also a kind of gain and tempering for his growth. Looking down, Yang Kai saw a bloody hole in his chest and abdomen, blood pouring out from it, and countless wounds all over his body. In this battle, Yang Kai had been the one to take a beating from beginning to end. The mantis head had only taken 2 hits from him, one to probe and the other to kill. Wanting to get up, Yang Kai felt an unbearable pain in his abdomen, forcing him to sit down cross-legged, taking out some healing pills and stuffing them into his mouth. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai put the mantis head's body into his space ring before silently circulating his secret art to restore his condition. Time passed slowly, and after a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai heard the sound of footsteps. Yang Kai opened his eyes and saw a pale Lu Shui walking over, staring at him in a daze. As their eyes met, a trace of panic flashed across Lu Shui's eyes. She had escaped from the main hall before, so she had not been affected by the aftermath of the battle between Yang Kai and the mantis head. However, she had not known how the battle was going, so as soon as the battle had stopped, she had come over to investigate. Unexpectedly, the one who won in the end was actually Yang Kai. Instead, the seemingly invincible mantis head had fallen to the side, its head shattered. Although she did not see the entire process of the battle, she knew that it had been thrilling. At this moment, seeing Yang Kai's aura weak and pale face, it was obvious that he had also suffered serious injuries. Pursing her lips, Lu Shui walked towards Yang Kai step by step. Yang Kai watched her coldly, not knowing what this woman wanted to do. Could it be that she wanted to take advantage of his heavy injuries to take revenge? However, he was also an arrow at the end of its flight and couldn't exert much of its strength. If she really did so, he would definitely give her a big surprise and teach her that a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. 1 step, 2 steps, a distance of a few thousand feet, Lu Shui walked for half an incense stick to burn before arriving in front of Yang Kai. Panting slightly, she stretched out her hand to grab Yang Kai. Yang Kai sneered in his heart. He had accumulated a little bit of strength and was ready to use it. However, he felt very strange. Why didn't this woman have the slightest murderous intent? In the next moment, Kai Yang revealed a stunned expression, because although Lu Shui had caught him, she didn't seem to have any intention of taking action. Instead, she turned her back to him and squatted down in front of him, revealing her slender back. She grabbed his wrists with both hands and lifted him onto her back, whispering, "This is a dangerous place, we shouldn't stay for long." Struggling to get up, Yang Kai walked out of Star City step by step. This woman, she actually wanted to carry him away. Yang Kai was a little confused. He wouldn't be surprised if Lu Shui took this opportunity to take revenge. After all, he had killed so many people from Sword Pavilion and made her suffer a fate worse than death. It could be said that there was a deep enmity between them. But what did she mean by doing this? Kai Yang didn't understand. Their relationship was that of an enemy, not a friend. After all, she was a woman and her body was very soft. It was the first time for her to carry a man on her back. Yang Kai's breathing entered Lu Shui's ears and her ears gradually turned red. Although the two of them were about the same height, Yang Kai was still taller than her, so Lu Shui could only walk with her back bent, which looked very funny. It was also the first time that Yang Kai had been carried by a woman like this, and a very strange feeling welled up in his heart. In any case, This kind of thing made him feel very uncomfortable. He reached out and patted Lu Shue's shoulder, coughed lightly and said, "Hold on to me." Lu Shue stopped and thought for a moment. In the end, she put Yang Kai down and held one of Yang Kai's arms, supporting him as they walked forward. After a few steps, she stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Yang Kai caught her. Yang Kai was speechless and Lu Shue's face was a little red. "Let's go," Yang Kai said, the two of them supporting each other as they left this dilapidated star city step by step, giving off a feeling of supporting each other. Before coming here, Yang Kai was in high spirits and full of killing intent. He never thought that he would be in such a sorry state when he returned. From time to time, he would turn his head to look at Lu Shue. He was sure that this woman didn't have any killing intent towards him. Otherwise, it would have been the best opportunity to kill her. Chapter 40-49. Inside a cave near a cliff, two figures sat cross-legged more than 10 meters apart. The cave was not big, but it was clean and well hidden. After leaving Sword Pavilion Star Market, Lu Shue brought Yang Kai here. This place was a few hundred kilometers away from Sword Pavilion, so it was not too far away. She had seen this cave before, so she was quite familiar with it. Both of them were silently healing their wounds, and time passed silently. Strictly speaking, the two of them had supported each other all the way from Star Market and hadn't communicated much. Yang Kai did not ask Lu Shue why she had done this, nor did he take the opportunity to attack her, nor did he intend to take revenge. Women's thoughts were the most difficult to guess. Guessing back and forth would give him a headache, so why should he ask for trouble? After 3 days, Yang Kai opened his eyes, his aura completely restored, and the wound on his chest and abdomen had basically healed. He had a half-dragon body, so his restorative ability was extremely strong, and now that the wood attribute power of the Immortal tree had been condensed in his Dao seal, it could be said that as long as it was not a fatal injury, he would be able to recover as long as he spent some time. Slowly getting up, a burst of crackling sounds came from his body. Stretching his muscles and bones, Yang Kai felt that his mental state had never been better. Although the battle with the mantis head had been difficult, it had allowed him to recognize some of his shortcomings, so it could be said that he had gained a lot. Turning his head, Yang Kai saw that Lu Shue was still healing her wounds, her aura still weak. Her injuries were not so easy to heal, and the aftereffects of being burned by the Golden Crow True Fire could not be erased in a short time. Slowly shaking his head, Yang Kai no longer had any desire to kill this woman. Half a day later, Yang Kai walked out of the cave, identified the direction a little, and then soared into the sky. 3 days later, Lu Shue opened her eyes and looked around, only to find that she was the only one left here. Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. However, although Yang Kai had left, she could perceive that there were some simple spirit arrays arranged in this cave, which had the effect of concealing one's aura and concealing one's whereabouts. These simple spirit arrays were undoubtedly left behind by Yang Kai before he left. After staring blankly for a while, Lu Shue closed her eyes again and adjusted her breathing. Outside Red Star City, a stream of light cut through the sky and swooped down. The disciples who were responsible for monitoring the movements in all directions and guarding the Star Market array were shocked when they saw this. Just as they were about to activate the array, they suddenly found that the person who rushed over was Yang Kai. For a moment, their hands and feet turned cold and they froze on the spot. This murderous star had returned. Previously, outside the Star Market, Yang Kai had single-handedly broken the Sword Pavilion sword array and destroyed Lei Guang. Tens of thousands of people in the Star Market had witnessed it. How could they not recognize him? The heads of the Qi Star sect had been blinded by greed and had abandoned Yang Kai at the time of crisis. Undoubtedly, they had deeply offended him. Before this, the disciples of the Qi Star sect were even more anxious. Many of them were afraid that Yang Kai would settle accounts with them, so they had quietly left the Qi Star sect and fled for their lives. If it weren't for Qin Tianfei's order to activate the Grand Array and verify the identity of anyone who wanted to leave, it was hard to say how many people would still be left in Crimson Star. Even so, the disciples of the Qi Star sect were still nervous. Yang Kai had captured Lu Shue and taken her to Sword Pavilion's headquarters, so now that he had returned, It wasn't difficult to guess the situation in Sword Pavilion. Now that this murderous star had returned, what should the Qi Star sect do? Yang Kai didn't rush directly into the star market. When he was about to reach the star market, he suddenly turned his head and looked to the side. Then, with a slight smile, he turned around and landed in that direction. Soon, they arrived at a col in the mountains and landed on a huge head. The sound of his landing alarmed the owner of the head, and it raised its head abruptly. Just as it was about to fly into a rage, Yang Kai stepped on it and it immediately calmed down. This behemoth was none other than Scarlet Flood Dragon. Yang Kai then looked at a hole not far away and shouted, "Come out!" There was a rumbling sound, as if thunder was rolling from the ground. Then the Earth Dragon rushed out of the hole. Its huge mouth squirmed endlessly, and its mucus splashed everywhere. There was a sizzling sound of corrosion coming from the ground. Scarlet Flood Dragon was obviously disgusted and snorted disdainfully. "Why are you here?" Yang Kai looked at the two big guys with a smile. "Did someone drive you out?" When he left, the Earth Dragon's whereabouts were unknown. According to Guizian, during the previous battle in the Yuan-Ci mountain, the Earth Dragon saw that the situation was bad and fled. Thunder Radiance sect and Sword Pavilion's people couldn't do anything to it, so they let it go. On the other hand, Scarlet Flood Dragon was captured and later returned to the star market. When Yang Kai's words fell, two divine senses were transmitted directly. The Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon didn't have high sentience, so they couldn't speak or take human form, but they could still transmit some information through their divine sense. Moreover, after following Yang Kai for some time, Yang Kai clearly felt that their sentience had improved a lot. Before, it had been quite difficult to communicate with them, but now it was much easier. It should be related to the consumption of dragon blood pills. The dragon blood pills that Yang Kai refined in the great cosmological realm were all top grade, mainly because the dragon blood flower's grade was very high. It was greatly beneficial for him to consume it himself, not to mention that Scarlet Flood Dragon was an exotic beast with a dragon vein. During this period, their bodies had also grown a lot. Through their description, Yang Kai knew that it wasn't that someone drove them out of the star market, but that they felt uncomfortable in the star market and ran out. Thinking about it, each of them was a huge monster that was dozens of feet long. The buildings in the star market were crowded, so how could they be used freely? Yang Kai nodded slightly. After careful observation, the Scarlet Flood Dragon's injuries had not recovered. Previously, it was beaten badly by the Sword Pavilion's people in the Yuan-Ci mountain and was almost beheaded. Until now, there was still a huge sword wound on its neck that could not be healed for a long time. The Earth Dragon was fine. This guy was very cunning. If Yang Kai hadn't suppressed it with the dragon vein, he might not have been able to subdue it. At this moment, several figures rushed out of the star market and hurried towards Yang Kai. These people were all in the heaven-opening realm, but they didn't fly. Instead, they ran. The one in the lead was very fat, like a mountain of meat. When he ran, the ground shook. Who else could it be but Chen Tianfei? Behind him were the heads of the Qi Xing realm. Although he was fat, his movements were indescribably nimble. In just a few steps, he ran over. With a smile on his face, he cupped his hands and said, "Congratulations, Brother Yang, on your triumphant return." He was a heaven-opening realm cultivator, so it was indescribably awkward for him to call someone from the Emperor realm brother. However, he had no choice. The other party was stronger than him, so he had no choice but to lower his head. As for the title of Sixth Head, he was too ashamed to call him that. Behind him, the Ouyang brothers, Madame Qin, and Bei Yushan also congratulated in unison, their expressions complicated. Who would have thought that the young man who had forced his way into Qi Xing would have such terrifying ability? If they had known earlier, they would have treated him with sincerity. As long as they could make him submit, who in the great cosmological realm would Qi Xing be afraid of? Unfortunately, they had missed the best opportunity and instead kicked them while they were down. Now it was too late to regret. What made them feel even more embarrassed and angry was that when they personally went out to welcome him, Yang Kai actually ignored them. He just turned his back to them, treating them as if they were nothing and instead treating the two mutant beasts kindly. After a while, Yang Kai raised his hand and sent out 2 red spirit pills, which fell into the mouths of the Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon. Chen Tianfei saw this and his heart jumped. Although he didn't know what those spirit pills were, they were extraordinary. This guy actually casually threw them to 2 mutant beasts. What a waste of God's gifts. Brother Yang, how was the result of this trip? Chen Tianfei asked again, a cautious expression on his face. Yang Kai finally turned around and swept his gaze across the faces of these people one by one. His expression was indifferent, without any joy or anger, but when his gaze swept over them, whether it was Chen Tianfei or the others, all of them felt their skin tighten, as if they were being stared at by some terrifying beast and could die at any time. Thump, 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 the sound of violent heartbeats came from Chen Tianfei's heart. Cold sweat slid down Chen Tianfei's forehead, and the forced smile on his face became extremely stiff. After a long time, Yang Kai chuckled, Master Chen, what do you want me to do? This was probably what Qi Xing was most concerned about. If Yang Kai could really wipe out Sword Pavilion alone, then no one in the great cosmological realm would be his opponent. If Sword Pavilion could compete with him, then at least there would be one restriction. However, they never would have thought that Yang Kai didn't have any contact with Sword Pavilion at all. Instead, he fought a mantis head. Hearing Yang Kai's rhetorical question, Chen Tianfei smiled awkwardly. Of course I want Brother Yang to be invincible and win every battle. Yang Kai didn't comment. Who would believe him? He was too lazy to say anything more. He took a step forward and arrived at Star Market. With another step, he arrived at his mansion. Qi Xing and the other masters were left shivering in the cold wind, feeling a chill on their backs. Chen Tianfei suddenly recovered and hurriedly chased after him. Brother Yang, Brother Yang. He was both surprised and delighted. He was surprised that Yang Kai had really returned. Although he didn't know how the battle between him and Sword Pavilion was, since he had returned, Sword Pavilion shouldn't be having a good time. He was delighted that Yang Kai didn't kill them as soon as he came back, which meant that Yang Kai had no intention of killing them. Otherwise, with his murderous nature, how could he show mercy? However, although he didn't kill them, it didn't mean that he was willing to let go of the past. Qi Xing's side needed to satisfy him. Chen Tianfei didn't dare to be negligent. The master had placed the burden of Qi Xing's survival on him. If he didn't do a good job, Qi Xing's destruction would only be a matter of time. In the mansion, Yang Kai pushed the door open and entered. Instantly, dozens of pairs of eyes looked over, all of them inexplicably excited. Young master is back. Yueha smiled and curtsied gracefully, as if she was really a maid. It was hard to imagine that this woman was a 5th-grade heaven splitter. Chapter 40-50. Yang Kai was already used to her and nodded slightly. Brother Yang. Meng Hong and the others cupped their fists in relief. This lowly one greets the master. Guizian's voice resounded, and the more than 30 people behind him cupped their fists in unison. Greetings, master. Welcome back, master. All of them were full of energy, and their voices were full of respect and admiration. They had no choice but to admire him. A few days ago, they would never have thought that someone in the Emperor realm would be able to do such an unimaginable thing. Apart from Guizian, who was at the 2nd rank, the rest of them were all from the Emperor realm. What they saw that day had already turned this young man in front of them into a totem that they worshipped in their hearts. No need to be so polite. You may rise. Yang Kai raised his hand. Guizian and the others stood up. Yueha pursed her lips and smiled. Young master, please know that Commander Gua has already resigned from his position as Crimson Star's great commander. Now, these people are no longer Crimson Star's people. He resigned from his position as great commander? Yang Kai glanced at Guizian and the group behind him and nodded. It's good that he resigned. What do you plan to do in the future? Guizian cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, This lowly one is willing to follow the master and serve the master with all our might. We are willing to follow the master and serve the master. Everyone said in unison. Yang Kai understood tacitly. He knew that the battle that day had already marked them as his people. No matter who saw it, they were his people. Crimson Star probably wouldn't dare to keep them, which was why they could leave Crimson Star so easily. Otherwise, how could Crimson Star allow their disciples to defect? Guizian's character was not bad. That day on the Yuan-Ci mountain, he did not flinch in the face of Lei Guang's coercion. Instead, he was willing to live and die with Yang Kai, which showed that he was a trustworthy and useful person. It was just that his cultivation base was a little lacking, at the second stage splitting heaven. Even if he improved in the future, he would at most be at the fourth stage. What's more, Yang Kai really needed some subordinates to deal with some chores, so he nodded and said, "Good, since that's the case, then you will follow me in the future. I can't guarantee anything else, but as long as you are sincere, I will not let you down." Everyone's spirits were lifted and they all shouted, "Thank you, Master." Everyone was overjoyed. With the protection of a great god like Yang Kai, their status in the great cosmological realm would also rise. Who would they need to be afraid of in the future? Congratulations, Commander Gua. Your wish has finally come true. Yuhi pursed her lips and smiled. Guizian's old face was a little red, and he blushed with shame as he said, "Miss Yuhi, please don't make fun of me. In the future, I will still need your guidance." Yuhi smiled even more brightly. After laughing, Yuhi took out a space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. "These are the belongings of the people you killed before. Collect them and sort them out for you." Yang Kai took it, glanced at it, and put it away calmly. Yuhi was a little surprised. There were a lot of things inside. After all, it was the belongings of 3,000 people, especially the mid-rank heaven-opening space rings. All of them were extremely rich. She thought that Yang Kai would be overjoyed after receiving them, but who would have thought that there would be no reaction at all? Could it be that he was already satisfied with the harvest from the Yuan-Ci mountain last time? While she was surprised, she heard Yang Kai say, "It just so happens that you have this experience, so I'll need you to work a little harder." As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai waved his hand. The next moment, a series of clinking sounds rang out as a large pile of space rings appeared in the courtyard, piling up like a small hill in front of everyone. Everyone was inexplicably shocked. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak. They stared blankly ahead, and the shock in the depths of their hearts couldn't be any greater. The space rings piled up in front of them numbered in the tens of thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands. Yuhi's face paled as she asked in a trembling voice, "Young master, how many people did you kill?" She was on the verge of tears. Wasn't this young master's killing intent too heavy? How could he kill so many people on a trip to Sword Pavilion's headquarters? No wonder Yang Kai didn't react when he received the space rings. Those were the space rings of 3,000 people, but there were tens of thousands of people on Yang Kai's side. They weren't on the same level at all, so how could he show any reaction? Guizian and the others were also dumbfounded, their expressions sluggish. Just as Yuhi had thought, each space ring represented a life. Tens of thousands of space rings were equivalent to tens of thousands of people. Yang Kai had only been gone for 3 or 4 days, yet so many people had died at his hands. What's more, how could there be so many people in Sword Pavilion for him to kill? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Could this master have become so murderous that he slaughtered everyone in Star City? If that was the case, then it would be an incredible matter. The situation is a little complicated, I'll explain it to you later. Yang Kai waved his hand and shouted, "Guizian." "This humble one is here," Guizian responded solemnly, his heart beating rapidly. "Take some people to sort out the space rings here and classify them like before." Guizian quietly gulped. They had several dozen people, so sorting out tens of thousands of space rings would be a big project. It would take at least 10 days to half a month. Meng Hong said, "I'll also help." Yang Kai nodded, "I'll have to trouble Brother Meng." Meng Hong laughed, "Brother Yang is too serious. This Meng is deeply grateful for the sun's true fire you bestowed upon me. This trivial matter is not worth mentioning." Leaving Guizian, Meng Hong, and the others to sort out the space rings in the courtyard, Yang Kai called Yuhi into the hall. Yuhi served him tea and looked at him nervously. "Eldest young master, what happened? You didn't really slaughter an entire Star City, did you?" Killing a few people wasn't a big deal, but if Yang Kai really slaughtered an entire Star City, it would be too much. It would likely give birth to a heart demon in the future and become the demon race. How could she not be nervous? How is that possible? Yang Kai held a teacup and sat down on a chair. He had come here to cause trouble for Sword Pavilion, so even if a fight really broke out, he wouldn't implicate innocent people, let alone slaughter an entire Star City. I told you, things are a little complicated. What happened? He swayed her hips as she sat down on the chair next to him. Yang Kai frowned and said, "Before I went, Sword Pavilion Star City was trampled to the ground and everyone was dead. Those space rings were just picked up by me." Picked up? He was speechless. His luck was too good. He had picked up tens of thousands of space rings on a single trip, which was a huge windfall. She quickly realized the seriousness of the problem. Sword Pavilion Star City was trampled to the ground? Who has such ability? The forces in the Star City weren't very strong, and Sword Pavilion was considered the most powerful. Who could trample them to the ground? A beast tide. Yang Kai exhaled softly. It wasn't a simple beast tide. It was different from the ones we encountered before. I didn't see the specific situation, but Sword Pavilion's Pavilion Master died there, and no one survived. Sword Pavilion's Pavilion Master also died? He was truly shocked this time. She also knew that the Pavilion Master was a 6th-stage Heaven Splitter, and his strength was even stronger than hers. Such a figure was astonishingly talented and could be considered a first-rate figure in the various Grotto Heavens and Blessed Lands. Yet, he had died in the great cosmological realm? Shocked, she asked, "How did you know Sword Pavilion's Pavilion Master?" Lu Shui said so, "Otherwise, how could I know him?" Yang Kai put down his teacup and grinned meaningfully. "I'm afraid you can't imagine who killed Sword Pavilion's Pavilion Master." He looked at him inquiringly, and Yang Kai didn't keep her in suspense, softly spitting out a few words, "Heavenly Moon Demon Spider." Yuhi's expression suddenly changed, obviously knowing what a Heavenly Moon Demon Spider represented. It was an ancient divine spirit. It was an existence that stood at the peak of this world, and only a high-rank heaven-splitting master could contend with it. When I was collecting space rings in the star market, I encountered a guy with the head of a praying mantis. Yang Kai threw out the corpse of the praying mantis as he spoke. Yuhi turned her head and saw that the corpse had no head, and its entire body was dark green. Its two blade-like arms were extremely sharp, and its leg bones were inverted with barbs. Although it was humanoid, it retained a large part of the monster beast's characteristics. This guy is not simple. I was seriously injured by him, and it took me 3 days to recover. Yang Kai flicked his fingers. "He can hurt you?" He was surprised, followed by a look of suspicion. "Strange, if he can hurt you, then his strength must be extraordinary. Why is he still like this? He should have transformed long ago." "I'm also very curious about this, so I brought him back for you to take a look. How much do you know about the great cosmological realm?" He shook her head solemnly. "I don't know much. I've only heard that the fog of the great cosmological realm suppresses the universe, and that there is no opening of the sky in the great cosmological realm. Only those who have been here and left safely know what the situation inside is like." After pondering for a moment, she guessed, "The laws of heaven and earth in the great cosmological realm are extremely strange. Exotic beasts like the scarlet flood dragon and the earth dragon are quite strong, so they should have transformed long ago, but their intelligence has not been awakened. Perhaps it's because of the strange laws here. The half-human, half-beast appearance of this praying mantis is probably the same." Yang Kai nodded. "That's the only possibility, but there are divine spirits in the great cosmological realm. This place is not as simple as we thought." Yuhi also felt the same. Even an existence like Sword Pavilion had been destroyed by the beast tide, so Qi Xing's side was not safe either. Not to mention the terrifying existence of a divine spirit. Even if a few more praying mantis came, Qi Xing might not be able to withstand them. This was a guy who could injure Yang Kai, and ordinary people would find it difficult to resist. Yuhi even doubted that she could last an incense stick worth of time against him. In any case, be careful in the future. Yang Kai exhorted. He was already considering a way out. If they were really blocked by a divine spirit one day, they would still have a chance to retreat calmly. While the two were talking, Qinyu suddenly walked in from outside. She carefully looked at Yang Kai's face and said softly, "Master, the heads of Qi Xing are outside asking for an audience." Chapter 40-51. He pursed her lips and smiled. "They are here to ask for peace. They came to welcome me outside the city before, but I ignored them," Yang Kai sneered. "Then they must be restless now." As He spoke, she handed over a box. "After you left that day, Master Qi Xing led his men here and gave you this. He wanted me to put in a good word for you when you returned." "What is it?" Yang Kai glanced at the box. He said casually, "I'm afraid you don't like it. It's just 3 sets of 5th grade materials." Yang Kai nodded, picked up the teacup, and took a sip. Chen Yu's heart skipped a beat when she heard this. 3 sets of 5th grade materials. She didn't know if she would ever be able to obtain these items in her lifetime. They would be a valuable resource in the outside world, but now, she had casually given them away as gifts. As expected, the person who received the gifts didn't seem to think much of it. She deeply felt that there was an insurmountable gap between her and some people, and she was disappointed. He observed his expression and saw that Yang Kai didn't directly refuse, so she turned and asked, "Who else is here?" Qinyu whispered, "Master Qi Xing and the other masters are here. Master Qi Xing, who came once, is also here." He nodded and looked at Yang Kai, asking, "Master Qi Xing, do you want to see them?" Yang Kai put down his teacup, patted his clothes, and grinned. "See, since they are here to give benefits, why not see them?" He was speechless. She knew that Qi Xing was going to lose a lot of money this time, but she didn't know how ruthless this young master would be. In front of the mansion, Qi Xing and the other masters didn't look good. They had already given Yang Kai enough face when they went out to welcome him, but Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to them and trampled on their face. Anyone would feel humiliated. Thinking of Yang Kai's terrifying strength, they didn't dare to say anything. This time, under the leadership of Master Qi Xing, they had collectively chased after him, but they were still left outside for so long. It was really intolerable. "Boss, if you ask me, we should just go in. How long are we going to stand here and wait?" Beiyushan said in a buzzing voice. The main reason was that there were many people walking to and fro on the street. Many people were looking at them strangely, which made him feel very uncomfortable. "Shut up." Chen Tianfei jumped in fright and hurriedly shouted, "Do you want to die? Even if you don't want to die, don't drag us down with you." In his heart, he wanted to slap this brainless guy to death. How could he even think of such a rotten idea? Beiyushan scratched his head. He didn't know what he had said wrong. Chen Tianfei took a step forward and whispered to the chief head, "We've already sent people out. We'll know the situation in Sword Pavilion in a day or 2. Chief head, please be patient for the time being. It won't be too late to make a plan after we get the feedback from Sword Pavilion." The chief head didn't say anything, as if he didn't hear anything. For the several heads, what they were most curious about was the result of the battle between Yang Kai and Sword Pavilion. If Yang Kai won, it meant that no one in the Great Void Realm could stop him. If Sword Pavilion won, it would be best. At the very least, Yang Kai couldn't be lawless. Therefore, as soon as he noticed that Yang Kai had returned, Chen Tianfei had already sent people to the headquarters of Sword Pavilion to inquire about the situation. However, the journey would definitely be delayed for some time, and they were also afraid that Yang Kai would settle accounts later, so the several heads came over to make peace. It was nothing more than a delaying tactic. What was the situation over there? Chen Tianfei's mind was full of random thoughts. Judging from the strength that Yang Kai had shown before, Sword Pavilion shouldn't be able to resist him, but the Sword Pavilion Master was a 6th grade Heaven Splitter, so he couldn't help but have some hope. A 6th grade Heaven Splitter was only a hair's breadth away from high rank, and the origin of the Sword Pavilion Master was mysterious. It was said that he came from a very large force, so his background must be extraordinary. At this moment, with a creak, the door of the mansion opened, and a timid figure came into view. Chen Tianfei hurriedly stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Miss Yu, how is the situation?" In the past, he wouldn't have paid attention to a nobody like Qin Yu, let alone speak to her so politely. Now, it was different. The Prime Minister was a 7th grade official, and anyone who was close to Yang Kai would rise in status. Chen Yu shrunk her neck and stepped aside. "Master, please come in. My young master invites you in." She used to call Yang Kai brother Yang, but after the incident with Stars Zhao, she didn't have the face to call him that anymore, so she followed Yuhi's lead. Chen Tianfei was relieved and cupped his hands with a smile. "Thank you for your trouble, Miss Yu." Saying so, he secretly stuffed a space ring into her hands. Chen Yu was caught off guard and foolishly accepted it, but by the time she reacted, Qi Xing and the other masters had already disappeared. Staring blankly at the space ring in her hand, Chen Yu blinked and soon realized what was going on. Sweeping it with her divine sense, she found that there were 3,000 heaven-splitting pills inside, causing her heart to skip a beat. For any master in the Emperor realm, 3,000 heaven-splitting pills was a considerable amount of resources, yet she had received such a great benefit just by passing on a message. Chen Yu's heart pounded rapidly as this was the first time she had done such a thing. Glancing around and confirming that there was no one around, she sheepishly put away the space ring and closed the door. Qi Xing and the other masters entered the mansion and, under the guidance of Chen Tianfei, walked towards the main hall. This mansion was originally arranged by Chen Tianfei for Yang Kai, so he naturally knew what was going on inside. As they moved forward, Chen Tianfei sent a divine sense message to the Chief Master. "Chief Master, the situation in Sword Pavilion is still unclear. If that little brat acts rudely later, you must endure and not lower yourself to his level." The Chief Master couldn't help laughing. "Why are you so long-winded? This king is not a 3-year-old child. How could he not understand the gravity of the situation?" Chen Tianfei smiled awkwardly and said, "Chief Master is naturally wise, but I'm afraid that little brat will not know his limits." As they spoke, they turned a corner and arrived at a courtyard where several dozen people were busily working. It was none other than Guizian and the others. Chen Tianfei didn't know what they were busy with, but from time to time, someone would shout and shout, each of them beaming with joy, as if they had obtained great benefits. "Traitor!" Chen Tianfei cursed in his heart. He didn't want to pay attention to these people, but after glancing around and seeing the situation in the courtyard, he suddenly froze in place and his face instantly paled. As soon as he stopped, the people behind him also stopped. Following his gaze, they were all stunned on the spot. Everyone's eyes flashed with horror and disbelief. Madame Qin even let out a soft cry and covered her red lips with her hand. Bei Yushan was caught off guard and almost bumped into the Ouyang brothers. Stopping, he scratched his head and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" No one answered him. Qi Xing and the other masters froze in place as if someone had used a body-freezing technique on them, a chill running down their spines. Bei Yushan poked his head out and exclaimed in the next instant, "Good heavens, where did all these space rings come from?" The courtyard was filled with space rings, one after another. It was impossible to count them all, but at a glance, there were at least 40,000 to 50,000 space rings. The shout alarmed Guizian and the others who were busy with their work. Looking up, they saw several of the Scarlet Star's masters. Even the Great Master, who had always been elusive, was here. Thinking about it, they understood what was going on. Although they weren't Qi Xing's disciples now and didn't need to pay attention to them, Chen Tianfei and the others had accumulated a great deal of prestige for a long time. Seeing these masters arrive at this moment, they were at a loss. Guizian was the first to come back to his senses. He said in a deep voice, "Don't just stand there, continue to work. Sir gave this matter to us because he trusts us. Don't even think about keeping it for yourself. If I find out, don't blame me for not taking our brotherhood into consideration." Everyone responded in unison before quickly lowering their heads and continuing to work. The Great Master slowly turned his head and gestured to Chen Tianfei with a dignified expression. Chen Tianfei understood and moved his meatball-like body through the sea of space rings, arriving beside Guizian and cupping his fists with a smile. "Great Commander Gua." Guizian didn't want to have anything to do with Chen Tianfei and the others. After all, they relied on Qi Xing to make a living, but now that the other party had arrived in front of him, it would be rude to ignore him. So he quickly returned the greeting. "Master Chen, is there something you need? If you want to see my master, master should be in the guest hall." Chen Tianfei smiled and said, I'll go later, I just wanted to ask where these space rings came from. Guizian said, Master brought them back from Sword Pavilion. Sword Pavilion? The corners of Qin Tianfei's mouth twitched as he gulped silently. Although he didn't want to believe it, he had no choice but to. When he saw these space rings before, he had already made some guesses, and Guizian's words had undoubtedly confirmed his thoughts. Only the space rings of a single star city could contain tens of thousands of them. If one were to collect the space rings of the cultivator in Qixing Star City, they would likely have about the same number. These were actually space rings from Sword Pavilion. One space ring represented one life, so tens of thousands of space rings represented tens of thousands of lives. That little brat had gone to slaughter Sword Pavilion's entire Star City. Chen Tianfei didn't know how he walked back until the first master shouted. Only then did he regain his senses. Looking at the chief master in a daze, Chen Tianfei's mouth squirmed as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't utter a single word. This time he was truly frightened. Just because of his grievances with Sword Pavilion, this brat had gone alone and not only returned unscathed, but he had also slaughtered an entire star city. What kind of cruel means, what kind of ruthless temperament was this? How could such a person be provoked? Qi Xing had likely kicked an iron plate this time. If he wasn't careful, what happened to Sword Pavilion would become Qi Xing's tomorrow. If this brat could slaughter one star city, he wouldn't mind slaughtering a second one. Chen Tianfei even had the urge to turn around and run as far away from this place as possible. However, the chief master had already taken the lead, so he could only grit his teeth and follow. If it was a blessing, it wasn't a disaster, and if it was a disaster, it couldn't be avoided. Chapter 4052. Chen Tianfei and the others stepped into the guest hall under the lead of the great master, and when they looked up, they saw Yang Kai sitting high above with Yuehe standing quietly behind him. Everyone walked over, still as imposing as ever, with no intention of getting up to greet him. No one dared to say anything, as Chen Tianfei and the others were still shocked by the tens of thousands of space rings. Qi Xing Zhao Baichuan greets Sir Yang. The great master cupped his fists, and although his expression was neither servile nor overbearing, no one knew what he was thinking. Everyone behind him also hurriedly saluted. Yang Kai looked up and saw that the great master Qi Xing did not look very old, looking like a middle-aged man with a golden crown and a python robe. This was the first time he had met the great master. He had heard from Chen Tianfei before that the great master was in seclusion all year round and seemed to be trying to break through to the 6th stage of splitting the heavens, but Yang Kai did not know if he had succeeded. However, judging from his aura, Yang Kai should still be far away. Every breakthrough in the splitting heaven realm was extremely difficult. Not only did it require a long time and a huge amount of resources, but it also required one's own comprehension. If one had resources but did not have enough comprehension, they would not be able to advance. Yang Kai was sizing him up, and Zhao Baichuan was also sizing up Yang Kai. He had observed this young man from afar, and when he first saw him, he felt that this boy was nothing to worry about. He was only relying on his powerful accumulation in the Emperor realm to act arrogantly and presumptuously in the special environment of the great cosmological realm. This kind of person was like a grasshopper after autumn, unable to jump around for long. Once he left the great cosmological realm, he would reveal his true colors, and at that time, any splitting heaven realm master would be able to deal with him. The second time they met was a few days ago, when he single-handedly broke through Sword Pavilion's sword array outside Star City, comprehended the divine technique of the Golden Crow Casting Sun, obtained the Origin Magnet Divine Gourd, and defeated Lei Guang's entire army. At that time, he felt that he had underestimated this person. If this person had the chance to grow up, he would definitely be a formidable character, a giant of the 3,000 worlds. Seeing him again today, the feeling was different. Although he did not have the imposing aura of that day, just sitting there quietly gave him, a 5th stage splitting heaven realm master, a sense of oppression. In this large hall, he was the Nether King who controlled life and death. Everyone's lives were in his hands. A few days ago, my subordinates were insensible and had a little disagreement with Mr. Yang. This Zhao has come today to apologize. I hope that Mr. Yang will be magnanimous enough to forgive me. My Crimson Star. 37. Yang Kai suddenly opened his mouth and interrupted Zhao Baichuan. What? Zhao Baichuan frowned. He didn't understand what Yang Kai meant. In the future, all of Crimson Star's earnings, including the heaven-opening pills sold in the star market and the various resources harvested from the great cosmological realm, I will take 70% and Crimson Star will take 30%. Yang Kai looked at Zhao Baichuan indifferently. Only then did Zhao Baichuan understand what Yang Kai meant by 37. This was robbery. He could not help but rage in his heart, and his complexion turned ugly. Back then, the three major forces coexisted in Star City. Although the Sword Pavilion was the strongest, it was only a tripartite balance of power. The Sword Pavilion had never made such a rude request. How dare a brat do this? Just as the anger in his heart surged, he heard Yang Kai say lightly, "If Chief cannot agree to this request, then there is no need to discuss anything." The anger in Zhao Baichuan's heart suddenly subsided as he knew that if he did not agree to this request, it was unknown whether he and the others would be able to leave this place alive. Only now did Yang Kai understand why Yang Kai did not intend to settle accounts with them after returning. It turned out that he was waiting for them here. Suddenly, Yang Kai smiled. Strength is king, the strong are respected. Mr. Yang's request is very fair. 37 it is. In the future, 70% of Crimson Star's earnings will be shared with Mr. Yang. Yang Kai did not hesitate and immediately agreed, a look of satisfaction on his face. It was as if he had just taken advantage of a great bargain rather than being robbed. Behind him, Chen Tianfei and the others all looked at the chief in surprise. In their impression, the chief had never been so agreeable, but now that they were under someone else's roof, how could they not bow their heads? Especially after seeing the tens of thousands of space rings in the courtyard. If Crimson Star did not want to repeat the mistakes of Sword Pavilion, they could only compromise. Humiliation. Everyone was filled with grief and indignation, but there was nothing they could do. Zhao Baichuan cupped his fists and said, "I, Crimson Star, can agree to Mr. Yang's request, but I would also like to ask Mr. Yang to agree to this Zhao's request." Yang Kai looked at him with interest and gestured for him to continue. Zhao Baichuan continued, "I would also like to ask Mr. Yang to accept my Crimson Star's offer and serve as a foreign elder. Of course, this is just a title. Whatever Mr. Yang says or does, my Crimson Star will not interfere. On the contrary, if Mr. Yang has any requests, my Crimson Star will not stand idly by." Yang Kai showed a smile as he secretly praised Yang Kai in his heart. This guy was really a character, able to adapt to circumstances. Even in such an adverse situation, he was still able to find a beneficial opportunity. This kind of courage and vision was not something that just anyone could possess. The reason this guy could sit firmly in the position of Crimson Star's great master was definitely not just because of his own strength. "All right." Yang Kai nodded gently. Zhao Baichuan laughed. "A gentleman's word is as good as a whip, then it's a deal." "It's a deal," Yang Kai nodded. "Mr. Yang is really a straightforward person. This Zhao can't wait to drink and chat with Mr. Yang, but Mr. Yang must be tired after such a long journey. This Zhao will take his leave first and will visit again another day," Zhao Baichuan said sincerely, as if he had treated Yang Kai as a confidant and regretted not having met him earlier. Yang Kai tilted his head and said, "Yu He, see the guests out." "Several great masters, please." Yu He smiled and gestured. After seeing off Crimson Star's group, Yu He walked back and looked at Yang Kai curiously, wondering why he had agreed to such a request. Yang Kai tapped the table lightly and said after a while, "Regarding the 70% of Crimson Star's profits, please help me and keep an eye on them." "Okay," Yu He responded obediently. Although his harvest in the Yuan Ci Mountains was huge, and he had obtained countless space rings from the battle with Thunder Light Sword Pavilion this time, which was a huge fortune for anyone. It was definitely enough for Yang Kai to use for his own cultivation for a long time, but he did not forget that he was not alone. In the star boundary, there were still countless people waiting for him. When those people arrived outside the universe, their demand for materials would be endless. Now that he had such a good opportunity, naturally the more he accumulated, the better. The great cosmological realm was a huge natural treasure trove. Once he left this place, there would be no such opportunity. Otherwise, how could Yang Kai have left Crimson Star alive? He would have flattened him when he returned. With Crimson Star helping him collect materials, Yang Kai could sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor, so why not? What do you want to ask? Yang Kai pondered for a while before suddenly looking up at Yuhi. This woman kept staring at him without blinking. It was obvious that she was confused. Honored Elder, why did you agree to Zhao Baichuan's request? Yuhi was puzzled. Do you think I shouldn't have agreed? I just don't know what you're thinking. Naturally, I have my reasons. Yang Kai tapped the table lightly. If I'm not mistaken, Crimson Star will definitely spread the news. In this way, Crimson Star will be able to expand quickly, and the materials collected will naturally be more. It won't be bad for me. Just for this reason? Yuhi looked at him in surprise. It was the first time she found that this guy was so greedy. Cultivation materials were enough, so what was the point of having so many? There's one more thing. Yang Kai's expression became solemn. Sword Pavilion was flattened by the beast tide, and there are traces of divine spirits in the great cosmological realm. Who knows if this place will be visited by divine spirits next time? If the strength here is strong enough, it may not be impossible to fight against the divine spirits. The great cosmological realm suppresses the power of splitting the heavens, so the divine spirits won't be able to exert too much strength here. Yuhi suddenly understood, so you're willing to let Crimson Star borrow your prestige. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. I don't know when this great cosmological realm will close, so I have to be prepared. Saying so, he suddenly thought of someone. Where did Su Jin go? The little fatty had disappeared after giving him the Origin Magnetic Divine Gourd that day, and Yang Kai did not sense his aura after returning this time. Yuhi shook her head. Disciples of Heavenly Grotto Heaven come and go like ghosts. Who knows where he went, but I guess he just obtained a new 6th grade Origin Magnetic Divine Stone, so he should be looking for a place to condense the power of the metal element. What a pity! Yang Kai sighed leisurely. At that time, he did not know that the situation in the great cosmological realm was so strange. If he had known earlier, he would have left a way to contact Su Jin. That guy was a talent in artifact forging and seemed to have a deep understanding of the Tao of spirit arrays. If he could help set up a spirit array in this star market, their safety would be increased. But he left without saying goodbye, so it would be difficult to find him now. While the two were talking, Chinyu rushed in. Master, someone else wants to see you. Who is it? Yang Kai frowned, but at the same time, he was very curious. With his fierce reputation, Qi Xing and the other masters were forced to come and apologize, so who else dared to come to him? It's that young Master Yin from Qingming Blessed Land, Chinyu replied in a low voice. What is he doing here? Yang Kai frowned and swept out with his divine sense, immediately noticing that there were a few people standing outside the door. Who else could it be but that guy from Qingming Blessed Land? Yang Kai did not have a good impression of this person. When he returned from the Origin Magnetic Mountain, this person had shamelessly asked Yang Kai to submit to him. Yang Kai was in seclusion at that time, and although he heard the commotion, he was too lazy to pay attention. Later, when the battle outside the star market was about to begin, this person wanted to take advantage of the situation and threaten Yang Kai, saying that as long as Yang Kai submitted, he would protect him, but Yang Kai ignored him. Who would have thought that this person would be like dog skin paste, never ending? At this moment, the young man named Yin outside the door said arrogantly, "This young master surnamed Yang is also a talent." This young master only wanted to accept him as a servant, but now it seems that he can be a house guard. When you see him later, be a little more polite. This guy doesn't seem to have a good temper, so don't provoke him and kill you. This young master will not save you. Yes, we will follow young master's orders. The two lower heaven splitters next to him respectfully responded. Chapter 4053. Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard this. He didn't know where this guy's sense of superiority came from, but he actually wanted him to be his general. They were both disciples of the Blessed Enclave, but compared to Su Jin, it was like comparing heaven and earth. No need to pay attention to him. Yang Kai waved his hand, and Qin Yu respectfully withdrew. The news that Yang Kai had become Qi Xing's foreign elder quickly spread, surprising many people. They thought that this killing star would return and fight with Qi Xing, but who would have thought that it would end up like this? What kind of price did Qi Xing pay? Not only did they appease Yang Kai's anger, but they also borrowed his influence. News spread that Qi Xing's first master, Zhao Baichuan, had personally led several masters to visit Yang Kai and had a long talk with him before he agreed to become Qi Xing's foreign elder. After the crisis was resolved, Qi Xing's disciples rejoiced. Before this, they had been on tenterhooks. If Yang Kai really wanted to attack Qi Xing, they would definitely be in trouble. Now that Yang Kai had become their foreign elder, not only did they not have to fight, but they also had his protection. With this killing star here, who would dare to make trouble? Those who dared to come. The fate of Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect was a good example. A few days later, another earth-shattering piece of news spread like wildfire in the Star City. Sword Pavilion Star Market was in ruins, with traces of a great battle left behind. No one was alive in the Star Market. The day the news spread, the whole city was shocked by Yang Kai's cruel methods. They didn't know what had happened to Sword Pavilion Star Market, but when they saw the result, they all thought that it was Yang Kai's doing. Qi Xing even publicized this matter and crazily promoted it. For a time, Yang Kai's fierce name spread widely, and several cultivator strongholds within a radius of more than 100,000 li had heard of it. It was rumored that this Yang Kai had 3 heads and 6 arms, a height of 8 feet and 8 inches, a fierce face, and a cruel temperament. He would kill to vent his anger. Even so, Red Star City did not become deserted. Instead, it became more and more lively. Every day, many cultivators came to join Red Star. In the great cosmological realm, having a powerful backer and a stable stronghold would greatly increase one's safety. Almost every cultivator had witnessed the terror of the beast tide. Many cultivator strongholds had been destroyed by the ferocious beasts that covered the mountains and plains. Now that the Sword Pavilion had been destroyed, the Crimson Star had become the largest force, so it was natural that people would flock to it. There were even some small strongholds that had teams of hundreds of people swarming over. In the Star Market, the situation of overcrowding was once again restored. In just a dozen days, more than 100,000 people had gathered here, and the number of people in Crimson Star had more than doubled. This was the result of the strict control and selection of the masters. Otherwise, who knew how many more people they could have accepted? With more people, the Star Market also had to expand. The entire Star Market was bustling with activity. New buildings were erected one after another, and the edge of the Star Market gradually expanded outwards. Compared to the beginning, the area had increased by half, and it was still expanding. With more people, transactions naturally became more frequent, and Crimson Star's income also rose. Now, it was even more difficult to rent a shop in a good location in the Star Market. The Great Master was in retreat again, so Chen Tianfei, who was in charge of the operation of Crimson Star, was grinning from ear to ear every day. After a while, in Yang Kai's mansion, Yang Kai sat on a chair and checked the materials in the small sealed world with his divine sense. After more than 10 days of busy work, the things in tens of thousands of space rings had been sorted out by Guizian and the others. Without mentioning anything else, just the heaven-opening pills they had collected numbered in the hundreds of millions. After all, these were the space rings of tens of thousands of people. Even if each person only had 1,000 pills, that was still tens of millions of heaven-opening pills. Most of the people in the Emperor realm were not very rich, but this could not be helped. With low strength, there were very few opportunities to obtain good things. On top of that, they still had to buy some cultivation materials, so naturally they could not save many heaven-opening pills. Those who were rich were the low-rank and mid-rank heaven-opening pills. The low-rank heaven-opening pills were better off, with 1 or 2 million in storage, but the mid-rank heaven-opening pills were incredible, with almost all of them having tens of millions of heaven-opening pills. However, compared to the net worth of the Sword Pavilion's Pavilion Master, these hundreds of millions of heaven-opening pills were like a little wizard meeting a great wizard. That guy had more than 1 billion heaven-opening pills. What a terrifying number. Thinking about how Yang Kai owed the lady boss 10 million heaven-opening pills before, he had to run around tirelessly. Now, 10 million heaven-opening pills was just a drop in the bucket for him. Yang Kai didn't think it was too much. A billion heaven-opening pills sounded like a lot, but once the people of the star boundary came to the 3,000 realms, he didn't know if it would be enough. Apart from the heaven-opening pills, the rest were naturally all kinds of pills, secret techniques, secret treasures, cultivation methods, and secret manuals. These weren't of much use. Not to mention the time spent on cultivating them, their power might not necessarily be comparable to Yang Kai's own divine technique. The key was the cultivation materials. From the 1st grade to the 6th grade, yin, yang, and 5 elements, everything was available. It was impossible to calculate the materials below the 3rd grade, and the 4th grade and 5th grade were much rarer. As for the 6th grade, Wuxia and the others only found 3, which were found in Zhongfan's space ring. They were probably harvested in the great cosmological realm. This was completely the wealth of the dead, effortlessly obtained. The sound of orderly footsteps came from outside the door. With Wuxia leading the way, a group of people walked in. "Master!" Wuxia stood still and cupped his fists. Yang Kai nodded slightly. His gaze swept over the group of people below, and he said, "I called you here today to fulfill my promise. And those who have not condensed a Tao seal, step forward." Everyone didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do, but after hearing him, they still obeyed. Shwa shwa shwa, a dozen people stepped forward. These people had cultivated to the peak of the Emperor realm, but had not condensed a Tao seal, just like Luo Hai back then. Yang Kai glanced at them and nodded slightly. Those who have condensed a Tao seal and have not cultivated the power of yin, yang, or 5 elements, step forward. Another dozen or so people stood out. You have all cultivated the power of yin, yang, or 5 elements? Yang Kai looked at the remaining people. These people, except for Wuxia who was in the heaven-opening realm, were all from the Emperor realm. Excluding those who had not condensed a Tao seal and those who had not cultivated the power of yin, yang, or 5 elements, the rest were naturally already cultivating. Yes, the remaining people answered in unison. How many powers have you all cultivated? Tell me one by one. Yang Kai looked at them with interest. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing how to answer. Wuxia couldn't help but shout, "The master is asking, just answer. Scabby head you speak." A short man with a face like a deer's and eyes like a mouse's and a head full of scabs smiled embarrassedly and cupped his fists. Replying to the master, "This lowly one is untalented and has only condensed the power of the water element, a mere 2nd grade. What about you?" Yang Kai turned to look at the next person. That person said, "I have condensed earth, metal, and water. One of them is at the 3rd grade, and the other 2 are at the 2nd grade. This time, there was no need for Yang Kai to urge them any further. The dozen people reported one by one. Few, like the scabby head, had only condensed 1 power, while many were already half a step away from breaking through to the heaven-opening realm. They only needed 1 last power to break through, but their ranks were not high. They were all at the 2nd or 3rd grade, and there was no one at the 4th grade. It was not their fault that their ambitions were not high. They lived at the bottom, and it was already good enough that they could break through to the heaven-opening realm. How could they be qualified to be picky? For example, Meng Hong, the chief disciple of the Great Moon Prefecture, had only condensed the 3rd grade at that time. After listening, Yang Kai said, "Since you have already condensed your powers, your foundation has been formed. Unless you find Tai divine pure water or other heavenly treasures to cleanse your seals and rebuild your foundation, your future achievements will be limited." The dozen people below obviously knew their situation, and when they heard this, they all smiled embarrassedly. However, Yang Kai changed the topic. Although your foundation has been formed, you can still get stronger power on this foundation. I think you all know that there may be a big gap in strength between those at the 3rd grade and those at the heaven-opening realm. Wuxia said thoughtfully, "Master, are you referring to the ranks of the yin-yang and 5 elements powers at the time of breaking through to the heaven-opening realm?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "That's right. Both of you have the foundation of the 3rd grade. If one of you has the strength of the 3rd grade while the other has several strengths of the 4th grade or higher, then the strength you can display will naturally be stronger than the former. So, you don't need to feel sorry for yourselves. You chose your own path and you can't turn back. You can go further on this path. Yang Kai stood up. That day on the Origin Magnet Mountain, this king said that if you have any requests in the future, this king will not be stingy. Whether it's the 5th or 6th grade, as long as you have the ability to refine it, you can come to me for it. Now, it's time to fulfill this promise. Looking at the dozen people, Yang Kai said, "What kind of power do you want? Tell me yourselves." Hearing this, the dozen people immediately became excited. Although Yang Kai had indeed said this at the time, no one thought he would really do it. They didn't expect him to take the initiative to mention it today, which was enough to show his sincerity. "Master, are you serious?" The scabby-headed man was pleasantly surprised. "You'll give me the 6th grade even if I want it?" Guizian kicked him and scolded. "You want to refine the 6th grade with just your strength? You should consider your own ability first, stinking brat. Don't talk nonsense here." The scabby-headed man was kicked to the ground, but he didn't care at all. He patted his butt and stood up. "Master said it himself, not me." Yang Kai chuckled. "If you want the 6th grade, I'll give you the 6th grade, but the premise is that you have the ability to refine it. Otherwise, giving it to you will only harm your life. If one's aptitude was insufficient, forcefully condensing a high-grade power would only cause the Dao seal to be unable to withstand it. At that time, the Dao seal would be damaged at best, and the worst would be death." The scabby-headed man laughed mischievously. "I don't want the 6th grade. This one's aptitude is dull, so how can I refine the 6th grade? I only want the 3rd grade." Seeing Guizian glaring at him, he hurriedly changed his words. Yang Kai casually tossed out an item. "Looking at your aptitude, although it's not too outstanding, it's not very dull either. The 4th grade should be your limit. Take this 4th grade wood marrow. You've just refined the water element, so the wood element is next. When you refine the wood element, come to this king for the fire element." Chapter 4054. The scabby head caught it and upon closer inspection found that it really was a piece of 4th grade wood marrow. It should be the core of a 1,000-year-old ancient tree, causing him to be overjoyed for a moment. "Many thanks, Master, for this gift. This little one will definitely follow Master's lead in the future and will not hesitate to sacrifice his life for Master." They had been sorting through the tens of thousands of space rings before and had passed through countless good things, but none of those things had been theirs after all. However, this 4th grade wood marrow in front of them was actually theirs, so it was a completely different feeling. Seeing this, the rest of the people present also held their breaths. When had they, the lowest level personnel, ever seen such a generous boss? In the past, when they were working hard in Crimson Star, although there were times when rewards were given based on merit, who knew how many times they had to lick the blade to save up enough materials? Otherwise, they wouldn't have struggled so bitterly to this day, not being able to open the heavens. But today, Yang Kai had casually bestowed upon them a piece of 4th grade wood marrow and even stated that if the scabby head ever needed fire attribute materials in the future, he could ask for them. In other words, as long as the scabby head didn't die, he didn't need to worry about cultivation materials at all. Once the yin and yang 5 elements in his Dao seal was complete, he would break through to splitting the heavens. As for whether he could succeed at that time, that would depend on his own comprehension and fortune. Since the scabby head was like this, they naturally wouldn't be treated differently. Although everyone knew that Kai Yang's harvest this time was huge, and that a piece of 4th grade wood marrow might not be much to him. At most, it was just a small amount of oil and water, but it was still enough to motivate everyone. The master they followed this time seemed to be a little different from the one they had met before. After the scabby head, another young man stepped forward, cupped his fists, and said, "Master, I want to ask for a piece of 4th grade metal essence." "Good." Yang Kai nodded and casually tossed a 4th grade divine essence magnet stone towards the young man. "Refine it well, maybe you can comprehend the divine essence magnet light from it. The power of that divine essence magnet light is extraordinary. If you can comprehend it, it will be of great benefit to you." That person expressed his gratitude excitedly. He had also witnessed the might of the divine metamagnet ray. It had swept through 2,000 to 3,000 Thunderlight sect members, completely wiping them out. If he could really comprehend the divine metamagnet ray from this divine metamagnet stone, his strength would definitely skyrocket. Even if he couldn't achieve the same feat as Yang Kai with the divine metamagnet gourd, he would still have a huge advantage in a one-on-one battle. One by one, the cultivators stepped forward and stated their needs. Yang Kai granted every request without hesitation. However, these people's aptitudes were indeed limited. Some of them could only condense third-grade materials at most. None of them even asked for fifth-grade materials. This was also a personal tragedy. With one's aptitude and perception, there were some things that simply couldn't be forced. Soon, these dozen or so people all received their rewards and stood to the side, happily inspecting the treasures in their space rings, secretly making up their minds to refine them properly after they returned, striving to lay the foundation for breaking through to splitting the heavens before the great cosmological realm closed. Once the great cosmological realm closed, they would immediately break through to splitting the heavens. At that time, they would be able to soar 90,000 kilometers into the sky and soar through the clouds. Yang Kai then turned to look at another group of people. These people had just condensed their Tao seals and hadn't had the time or resources to cultivate the Yin-Yang 5 elements force. Compared to Scabby Head and the others who already had a solid foundation, their situation was undoubtedly better. Even though they had already condensed Tao seals, they didn't cultivate any kind of energy that could split open the heavens, so they could calmly choose the materials that were most suitable for them and raise their future accomplishments to the greatest extent. With the experience of the previous group of people, they naturally knew what kind of requests they should make at this moment. Yang Kai wasn't stingy and shared his own cultivation experience. It's best for you to start cultivating with the wood element. The wood element is mainly used for healing and recovery, and compared to the other Yin-Yang 5 elements force, it's also the most gentle and least dangerous to refine. What's more, after refining it, it's also very practical. If you're injured, the wood element force can even accelerate your recovery. When he first condensed the Yin-Yang 5 elements force, he didn't know any of this. He simply refined the Immortal tree and incorporated it into his body, allowing him to walk the most stable path of cultivation by chance. At that time, he didn't even understand the mysteries of the splitting the heavens boundary. Now that he was giving them pointers, these people naturally followed his instructions. One by one, they stated their requests. Just like the first group, they were all third or fourth grade cultivators. When it was the last person's turn, he cupped his fists and said, "Master, this lowly one wishes to ask for a fifth grade wood element force." Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he raised his eyes. Fifth grade? Everyone else also looked at him in amazement. After all, this was the first person to ask Yang Kai for a fifth grade wood element force. Yes. The man nodded. Yang Kai carefully examined this person and found that he wasn't young, around 40 years old. He was very sturdy and had a steady aura. Although he was just standing there, he exuded a heroic aura. Guizian's expression changed slightly, but just as he was about to speak, Yang Kai raised his hand and stopped him, turning to the man and asking, "What is your name?" The man cupped his fists and said, "This lowly one is called Lang Qingshan." After a pause, he continued, "This lowly one is confident that he can refine a fifth grade wood element force. I ask for master's permission." Good. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Not only was he not angry, but he was also quite happy. Using his divine sense to search his space ring for a while, he took out a blood coral-like object about a meter tall. I don't know what this thing is, but although it is of the wood element, it has a bloody aura. If you can refine it, you should be able to comprehend something useful from it. Take it. He had quite a number of fifth grade wood element force materials in his space ring, but after comparing them, this one should be of the highest quality. Even fifth grade wood element materials would have some differences. Lang Qingshan's eyes also lit up as he cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, master." He happily put the blood coral-like object into his space ring and retreated to the side. The group looked at him enviously. Previously, When Yang Kai said that he would give 5th grade wood element force materials to 5th grade wood element force materials to 6th grade wood element force materials to 5th grade wood element force materials to 6th grade wood element force materials, it was not that they doubted Yang Kai's words, but that they weren't qualified even if they wanted to. Lang Qingyun had set a precedent, and looking at Yang Kai's expression, he was actually very happy. Obviously, he didn't treat them as outsiders and wanted to nurture them as his own team. He secretly resented his own lack of aptitude. Otherwise, in the great cosmological realm, with Yang Kai as his backer, how difficult would it be for him to reach the 5th grade or 6th grade wood element force materials to open the heavens? The two groups of people each received their own rewards, and the remaining group of heaven-opening realm cultivators who hadn't even condensed a Dao seal looked on enviously. They didn't even have a Dao seal, so they naturally weren't qualified to ask for any materials, and they didn't know what Yang Kai would reward them this time. Just as they were thinking about this, Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked at them. As for you guys, you are the most malleable. Since you haven't condensed a Dao seal yet, don't be in a hurry to do so. Take advantage of this opportunity to strengthen your foundation and develop your potential to the limit, Guizian. This humble one is here, Guizian shouted in a deep voice. Take these people away and train them carefully. I want their Dao seals to be able to withstand the impact of a 4th grade wood element force when they condense a Dao seal. Just ask Yueha for any cultivation materials. If you can't do it, you'll be the one to answer. Guizian was startled and turned his head to look at the dozen or so crooked people, his face darkening. It was undeniable that some of these people had decent aptitude, while others had mediocre aptitude. If they continued to cultivate step by step, reaching the 3rd grade wood element force would be the limit. Yang Kai actually wanted their Dao seals to be able to withstand the 4th grade wood element force at least. In other words, once they succeeded, these dozen or so people would be 4th grade wood element force experts in the future, or even higher. What was his master trying to do? A shocking thought flashed through Guizian's mind. He didn't dare to think too deeply about it, but he still clenched his teeth and cupped his fists. Master, don't worry. If anyone can't meet the requirements, this humble one will take their dog life first. I won't lose face for the master. This time, it was the dozen or so people's faces that darkened. They all knew that Commander Gua had a straightforward personality and didn't smile. When he said he would take their dog lives, he wasn't joking. If they didn't meet the requirements, they might really be killed. For a moment, their legs trembled and their mouths felt bitter. All right, you can all leave. Commander Gua, stay. Yang Kai waved his hand. Everyone respectfully withdrew. Yang Kai sat in his chair and looked at Guizian with some worry, saying, Great Commander, you're already at the 2nd stage, so you can't go back and recultivate. What reward do you want? I don't know what to give you. Guizian smiled. Master is too serious. Serving the master is part of this humble one's duty. How could I dare ask for any reward? Yang Kai sneered. I've made a fortune this time, I've made a fortune. You took people to check the space rings, so you should also know this. Now that I've made a fortune, I naturally can't leave you behind. Everyone else has gained something, and you contributed the most, so you can't just take nothing. Guizian said, Master, this humble one really. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, Think about it carefully, there is always something you want. How about I give you 10 million heaven-opening pills? You can take them back and cultivate well. One day, you'll be able to break through to the 4th grade heaven-opening realm. Guizian was taken aback. This master was really honest, giving 10 million heaven-opening pills just like that. Guizian had served as commander of Qi Xing for so many years, but never mind 10 million heaven-opening pills, he didn't even have a million. He could feel Yang Kai's sincerity towards him all the more. After pondering for a moment, Guizian smiled awkwardly, scratched his cheek, and said, Master, this humble one has a daughter. Yang Kai decisively said, This king already has several wives and concubines. Before I left, I was told not to fool around outside. Guizian's face twitched. Master, this is a misunderstanding. This humble one's daughter has now cultivated to the Emperor realm. Once this humble one leaves the Great Void realm, She will likely begin to condense the yin and yang 5 elements and attempt to break through to heaven opening. This humble one wants to ask for some things for her. Yang Kai suddenly became interested. Oh? How is your daughter's aptitude? Guizian's face glowed. Her aptitude is definitely better than this old man's. She has hopes of breaking through to mid-rank heaven opening realm. That's good, Yang Kai nodded. Where is she? Bring her here for me to see. If her aptitude is really good, I'll give you a 6th grade material. Chapter 4055. Guizian smiled. She is not in Star City. Master, you also know what the situation in Star City is like. Every day, there are flashes of light and swords, and endless battles. This lowly one also licks the blood off his blade, so this lowly one may have implicated her one day. Her mother died young, so this lowly one has already sent her to a place to cultivate. Yang Kai nodded. This could be considered a narrow escape. If he had really stayed with Guizian in Star City, he would have likely been swept into the great cosmological realm. If that had happened, it was hard to say whether he would have died or not. When we leave the great cosmological realm in the future, bring her here. I will give her whatever she needs. Guizian excitedly said, This lowly one thanks Master. Take these heaven-opening pills too. You will need them for your cultivation. Yang Kai threw out a space ring. Guizian caught it, scanned it with his divine sense and exclaimed, Master, this is too much. There were at least 10 million heaven-opening pills piled up like a small mountain inside. Just take them. If you can't use them, just give them to your subordinates. Yang Kai got up and walked towards the inner room. I will be in retreat for a while. If you need to find Yueha, she will naturally inform me. Looking at Yang Kai's departing figure, Guizian shed tears of gratitude and couldn't help feeling like he was willing to die for his friend. Cupping his fists, he quickly said, This lowly one understands. When Yang Kai returned to his room, his figure flickered and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already deep in the mountains. Over the past 10 days, while Guizian and the others were checking the space rings, Yang Kai had not been idle. Everyone thought he was in his mansion, but in fact he had already run out. Since he knew that the great cosmological realm was not as simple as he thought, and that even divine spirits could be found, Yang Kai naturally had some plans. Over the past 10 days, he had run to several places and left several escape routes, just in case something happened one day so that he could retreat calmly. He had left the space spirit bead in the most secluded places. As long as he wasn't locked down, no one would be able to restrict his movements. The place they were at now was Crouching Dragon Mountain, the place where Yang Kai had obtained the Earth Dragon Ball. Back then, there was a scarlet flood dragon coiled around this place. Its ferocious aura permeated the air, and no strange beasts dared to approach. After the scarlet flood dragon was taken away by Yang Kai, this place became barren. Yang Kai didn't come here to look for some kind of precious treasure. Instead, it was for the sake of cultivation. During the battle with Mantis Head that day, his opponent's exquisite saber skills had shocked Yang Kai greatly and allowed him to see his own shortcomings. The Black Dragon Spear was a heaven-shaking artifact in his hands, and he really couldn't exert much of its power. What he relied on was the sharpness of the Black Dragon Spear and his own power. He didn't have much attainments in the Tao of the Spear. Last time, he had used a trick to kill Mantis Head by luck. If Mantis Head had been on guard against him, Yang Kai might not have been able to succeed. Although it was urgent to condense the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements, even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice. Without suitable materials, Yang Kai was not willing to easily condense power, lest he regret it for the rest of his life. Now that he had a great helper like Qi Xing, Yang Kai believed that if materials above the 7th grade appeared in the great cosmological realm, he would definitely know about it, so there was no need for him to personally search for anything. While waiting, Yang Kai could naturally do other things. What Guizian and the others found in the tens of thousands of space rings was not only a huge amount of wealth, but also many secret techniques and secret manuals, many of which were related to the Tao of the Spear. Yang Kai sorted them out and prepared to study them carefully and systematically cultivate them. The Black Dragon Spear was his greatest reliance now. If he wanted to fully display the power of the Black Dragon Spear in the future, These cultivation methods were essential. However, Yang Kai was not in a hurry to cultivate his spear skills. Instead, he stood on top of a mountain, closed his eyes, and carefully comprehended the Tao seal. A faint scorching heat spread out from Yang Kai's body, distorting the air around him and causing the space around him to fluctuate. Golden Crow casting sun. Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, and a great sun suddenly floated behind him. The sun was as scorching as fire, as if there really was a round sun hanging in the sky, and within that round sun, there were three-legged golden crows flying around playfully. Powerful power poured out from his body continuously. When this divine technique aspect was revealed, Yang Kai felt as if he had been reborn, and there was an indescribable wonder. Now, he also knew that this was a divine ability Dharma idol. It was He who took the time to tell him. Yang Kai could still remember the complicated expression on Yuhi's face when she told him this. Only those with strength of the 7th level and above could condense the divine technique aspect. Throughout history, those who could comprehend the divine technique aspect at the level of the Emperor realm and possess the divine technique aspect were all top-notch geniuses. These people were all the overlords of the blessed and heavenly enclaves today, dominating their own territories. Yang Kai did not know how he could do this. Previously, he had been in seclusion to comprehend the divine technique. Although he wanted to use the life and death battle to stimulate his potential, the result was beyond his expectations. At that time, a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind, and the golden crow primordial fire in his Tao seal boiled, making him feel as if he saw the scene of the golden crow casting the great sun. Unknowingly, he activated the divine technique aspect. It was natural, and there was not the slightest bit of obscurity. Yuhi said that once the divine technique aspect was activated, anyone with a bit of knowledge would know that Yang Kai had condensed the 7th level golden crow primordial fire. This was something that could not be hidden at all. Yang Kai did not want to hide anything. If he was exposed, then so be it. In any case, in the great cosmological realm, no one could do anything to him. When he left the great cosmological realm, who knew if he would advance to split the heavens? At that time, in this vast world, who would he have to fear? Silently feeling the power of the divine technique aspect, Yang Kai's momentum rose steadily. He felt that his current strength was bursting. Even if there was a 1st or 2nd level split the heavens in front of him, he could still blow them up. Someone at the lower level split the heavens could not kill him in a one-on-one battle. The consumption was really astonishing. As soon as the golden crow casting the sun aspect appeared, Yang Kai felt the power in his body flowing away rapidly, like a flood that had opened the floodgates. At this speed, he was afraid that in less than half an hour, the aspect would not be able to be maintained. During the battle with the sword pavilion that day, even if the aspect had not been dispersed, Yang Kai would have had to disperse himself. It seemed that this thing could only be used as a trump card. Once it was used, he had to kill the enemy in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, he would suffer a calamity. Letting out a light breath, Yang Kai withdrew the aspect, and the constantly flowing power finally stopped. With a thought, dragon shields hovered around him. Each of these dragon shields was a giant dragon connected head to tail, spiraling endlessly, forming the shape of a shield. They were densely covered in dragon scales, and their claws and fangs were clearly visible. At a glance, one could tell that they were incomparably sturdy. This was just the divine technique, not the aspect. Yang Kai frowned slightly. He had comprehended the divine technique from the dragon pearl, so he suddenly had the idea to comprehend the power of wood and fire. He wanted to see if he could comprehend something from the power of wood and fire. In the end, he really did it. The dragon shield secret technique was the divine technique of the giant dragon when it was alive, and it was preserved in the dragon pearl. Yang Kai had the origin of the dragon race and the bloodline of the dragon race, so he could easily comprehend it. If it had been someone else, they would not have been so lucky. However, this dragon shield was the secret technique of the giant dragon when it was alive. Now that Yang Kai was activating it, strictly speaking, it was because he had comprehended it and used it himself. The Golden Crow True Fire allowed him to comprehend the divine technique, Golden Crow Casting Sun. But what about the Earthen Dragon Pearl? What about the Immortal Tree? Would he be able to comprehend something else from it? Yang Kai's heart was restless, and he could not wait to immerse his mind into the Tao seal. However, he finally suppressed the thoughts in his heart. Being able to comprehend the golden crow casting sun was a stroke of luck and opportunity. If he continued, he might not have such good luck. Shaking off the distracting thoughts in his heart, Yang Kai turned his head to look around and began busying himself. An hour later, a simple wooden house sat on top of the mountain. This wooden house was not so much a wooden house as a small pavilion. It was ventilated on all sides and only the top floor was sheltered. Yang Kai took out a cushion from his space ring, sat down cross-legged, and took out a large pile of jade slips, placing them in front of him. There were at least 1,000 of these jade slips, all of which were related to spear techniques and spear Tao. Since he wanted to systematically cultivate his spear techniques, a lot of reading was naturally necessary. Some of the information in these jade slips may be worthless, but as long as he could get rid of the impurities and keep the essences, Yang Kai believed that he would be able to gain something. Casually picking up a jade slip, Yang Kai began examining it. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and began silently deducing in his heart. Recorded in this jade slip was a secret technique that could kill 10 people with one spear. It required an extremely strong burst of power. Each spear strike was faster than the last, and after 10 spears, the power would multiply. Yang Kai did not know which unlucky bastard this jade slip belonged to, but in Yang Kai's opinion, this 10-spear kill was a bit flashy. In a life-or-death battle, who would gather enough strength to fire 10 spears in a row? Once the combo was broken, this spear technique would become useless. After a while, Yang Kai threw the jade slip aside and picked up another one to examine. Days passed, and the sun and moon did not rise or fall in the great cosmological realm. Without knowing the passage of time, the number of jade slips that Yang Kai threw aside gradually increased. He was completely immersed in the mysteries recorded in these jade slips, deducing one secret technique after another in his heart. There were not many powerhouses among these tens of thousands of people, so the secret techniques they possessed would naturally not be of a high grade. However, it was suitable for a novice spear Tao like Yang Kai. If he was given something extremely profound, he might not be able to comprehend it. After all, he had never dabbled in these before. However, on the path of martial Tao, one could master all of them. It could be difficult or simple, and everything depended on one's own perception. A month later, Yang Kai threw down the last jade slip. When he raised his eyes, there was not the slightest exhaustion, but instead, he was in high spirits. Although he was sitting there was a mysterious aura lingering around him, as if he was a long spear. The spear intent had been formed, and Yang Kai had been deducing the things recorded in the thousands of jade slips during this time. Although he had not really made a move, the spear Tao had been branded in his mind. Chapter 4056. Slowly getting up, Yang Kai raised his hand and gripped the air, summoning the black dragon spear. Holding the spear in his hand, his aura suddenly changed and he felt a little different. In the past, when he held the black dragon spear, he only felt like he was holding a powerful killing weapon, but now that he was holding this spear, there was a strange feeling of harmony, as if the black dragon spear was a part of his body. Spear flowers flashed as Yang Kai thrust out his spear. 1 spear 10 kills. Dong, 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 dong. 10 spear flowers bloomed in an instant, one on top of the other, each spear faster than the last, layer upon layer. When the last spear pierced out, its power was indeed several times stronger than the first spear. Although it was his first time cultivating a spear-related secret technique, after a month of studying and studying, in addition to his own solid foundation, it was enough for him to smoothly display this 1 spear 10 kills. The spear did not stop, and he did not stop dancing. Yang Kai's aura changed, and the black dragon spear suddenly shook, as if it had turned into a bolt of lightning that cut through the void. Lightning spear execution. This move required someone who had cultivated a lightning attribute secret technique to be able to display it completely. When cultivated to the peak, when the spear was thrust out, it could summon lightning from the 9 heavens to strike the enemy. Yang Kai had not cultivated anything related to lightning, so this spear could only move, but not the rhythm. This was something that could not be forced. Yang Kai could not cultivate another lightning attribute secret technique just to cultivate this lightning spear execution. He came here mainly to refine his own spear path, so that the black dragon spear could display more power in his hands. The spear turned again, filling the sky with spear images, turning into an iron wall, protecting him. Spear Dragon Wall. Surprisingly, this was a rare defensive spear technique. The spear was the king of weapons, and all spear users pursued the path of strength and fierceness. They strived to kill the enemy with the fastest speed, and basically didn't consider the matter of defense, because once they had such thoughts, they would weaken their momentum and would be at a disadvantage in the battle. However, this Spear Dragon's Wall was a pretty good defensive technique. Moreover, it had the ability to attack while defending. Yang Kai brandished the Black Dragon Spear and threw out the Heaven and Earth Break. Spear techniques bloomed in Yang Kai's hands, and the secret techniques recorded in the jade slips were displayed by Yang Kai smoothly. In an instant, on the mountaintop, the sound of the air being torn apart and the faint roar of a dragon could be heard. Yang Kai gradually forgot the passage of time and everything around him. He was completely immersed in this wonderful realm. Yang Kai had obtained over 1,000 jade slips related to spear arts. In other words, over 1,000 spear arts were recorded in those jade slips. After a month of meditation, Yang Kai had memorized these spear arts. Even if it was the first time he used them, they weren't difficult to understand. Basically, he was able to use them completely. As for how powerful they were, it was hard to say. By the time Yang Kai had displayed all of these thousands of spear techniques, 6 days had already passed. Without stopping, Yang Kai once again stabbed out with one spear, starting from the beginning. No one taught him how to cultivate spear arts, so he could only rely on himself. Thus, he would use this stupid method. When the day came when he had a long spear in his hand, his spear arts would naturally flow and he would succeed. Time flew by and another month had passed. After the last stab, Yang Kai withdrew his spear and stood upright. In this 1 month, Yang Kai had displayed the thousands of spear arts at least 5 times. As he continued to display them, he realized that he hadn't comprehended them enough at that time. Although some of these spear arts weren't very high level, there were many places where there were some wonderful ideas that made his eyes light up. Moreover, the more he displayed them, the more he was able to dig out some things from these spear arts. After calming his roiling blood, Yang Kai put away the Black Dragon Spear and tidied his clothes. His figure flashed and he returned to Star City. With the Space Spirit Beads positioning, he could come and go as he pleased. Although Yueha hadn't contacted him recently, so there shouldn't be anything major happening in Star City, he still had to show his face from time to time. Otherwise, how could he bear to interrupt his cultivation? Coming out from the side room, Yang Kai scanned the area with his divine sense and found Guizian's location. He transmitted a message and asked Guizian to come and see him. A moment later, in the courtyard pavilion, Yang Kai saw Guizian. After the previous incident, Guizian was obviously more respectful to Yang Kai. Perhaps it was because of his daughter, or perhaps it was because he saw that Yang Kai was a man of his word. After greeting him, Yang Kai asked, "Is there anything going on recently?" Guizian smiled and said, "Thanks to Master's blessings, it's been peaceful recently." After exchanging a few words, Yang Kai also found out about his recent absence. First, the dozens of people under him were basically all cultivating. Those who were rewarded by Yang Kai were naturally refining the power of yin and yang and 5 elements. Those who hadn't condensed a Dao seal were strengthening their foundation under Guizian's supervision and guidance. They were working hard to make the Dao seal they condensed in the future stronger so that it could bear the power of a higher grade. Then there was Star City and Crimson Star. Crimson Star had spread the news that Yang Kai had become a consecrator and wantonly promoted it. Crimson Star's reputation, which had fallen to rock bottom, skyrocketed. Currently, Crimson Star could be said to be the most powerful force in the entire great cosmological realm. Just recently, they had recruited as many as 5,000 people. The entire Star City had also been expanded several times. Whether it was the area or the cultivator gathered here, it was more than 3 to 4 times more than before. Yuhi had been on Crimson Star's side all this time because she had to monitor Crimson Star's income to prevent those guys from doing anything. After all, 70% of the income came from Yang Kai. She hadn't returned for the past 2 months. The 3 disciples of Great Moon Province, led by Meng Hong, were also cultivating in seclusion. Even Qinyu was condensing the power of yin and yang and 5 elements. Guizian scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "I'm the only one who's free now. If Master has anything to say, just tell me and I'll do it for you." His 2nd grade heaven opening realm had already been fixed. Apart from taking the heaven opening pill to slowly improve his grade, he didn't have much hope. However, this kind of thing couldn't be rushed. The improvement of the heaven opening realm's grade was the accumulation of years and months. It couldn't be done overnight. How could Yang Kai have anything to tell him? The current situation was the best for him. He could cultivate in peace and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. He could only wait for materials of 7th grade and above to appear and take a look. If he could completely condense the yin and yang and 5 elements before the great cosmological realm closed, that would be perfect. Just as he waved his hand to dismiss Guizian and was preparing to return to Crouching Dragon Mountain to cultivate, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and said speechlessly, "These 2 guys." Before he finished speaking, there was a rumbling sound from the ground, as if thunder was rolling. Guizian's expression changed. He pulled out his saber and blocked in front of Yang Kai. His aura surged like a cheetah about to hunt as he vigilantly stared at the ground. Yang Kai patted him on the shoulder, indicating for him to calm down. "It's my 2 spirit beasts. They probably sensed my aura and came to ask for food." With a crashing sound, a large crater appeared in the ground. From the crater, a wriggling mouthpiece stretched out. Then, a slippery, pitch-black creature rushed into the courtyard and swept away the rockery and pavilion. This disgusting guy was none other than the Earth Dragon. After the Earth Dragon, the Scarlet Flood Dragon also rushed out. Both of them were several dozen feet long, and although the courtyard wasn't small, it was immediately filled with their movements. Guizian staggered backwards, but there wasn't even a place to stand. He had no choice but to fly up into the air and look down with a speechless expression. The Earth Dragon lingered around Yang Kai, its mouthpart squirming endlessly, opening from time to time for him to see. Its meaning could not be more obvious. Although the Scarlet Flood Dragon did not do so, it had been cruising around Yang Kai, glancing at Yang Kai from time to time. When he first met these 2 guys, they were both about 300 feet long, but now they had both grown to 400 to 500 feet. It could be said that they had grown tremendously. For vicious beasts like them, the larger their bodies, the stronger they would be. This should be the effect of the dragon blood pill. Yang Kai had collected dragon blood flowers from Crouching Dragon Mountain. The grade was extremely high, so the dragon blood pills refined from them were naturally extraordinary. Recently, when he was cultivating his spear arts, he did not forget to take them. It had clearly improved him. If even he was like this, then there was no need to mention the Earth Dragon and Scarlet Flood Dragon. The amount of dragon blood pills refined last time was not small. Moreover, that place was the Scarlet Flood Dragon's territory. Yang Kai had robbed the Scarlet Flood Dragon, and now that they came to ask for food, how could Yang Kai not give them to them? If he gave them to the Scarlet Flood Dragon, how could the Earth Dragon be left behind? Fortunately, their needs were not too high. Occasionally taking one was enough to satisfy them, and it was enough for them to digest for a long time. If their needs were too high, Yang Kai would not be willing to part with them. 2 dragon blood pills were thrown out, and the Earth Dragon and Scarlet Flood Dragon happily swallowed them. The Earth Dragon shook its tail and plunged back into the cave, disappearing. However, the Scarlet Flood Dragon did not leave. Instead, it sent a message to Yang Kai with its divine sense. With the consumption of dragon blood pills, their intelligence had increased, and it was not difficult for them to send some simple messages. Yang Kai frowned, puzzled. Why is she here? The Scarlet Flood Dragon's divine sense surged again. A moment later, Yang Kai nodded and said, I know, don't be afraid. I'll go take a look. After the Scarlet Flood Dragon left through the cave, Yang Kai said to Guizian, I'm going out for a while. Guizian quickly said, Then this subordinate will accompany you. No need, I'm going to see an old friend. When the words fell, Yang Kai had already disappeared, leaving Guizian puzzled, not knowing who that old friend was. 100 miles away from Star City, on top of a small mountain, there was a wooden house. In front of the house, a graceful woman was gazing at Star City, motionless like a reef. It was as if a strong wind was brushing past her face, causing her long hair to flutter. The woman instinctively felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. Just as she was feeling suspicious, a voice came from behind her. "Are you looking for me for revenge?" The woman was shocked and quickly turned around, but after seeing the person's face, she breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Kai looked at her strangely and shook his head. "No murderous intent, no resentment. If you aren't looking for me for revenge, then why are you staring at my movements?" This woman was Sword Pavilion's Lu Shui. Yang Kai didn't know why she would appear here. Chapter 4057. That day in Sword Pavilion Star City, Yang Kai fought with Head Mantis. Head Mantis died, and Yang Kai didn't have a good time either. He was heavily injured and left with Lu Shui supporting each other. She took them to a hidden place to heal. Yang Kai's recovery was amazing, and he was fine after 3 to 5 days. He didn't even say goodbye to her before he left. After all, in Yang Kai's opinion, they were enemies. He was surprised that Lu Shui didn't take the opportunity to plot against him, so why would she say goodbye to him before she left? He thought it would be difficult to meet her in the great cosmological realm, but who knew that he would receive a message from the Red Flood Dragon today and know that she was outside this star city? The Scarlet Flood Dragon had been slashed in the neck by Lu Shui at the Origin Magnet Mountain, and his head had almost been chopped off. He naturally hated her to the bone and remembered her aura, so it wasn't strange for him to discover her tracks. Because of the enmity of that day, the Red Flood Dragon repeatedly came here to find trouble with Lu Shui, wanting to take revenge. Unfortunately, Lu Shui had been avoiding it. Whenever the Red Flood Dragon came, she would run far away and wait for the Red Flood Dragon to leave before coming back. After repeating this several times, the Red Flood Dragon couldn't do anything to her. After seeing Yang Kai this time, it told Yang Kai this news, probably wanting Yang Kai to stand up for it. Otherwise, why would Yang Kai specially come here? More than 2 months had passed since the last time they parted. Lu Shui's injuries were much better, but her aura was still a little unstable and her face was slightly pale. She probably hadn't fully recovered. After all, she was injured by the Golden Crow True Fire, and it would take a year or so of cultivation to fully recover. "Is there something you need from me?" Yang Kai looked at her and asked. This woman didn't have any killing intent, and there was no resentment in her eyes. She probably wasn't here for revenge. Lu Shui nodded gently. "What is it? Speak." Lu Shui opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but after holding back for a while, she couldn't say anything. Yang Kai was a little impatient. He was in a hurry to return to Crouching Dragon Mountain to cultivate, and didn't want to waste time with this woman. He flicked his sleeves and said, "Then we'll talk after you've thought it through." He turned and was about to leave. Behind him came Lu Shui's anxious voice. "This concubine wants to follow master." She was afraid that Yang Kai would really leave just like that, so she shouted a little louder. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at her in surprise. "What did you say?" He suspected that he had misheard. Otherwise, why would there be such a ridiculous request? Lu Shui stared at him, her face slightly red. She lowered her head and said, "I want to follow master, please allow me to do so." This time, Yang Kai heard it clearly, but he still found it hard to believe. Logically speaking, Lu Shui's actions in the Sword Pavilion Star Market were already incomprehensible to him, and now she was making such an even more incomprehensible request. She had been tormented by the Golden Crow primordial fire to the point that she wished she was dead, and had almost lost her life. How could she not have any resentment towards Yang Kai? He had killed hundreds of people from Sword Pavilion. Even a leader like Zhong Fanqiang and Qing Yun had died at the hands of Yang Kai. If it had been anyone else, they would have found an opportunity to take revenge. However, in the Sword Pavilion Star Market, she had taken the seriously injured Yang Kai to a remote place to recuperate. Even if she was magnanimous and could let go of this hatred, at most, she would mind her own business with Yang Kai. Why would she ask to follow him? Yang Kai couldn't help but wonder if she had ulterior motives. I don't have any other intentions. I just want to follow you. The great cosmological realm is dangerous, and I want to leave alive. Lu Xue looked up and explained softly. If she hadn't seen the huge change in the Sword Pavilion star market with her own eyes, Lu Xue might not have thought of this. However, even the Sword Pavilion master, who was a 6th grade heaven-opening cultivator, had been killed, and there were traces of divine spirits in the great cosmological realm. She was all alone, and she really didn't feel safe. After thinking about it, she still felt that it was safer to follow Yang Kai. At the very least, he was the strongest in the great cosmological realm. If a great tribulation really came, Yang Kai had the greatest chance of leaving safely. The reason why she was hiding here was because of her identity. After all, she was the leader of Sword Pavilion. If she really went to the Red Star Market, she would definitely be caught. She was looking at the star market from here to see when Yang Kai would come out. However, instead of Yang Kai, Qi Jiao had come several times. Yang Kai looked straight into her eyes, his gaze deep, as if he could see into the depths of her heart and see through her hidden thoughts. Lu Xue was calm, without the slightest bit of guilt. After a while, Yang Kai grinned. Do you really have such intentions? Lu Xue nodded seriously, not a word of falsehood. Don't you feel wronged? Miss Yu, he is also following Master, and she is even more powerful than me. Does she feel wronged? If there was no precedent like Yu He, she really wouldn't have made this request. Clever and eloquent, heh. Yang Kai slowly shook his head with his hands behind his back. Lu Xue blushed slightly. Master, are you afraid? Are you afraid that I will recover and kill you when you are unprepared? She was already a little ashamed to make this request, but Yang Kai kept asking questions, making it even more difficult for her to control herself and a little angry. Afraid my ass. Yang Kai snorted. A 4th stage heaven splitter really didn't pose much of a threat to him in the great cosmological realm, so he decisively said, since you have delivered yourself to my door, this king will not refuse. He wanted to see what this little girl wanted to do. Instead of guessing her purpose, it was better to keep her by his side. If she really had ulterior motives, she would be exposed sooner or later, and he could just kill her. Striding towards Lu Xue, Yang Kai arrived in front of her in a few steps, stretched out his hand, grabbed her waist, and pulled her into his arms, shouting in a low voice, "Don't resist." Lu Xue's eyes widened, and her mouth and nose were instantly filled with a vigorous aura. Her mind was suddenly in a mess, and she almost slapped him. What did he want to do? Did he misunderstand something? She just said that she wanted to follow him, and she didn't mean anything else. Lu Xue wanted to cry but had no tears. She wanted to resist, but with Yang Kai's terrifying strength, how could she resist in her current state? In a flash, a phrase popped up in Lu Xue's mind, a sheep in the tiger's den. While her thoughts were running wild, she suddenly felt the space around her distort, and she fell into darkness. The darkness swallowed all her perception, making her feel great fear. In just a moment, her vision blurred, and she recovered. Yang Kai let go of her, raised his hand to grab the blue dragon spear, and walked forward, saying, "Your injuries haven't healed yet, so heal yourself. Don't bother me if there is nothing." Arriving 1,000 feet away, he practiced his spear arts and soon immersed himself in it. Lu Xue stared at him blankly, and it took a long time for her to recover. She turned her head and looked around. This was not the mountain peak she was on just now, but another place, and she didn't know how far it was. Spatial teleportation. Lu Xue's expression turned serious. Only then did she realize that she had misunderstood just now. Yang Kai wasn't hugging her to take advantage of her, but rather to take her with him through the void. Telling her not to resist was for her own good. While traveling through the void, if she made any sudden movements, she might be swallowed by the void and never be able to find her way back. Her pale face was slightly red, and she stood there quietly, watching Yang Kai's spear dance, sweeping through the void. Soon she found some clues. Yang Kai displayed countless spear arts, one move after another, bold and powerful, sometimes wide open, sometimes as fine as rain. It seemed to be extraordinarily powerful, and an ordinary cultivator would not be able to receive a single spear attack from him. Even if she, a fourth-rank cultivator, opened the sky, she would not be able to hold on for long before being defeated. But there was always a trace of incongruity. Lu Shui frowned slightly, not knowing what this trace of incongruity was. After a few days, Yang Kai was actually able to perform those spear techniques again. After a few days, it was the same again. Lu Shui silently counted. From beginning to end, Yang Kai had used a total of 1,134 different Spear Dao secret techniques, each one different from the last. What's more, every time he used them again, he seemed to be more proficient. That's right. Lu Shui finally understood what the incongruity she saw at the beginning was. That was immaturity. Although Yang Kai's moves were extraordinarily powerful, he was like a toddler learning how to walk, fumbling forward on the spear path, each step more stable and solid than the last. Time flew, and a month later, Yang Kai put away his spear, frowning in contemplation. Through this period of cultivation he had indeed gained a lot, but when he recalled the mantis head's saber arts, he could still feel the difference between him and his opponent. His opponent's saber arts were natural, and each saber attack was like a hanging antelope's horn, untraceable, impossible to guard against, and extremely powerful. Could it be that his cultivation method was wrong? As he was contemplating, he suddenly heard a voice. "Master, are you cultivating spear arts?" Turning his head, he saw that Lu Shui had walked over. Yang Kai nodded and grunted. If she hadn't spoken, he would have almost forgotten about her. Lu Shui said, "Master is practicing 1,000 types of spear arts. Are you trying to gather the strengths of 1,000 schools?" "I have this idea, but I don't feel that the gains are much." Yang Kai was a little depressed. Compared to the beginning, he had indeed grown a lot on the path of spear arts, but it was much smaller than he had expected. Perhaps it was because he hadn't had enough time to cultivate. Lu Shui said slowly, "Master's method is very similar to an old friend of mine." "Oh!" Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "Your old friend also cultivated like this?" Lu Shui nodded and said softly, "Yes, but he didn't collect as many spear arts as Master, only 100 to 200. Yang Kai was able to obtain so many spear arts from the space rings of tens of thousands of people. Even if Lu Shui's old friend was at the heaven-opening realm, he probably wouldn't have had such an opportunity. Being able to collect 100 to 200 was already a great effort. How did his cultivation go in the end? Yang Kai hurriedly asked. "He succeeded," Lu Shui said slowly. A look of reminiscence appeared on her face. He spent several dozen years gathering the strengths of 100 schools, eliminating the impurities and preserving the essences to cultivate a sure-kill spear. That spear was his strongest attack, and I once sparred with him. Heaven-opening realm cultivators of the same realm would find it difficult to resist. A sure-kill spear. Yang Kai couldn't help but look fascinated, but when he heard Lu Shui say that this person had spent several dozen years, he was speechless. If gathering the strengths of 100 schools took several dozen years, then how many years would it take for him to gather the strengths of 1,000 schools? Chapter 4058. Fortunately, in the great cosmological realm, there was a lot of time for Yang Kai to squander. Before finding suitable treasures, he could not condense the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements. Otherwise, Yang Kai would not have the time to cultivate these. "Can you tell me about your old friend's specific cultivation path?" Yang Kai asked curiously. Lu Shui said, "His approach is exactly the same as Master's. He collected more than 100 spear techniques and practiced them every day. I remember that when he was cultivating, he once said that when he forgot all the 100 spear techniques and only had 1 spear left, then he would be done. When I saw him again after a few decades, he had already succeeded. Forget the 100 spear techniques and only have 1 spear left." Yang Kai seemed to understand the man's intention. However, this was easy to say, but how difficult was it to do? For spear techniques, the more one performed them, the more skilled they became. At the very least, Yang Kai had been like this for the past 2 to 3 months. Once he performed it many times and comprehended the essence, it would become a brand of memory in his body. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to forget such things. However, this sentence opened a new door for him. His eyes lit up. "Your old friend is amazing, amazing." Lu Shui smiled slightly. "Master, maybe you can give it a try." Yang Kai chuckled. "He has his path and I have mine. His path may not be suitable for me, but it is indeed worth learning from. You may leave first." After saying that, he practiced the 1,000 spear techniques again. There was no time in the mountains, and there was no flowing time, Great Emperor, in cultivation. On Crouching Dragon Mountain, Yang Kai cultivated diligently. Ever since he started cultivating, there had never been a time when he was so passionately and single-mindedly devoted to something. Every day, more than 1,000 spear techniques bloomed in his hands with brilliant splendor. Every 2 months, he would make a trip back to Star City. Firstly, he wanted to show his face to deter some rascals. Secondly, he wanted to check on the situation of his subordinates. Their progress was very good. The dozen or so people who had not condensed their Dao seals gradually condensed their own Dao seals. Furthermore, they had all surpassed the limits of what they could achieve. They had also satisfied Yang Kai's previous request. Each of them found Yu He and took out Tier 4 and even Tier 5 heavenly and earthly treasures to condense the power of Yin, Yang, and 5 elements. Those who had already condensed their Dao seals and laid down their foundations were also trying their best to obtain the strongest power within the limits of what they could withstand. Yang Kai was looking forward to seeing Lang Qingshan. This guy was indeed able to withstand the impact of the 5th grade heavenly treasure on the Dao seal. He had already condensed the power of the wood element. When Yang Kai returned, he gave him a portion of the primordial fire of the sun. Now, he was cultivating in seclusion to condense the fire element. With such speed and aptitude, he was considered pretty good even in the Blessed Enclave. The income of Star City was not cheap. Yang Kai took 70% of the profits and naturally made a lot of money. However, these things were just worldly possessions. His own strength was the foundation of his foothold. Therefore, he did not stay for long every time he returned. At most, he would return to Crouching Dragon Mountain after 1 or 2 days to continue his cultivation. What he was worried about did not happen. The heavenly lunar demon spider did not appear again after wiping out the Sword Pavilion Star City. However, in various parts of the great cosmological realm, the cultivators' strongholds were destroyed by the beast tide from time to time. Some of the strongholds were even massacred with no survivors. Half a year later, on Crouching Dragon Mountain, Yang Kai's figure was moving freely. When he withdrew his spear, his aura quickly calmed down. He stood in place and pondered. Not far away, Lu Shui was slightly stunned. She muttered, 1035 types. When she first observed Yang Kai's eyelid spear technique, he had used a total of 1,134 types. But now, there were only 1,035 types left. He had lost almost 100 types of spear techniques. This change had gradually appeared in the past half a year. In other words, Yang Kai was gradually forgetting the spear techniques he had practiced. He had embarked on the same path as her old friend. Lu Shui laughed in her heart. In the end, he still had the temperament of a young man. He said that he had his own path and she had her own path. It turned out that he was just being stubborn. In the end, he was still imitating others. However, to be able to forget 100 types in such a short time really shocked Lu Shui. Her old friend had spent decades on this. The aptitude and comprehension of this young man in front of her was something that her old friend could never catch up to. Thinking about it, he had already comprehended the divine technique aspect in the Emperor realm. Looking at the trichiliocosm and billions of living beings, how many people could do it? The subsequent progress made Lu Shui even more shocked. Yang Kai had spent half a year forgetting 100 types of spear techniques. After another half a year, he had already forgotten 600 types of spear techniques. The remaining 500 or so were also showing signs of mastery. Almost every day, there would be dozens or even dozens of types of spear techniques disappearing from Yang Kai's practice. The speed of disappearing was getting faster and faster. 2 months later, Yang Kai no longer had any traces of spear techniques when he attacked. There were only the simplest stabs, flicks, slashes, and sweeps. It was like a person who had just learned how to use a spear. He was clumsily waving a spear around without any power. Moreover, every strike of his seemed to be extremely difficult. The muscles on his arms were bulging and his aura was boiling. It was as if there was a huge invisible resistance that was blocking the spear in his hand, making it impossible for him to use it freely. This kind of attack could be easily avoided by anyone. Lu Shui couldn't understand. But instinctively, she felt that every spear strike had a terrifying power. This was the realm of simplicity. It seemed to be a simple movement, but it contained infinite changes. If she rushed up to Yang Kai at this moment, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to resist the power of his spear. This state lasted for a full year. For a year, he didn't rest, and didn't rest. Lu Shui watched every day in fear, fearing that Yang Kai would become the demon race. She wanted to go back to Red Star to report to Yu He, but she was afraid that Yang Kai would have an accident if she left, so she could only accompany him. After more than 2 years, her injuries had already healed and she had returned to her peak state. Even so, her mental state was always tense, making her feel a little tired. One day, the seemingly muddle-headed Kai Yang, whose eyes had always been lifeless, suddenly moved his eyes. The spear in his hands, which had been repeating the most simple movements, suddenly began to move. It was like moving clouds and flowing water, smooth and smooth. The roar of a dragon resounded, and the dragon pressure filled the air, enveloping the world. Lu Shui was shocked. When she looked up, it was as if she saw a giant dragon coiling between the heavens and earth, looking down on her, making her heart tremble. The sky was shrouded in spear shadows, and there was no trace of Yang Kai. In her field of vision, there was only the spear light that pierced through the heavens and earth. Not limited to action, not limited to appearance, not limited to one state, not limited to one, not only thunder and wind, but also rain and wind, transcending the heavens and earth, 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 transcending the heavens and earth. My spear is free, my heart is free. Laughing wildly to the heavens, shaking the heavens and earth, startling the birds and insects. When Lu Shui's vision recovered, she saw Yang Kai's black hair fluttering in the air, holding the spear with one arm, his pair of black eyes shining brightly. The surrounding void was filled with a brand of spear scars, and under the effect of the heavens and earth principles, they were slowly restored. What a terrifying spear technique! Lu Shui's heart trembled as she stared blankly at the spear scars that were gradually mending. She knew that this young man's strength had soared greatly after this transformation. However, he was walking the same path as that old friend of hers. After forgetting more than 1,000 spear techniques, shouldn't he have cultivated a sure-kill spear technique? Why was the final result so different? Just now, at the last moment, the spear technique Yang Kai displayed was indescribable. It seemed to be even stronger than that sure-kill spear technique, and although the sure-kill spear technique was fierce, it had been completely fixed and there was no room for improvement. On the other hand, Yang Kai's spear technique had endless possibilities. Comparing the two, it was obvious who was superior. Was it really like what he said, that he had his Tao and she had her own path? Master, what kind of spear is that? Lu Shui asked curiously. Yang Kai tilted his head and thought for a moment before grinning. Unrestrained spear. Unrestrained spear. Lu Shui murmured before nodding seriously. Endless variations, endless power, not limited to any technique, free from the will of the heart, worthy of its name. Pursing her lips, she smiled. But unrestrained spear doesn't sound very pleasing to the ear. Why don't we call it the Great Unrestrained Spear? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Although it was only a single word, the meaning was completely different. Laughing, he said, Good, we'll do as you say, the Great Unrestrained Spear. Holding the spear in his hand, Yang Kai was filled with pride. After 2 years of hard work, he had cultivated the Great Unrestrained Spear, which could be said to be a great achievement. With this spear technique in hand, although he didn't dare say that the Black Dragon Spear's full power would be unleashed, it would at least be much better than before. If the mantis head didn't die and Yang Kai fought him again, he was confident that he could kill him within 10 breaths. The mantis head's saber technique was natural, but Yang Kai's spear technique was no longer the same as before. Compared to 2 years ago, it had been reborn. Now that he had mastered his spear technique, there was no need to cultivate here anymore, so he instructed Lu Shui, "Pack up and come back with me." Lu Shui responded, feeling a little nervous. After all, her identity was a bit sensitive, and she didn't know if she would be mocked or ridiculed by others. However, since she had chosen to follow Yang Kai, she could only endure even if others rolled their eyes at her. As long as she could leave the great cosmological realm safely, it didn't matter if she suffered some grievances. Taking out his communication bead, Yang Kai learned that He had contacted him many times. Previously, he would return to Star City every 3 months, but in the past year, he had reached a critical juncture and hadn't shown up. He was probably worried about him. At this moment, another message came from his communication bead. Yang Kai scanned it with his divine sense and said in surprise, "Little fatty, I was worried that I wouldn't be able to find you. I didn't expect you to walk right into my trap. Don't even think about leaving this time." Yuhi's message actually said that little fatty Su Zhen had come to find him and had been waiting for him for 2 months. This little fatty came from the Divine Cauldron Cave Heaven and was an expert in artifact refining. He was even more proficient in the Tao of spirit arrays. Yang Kai had wanted him to help arrange a spirit array in Star City, but unfortunately, he didn't know where he was. He didn't expect to receive news of him at this time. In a few steps, Yang Kai walked to Lu Shui's side, grabbed her arm, and urged the power of the space spirit bead to instantly disappear. Chapter 4059. In the mansion, in front of Yang Kai's room, a charmingly naive, fair and clean little fatty stood side by side with Yuhi, waiting anxiously. The little fatty was Su Zhen from Divine Cauldron Heaven. Back then, he had left after refining the origin magnet Divine Gourd, most likely to have condensed the power of the metal element. Since he had appeared now, it meant that he had succeeded. After all, he was a disciple of Divine Cauldron Heaven and had extraordinary talent. Since he dared to ask Yang Kai for a grade 6 origin magnet divine stone, he naturally had the confidence to refine it. "Senior, when will Brother Yang come out of seclusion?" Su Zhen turned to look at Yuhi. "I don't know either." Yuhi slowly shook her head. In the past, young master would come out of seclusion once every 2 months or so. "I don't know why this time, but there has been no news from him for a year." Su Zhen's eyes turned and he said worriedly, "Brother Yang wouldn't have become the demon race, right?" Yuhi's expression changed slightly. "How is that possible? Young master is a genius. It's impossible for him to become the demon race. Moreover, he hasn't reached a critical juncture in his cultivation, so his seclusion this time shouldn't be so dangerous." The little fatty shook his head. "That's hard to say. The path of cultivation is full of dangers, and if one is not careful, the consequences will be unpredictable." Yuhi was flustered by his words, and she was a little uncertain. Su Zhen struck while the iron was hot. "Why don't I break this restriction and see what happens?" "Don't even think about it." Yuhi glared at him. She had seen this little fatty's ability and knew that if he really wanted to break the restriction, it wouldn't take much effort. However, once he did so, he would definitely disturb Yang Kai. If Yang Kai really reached a critical juncture in his cultivation, even if he didn't become the demon race, he would become the demon race. Su Zhen smiled. "I'm just saying, senior, don't be angry. AI, what a pity, I wanted to give Brother Yang another good fortune, but it seems he's coming out." The restriction of the room in front of him suddenly closed, and with a soft squeak, the door opened, and a handsome young man walked out. Who else could it be but Yang Kai? Yuhi revealed a smile, and her heart finally relaxed. She walked forward with a smile, but after taking 2 steps, she saw the person behind Yang Kai, and the smile on her face suddenly stiffened, and she stared at him in a daze. Su Zhen was also somewhat dumbfounded. Turning his head to look at Yuhi, he said, "Senior, didn't you say that Brother Yang is in closed seclusion? How could someone bring a woman into seclusion? Moreover, this woman was the leader of Sword Pavilion. It was said that Yang Kai had spent a year in seclusion this time." Just what had happened during this year. Su Zhen looked at Lu Shui and couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. He felt envious of Yang Kai's luck with women. "What are you two doing here?" Yang Kai raised his head and saw Su Zhen and Yu He. He was puzzled. Little Fatty had a sly smile on his face, but Yu He's face was ashen. Her delicate body was trembling, and her eyes were spitting fire as she stared at something behind him. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that Lu Shue's face was red and her head was lowered. He suddenly understood and said, "I'm afraid you two have misunderstood." The space spirit bead was in his bedroom. After returning from Crouching Dragon Mountain, he naturally went straight to his bedroom. It wouldn't have been a big deal if no one had seen it, but now that he was caught red-handed, it really made people think of some things they shouldn't. What a big misunderstanding. Yu He sneered, turned around, and left. Wherever she went, a chill would envelop her, causing Guizian to tremble in fear. He quickly moved to the side lest he be implicated. Su Zhen smiled slyly and said, "Brother Yang, there's a fire in the backyard. Go put out the fire first, I'll talk to you later." Yang Kai said with a serious face, "Brother Su, you've really misunderstood. It's not what you think it is." Su Zhen said, "It's useless to explain it to me." Yang Kai looked at Lu Shui, then looked at him and shook his head. He had no intention of explaining anything. He called Guizian and said, "Miss Lu Shui can be considered one of us now. Take her down and find a room for her to stay." "One of us?" Guizian's heart trembled. He faintly felt that Yang Kai's words had a deeper meaning. He quickly replied, "Yes." Lu Shui excused herself and left with Guizian. Along the way, Guizian was very respectful, as if he wanted to worship her as his mistress. This made Lu Shui feel more and more ashamed. In the guest hall, Qinyu served tea and respectfully left. Yang Kai and Su Zhen sat across from each other. Only then did Su Zhen reveal the purpose of his visit. "Brother Yang, I have another great opportunity to give you." Last time, he said this and then refined the origin magnet divine gourd for Yang Kai. This time, he would say it again. Yang Kai was naturally interested and asked curiously, "Brother Su, please speak." Su Zhen said, "Brother Yang is a peerless genius. He should have condensed 7th grade fire element power, right?" There was no way to hide this. Yu He had already told him. When the Golden Crow Casting Sun Divine Technique appeared, it was tantamount to announcing this point to the world. Su Zhen slowly said, "A 7th grade Golden Crow True Fire can only be suppressed by a 7th grade Wood element power, so Brother Yang should also have a 7th grade Wood element power. In the battle 2 years ago, Brother Yang also used the Earth Attribute Divine Technique to form a shield. From what I can see, that divine technique is exceptionally sturdy and extraordinary, so it should also be a 7th grade one. In other words, Brother Yang has condensed at least 3 7th grade elements, wood, fire, and earth. In the Origin Magnet Mountains, Brother Yang risked universal condemnation and did not hesitate to make thousands of people his enemy. In the end, he even sealed off the passage and inspected everyone's space rings, all for the sake of obtaining a 7th grade Divine Origin Magnet Stone. Speaking of this, Su Zhen slowly shook his head. What a pity, although the Origin Magnet Mountains were abundant, no 7th grade Divine Origin Magnet Stone appeared. "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint Brother Yang." Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. "Brother Su, have you ever heard of a saying?" "What saying?" Su Zhen asked curiously. "Smart people generally don't live long." This little fatty had only met him twice, and their interactions were not deep, yet he was able to deduce so many things, almost exposing Yang Kai's background, causing Yang Kai to feel a chill run down his spine. Su Zhen quickly waved his hand and said, "I'm just speaking casually, Brother Yang, please don't take it to heart." However, Brother Yang's ambition to reach the 7th grade and open the heavens should be correct. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently, neither happy nor angry. "The reason I came to you this time is related to a 7th grade rare treasure." Su Zhen suddenly lowered his voice. Yang Kai's expression changed. "A 7th grade rare treasure? What attribute is it?" If it was wood, fire, or earth, it would not be of much value to him, but if it was any other attribute, he would have to fight for it. Since entering the great cosmological realm until now, he had only found an earth dragon pearl, and it was obtained by chance. Even the great cosmological realm, a huge natural treasure trove, was so difficult to find, let alone the outside world. The last time the Golden Crow's corpse appeared, it caused various forces to fight over it, and even several high-rank Heaven Splitters were dispatched. Even if a 7th-grade rare treasure really appeared in the 3,000 worlds, it would not be Yang Kai's turn to fight for it. For him, the great cosmological realm was the most suitable place to display his strength. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the water element. Water element. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. After the metal element was the water element, which was also useful to him. Even if he could not refine it now, it would be good to collect it first. However, he was not blinded by this temptation, but looked at Su Zhen suspiciously. Brother Su, since there is a 7th-grade water element, you can go and get it yourself. Why are you looking for me? Don't tell me there are 2 treasures of the water element. How precious are 7th-grade rare treasures? It's good enough to have one, how can there be 2? Su Zhen laughed and shook his head. It's just that this trip may be a little dangerous. Brother Yang's strength is extraordinary, so I pulled you along to boost my courage. Yang Kai naturally did not believe this. The little fatty was a disciple from the divine cauldron heaven, and although he had not seen him fight, his strength was definitely not bad. If he said it was dangerous, then that place was really dangerous. Pulling Yang Kai along was probably to increase his combat strength. To tell you the truth, Brother Yang, it's not just the 2 of us going. That place was discovered by a friend of mine, and there are about 5 or 6 people going together this time. 5 or 6 people? Yang Kai was amazed, and he even mentioned friends. Those who could be called friends by him most likely had extraordinary backgrounds and strength, and were probably the elite disciples of some blessed enclave. He chuckled, there's only one 7th-grade rare treasure, but there are 5 or 6 people, how do we split it? Su Zhen grinned and said, we travel together. When we reach the place, life, death, wealth, and riches are up to fate. Interesting. Yang Kai's mind was in turmoil. It had been a long time since he had such an adventurous experience. Just hearing Su Zhen's words made his blood boil, and he wanted nothing more than to set off immediately. Then Brother Yang agrees? Su Zhen looked at him and asked. There's one more question. Yang Kai looked at him in confusion. Brother Su asked me for a 6th-grade divine origin magnet stone last time, so what you condensed should be a 6th-grade rare treasure, so why are you coveting a 7th-grade rare treasure? Su Zhen said seriously, among the 5 elements, the wood and water elements are the most gentle and have the least impact on the Tao seal. Although I aim to be a 6th-grade rare treasure, condensing a 7th-grade wood and water element should not be a problem. Brother Yang, didn't your teacher tell you? Yang Kai suddenly realized. Su Zhen's method was the same as the suggestion he had made to his dozen or so subordinates. Although their foundation was already set, they could use this foundation to obtain greater strength. If he guessed correctly, this little fatty should be condensing a 7th-grade wood element, but the others were all 6th-grade rare treasures, so in the end, he could only reach the 6th grade splitting the heavens. How could Yang Kai have any teacher to tell him this? Although the lady boss had been good to him in the first inn, she did not expect his ambition to be so great, so she did not think to tell him this at all. Most of the common knowledge was obtained from Yu He. Chuckling, Yang Kai then said, right, there's one more thing I want to ask Brother Su for help with. Su Zhen asked, what is it? I want to ask Su Zhen to lay down a spirit array in this star market and increase the defensive power of this spirit array. Su Zhen could not help feeling a little speechless. This star market is Red Star Market. Brother Yang, you're just a consecrated in name, why are you so concerned? It's useful, it might be useful, Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Su Zhen could not refuse, so he could only say, how about this, I'll do it when we come back, but there's not enough time now. I made an agreement with those people before, and there are only 5 days left until the deadline. We have to set off tomorrow, otherwise it will be too late. Chapter 4060. The next morning, Yang Kai and Su Zhen set off, and everyone came to send them off. Yu He hid behind the crowd with an ugly expression on her face. According to Guizian, this woman threw a huge tantrum last night and smashed the things in her room into pieces. They were so scared that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Yang Kai looked at Guizian and said, this trip shouldn't take long. When I'm not around, Carefully supervise their cultivation. If you need any supplies, just look for Yue. Guizian replied, yes. Yueha curled her lips. Heh. Yang Kai glanced at her and said, yeah, if you encounter any irresistible danger, you know what to do. Yueha tilted her head to the other side. Heh. Lu Shui felt guilty and stepped forward. Master, do you need this concubine to follow you? No need, you stay and assist Yueha in managing the star market. Yang Kai waved his hand. Lu Shui retreated helplessly and quietly glanced at Yueha, only to see this woman looking at her with a smile. That smile made her hair stand on end. She knew that if this misunderstanding was not resolved, she would not have a good life in the future. Let's go back, Brother Su. Yang Kai called out to Su Zhen and soared into the sky. Su Zhen followed closely behind. After the two left, the smile on Yueha's face gradually disappeared. She angrily lifted her dress, turned around and walked in. Lu Shui hurriedly followed and said, Sister Yue, I have something to tell you. He immediately smiled sweetly and said, what a coincidence. I also have some things that I want to discuss with little sister. Let's go to my room. As she said this, she intimately held Lu Shui's arm and walked away with a smile. Behind them, Guizian and the others couldn't help but shudder. There was no sun, moon, or stars in the great cosmological abyss, so it was impossible to distinguish north from south. Yang Kai did not know which direction he was flying in. He followed Su Zhen for 3 days. During these 3 days, they passed by many cultivator strongholds, which made Yang Kai click his tongue in wonder. These strongholds varied in size. Some were grand, while others were extremely hidden. The large ones could accommodate tens of thousands of people, while the small ones could only accommodate a few hundred people. They struggled to survive in the strange environment of the great cosmological realm. There were also some dilapidated strongholds that had been destroyed by the beast tide. There were many rotting corpses lying on the ground. It was a horrible sight. When the great cosmological realm opened, the entire star city was swallowed up, and at least millions of people were swallowed in. Now that several years had passed, less than half of them were still alive. Just in the Sword Pavilion's star market alone, tens of thousands of people had died or were injured. One could imagine how terrifying the loss rate of those who had entered the great cosmological realm during this period was. 3 days later, the sound of waves could be heard in the distance. There was also a salty smell in the air. Yang Kai was slightly startled. There's a sea in the great cosmological realm? Su Zhen said solemnly, the great cosmological realm is vast and boundless. What we know is just a corner of the sea. What's so strange about there being a sea here? After a while, the turbulent sea came into view. The waves slammed against the table, rolling up waves that were hundreds of feet high. Yang Kai suddenly understood. Su Zhen said that this time they were looking for a grade 7 water element treasure. There was plenty of water power in the sea, so it was not surprising that it could breed a grade 7 water element treasure. After rushing into the sea and flying forward for another 3 hours, Su Zhen suddenly said, we've arrived. At the same time, Yang Kai also noticed a few unfamiliar auras. Looking over, he saw several figures standing on a small island with a radius of only a few miles. One of them stood on the beach with his hands behind his back. He had a stalwart figure and was dressed in black. When he looked up, his eyes were like an eagle's, piercing straight into one's heart. Not far away, a young girl was sitting on a rock with her head down, busying herself with something. Her hair covered her shoulders, making it impossible to see her face. Another young man was sitting cross-legged on a treetop 1,000 feet behind the young girl, silently circulating his qi. His figure rose and fell with the wind, his aura mysterious. Yang Kai's heart trembled. Although these 3 people were not heaven-opening cultivators, each of them gave him a feeling that they were not to be trifled with. Were these the friends that Su Zhen was talking about? He didn't know which heavenly paradise they came from, but each of them had an extraordinary background. Yang Kai and Su Zhen landed, and the black-clothed young man standing with his hands behind his back said coldly, "Fatty, you're late." Su Zhen smiled and said, "Not at all, there's still more than a day before the deadline." After a pause, he added, By the way, Brother Lin Feng, don't call me fatty again, or I'll fall out with you. Even though he said that, he still smiled without the slightest anger. Lin Feng coldly snorted and turned to look at Yang Kai, raising his chin slightly. You made us wait for so long just for this guy? Which heavenly paradise did he come from? How come I've never seen him before? Su Zhen said, I've never asked. He turned to Yang Kai and asked, Brother Yang, where do you come from? Yang Kai chuckled, it's neither a paradise nor a heavenly paradise. It's insignificant, not worth mentioning. Su Zhen was stunned. He had seen that Yang Kai could even comprehend something like the aspect divine technique and was even determined to reach the 7th level of heaven opening. He also had a 5th level heaven opening cultivator like you, he following him and calling him young master. He had really thought that he was from some heavenly paradise, but now that he heard Yang Kai say this, it turned out that he wasn't. Without a heavenly paradise's deep background and huge material support, how could he cultivate to such a level? Brother Yang, you're joking, said Su Zhen, shaking his head. He didn't believe him, but since Yang Kai didn't want to say, he didn't want to ask anymore. The young man in black grunted coldly, Fatty, this guy is neither a heavenly paradise's disciple nor a paradise's disciple. You just casually asked him to join forces with us? Su Zhen said solemnly, Brother Lin, I've seen Brother Yang fight. In terms of strength, you're not as good as him. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Really? As soon as his words fell, his fighting spirit soared and his aura soared to the limit. He stared at Yang Kai with scorching eyes, as if he wanted to fight him here and now. Obviously, he was not convinced by Su Zhen's words. He was a heavenly paradise's disciple, and although he hadn't broken through to the sky opening layer yet, he could still fight against a low-level heaven opening cultivator. How strong was this guy in front of him? Don't make trouble. Su Zhen looked at him speechlessly. You'll see later. He turned to Yang Kai and said, Brother Yang, let me introduce you. This guy is called Lin Feng, a disciple of Jianghu Cave Heaven. Yang Kai cupped his hands politely and said, Greetings, Brother Lin. When he saw Su Zhen and the guy surnamed Yin, Yang Kai thought that there might be other heavenly paradise's disciples in the Great Void Realm, but he didn't expect to see them today, and more than one at that. He didn't know why they were also in the star market at that time, but they ended up suffering an unexpected disaster. However, the Great Void Realm had both dangers and opportunities. For these proud sons of heaven, being involved in it was not necessarily a bad thing. Lin Feng snorted coldly and raised his nose to the sky. This is Gu Pan from Langya Paradise. Su Zhen pointed to the girl who was sitting on a stone with her head down. The girl hurriedly got up, her cheeks puffed up, and said softly, Greetings, Brother Yang. Her voice was very soft, just like a cat's. It was obvious that she was a gentle woman. Kai Yang, on the other hand, was greatly shocked. This girl named Gu Pan was actually from Langya Paradise. That was the place where Zhang Ruoxi's ancestor was born. Zhang Ruoxi had awakened her Tianxing bloodline and inherited a part of her ancestors' memories. When she left the star boundary, she planned to go to Langya Paradise, but she was swallowed by the Thousand Joints insect halfway and was separated from Yang Kai. Later, Yang Kai was stranded in the Qiqiao land, and Zhang Ruoxi's whereabouts were unknown. Yang Kai guessed that she should have gone to Langya Paradise. After all, it was her ancestors' homeland. If she went there, it would be equivalent to returning home in glory. Yang Kai wanted to go to Langya Paradise to look for Zhang Ruoxi after he opened the heavens, but who knew that he would meet a disciple of Langya Paradise here? He was surprised and happy, and almost wanted to ask about Zhang Ruoxi's situation, but he held back. There was no need to rush this matter. He would first see what Gu Pan's character was like before making any plans. Greetings, Junior Sister Gu. Yang Kai suppressed the excitement in his heart and returned the greeting. The girl sat back down again and lowered her head to busy herself. That one over there is Ningdao Ran from Carefree Paradise. Su Zhen pointed to the young man sitting cross-legged on the treetops, moving up and down with the wind. Although this young man was not old, he had an elegant temperament. This kind of aura could only be possessed by those old men with immortal temperament. If one didn't look at him and only felt this aura, They would think that he was a flowing time great emperor. Ningdao Ran did not get up, but raised a palm to Yang Kai from afar and said, "Greetings, brother." "Brother Ning." Yang Kai returned the greeting. Su Jin looked around and scratched his head. Where did that seductress Chu Huashang go? When the voice just fell, a figure came out of the sea behind him. The figure was graceful and covered with gauze. When it came out of the water vapor lingered around the body, causing infinite reverie. Yang Kai looked at it and saw an enchanting and charming woman standing behind Su Jin. She was half a head higher than him. She leaned over and breathed in Su Jin's ear, "Little fatty, who are you calling a seductress?" Su Jin looked at his nose, and his nose looked at his heart. He gave a thumbs up and pointed back. "This evil spirit is from Yin Yang Wonderland, called Chu Huasheng. Yang Xiong should be careful. She is the best at seducing men. Don't let her kill you." "Oh, why are you twisting my ear? Let go quickly. If you don't let go, I will fight with you." "What is seducing men? What is sucking Yang Qi?" Chu Huasheng gnashed her teeth and twisted Su Jin's ears. "My Yin Yang Wonderland is on the way of Yin and Yang integration. It is not the way of those dirty tricks. You don't slander me in front of outsiders." Su Jin's face was distorted with pain, but he dutifully stared at Yang Kai and said, "Anyway, Brother Yang, be careful of this woman." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Brother Su is serious. Alone Yin is not born, alone Yang is not long. Yin and Yang are mixed. It is the way of heaven and earth. It is not as serious as you say." Chapter 4061. He has also received the benefits of Yin and Yang fusion. Naturally, he knows that the orthodox fusion method is not comparable to those bad methods, but he has some right to speak. Chu Huashang's heart went to the bottom of her heart, and she didn't bother to find trouble with Su Jin. She looked at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes. "It's still this little brother who is sensible. Little brother, if you have time, we can discuss the art of union cultivation." "Well, there's a chance." Yang Kai kept nodding. Su Jin was stunned. Yang Kai came up with Chu Huasheng, this seductress. What a scandal! He regretted looking for Yang Kai. He couldn't see that this guy was a pervert. Lin Feng's eyes flashed a trace of contempt, and he said coldly, "Fatty, you came to find people. If you die on the way back, don't blame anyone." Yang Kai said with a smile, "If I die, it's my own fault. I can't blame others." "It sounds like a man." Lin Feng looked up and down at Yang Kai, as if to re-examine him. Su Jin said, "Don't talk nonsense. Now that everyone is here, Lin Feng, it's time to talk about the water treasure. Let's go and talk about it, so as not to waste time." Lin Feng said. "All right." Su Jin agreed. Gu Pan stood up, and Ning Dao Ran floated down from the treetop. He twirled his fingers, and a willow leaf suddenly appeared. The willow leaf grew in the wind, and with a bang, it transformed into a small boat. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. This willow leaf didn't have the aura of a secret treasure. It was like an ordinary willow leaf. He didn't know what wonderful method Ning Dao Ran had used. It had such an amazing change. A group of people jumped on the willow leaf boat. Ning Dao Ran stood at the bow of the boat, and controlled the boat to break through the air. Yang Kai raised his foot and stepped on it. He found that the boat was very strong. Even if he hit it with his hand, he might not be able to destroy it. The disciples of the Blessed Enclave really had unique skills. The little fatty Su Jin was like this, and Ning Dao Ran was like this. He was afraid that Lin Feng, Gu Pan and Chu Huashang were not soft persimmons. He could not help but feel a little envious. It was good to have a backer. No matter what he learned, there would be someone to teach him, and there would be no need to worry about cultivation resources. Unlike him, no matter where he went, he had to start from scratch and fight with his life on the line. No one loved him or loved him. Even his cultivation had to be done step by step. Lin Feng had already started talking about the water element treasure. Several disciples of the Blessed Enclave gathered in the Star Market at that time. Enclave. There must be many secret records in their respective sections. Even the elders in their sects came out of the Great Void Realm. They have more or less seen some information about the Great Void Realm. After arriving here, They immediately separated and went to find their own opportunities. In the past few years, everyone has gained something. Needless to say, Su Jin refined the divine magnetic gourd and found Yang Kai in exchange for a 6th-level divine magnetic stone. It can be said that he made a lot of money. Although he was a disciple of Shinding Tian, even in Shinding Tian, it took a lot of time and energy to get a 6th-level metal treasure. After all, 6th-level treasures were not cabbages that could be picked up everywhere. Several others also had similar gains. Lin Feng traveled around and came to the sea by chance. He felt the rich water element qi on an island. The water element qi was rich and mellow, far beyond any water element treasure he had seen before. That is definitely a 7th level, or even an 8th level water element treasure, Lin Feng said in a deep voice, his eyes burning. Everyone's breath couldn't help being short. How precious is a 7th or 8th level water element treasure? It can suppress the fortune of a land outside. It may not appear in thousands of years, but it can be found in the Great Void Realm. I'm afraid it's not so easy to get it. Chu Huashang said with a smile. If you can get it easily, you, Lin Feng, will not call us to help together. Lin Feng said, naturally it's not easy to get it. On the island, there are many strange sea clans, and the water element treasure seems to be very important to those sea clans. The closer to the island, the stricter the defense is. I have been forced to retreat 4 times. Sea clan? Everyone was surprised. Su Jin said, is there a master among the sea clans? Lin Feng shook his head slowly, it's not very powerful. It's not my opponent in a one-on-one fight. What's worse is that there are too many of them. Lin's 2 fists can't fight against 4 hands. Have you seen the water element treasure? Chu Huashang asked. What is that? Lin Feng blushed. I haven't seen it. Seeing everyone looking at him with a strange expression, he couldn't help but be angry. Although I haven't seen it, I can be sure that it is definitely a 7th or 8th level treasure. If you don't want to go, I have to get that thing by myself. Su Jin hurriedly said, go, it's rare to have this opportunity. How can we not go and see? Chu Huashang also nodded and said, yes. Ning Dao Ran has been standing at the bow of the boat, not saying a word, as if nothing is in his heart, and Gu Pan is busy with his head down. These 2 people don't express any opinions at all, which is very strange. Lin Feng clasped his hands behind his back and glanced at Yang Kai. All right. But let's get this straight first. There are 6 of us, but there's only 1 water element treasure. When the time comes, don't blame this Lin for not showing mercy. Chu Huashang said with a smile. People also mean this. Brother Lin, if you are killed by others, don't blame others. Lin Feng snorted. You have this ability to kill me. Suddenly turned to Yang Kai. I know all of your abilities, and you are qualified to join forces with Lin, but this one? Yang Kai smiled. Brother Lin, do you want to see it? If you are not qualified, I will kill you now, so as not to drag us down. Chu Huashang frowned and said, this person, often kill this, kill that, can you be a little more gentle? You look at senior brother Ning. Although she met Yang Kai for the first time, it was the first time she met someone who did not reject the combination of yin and yang, and was even willing to speak for this way of cultivation. Naturally, she had some good feelings for him. It doesn't matter. Yang Kai raised his hand. Brother Lin, it's normal to have this concern, but I don't know how Brother Lin wants to verify whether I am qualified. Lin Feng slowly raised his hand. If you take 3 of my palms and don't die, it means that you have this qualification. Ning Dao Ran, who had been standing still, slowly turned back. The boat will break. Lin Feng was furious. Who cares about your broken boat? Ning Dao Ran was silent for a moment, and no longer said anything. Yang Kai grinned. Brother Lin and I first met, it hurt the harmony, but since Brother Lin wants to see my ability, I will let you see it. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped backward and fell straight into the sea, disappearing without a trace. Lin Feng's face was stunned, Chu Huashang was stunned on the spot, Gu Pan suddenly coughed, as if choked by something, and kept beating his chest with his small hand. In the perception of the divine sense, Yang Kai quickly went away, and soon was out of their perception range. After a long time, Lin Feng's eyes twitched. Ran away? He glared at Su Jin. This is the helper you found? Your eyes grow in the ass? Dare to bring a cat or a dog here? Su Jin scratched his head. No. Yang Kai alone faced thousands of people, and his face didn't change. How could he be afraid of competing with Lin Feng? But if he wasn't afraid, why did he run away? Su Jin was puzzled. Chu Huashang also shook his head and sighed. I thought it was a good boy. It turned out to be just a silver spearhead. Something is coming. Su Jin's face suddenly changed. When the words fell, everyone was aware of it. Lin Feng shouted, I forgot to tell you, I'm afraid it won't be peaceful. There are many sea monsters in the sea, all of them are extraordinary, and fighting in this sea is very advantageous for them. It's very difficult for us to kill them. Be careful, it's coming. The willow leaf boat suddenly jumped up 100 feet, and then drifted nimbly, avoiding the attack from under the sea. Looking down, he saw a huge thing under the sea rising into the sky. Wow, what a big octopus! Chu Huashang put her hand over her eyes and exclaimed. As far as the eye could see, a huge octopus rushed out of the sea. The tentacles with suckers were more than 100 feet long. They were dancing with great momentum, as if there was a mountain in front of them that could be swept away. It's this evil creature again. The last time I crossed the sea, I met this thing. I fought with it for a long time and almost killed it. Unfortunately, I let it escape in the end. Well, this time it dares to come out, don't think of going back alive. Lin Feng stepped forward, his face full of murderous intent. This fish. Su Jin was stunned as he looked at the octopus with a strange expression. This was because at this moment, the octopus's 2 round eyes were filled with shock and fear. Moreover, looking at its flustered appearance, it didn't seem like it had taken the initiative to rush out of the sea to attack them. Instead, it seemed like it had been struck by some kind of attack. With a crash, a figure suddenly broke out of the sea and rushed straight to the octopus. It rushed to the octopus in a flash. As if feeling the crisis, the octopus waved its claws and swept down. The figure took a deep breath, raised a fist, and slammed out, hitting the soft abdomen of the octopus. The sound of the explosion rang out, and a layer of ripples suddenly spread out. The octopus's 8 claws were stiff, and its 2 round eyes were bulging. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the mountain-like octopus exploded in midair, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky and scattered down. On the sea, within a radius of dozens of miles, pieces of flesh and blood floated everywhere, attracting the dancing sharks. Everyone was stunned. Chapter 4062. Amidst the bloody mist, Yang Kai's figure flickered and landed back on the willow boat, smiling as he looked at Lin Feng. Senior brother Lin, I don't know if that punch of mine still caught your eye. Lin Feng's eyes kept twitching. After a while, he said coldly, it's just a brute force. It's really extraordinary to be able to throw such a huge octopus out of the sea. It's not something he can match. Moreover, that punch can smash the octopus into pieces. It can be seen that the strength is strong. But the foundation of the cultivator is not only brute force, but also the depth of his own strength, the cultivation of the secret techniques, the sacrificial treasures, and other comprehensive evaluations. It's just that he just said that the last time he met the octopus, he couldn't do anything to the other side. However, he was killed by Yang Kai with a punch, which was somewhat embarrassing. That's qualified? Yang Kai looked at Lin Feng with a smile. Lin Feng snorted and said nothing more. Little brother Yang is really strong. Chu Huashang's eyes were shining. As she spoke, she reached out and pinched Yang Kai's arm. This muscle is really strong. I have stronger muscles in other places. Sister Chu, do you want to touch it? Yang Kai winked at her. Chu Huashang glanced at him and said, Bad embryo? Kai Yang laughed heartily. Lin Feng bit his teeth and said, Adulterer. Little fatty Su Jin couldn't help but sigh and reach for his forehead. All the way, the willow boat broke through the air. Yang Kai and Chu Huashang sat side by side on the side of the boat. Their heads were together and whispered. They didn't know what they were talking about. It was so good to talk about it. From time to time, Chu Huashang also stretched out her fist and punched Yang Kai. She laughed again and again. It looked like two people were flirting. This scene was simply unbearable to look at. There are many dangers in the sea. Many huge sea monsters are crisscrossed. They feel the breath of strangers and rush out from time to time to block the road. However, all these people on board have extraordinary backgrounds. Although these sea monsters are fierce, they can't do anything to them. They are often killed before they get close. Where the willow boat passed, there was a bloody rain. Yang Kai was also lucky to see the means of several other disciples of the blessed enclave. They were all extraordinary, especially the divine technique that these people comprehended with the power of yin and yang and 5 elements, which really opened his eyes. Traveling with these people, Kai Yang couldn't help but feel as if he had just jumped out of a clump of dirt and seen the world. He wanted to say a few words to Gu Pan and pull the relationship closer so that he could find an opportunity to inquire about Zhang Ruoxi's situation. Unfortunately, Chu Huashang kept pestering him and discussing the mystery of the yin and yang. Yang Kai was also helpless and could only give up. But then again, the yin and yang fairyland is really amazing. Only after a long talk with Chu Huasheng, Yang Kai felt that he had gained a lot. It's a pity that Su Yan is not around, otherwise he would have to try it. Chu Huasheng obviously also got some inspiration from Yang Kai. The more they talked, the more congenial they became. 3 days later, the willow leaf boat suddenly descended and landed on a lonely reef. Ning Dao ran took the willow leaf and everyone looked around. Lin Feng pointed in one direction and said, "See the island over there? The water element treasure is on that island. This island is not small. When I came last time, I tried to get it several times, but I didn't succeed. This time, there are 6 of us. We must get the treasure." Everyone looked in the direction he pointed and saw an island in the depths of the sea. Looking from this position, the island was not too big, but it was 1,000 miles away from the island. It didn't look big from here, but it was definitely not small when they got closer. Su Zhen looked at Yang Kai and said, "It's like this, Brother Yang, we have discussed it before. We have a total of 6 people, so we will divide into 3 groups. 2 people will go together and land on the island from different directions. The rest will depend on our own ability. If anyone can get it, others won't have any complaints." They originally only had 5 people, so if they were to split up into 3 groups, there would be 1 less person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have specifically asked for Kai Yang's help. He had also seen Kai Yang's ability, so he naturally knew that by asking for Kai Yang's help, they would be much safer. "Good." Yang Kai nodded. "Let's divide into groups." Su Zhen saw that Yang Kai had no objection and immediately proposed. As soon as the voice fell, Chu Huashang stepped forward and took Yang Kai's arm and wanted to tie up with him. "I'll be in a group with little brother Yang." She and Yang Kai have been talking happily on the ship for 3 days. Naturally, she wants to act with him. "No." Su Zhen and Lin Feng said in unison. "Why not?" Chu Huashang's face was black. Lin Feng snorted coldly, "You 2 dog men and women are so close to each other on the ship. If I give you a group, I don't know what to do. It doesn't matter if you live or die. What if you implicate us?" Chu Huashang said angrily, "Who are you calling a dog man and woman? Say it again." "What about you?" Lin Feng did not show weakness. Seeing that a quarrel was about to break out even before the groups had been decided, Su Zhen too quickly interjected, all right, let's not talk too much. Although Brother Lin's words aren't pleasant to hear, I also have the same opinion. Enchantress Chu, you absolutely cannot be in the same group as Brother Yang." Chu Huashang said with a sneer, "Then who do you want me to be in a group with?" Su Zhen looked at the others and pointed out, "Let's be in a group with Brother Ning." Chu Huashang immediately jumped up and said, "You want me to be in a group with this wood? Little fatty, you did it on purpose, didn't you?" Ning Dao Ran's heart is natural, and everything is not in her heart. It is incompatible with her aura. She is naturally very unhappy. "Then we'll go first." Ning Dao Ran didn't seem to hear it. After saying a word, his figure flickered and he went up to the island step by step. Chu Huashang was so angry that her silver teeth were almost broken. Seeing Ning Dao Ran going farther and farther, she could only helplessly say, "Little brother Yang, let's have a good talk after we go back. I can't wait to try it with you. Yang Kai patted her arm and said, Be careful. Well, wait for me. Chu Huashang couldn't help nodding, and her body flickered and chased after Ning Dao ran. Seeing her leave, Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He looked at Su Jin gratefully. If he stayed with Chu Huashang, he couldn't stand this passionate woman. As for Brother Yang, Su Jin looked at Yang Kai, and a trace of hesitation flashed across his face. He said, Brother Yang, you and Gu Shimi are in a group. The remaining 4 people, Yang Kai and Lin Feng, are not easy to deal with. Naturally, they can't act together. Otherwise, they are looking for trouble. He wanted to be in a group with Yang Kai. After all, Yang Kai is strong. If he encounters any danger, he can turn it into safety with his ability. But after thinking about it, he gave this opportunity to Gu Pan. If he and Lin Feng join forces, they may not be worse than the group of Yang Kai and Gu Pan. Lin Feng naturally had no opinion. Seeing that Su Jin had finished the grouping, he urged, In that case, let's go. We can't let Ning Dao Ran and Chu Huashang get the opportunity. With a step, he was already 1,000 feet away. Su Jin hurriedly whispered to Yang Kai, Brother Yang, Gu Shimi is the true disciple of Langya Blessed Land. She has a very high status in Langya Blessed Land. You can't mess with her, or you will be hunted down by Langya Blessed Land. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? Su Jin cast a suspicious look. She secretly cursed herself for having made such a mistake. Back in Yang Kai's mansion, when she saw him and Lu Shui come out of the secret room together, she should have realized that he was a pervert. She couldn't help worrying, was it really a good idea to hand Gu Pan over to him? Yang Kai said, I am not that kind of person. Su Jin sighed and patted him on the shoulder, You're on your own now. Having said that, he chased after Lin Feng. The 4 left, leaving Yang Kai and Gu Pan on the reef. Yang Kai looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. He was worried that he couldn't find a chance to be alone with this girl, but Su Jin's arrangement was like a pillow sent to him. However, he wasn't in a hurry to inquire about Zhang Ruoxi's situation. First, he needed to feel out the details of this Gu Pan. Turning his head, Gu Pan was still busy with her head down. She had been like this since he first saw her, and he didn't know what she was busy with. Junior Sister Gu. Yang Kai greeted with a harmless smile. Gu Pan covered her mouth with her hand and quickly chewed for a while before swallowing something into her stomach. She then looked up and whispered, Brother? Yang Kai stared at the corner of her mouth and reached out to touch the same part of his mouth. Junior sister, there's something here. Gu Pan raised her hand and removed the thing from her mouth. Then under the stare of Yang Kai, she stuffed it into her mouth, sucked on her fingers, and licked her lips. Yang Kai was a little dumbfounded. When he saw this girl with her head down and busying herself before, he thought she was cultivating some kind of secret art, but now it seemed that she was actually quietly eating. He didn't know what was so delicious that it made her eat without stopping, but what was even more bizarre was that she didn't seem to be eating at all. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai smiled and said, Junior sister, let's go. Gu Pan nodded obediently. The 2 immediately set off from the reef and headed towards the island. It was a distance of 1,000 miles, so even if they were stealthily moving forward, it only took them a little over 2 hours to reach their destination. Looking up, the island was indeed ridiculously large, its length and width unknown. The 4 people who had left before were also nowhere to be seen, no one knew where they had gone. Brother, don't we need to take a detour? Gu Pan saw Yang Kai moving in the same direction and suddenly asked. Yang Kai said, No need, they must have taken a detour. We're already slower than them so we can save some time. Gu Pan nodded. Right, junior sister, do you have a method to conceal your aura and figure? Gu Pan said, Concealing one's aura can be done, but concealing one's figure is a bit difficult. Then let's use my artifact. Junior sister, come closer. Gu Pan didn't suspect anything and stuck close to Yang Kai. Yang Kai raised his hand and summoned the shadowless gauze, directly covering the 2 of them. In an instant, the 2 figures disappeared into the void, and even if someone tried to investigate carefully, they wouldn't be able to find any trace of them. Chapter 4063. The Shadowless Veil was something that Yang Kai obtained in the Qiqiao land. It was originally bestowed to his disciple Du Ruffing by the Fire Spirit Land's Earth Protector Venerable Duan Hai. Since Du Ruffing was killed by Yang Kai, the Shadowless Veil naturally became Yang Kai's spoils of war. Duan Hai had a 4th grade heaven-opening cultivation, and the Shadowless Veil was of extraordinary quality. Once activated, it had the effect of concealing one's aura and figure. A lower-grade heaven-opening cultivator would find it difficult to detect one's whereabouts, so it could be considered a rare treasure. Back on the Sun Star, Yang Kai had used this treasure to avoid the detection of many lower-grade heaven-opening cultivators before finally approaching the Golden Crow's corpse and snatching it by chance. Later on, in the first inn, the Shadowless Veil was taken away by the Lady Boss and asked a Grandmaster to refine it, raising the Shadowless Veil's effect to another level. The Lady Boss said that a lower-grade heaven-opening cultivator would not be able to detect its whereabouts, and even a middle-grade heaven-opening cultivator would not be able to detect its whereabouts if they did not pay attention. In the great cosmological realm, as long as the power of heaven-opening did not appear, the Shadowless Veil could be said to be a rare treasure. Gu Pan's eyesight was not bad, and after being shrouded by the Shadowless Veil, she could see the extraordinariness of this thing and praised, "Brother, this treasure is really good." Yang Kai chuckled. Junior sister comes from Langya Blessed Land and is a disciple of a great sect. How could this thing enter junior sister's eyes? Gu Pan said seriously, "This is my first time going out for experience." Yang Kai was stunned. Then junior sister is really unlucky. Gu Pan lowered her head, a little sad. Master, brother, and senior sister must be worried. She looked like a little girl. Yang Kai could not bear to see this and comforted her. "Don't worry, there will be a day when you go out. At that time, you can reunite again." "Brother is right," Gu Pan nodded repeatedly. "Sure." Yang Kai raised a finger. "Don't talk for now, we're going to land on the island." There seemed to be a lot of sea race people there. There were indeed many members of the sea tribe stationed on the coast. There were bonfires on the beach, and there were palm leaf houses next to the bonfires. Many members of the sea tribe were walking in and out of the houses. Some food was being roasted on the bonfires, emitting an enticing aroma. Yang Kai quietly glanced over and couldn't help but frown. He found that these sea race creatures were just as Lin Feng had said before. Some had fish heads, some had fish gills, some had fish skin on their feet, and some had fish scales all over their bodies. These members of the sea race all had humanoid forms, but none of them looked like humans. They all retained most of the characteristics of the sea race. This reminded him of the mantis head he had encountered in the Sword Pavilion Star Market. That guy was the same. He had a human form, but he had the head of a praying mantis. Even his 2 arms looked like blades. Yang Kai suddenly realized that the laws of heaven and earth in the Great Void Realm were not the same as in the outside world. It should be extremely difficult for a monster beast to transform. It was not as simple as in the outside world. Many Sea Clan cultivators had gathered together and were speaking in a strange language that Yang Kai couldn't understand, but when he saw that they all seemed to be in harmony, he knew that his guess was right. Lin Feng and the others should have taken a detour and not come ashore here, otherwise, there would have been a great battle. The members of the sea race on the beach were all miscellaneous soldiers. They looked vulnerable. Yang Kai was not afraid, but since he was going to sneak in, it was naturally better not to alert the enemy. However, Gu Pan's aura suddenly became chaotic. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that Gu Pan's face was slightly pale, her cheeks were bulging, and there was a slight and strange sound coming from her throat. Yang Kai was surprised. "Junior sister, what's wrong with you?" Gu Pan wanted to cry, "Brother, I want to vomit." As she spoke, she covered her mouth with her hand. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although they are a little ugly, they don't make you so disgusted. Don't vomit, or we'll be in trouble." Gu Pan nodded quickly, her big eyes full of mist. She lowered her head and did not look at the members of the sea race. Suddenly, there was a voice, talking about the incident a few months ago. The reason why the sea race had arranged their troops here was to prevent that person from coming again. Yang Kai understood that they should be talking about Lin Feng. When he turned his head to look, he saw two people who looked different from the other members of the sea tribe standing in front of a bonfire. They were chatting animatedly. The chi of these two members of the sea race was extremely strong, and they were dressed very well. It seemed that their status in the sea race was not low. One of the fish heads suddenly turned his head and glanced in the direction of Yang Kai with a suspicious look. "What's wrong?" the other member of the sea race asked. The fish head said, "It's nothing, someone just looked at me." Ignoring him, he continued chatting with his companion. Under the shadowless gauze, Yang Kai withdrew his gaze, his heart trembling. This shadowless gauze was good, but when using it, he still had to pay attention to his eyes. The fish monster just now wasn't very strong, and Yang Kai had only glanced at it for a moment before it sensed his presence. If they really encountered a strong master, they might be able to see through him. Moving forward quietly, avoiding the campfires and groups of sea race soldiers, it was not until 2 hours later that Yang Kai brought Gu Pan to a certain part of the jungle. Using his divine sense, Yang Kai found no signs of life around, and this place was extremely remote. Yang Kai put away the shadowless gauze and said, "Let's rest first." After all, the shadowless gauze was a heaven-opening boundary artifact, and Yang Kai consumed a lot of energy to use it. In this damned place, who knew when a great battle would break out? Naturally, he had to maintain his energy at all times. Gu Pan's face was still pale as she groped around for a stone and sat down, taking out something from her space ring and staring at it with a bitter expression. Yang Kai stared at it, somewhat speechless. What Gu Pan was holding in her hand was a small piece of dried fish, about half a foot long and golden yellow in color. It should have been cooked by her. Thinking of the thing at the corner of her mouth just now, Yang Kai suddenly understood. This woman had been busy with her head down all this time because she had been eating dried fish. However, at this moment, the usually delicious dried fish in her eyes was transforming into the strange appearances of those fish monsters from time to time, causing Gu Pan's face to go pale, and she began retching. Seeing this, Yang Kai immediately understood that her vomiting was not because she was frightened but because she had thought of his dried fish, so he couldn't help laughing and saying, "Junior sister, this thing has nothing to do with those fish monsters, don't think too much about it." Gu Pan raised her head, her eyes hazy with tears. "Really?" Yang Kai was startled and nodded repeatedly. "Of course it's true. Those fish monsters are fishy and smelly. How could they be compared to this dried fish? This is the world's #1 delicacy." Gu Pan's eyes suddenly lit up. "Big brother also thinks so?" Yang Kai chuckled. "It seems you also think so." Gu Pan nodded again. "Dried fish is the most delicious. Unfortunately, Master doesn't allow me to eat it." "Master isn't here." Yang Kai winked at her. "Second senior sister also says so." Gu Pan looked at Yang Kai in surprise. "Every time, it's second senior sister who secretly makes me a lot of dried fish." Saying so, she mustered up her courage, grabbed the dried fish, put it in her mouth, and took a bite. The next moment, she narrowed her eyes and chewed. All the previous haze in her heart swept away. She ate quietly, chewing slowly, but her speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, a small dried fish entered her stomach, and she took out another one. After eating more than a dozen, he suddenly came to his senses. Looking up at Kai Yang, he asked embarrassedly, "Senior brother, do you want to eat?" While speaking, he handed the half-eaten piece of dried fish to Kai Yang. Yang Kai took it with a smile. "I also want to try your second senior sister's cooking." After eating, regardless of whether it was delicious or not, he kept praising it, making Gu Pan nod repeatedly in agreement. After this contact, Yang Kai could see that this girl wasn't scheming. She should have been raised in a greenhouse since childhood, and she herself said that this was the first time she came out to experience the world and was involved in the great cosmological boundary. Since she wasn't scheming, Yang Kai didn't want to beat around the bush with her anymore. Just as he was about to inquire about Zhang Ruoxi, his expression suddenly changed and he quickly summoned the shadowless veil to cover the two of them. "Brother?" Gu Pan was puzzled. "Someone's coming." Yang Kai shushed her. A moment later, accompanied by a rustling sound, a team of fish demons came from the other end of the woods. The leader was less than 3 feet tall and carried a steel fork in his hand. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of fish demon he was, but he had a round body without a neck. His head was attached to his body, making him look like a meatball, which was very funny. This should be a team of patrolling fish demons, shuttling through the jungle. Suddenly, the leading fish demon stopped in its tracks. Its nose twitched as if it had discovered something. The fish demon's sense of smell should be good. While twitching his nose, he approached Yang Kai and Gu Pan, followed by a group of subordinates behind him. Yang Kai looked down at Gu Pan, speechless. He saw the remnants of dried fish on the corner of Gu Pan's mouth. Gu Pan also seemed to notice it and reached out to touch it, then blushed. A moment later, the fish demon was already 3 feet away from Yang Kai and Gu Pan, and he was still sniffing. His hideous and disgusting appearance made people feel nauseous, and a fishy smell assaulted their nostrils. "Brother, I can't take it anymore," Gu Pan whispered. She suddenly raised her hand, and a brush appeared in her hand. She drew in the air, and a yin-yang tai chi diagram came crashing down. The yin-yang energy rotated, enveloping all the fish demons. Miserable screams rang out as the fish demons were ground to dust. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed the leading fish demon, saving him in an instant. With the two's action, the shadowless veil lost its effect, completely exposing their whereabouts. The fish demon was still in a state of shock after escaping from death. He raised his head and saw Yang Kai and Gu Pan, and became furious. "You two have guts, how dare you sneak attack the great Wulala?" "Wulala?" Yang Kai looked at him in confusion. The fish demon raised his hand and pointed behind him, saying arrogantly, "I am the great Wula. Let me go quickly or you'll die." With a bang, Yang Kai punched him in the eye, and the great Wula's eyes rolled back, and he fainted without a sound. Chapter 4064. Gu Pan said with disdain, "Brother, why did you save him? If not for Yang Kai's timely intervention, this great Wula would have been killed by the yin-yang tai chi diagram." Yang Kai said, "We are deep behind enemy lines and are unfamiliar with this place. We have to find someone to ask about the strength of the sea race here." Gu Pan nodded. "Brother, you are very considerate." They couldn't stay here any longer. A group of fish demons were killed by Gu Pan. Although they were very fast, there was still some noise. Yang Kai hurriedly destroyed the corpses to hide the traces of the battle. Gu Pan watched from the side and saw that Yang Kai's movements were swift and skillful. After a while, he couldn't see any abnormalities. He couldn't help but admire him, thinking that brother really knew a lot. When the fish demon Wula woke up, he found that he was tied up. He quietly opened his eyes and found that he was in a cave. There were flames jumping around and crackling sounds coming out. There was also a strange fragrance. "You're awake." A face came over and stuck in front of him. Wula was shocked. He looked up and saw the face of the person who had knocked him out. He was furious. "How dare you sneak attack the great Wula? I will kill all of you." Wula. Yang Kai punched him in the head. A 3 to 4 inches high bump appeared on Wu La's head. It looked like a tumor grew on his head. This guy was useless, but he had a bad temper. Wula was in pain and he kept screaming. Yang Kai said gloomily, "Shut up. If you dare to scream again, I will kill you right now." Wula immediately stopped screaming. He rolled his eyes and looked at Yang Kai. "Wula is not afraid of death." Yang Kai sneered. "If you are not afraid of death, then scream." This guy was obviously very scared, but he was very stubborn. He pointed to the side. "Do you see that girl over there?" Wula turned his head and saw a bonfire burning there. A young girl was sitting next to the bonfire, looking at him with a smile. Yang Kai said, "That girl likes to eat dried fish. If you want to die, it's easy. I'll hand you over to her. She'll cut you into pieces and roast you slowly." Wula was shocked. She looked carefully and saw that the young girl was roasting a few small dried fish over the bonfire. The fish was golden and shiny, and oil dripped down, making a sizzling sound. "Wulala, it's fishy and smelly. It's not tasty." The fish demon cried out loudly. It was so scared that its liver and gallbladder were splitting apart. "She's not picky. As long as it's fish, she can eat it." Yang Kai smiled. Gu Pan also looked at the fish demon with a smile. She grabbed a small dried fish and put it into her mouth to chew. Wu Lei's face was extremely pale as she begged for mercy. Don't eat me, don't eat me, Wu La doesn't want to die. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. If you want to live, it's even easier. Open your mind and let me plant the divine soul brand in you. Become my servant and you will live. Wu La was angry again. How dare you? You want the great Wu La? Munch, munch. The sound of Gu Pan eating dried fish came from the side. As she ate, she looked at the fish demon with her big eyes, as if she wanted to taste which part of the fish was the most delicious. The fish demon shivered and looked at Yang Kai weakly. Can I really live if I become your servant? Don't worry, you can definitely live. Wu La struggled for a moment and said dejectedly, Wu La agrees. Hearing this, Yang Kai didn't hesitate anymore. Immediately, his divine thought surged and rushed into the fish demon's mind. This fish demon wasn't very strong. Even if he tried his best to resist, Yang Kai could still break the defense of his mind. However, if he didn't cooperate, his divine thought would be damaged and he would become mentally retarded. If that was the case, it would be better to just kill him and save the trouble. After a short while, Yang Kai planted the divine soul brand in Wu Lei's mind. His divine thought surged and searched through the fish demon's memory. After a while, Yang Kai frowned and looked at Wu La speechlessly. Then he withdrew his divine thought. This fish demon was very arrogant. He kept calling himself the Great Wu La. In fact, he didn't have a high status in the sea race. He was just a small captain of a patrol team. Therefore, he didn't know much. He knew a little about the water element treasure, but he didn't know what it was. He only knew that it was a sacred relic of the Sea Tribe. Only the highest members of the Sea Tribe were qualified to get close to the sacred relic and pray to it to obtain great power. However, a few months ago, a guy broke into this place and tried to get his hands on the sacred relic. The Sea Tribe was furious and fought with him several times, forcing him to retreat. Recently, the place where the sacred relic was located was much more heavily guarded. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai said, Take us to the place where the sacred relic is. Wu La blinked and shook his head. You can't go there. You look so strange. Obviously, you are different from us. If you are discovered, you will be killed. Yang Kai sneered. Of course, I have a way to make you take us there. Wu La scratched his head. But Wu La can't get close to the sacred relic. He didn't have a high position in the Sea Tribe. How could he be qualified to get close to the sacred relic? Once he got close, he would definitely be expelled or even killed. We'll go wherever we can. Yang Kai smiled and threw a bag to Later, keep this bag carefully. Don't let anyone find it. Yang Kai called Gu Pan. Gu Pan finished the dried fish in 2 or 3 bites. He stood up and walked to Yang Kai's side. Yang Kai changed his hand signs and his soul consciousness surged. He opened the 6 directions Rui pouch and pulled Gu Pan into it. Wu La was shocked when he saw this. He was born in this place and had never been to the outside world. He had never seen such a strange method. He was amazed when he saw 2 people get into the pouch in his hand. He was shocked. He didn't know if he could squeeze the people in the pouch to death. As soon as this thought came to his mind, he felt a sharp pain in his sea of consciousness. Yang Kai's voice echoed in his head. Don't think about it. I can take your life with a thought. Cooperate with me. After everything is done, I will let you go. Wu Lei's face was pale, but he kept nodding. Now hide the pouch. Yang Kai ordered again. Wu La fumbled for a while and hid the pouch under his scales. Then he picked up his steel fork and walked out uneasily. In the 6 directions Rui pouch, Gu Pan said softly, Brother, it's a little crowded. The 6 unity wish bag was a very mysterious thing. It could be big or small. When Yang Kai had transformed into his 1,000-meter-long dragon form, this thing could also fit inside. The Scarlet Flood Dragon and the Earth Dragon were also fine inside, but no matter how big the things inside were, it would still feel crowded. When the girl exhaled, Yang Kai felt something soft and elastic stick to his back. Gu Pan had never been so close to anyone. She was not used to it. Her body twisted uneasily, which made Yang Kai feel more and more. Junior sister, why don't you turn your back to me? Yang Kai suggested. Oh. Gu Pan turned around with difficulty. Her body rubbed against Yang Kai's back. After much difficulty, she turned around and sighed, "Brother, you have so many treasures." First, it was the shadowless veil that concealed his presence and figure. Now there was this Rui pouch. It was an eye-opener for Gu Pan. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Junior sister, your treasures are not bad." Previously, when Gu Pan killed the pair of fish demons, she took out a painting brush. Although it was only a glimpse, Yang Kai could still feel the extraordinariness of the painting brush. After all, she was a direct disciple of Langya Blessed Land. How could she not have some wealth? "Junior sister, you should rest for a while. There might be a big battle. I need to watch this fish demon to prevent him from having any thoughts of betrayal." But Wula moved all the way to the center of the island. From time to time, she would encounter some sea monsters, but they were all safe. As she moved forward, Yang Kai could clearly feel the chi of the water element treasure getting closer and closer. Before getting close to the island, Yang Kai noticed the chi of the water element treasure. As Lin Feng said, the chi was very rich and pure. It was definitely a treasure of the 7th level or above. No wonder that guy was so enthusiastic about it. Su Zhen had also said that although they aspired to reach the 6th level, the water element was the softest. Even if they were at the 7th or 8th level, it wouldn't cause much of an impact on their seals. It didn't matter if they condensed it, but it could increase their strength. That was why they had been persuaded by Lin Feng to join forces to explore the island. They didn't know where they were now, but after all, they were all disciples of Big Sex and had their own methods. Yang Kai guessed that they should also be close to the sacred treasure of the sea race. After a full day, a majestic city suddenly appeared in Wu Lei's field of vision. Yang Kai was always paying attention to the outside world, so naturally he also saw the city. From Wu Lei's memories, Yang Kai had already learned that this was the holy city of the sea race. The sacred treasure was in the holy city. A few months ago, Lin Feng had snuck into the holy city several times to covet the water treasure, but unfortunately he had failed every time. The holy city was heavily guarded, but Wula herself was a member of the sea race, so naturally there was no problem for her. After a short time, she entered the city. There were sea monsters everywhere, which surprised Yang Kai. Some of the sea monsters here were extremely strong, and the characteristics of the sea race were extremely rare. On the way, Yang Kai found that the stronger the sea monsters were, the closer they looked to humans. Yang Kai even sensed that a few of them were not inferior to the mantis head. In Jianghu Star City, Yang Kai fought desperately to kill the mantis head, but after practicing the great unrestrained spear, it shouldn't be so difficult. But the holy city of the sea race was a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. Wu Lei's heart was pounding. After all, she had a guilty conscience. Yang Kai comforted her in a low voice, but it didn't help. After walking in the city for half an hour, Wula arrived in front of an ancient and magnificent temple. That was the temple of the sea race. Countless members of the sea race worshipped there and asked for the sacred treasure to give them power. The temple was divided into 9 floors. The stronger one was, the deeper one could go, and the closer one could come in contact with the sacred treasure. Almost every member of the sea race had come to the temple, and Wula was no exception. However, with her strength and position in the sea race, she could only go to the 3rd floor at most. She wasn't qualified to go any further, which was why she had said that she couldn't get close to the sacred treasure. Chapter 4065. The temple of the Sea Clan was solemn and sacred. The sound of worship reverberated in the air. The chi of the water element filled the air. From time to time, there would be members of the Sea Clan dancing and laughing wildly, which made their companions envious. Even though Yang Kai was hiding in the Rui bag, he could feel the rich water element chi. It was indeed easy to understand some mysterious divine technique when practicing in such a place. As for the blessing that Wu Lala had mentioned, it was probably the same thing. If people who practiced water skills came here to practice, they would be able to advance by leaps and bounds. Unfortunately, this was the hinterland of the Sea Clan, where the holy city was located. Who could set foot here? In the middle of the temple, there were layers upon layers. Each layer was hundreds of feet high, and the bottom layer was unknown. Although Wuxia's heart was beating violently, he was qualified to enter the third layer after all, so he was safe and sound all the way. However, the members of the Sea clan on the first 3 layers were some small fries. At most, they were at the same level as Yang Kai could kill them all with one slap. After entering the third layer, Wuxia didn't want to go any further. There are temple guards there. Wuxia is not qualified to go to the 4th layer. If I go near, I will be killed. Wuxia curled up into a ball and hid in a corner, looking at the entrance to the 4th layer. Yang Kai was speechless. He had threatened and tempted him, and even tortured him severely, but he couldn't make him move at all. As Yang Kai was thinking about whether to come out with Gu Pan and make a scene, suddenly the ground shook. A violent energy fluctuation came from outside, and then the holy city was in chaos. Su Zhen's flustered and exasperated voice came, "You stupid pig, I told you to stay calm. Why are you in such a hurry?" Lin Feng shouted in a low voice, "It's useless to say more." These 2 people had sneaked into the holy city and exposed their whereabouts, which led to a group of strong Sea clan cultivators besieging them. Yang Kai hid in the wishful pouch and did not know what was happening outside. He could only feel the shock waves from the battle and hear the screams of the sea folk. Back in the days, Lin Feng had fought alone in the holy city. Now, with the little fatty, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. The 2 of them joined hands and fought against the strong cultivators of the Sea clan. Blood flowed like a river. However, although the 2 of them were disciples of a great sect, the Sea race's foundation was also extraordinary. It would be difficult for them to forcefully break into the temple to obtain the sacred object. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was delighted. He hurriedly urged Wuxia, "Quick, take this opportunity to go down quickly." Lin Feng and Su Zhen's sudden attack attracted a lot of the Sea clan's attention. Yang Kai clearly saw several tyrannical figures fly out from the bottom of the temple. Obviously, the Sea clan masters who had been cultivating below were alarmed and had gone to help. This was the time when the temple was defenseless. If they didn't act now, when would they? Wuxia looked hesitant. But before he could make a decision, the whole temple suddenly shook. A violent strength hit the temple. Suddenly, a mysterious pattern appeared around the temple, turning into a protective barrier. Many people of the Sea clan who were praying on the 3rd floor did not notice and were blown away. They fell towards the bottom of the temple. They were all dancing and shouting. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He hurriedly said, "Jump down." Wuxia didn't want to enter the 4th floor through the entrance, but it didn't matter if he fell. After all, at this moment, many people of the Sea clan were blown away. It didn't matter whether he was there or not. He quickly arrived at the edge of the hollow area and pretended to let out a strange cry before falling down. In the air, Wuxia's face was pale. He shouted in panic, "Wuxia is going to die." He poked the pitchfork in his hand into the wall of the cave, which turned into a spark and gradually slowed down his fall. When he stabilized himself, Yang Kai was so angry that he coughed up blood. "You can't do anything right." This fierce fall was very close to the holy object, but this was only the 7th floor. They still had 2 more floors to reach the holy object. He was so angry that he wanted to jump out of the scepter bag and slap this guy to death. "Wuxia, I won't jump. I won't jump even if you kill me." The fish climbed up to the 7th floor with a pale face. Yang Kai controlled his anger and said, "Jump one more time. There are only 2 floors left." Wuxia shook his head like a rattledrum. I won't jump again." Yang Kai's voice was cold. "You choose or you die." At this point, Yang Kai had lost his patience. Su Zhen and Lin Feng had attracted most of the Sea race's attention. Many of the Sea race's strong cultivators had flown away. At this moment, if he and Gu Pan came out, they might be able to succeed. Wuxia felt Yang Kai's murderous intent and couldn't help but panic. He turned his head and said in surprise, "The guard is gone. Wuxia, let's go down." Yang Kai glanced over and saw that the guard leading to the 8th floor had somehow disappeared. Wuxia ran towards the entrance and quickly entered the passage. He spiraled down and went directly to the 8th floor. There were many sea monsters on the 8th floor, but at this moment, they were disturbed by the movement outside. They all raised their heads to look. From time to time, some sea monsters would fly up to check the situation. At this point, Wu Lei's legs and stomach were trembling. He had never come to such a deep place before. Every marine race here was countless times stronger than him. If they saw him here, they might just slap him to death. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was surprised because among the many sea monster masters, a big-headed fish monster was walking towards the entrance to the 9th layer. Yang Kai sensed that the fish's chi wasn't very strong. It was almost the same as Wu Lei's. However, the sea race's strong cultivators ignored him as if they didn't see him. "Follow that fish," Yang Kai ordered. Wu La scrambled to catch up with the big-headed fish monster. Strangely enough, the sea race experts didn't pay any attention to Wu La. They just raised their heads and looked at the sky. The guard leading to the entrance of the 9th floor was still there, but the big-headed fish didn't care. It went straight through the middle of the guards. Wu La followed Yang Kai's urging. He braced himself and followed him. Surprisingly, he passed through easily. As they went down, the big-headed fish seemed to sense something. It turned around and looked at Wu La. Its eyes were full of doubts. Slowly shaking its head, it continued to move forward. Not long after, the two fish monsters stepped into the 9th floor. The moment they entered the 9th floor, Wu Lei's attention was attracted by a ball of light. He murmured, "A holy object." He only knew that there was a holy object under the temple, but he didn't see what it looked like. Today, he finally got what he wanted. The holy object was enshrined on an altar. It was like a full moon, emitting gentle light. The moonlight was like water, full of sacred and mysterious aura. What made Wu Lei's heart beat faster was that there was no one on the 9th floor at this moment. There were only him and the big-headed fish monster. It seemed that the movement just now had attracted all the sea race's strong cultivators. Being cleansed by the holy object's chi, Wu La clearly felt that his cultivation was increasing rapidly. His whole body felt warm. He couldn't help but moan. Innate cardinal treasure. In the Rui pouch, Yang Kai's breathing suddenly quickened. The so-called innate cardinal treasure was a treasure born from the innate heaven and earth. Among all the treasures he had encountered, only the immortal tree was qualified to be called an innate cardinal treasure. Although the soul-warming lotus was also a cardinal treasure, it was still a little inferior and had not reached the innate level. The fist-sized pearl hanging on the altar like a full moon was an innate cardinal treasure. Yang Kai was shocked and delighted. There was an innate cardinal treasure in the great cosmological realm. This moon pearl was obviously an existence of the same level as the immortal tree. It was probably the only one in the world. Kill him. Wu La was blinded by greed. He stared fiercely at the big-headed fish in front of him. There was only him and the big-headed fish monster on the 9th floor. As long as he killed the big-headed fish, he could snatch the holy object. He acted immediately. He was probably blinded by the holy object. The steel fork in his hand stabbed toward the big-headed fish. Seeing that the big-headed fish was about to die on the spot, he suddenly turned around and gently waved his hand at Wu La. Without a sound, Wu La turned into a pile of meat paste. Yang Kai was shocked. He was hiding in the Rui pouch and did not see how the big-headed fish attacked. He also did not expect Wu La to attack the big-headed fish. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. After the big-headed fish killed Wu La, its figure twisted and turned into the appearance of a young man with an elegant aura. Ning Daoran. Shockingly, the fish demon was Ning Daoran in disguise. No wonder the Oceanic clans turned a blind eye to him all along the way. It wasn't that the Oceanic clans ignored him, but that he should have used some sort of strange technique to conceal himself from the Oceanic clan's perception. Wu La followed behind him and also benefited from it. As soon as Ning Daoran appeared, he walked toward the moon pearl and reached out to grab it. At this moment, a chuckle sounded. The laughter was frivolous, but it shook the people's blood and made people's hearts full of distracting thoughts. Suddenly, a graceful figure should step out of the void, laughing again and again. "Thank you, Brother Ning, for leading the way. This little sister will accept it." Ning Daoran smiled slightly. "Junior sister apprentice Chu is really mysterious. I didn't know when you were following me." The tone was light, as if Chu Huasheng didn't mind using him to explore the way, but the movement of the hand was not slow at all. The hand made a gesture and pointed at Chu Huasheng. The mysterious power burst out, without the slightest breath of smoke, and attacked Chu Huasheng. Chu Huasheng would not show weakness. She bent her fingers and played as if she was playing some instrument. There was a decadent sound in the dark. The two disciples of the blessed enclave rushed toward the moon pearl while fighting, and their speed was not worse. For a while, the void shook, and the sound of the explosion sounded. After 3 breaths, 2 hands grabbed the hazy moon pearl at the same time. Chapter 4066. At the moment of the tentacle, Ning Dao Ran and Chu Huasheng's faces changed dramatically, and they hurriedly retracted their hands as if they were electrocuted. Looking at it, Chu Huasheng's face turned pale, and Ning Dao Ran frowned. Just because of the moment of contact, there was a force of extreme cold coming out of the moon bead and invading their bodies. The palms of the two people were cold at the moment and turned into ice sculptures. The force of extreme cold spread uncontrollably to the arms. Where it passed, the body instantly lost feeling. This moon bead is actually a cold attribute treasure, which is really unexpected. Before everyone felt it clearly from this moon bead, there was a strong water element gas, but when they really touched it, they found that it was not a simple water element, but ice element. Ice element also belongs to water element. Water condenses into ice, which can be regarded as a branch of water element. It can even be said that ice element is better than the ordinary water element. If you can withstand the impact of this ice element on the seal, you can also condense the 5 elements of yin and yang. In your own body, you can open the sky and earth and reach the realm of opening the sky. How is it ice element? Chu Huasheng was annoyed. Ning Dao Ran also shook his head slowly and sighed. They are the elite disciples of Fairyland, all aspiring to achieve the 6th grade of opening the sky, and also laid the foundation of the 6th grade. As Su Jin said before with Yang Kai, among the 5 elements of yin and yang, the water element is the softest, and the impact on the seal is the least, so even if their foundation is the 6th grade, it doesn't matter if they condense the 7th grade or 8th grade water element power, but it can improve their own strength. However, what he was referring to was only ordinary water element treasures. There was no way to refine this ice element treasure. The foundation laid in the Taoist seal was simply not enough for them to refine this bone-chilling moon pearl. If they tried to forcefully refine it, it would only damage the Taoist seal. Therefore, after perceiving the real attribute of the moon bead, Chu Huasheng will be so annoyed. If you know this, why waste this effort and energy? The cold moon bead is the ice soul treasure. You have no eyes. A mocking voice sounded. Ripples appeared in the void, and a powerful fish demon walked out from the ripples. This fish demon was born with a big waist, up to 3 feet tall, a fierce aura, with a fish face, no legs, a fish tail under the body, covered with blue scales, holding a hammer-like thing in his hand. A pair of fierce eyes coldly looked at Chu Huasheng and Ning Dao Ran. Another 10 Zhang tall marine race member followed closely behind. He held a giant anchor in his hand, and the blood in his body flowed like a surging ocean. The third one that walked out was a fat big fish. It was about 50 to 60 feet long. Its eyes were rolled up and it looked insufferably arrogant. There was a 3-inch demon standing on its head. It put its hands on its waist and laughed loudly. The high priest is indeed wise and powerful. He knew that these guys would create a diversion and told us to ambush here. As soon as this was said, Chu Huasheng and Ning Dao Ran both frowned and realized that this was probably a trap. No wonder they could walk to the sacred object so easily. Even if there is Su Zhen and Lin Feng outside, the defense of the temple seems too empty. It turned out that people had arranged it for a long time. Are these two guys the so-called human beings? The 4th sea monster came out. It looked nothing special, but the breath was extremely strong. He looked at Chu Huasheng and Ning Dao Ran seriously and shook his head. It's really ugly. Chu Huasheng was furious. You are ugly. You are all ugly monsters. As a woman, she was even more of a beauty who could bring disaster to a country. She was extremely confident in her own appearance. When had she ever been called ugly by others? The fish demon laughed. Human beings are really interesting. They don't have any self-awareness. I will catch you and see how I deal with you. Well, don't talk nonsense, take them down, don't break the plan of the ancestor. Another majestic voice sounded. On the altar, a figure appeared like a ghost. He reached out on the altar, and a scepter was held in his hand. On the scepter, the cold moon bead was shining. The cold moon bead was inlaid on this scepter, not as they had seen before, enshrined on the altar. Follow the high priest's orders. The four powerful sea monsters bowed together. Chu Huashang and Ning Dao Ran's hearts only sank, and they looked at the high priest who finally appeared. The four sea monsters who appeared in front of them were powerful, but they were not afraid of them. If they really fought, they could escape even if they couldn't beat them. But the high priest of the sea race who appeared at the end gave them a great sense of crisis. The strength of the high priest was absolutely unfathomable, and the cold moon bead was inlaid on his scepter and held in his hand. The high priest could obviously use the power of the cold moon bead. How can this be played? The number of people is less than the other side. There is also the threat of treasure on the sea race side. This time, it is really bad for Lin Feng. What's more, what kind of character is the ancestor mentioned by the high priest? How can the sea race have such a terrible background? Go out and meet with Brother Lin and Brother Su. Ning Dao Ran glanced at Chu Huashang and whispered. Chu Huashang nodded slightly. She also meant that only by joining with others could it be possible to escape. Otherwise, with only the strength of the two of them, they were not opponents of the sea race at all. As soon as their spiritual senses met, they immediately moved like thunder. Ning Dao Ran raised his hand, and a willow branch appeared in his hand. The willow branch purified thousands of light and shadow, turned into thousands of sword chi, and shone on the four sea race people. In a flash, the underground space was only left with the sword light all over the sky, and there was no other color. The disciples of the blessed land, when they make a move, they show their extraordinary background. At the same time, Chu Huashang held a pipa, and 10 fingers gently played. The sound came out, turning into an invisible killing intent, and attacked the souls of the sea race people. The two worked together and took the upper hand in a face-to-face confrontation. The four sea race people were shocked by the impact of Chu Huashang's divine technique, and in an instant, they were hit by thousands of sword chi. However, all of these sea race people have rough skin and thick flesh, and the scales on their skin are very strong. Even if they look embarrassed, it is not a big problem. Roar! The big fish under the 3-inch demon suddenly opened its mouth and roared. The continuous sound of the pipa suddenly stopped, and the power was greatly reduced. Several sea race people shook their heads and stabilized their souls. The sea race person with the hammer swayed his tail, and his figure turned into a blue light. In an instant he rushed to the front of Ning Dao Ran and smashed down. Another sea monster with an ordinary appearance opened its mouth and spat out a thick water vapor from the mouth, turning into a sky curtain to cover Ning Dao Ran. Ning Dao Ran's expression did not change, and the willow branch in his hand turned into thousands of illusions. He fought the two sea race people alone, and the fight was in full swing. On the other side, the 3-inch demon drove the big fish under him to rush toward Chu Huashang. The big fish opened its mouth like a black hole, swallowing everything, and there was a strange sound coming out of the mouth, competing with the sound of the pipa. The last sea monster holding the anchor also stepped forward and grabbed Chu Huashang. The big hand was terrible. If it was caught, it would definitely squeeze Chu Huashang to death. The demon spirit did not change her face. With a shake of her head, the red ribbon wrapped in the hair flew out, turned into a silk thread, and disappeared into the void. The next moment, with the sound of the sea monster's pain, the big hand retracted. When he looked down, he saw that there were many wounds on his hand. One by one it was very small, and it was bleeding. He suddenly screamed and the anchor was lifted high. In the void, a red silk thread emerged and wrapped around the anchor, making him unable to smash it down. The sea monster was furious. The disciples of the two blessed and heavenly lands, in the depths of the earth, fought bravely against the four sea race cultivators. Not only did they not fall into any disadvantage, but also took the initiative. After all, they are the disciples of the big sections. They have an extraordinary background and a deep foundation. Moreover, the strength of these sea monsters is not too strong. The general cultivator may not be as strong, but it is a little worse than them. Otherwise, Lin Feng would not have been able to kill 4 people in the holy city. If there is enough time, Chu Huashang and Ning Dao Ran can kill the 4 sea race people here, but they want to break through and join Lin Feng and Su Zhen. Naturally, they can't stay here for a long time. What's more, there is a high priest with a scepter next to them. The high priest stood on the altar, and from beginning to end he had no intention of intervening. Instead, he was seriously paying attention to this battle, and his focus was on the 2 humans. Not only was he not angry, but from time to time he would show some praise, which was really confusing. Go! Ning Dao Ran suddenly shouted and found the right opportunity. He waved his willow branch and forced back the 2 sea race cultivators who besieged him. At the same time, the sound of Chu Huashang's pipa changed, and the invisible sound wave shocked her opponent. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the 2 of them moved their bodies in unison, wanting to fly up. The high priest, who has been watching coldly, put his scepter on the ground slightly, and the cold moon pearl flashed a moonlight-like light, sweeping over the figures of Chu Huashang and Ning Dao Ran. The freezing cold came, whether it was Chu Huashang or Ning Dao Ran, all of them were breathing stagnant, and the body stopped. This moment of delay made them lose the opportunity to escape. The 4 sea race cultivators reorganized their formation and came over, entangling them again. The 2 were angry and could only fight again. Brother, what happened outside? In the Rui bag, Gu Pan twisted uncomfortably and asked softly. She vaguely felt that there was a power fluctuation outside, but she was not the owner of the Rui bag. She was in the bag, and there was no way to explore the situation. It's a fight. Yang Kai returned. Gu Pan was surprised. Who is fighting with who? Yang Kai briefly explained the situation he saw. Gu Pan was in a hurry. Then should we help a bunch of Sister Chu and Brother Ning? Don't worry. Yang Kai comforted her. Your Sister Chu and Brother Ning are strong, and there is no danger to their lives for the time being. Today's thing is a bit strange. Chapter 4067. Yang Kai hides and hides, not to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, trying to reap the benefits of the fishermen, but really feeling that something is wrong. Not to mention that these sea tribe people have long been prepared, set an ambush in the deepest part of the temple, and lead people into the trap, say the high priest with the icy cold moon bead scepter. If he is willing to fight, Chu Huashang and Ning Dao Ran should be in trouble. Just now, Yang Kai also saw that the high priest could activate the power of the icy cold moon bead. I just don't know why he didn't do this, but has been observing Ning Dao Ran and Chu Huashang. What's even more strange is that Yang Kai didn't feel any murderous intent from him. As if to feel, the high priest suddenly turned his head and glanced at the body of Wu La, but soon recovered his gaze and seriously focused on the battle in the field. The 4 sea tribe experts and the 2 enclave disciples fought fiercely, but they were not the opponents of Chu Huashang and Ning Dao Ran. In less than half an incense time, they were not strong enough. Chu Huashang and Ning Dao Ran broke out again. The high priest waved his scepter again, and the breath of the icy cold moon bead came out, forcing Chu Huashang and Ning Dao Ran to stay. It's not over. Chu Huashang's nose was almost crooked, and after landing she glared at the high priest. The high priest is calm, and his face is motionless. After a while, Chu Huashang and Ning Dao Ran joined forces to force back the 4 sea tribe experts, but instead of breaking through, they rushed to the high priest. The high priest chuckled and said, "Go back." With a wave of the scepter, the breath of the ice world filled the air again. Chu Huashang and Ning Dao Ran suffered losses twice, and all of them were discolored and took the initiative to retreat. Their hearts sank as they realized that it would be difficult for them to escape this time. With the despicable high priest guarding this place with the scepter, the 2 of them could forget about leaving unless they killed him. However, the power of the scepter was unfathomable. How could they kill the high priest? At this moment, 2 figures suddenly appeared like ghosts, and no one found where they came from, as if they appeared out of thin air. Everyone was shocked. Chu Huashang turned his head and saw that one of the figures was like a dragon out of the sea, rushing straight to the high priest, while the other figure rushed towards himself and Ning Dao Ran. It was Yang Kai and Gu Pan. Chu Huashang was surprised and happy. She quickly shouted, "Brother Yang, help me kill him." She has suffered losses in the hands of the high priest several times. Naturally, she hates it. On the altar, the high priest's expression changed slightly, but he soon calmed down and sneered, "There are two more." "Very good, very good. The ancestor will like you very much." As he spoke, he gently waved the scepter in his hand. Along with this movement, the Ice Soul Cold Moon Pearl emitted a circle of gentle light. It looked like the moonlight was like water, but in fact, it was bone-chilling cold. It covered Yang Kai's head. Chu Huashang shouted, "Brother Yang, be careful, this is the innate ice element treasure." She was afraid that Yang Kai did not know the power of this treasure, and quickly reminded him. Before the voice fell, Yang Kai had plunged into the moonlight, and the forward figure suddenly stagnated. Before seeing this high priest, Chu Huashang and Ning Dao Ran were forced back. Yang Kai didn't have an intuitive understanding of the power of this Ice Soul Cold Moon Pearl. Now, when he was the first to bear the brunt, he felt it deeply. The power is really great. When the cold is coming, his blood is almost frozen, and even the power in the seal is not flowing well. This high priest definitely did not play the full power of the Ice Soul Cold Moon Pearl. Otherwise, it is not so simple to delay his figure. It is very likely that he will be frozen into an ice sculpture directly. Chu Huashang's face was desperate. He thought that Yang Kai's appearance could kill the high priest by surprise. Who knows that he was also caught? Sure enough, men are unreliable. When I was thinking about this, I heard a dragon's roar, clear and loud, and the dragon's power spread. Yang Kai's figure broke through the cover of the moonlight, and the blood in his body rushed like a group of dragons, rushing to the high priest at a faster speed than before. Chu Huashang's beautiful eyes stared and flashed a strange light. The high priest was also surprised. It was the first time that he had encountered an existence that could resist the power of the Ice Soul Cold Moon Pearl, but he had been in a high position for many years. Although he was shocked, he did not panic. There was a complicated and obscure language in his mouth. On the scepter, the Ice Soul Cold Moon Pearl flashed, and the more intense cold covered Yang Kai. "Open!" Yang Kai rushed in the attack, a low voice. Behind him, a round sun suddenly emerged. The round sun hung high, like a real sun, emitting a dazzling light. In a moment, the depths of the underground temple were illuminated by the golden brilliance. In the round sun, the golden crow dances and screams. Divine technique manifestation. Ning Dao Ran was shocked, and his Dao heart, which had never been affected by anything, was slightly shaken. The power of the great sun and the moonlight were equal, and the Ice Soul Cold Moon Pearl was also shining brightly. This was not the initiative of the high priest, but the instinctive response of the Ice Soul Cold Moon Pearl. The erosion of the moonlight was 10 times stronger than the previous activation of the high priest. Sun and moon shine. World vision. The power of scorching heat and ice intertwined in the depths of the temple, making everyone feel uncomfortable and have to resist with all their strength. Under the panicked gaze of the high priest, Yang Kai had rushed in front of him, one hand grabbing the scepter, the other clenched into a fist, and punched towards the high priest's face. The high priest wanted to dodge, but the power of the Ice Soul Cold Moon Pearl bloomed, making him a little unable to bear it. His whole body froze in place, watching the fist rapidly expand in his field of vision. With a bang, the high priest flew backward. Yang Kai grabbed the scepter and threw it into the small sealed world. The moonlight dissipated, and the great sun disappeared. Yang Kai took back his Dharma idol and called out to everyone, "Retreat!" With the treasure in hand, it was naturally better to retreat quickly. Chu Huashang and Ning Dao Ran were also decisive. Under the guidance of Gu Pan, they immediately forced their opponents back. In a flash, 4 figures rushed up, broke through the top of the temple, and rushed into the holy city. At this moment, the holy city was also in chaos. Su Yuanqi's magnetic light was sweeping, Lin Feng's dual blades were crossing, and a group of Sea Clan cultivators were fighting fiercely. Below the temple, the high priest hurriedly got up, pale and trembling with anger, and shouted, "Follow me, wake up the old ancestor." The 4 Sea Clan cultivators did not dare to neglect. They came to the altar, sat down in 4 directions, and chanted a strange tune, cooperating with the high priest to use a magical technique to transmit to an unknown place through the altar. In the city, Su Zhen and Lin Feng were shocked to see Yang Kai and others rushing out of the temple. Before they could figure out what was going on, they heard Chu Huashang shout, "Let's go, let's go." "Did you succeed?" Su Zhen asked in amazement. Chu Huashang nodded. Su Zhen didn't hesitate anymore. The magnetic light rolled up, dragging the figures of several Sea Clan cultivators, and rushed straight out of the holy city. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and hurriedly followed. 6 figures fled in a hurry, followed by a large number of Sea Clan cultivators. Suddenly, a terrifying aura rose from the sea. The aura was strong and pure, as if a sleeping dragon had just woken up. Yang Kai and others' faces changed greatly. No one expected the Sea Tribe to have such a terrifying foundation. Although the Sea Tribe experts and the High Priest were powerful enough, they were not a match for them. However, at this moment, the revived aura made them feel that it was difficult to resist. If the aura alone was so powerful, how powerful was the owner of the aura? On this island, all the Sea Clan cultivators who felt this chi all prostrated themselves on the ground and shouted, "Welcome the old ancestor." Even the experts of the Sea Tribe who were chasing after the 6 of them stopped at this moment and knelt in midair, motionless. "Someone's coming." Yang Kai shuddered and quickly stopped, calling out to everyone, "Everyone come here." He didn't want to expose too much, but at the moment he couldn't care less. If he wanted to escape, he could only rely on the space divine technique. Gu Pan immediately ran to his side. Chu Huashang and Su Zhen also hurried over. Ning Dao hesitated for a moment and quickly joined several people. Only Lin Feng snorted coldly, his figure turned into a stream of light, and rushed in the other direction. Obviously, he didn't intend to escape with everyone. Yang Kai sighed in his heart and didn't care about him. He raised his hand and took out a space spirit bead, and was about to use the space law to leave here. At this moment, a huge monster rose quickly from the sea, quickly covering the world. It was thousands of feet long, with a terrible chi, casting a large shadow on the sea. "What a big shark!" Gu Pan exclaimed. "It's a holy spirit." Chu Huashang changed color. "Holy spirit Kuan shark." Su Zhen shivered. "How can there be a holy spirit here? Is this the ancestor of the Sea Clan?" There was a deep cry in the heart. "There was a holy spirit here. Today I am afraid it will be difficult to escape." "Don't resist!" Yang Kai shouted, and without hesitation he quickly urged the power of the space spirit bead, and the space law instantly enveloped everyone, connecting hundreds of thousands of Red Star City. At this moment, the Kuan shark opened its mouth and bit down on the place where everyone was. The power of this bite seems to be able to swallow the sky and the earth. The people who have been wrapped in the power of the space spirit bead are shuttling through the void. They only feel that the space around them is chaotic, and the void is unstable. It seems that it will break at any time. Yang Kai shouted, "The situation is not good, the void is disturbed, I can't locate the destination, everyone be careful." Before his voice fell, he saw a void crack appear around him, and before Yang Kai could react, the void crack had swallowed everyone and disappeared around him. Yang Kai himself was the same. He fell into a void crack, and the space around him was turbulent. His body was out of control, and he secretly complained in his heart. If he had known this would happen, he would have left the moment he grabbed the Ice Soul Cold Moon bead. But at that time, he considered that everyone came together, so naturally, they should retreat together. Now, Lin Feng must be in trouble, and he didn't know whether the others were alive or dead. In the end, he didn't have time to ask Gu Pan about Zhang Ruoxi. Chapter 4068. The void shook, and Yang Kai's vision changed. When the space turbulence surged, he had returned to the great void realm. Looking up, he was no longer in the sea. His figure was falling rapidly, and he quickly urged his power to stabilize himself. The blood in his chest was surging, and he spat out a blood mist. His face was slightly pale. Just now, when he activated the power of the space spirit bead to travel through the void, he was blocked by the Kuan shark. He was also injured, but the injury was not serious. He only needed to rest for a day or two to recover. Looking around, he saw a forest of giant trees. The trees were thousands of feet tall and thousands of feet tall. Their canopies were continuous. He had no idea where he was. He couldn't help but have some lingering fear. Although he knew that the great void realm was not as simple as he thought before, and there were holy spirits here, he didn't expect that there would be holy spirits in the Sea Clan. Kuan Shark. This thing had the blood of Kuan Peng and Sea Shark, and Kuan Peng was the enemy of the dragon race. Yang Kai estimated that if he fell into the hands of the Kuan Shark, he would definitely die miserably. Others couldn't detect the blood in his body, but the Kuan Shark must be able to feel it. The strength of the Kuan Shark was also extremely tyrannical. It could even interrupt the transmission of the space spirit bead, causing him to fail to locate it. The others were lost in the void crack and swallowed by it. He didn't know how they were doing now. Because he wanted to ask Su Zhen to set up a great array in Star City, Yang Kai exchanged contact information with Su Zhen before. Yang Kai quickly took out the communication bead and contacted Su Zhen. After a while, Su Zhen sent a message saying that he was still safe, but he didn't know where he was. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel relieved, and asked him to inquire about the situation of the others. Su Zhen agreed. After looking around for a while, he landed on the ground and found a tree hole to hide in. He adjusted his breathing while waiting for news. After about half an hour, Su Zhen sent a message saying that Chu Huasheng, Gu Pan, and Ning Dao Ran were still alive, but like them, after being swallowed by the void crack, they randomly came to somewhere in the great void realm. At this moment, they didn't know where they were. Only Lin Feng couldn't be contacted, and he didn't know whether he was alive or dead. Hearing that Gu Pan was still alive, Yang Kai felt relieved. After a brief exchange with Su Zhen and agreeing to meet in Red Star City, Yang Kai put away the communication bead and began healing his wounds while also checking his gains this time. Immersing his consciousness into the small sealed world bead, Yang Kai summoned his soul avatar. As soon as he appeared, Yang Kai couldn't help shivering, feeling that the small sealed world had never been so cold before. Looking up, he saw a full moon hanging high in the sky, exuding a cold light. Master, something big has happened. There's suddenly a new moon here. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu flapped their little wings and ran over, crying out in panic. The two of them had been staying in the sealed world bead, taking care of the precious herbs in the medicine garden. They could be considered Yang Kai's only companions from the star boundary. Previously, they were taking care of the medicinal garden when they suddenly saw a round moon slowly rise and hang high in the sky. They were all shocked. Yes, that's not the moon. Yang Kai replied. In his heart, he was also very puzzled. Why did the ice soul-chilling moon bead suddenly turn into a full moon here? It could be seen that even if the ice soul cold moon bead wasn't the moon, it was likely related to it. The two wood spirits flew to his shoulders, one on each side. Mu Lu curiously asked, if it's not the moon, what is it? I don't know what it is. Yang Kai shook his head. He had never seen this thing before, and even the disciples from the blessed and heavenly cave couldn't tell its origin. Perhaps he could ask the lady boss later to figure it out. Mu Zhu was more calm and frowned. Whether it's the moon or not, it's too cold. If you don't think of a way, everything in the medicine garden will freeze to death. Lu and I will also freeze to death. Mu Lu burst into tears. I don't want to freeze to death. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that there was indeed something wrong with the herbs in the medicine garden. They were all withered, and some herbs were even covered in frost, losing a lot of their medicinal properties. He was the master of the small sealed world, so he could dominate everything here. Many of the barriers in the medicine garden in the small sealed world were created by him with the power of the entire world, so it was difficult for ordinary forces to erode them. The fact that the moonlight could affect the things in the medicine garden showed how amazing its power was. Don't worry, I'll just reinforce the barriers in the medicine garden. Yang Kai did as he thought, connecting his mind and body with the small sealed world and using the power of the world to reinforce the barriers, restoring the medicine garden to its original state. But in next to no time, he frowned because he was able to clearly sense that the numerous restrictions he'd set up were still being slowly corroded by the moonlight, and they would probably be broken open in less than a year or so. Call me once every 6 months. The barriers here must be reinforced often. Mu Zhu nodded. I'll remember. Yang Kai looked up at the full moon again, shook his head slowly, and left the small sealed world. At the same time, above the sea, Lin Feng's figure turned into a stream of light, fleeing 100 kilometers in the blink of an eye, cutting through the waves. Suddenly, Lin Feng came to a stop and looked in front of him in horror. 1,000 kilometers in front of him, a powerful figure was standing in midair, looking at him with a cold face. His eyes were like 2 bolts of lightning, piercing into Lin Feng's heart. Lin Feng's face paled, and he retreated without thinking. You think you can run away? The man snorted coldly, stretched out his hand, and grabbed at Lin Feng. Even though there was a distance of 1,000 li between them, Lin Feng couldn't resist at all. He sensed a gigantic cyan hand grab him. When he looked again, the man was already in front of him, looking at him with a grim smile. How do you want to die? Kunsha. Lin Feng's face paled. He didn't know that this was the Holy Spirit from before. He was different from all the other members of the Sea clan he had seen on the island. This Kunsha had completely transformed into a human. He didn't look any different from a monster beast, either. That's me. The Kunsha smiled, showing his sharp teeth. A few little insects dared steal my clan's treasure. You're audacious. I don't have it. Killing me is useless. Lin Feng swallowed. The Kunsha smiled ferociously. I've been waiting for you for so many years. How could I bear to kill you? You can escape death, but you can't escape punishment. He opened his mouth and swallowed Lin Feng. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, he opened his mouth again and spat Lin Feng out, but at this moment, the disciple of the true martial fairyland looked dazed, as if he had just experienced a great terror. He couldn't help but tremble. Where's the one who stole the moon essence? Take me to him, the Kunsha said to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded involuntarily and led the Kun Shark to Red Star City. On the way, they arrived at some human strongholds. The Kunsha opened his mouth and swallowed all the humans. He chewed them all, and blood flowed out of his mouth. People screamed miserably, but he looked satisfied. Lin Feng's eyes were bloodshot. He resisted many times, but the Kunsha pressed him. It was strange though, because even though the Kunsha didn't treat him well, he didn't intend to kill him. Lin Feng thought about what the Kunsha had said before. He couldn't help but guess. When they arrived at another stronghold, the Kunsha did the same thing. He appeared in the sky above the stronghold and his body blotted out the sky. That stronghold wasn't big. There were only a few thousand people there. When they saw such a gigantic creature, they all turned pale with fright. They all used their treasures and skills to attack. But how could they injure the Kunsha? The Kunsha opened his mouth and a terrifying strength emerged. The thousands of people in the stronghold, no matter how strong they were, couldn't help but be sucked in. At that moment, Lin Feng shouted, Kunsha, look here. As he spoke, he raised his 2 blades, one to his neck and the other to his heart. The 2 blades dazzled the sky and earth. He attacked mercilessly. He wanted to kill himself here. The moment before Lin Feng died, the Kunsha appeared in front of him. He flicked his fingers and the 2 blades flew away. The Kunsha raised his hand and lifted Lin Feng up. He looked at him grimly and said, Little boy, what are you doing? Lin Feng looked pitiful, but he burst into laughter and said, So that's how it is. The ancient records are true. You're looking for a vessel. I'm your vessel, right? The Kunsha snorted, You know a lot. What else do you know? I know a lot, Lin Feng said proudly. I know you won't let me die. If I die, you'll have to find someone else. But there aren't many people who can meet your requirements. I might as well tell you that I am a disciple of the Jianghu cave heaven. In the Great Void Realm, there are no more than 5 people who can match me. If I die, I'm afraid you'll have a headache. So you are a disciple of the Jianghu fairyland. No wonder you know about the vessel. Is this information left by your ancestors? The Kunsha snorted coldly. Lin Feng said, The 27th headmaster of the Jianghu fairyland came to the Great Void Realm and left some records about this place. The Kunsha nodded. Since you know, cooperate obediently. You will be rewarded. Lin Feng said proudly, I, Lin Feng, have been relying on myself all my life. I don't need others to give me benefits. The Kuan Sha narrowed his eyes. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Feng looked at him fearlessly. After a long time, the Kuan Sha grunted icily and threw him away. He clasped his hands behind his back and said, "Since you know about the vessel, you should cooperate with me. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you. I might as well tell you that my target is not you, but the little boy who stole the essence of the moon. He is much stronger than you." Lin Feng was angry. Su Zhen had said that he wasn't as strong as Yang Kai, and now the Kuan Sha had said the same thing. Lin Feng couldn't help but want to be stronger. But it wasn't the time to care about that. Lin Feng scratched his neck and said, "I can cooperate with you, but you can't absorb my strength again. Otherwise, even if I die, I won't take you to him." Chapter 4069. You dare threaten me? Kuan Sha stared at Lin Feng icily. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Feng's heart was pounding, but he tried his best to look fearless. After a long time, Kuan Sha grunted coldly, "All right, I agree." He smiled coldly. "When I find the boy who stole the moon essence, I'll eat you first." Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh with relief. He had to inform Yang Kai as soon as possible. Otherwise, when Kuan Sha arrived, they wouldn't have much strength to fight back. Unfortunately, Kuan Sha was so strong, how could he have a chance to send a message? Fortunately, he didn't know where Yang Kai was now, and where would he go after escaping from the Sea Clan? He could delay Kuan Sha for a while and then act according to the situation. When Lin Feng told Kuan Sha this, Kuan Sha frowned. He thought that Lin Feng and Yang Kai must have known each other for a long time. Who would have thought the situation would be like this? After thinking for a while, Kuan Sha said, "That young man's strength is extraordinary, and he must be famous. You should go down and find someone to ask about him." Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. The Great Void Realm was so big, and millions of cultivators were scattered everywhere. Who would know the name of Yang Kai? However, since Kuan Sha had made a request, Yang Kai couldn't refuse, so he just casually asked and flew down, shouting loudly, "Have any of you heard of Yang Kai? Where is he now?" Thousands of people in the star market had seen Kuan Sha's body before, and they were all frightened. When they saw Lin Feng come down and ask, they didn't know what the relationship between him and Kuan Sha was. Nobody answered. On the other side, Kuan Sha snorted coldly. He stretched out his hand and grabbed a young man in the Star City. The young man was so scared that his face turned pale. He was terrified and said, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." Kuan Sha approached him and shouted, "Do you know Yang Kai?" The young man shouted, "I don't know him. I've never seen him." Why? Kuan Sha grunted coldly. "When you heard this name, your heart beat faster. You know him. How dare you lie in front of me? I won't forgive you." He opened his mouth wide and stuffed the young man into his mouth, swallowing him whole. "Kuan Sha, how dare you break your promise?" Lin Feng was furious. Kuan Sha had promised him that he wouldn't eat human beings, and now he had stuffed one into his stomach. Kuan Sha said calmly, "He dared lie with me, I will punish him." Saying so, he reached out and grabbed another elderly man, asking the same question, "Do you know Kai Yang?" The old man was scared out of his wits and stammered, "You should have seen what happens to those who lie. Just now, your heart beat faster too." Kuan Sha grinned. "I know him. With me with him." Sha Xing. The Kuan shark raised his brows. The old man hurriedly said, "He killed thousands of Thunderlight Sex people and even annihilated Sword Pavilion Star Market. More than 100,000 people died in his hands. He is a killing star. Good little boy. I like you. Ha." Kuan Sha's eyes twinkled. He killed thousands of people from Lei Guang, destroyed Jianghu, and killed 100,000 people? Lin Feng was dumbstruck. Was that for real? That didn't sound right. But that old man didn't dare lie in front of Kuan Sha. Someone said nervously, "It's true. I saw him kill thousands of people from Lei Guang. He also killed tens of thousands of people from Jianghu." Lin Feng turned his head and asked, "You saw him too?" That person shook his head and said, "I didn't see him, but I heard that he brought back tens of thousands of empty space rings from Jianghu." If he hadn't killed so many people, how could he have gotten so many empty space rings? Lin Feng's eyelids kept twitching. Tens of thousands of empty space rings meant tens of thousands of lives. But Lin Feng had been in contact with Yang Kai for a few days. He didn't look like a murderous person. What's more, he really hadn't expected that after casually inquiring about this human race stronghold, which only had a few thousand people, he would actually find news about Yang Kai. Was that guy really that famous? Lin Feng had been traveling all the time, so he didn't know much about this place. Otherwise, he would have known where Yang Kai was. The one who spoke and the two who were captured by Kuan Sha were originally disciples of Crimson Star. Previously, a wave of disciples from Crimson Star had fled, and these two were part of the group that escaped. They had come here to eke out an ignoble existence, but they had not expected to be implicated by Yang Kai. Kuan Sha was extremely happy. He thought that Yang Kai was a good person. He laughed loudly and said, "Old man, do you know where Yang Kai lives?" The old man hastily said, "He's one of Qi Xing's officials. He's in their stronghold." "Take me there," said Kuan Sha. The old man didn't dare disobey. He hastily led the way. Kuan Sha followed him with his hands clasped behind his back. Lin Feng hastily followed him. After a short while, Kuan Sha frowned and said, "You're too slow. How long will it take? Old man, show me the way." As he spoke, he grabbed the two of them in each hand, and his figure turned into a stream of light, disappearing at lightning speed. Inside the tree hole, Yang Kai adjusted his breathing for a while and felt much better. Only then did he activate the empty spirit bead and return to his mansion. This time, he had broken into the holy land of the Sea clan and attracted a holy spirit. This was no joke. He didn't know if the Holy Spirit would retaliate. After all, he had stolen the Holy Spirit of the Sea clan. If the Holy Spirit really chased him, Star City wouldn't be able to resist. His only hope now was little fatty Su Zhen. He had to hurry back and set up a great deployment spell. Yang Kai urged Su Zhen over and over again. Su Zhen was speechless. He didn't have a convenient method like Yang Kai. He couldn't travel through space. He didn't even know where he was now. If he wanted to go back to Qi Xing City, it would take him at least 1 or 2 months. A day later, there was no reply from Su Zhen's side. Yang Kai was anxious. He thought that Su Zhen was annoyed with him and tried to appease him, but he couldn't contact him again. Yang Kai immediately realized that something must have happened to Su Zhen that prevented him from contacting him. Yang Kai's heart sank to the bottom as he secretly wondered if little fatty had been caught by Kuan Sha. If that was the case, little fatty was likely dead. Walking out of his room in a daze, Yang Kai was greeted by a warm and fragrant body. He subconsciously supported her and looked up, asking in surprise, "You are?" The person in front of him was a young girl with picturesque features and a graceful figure. As she stood in front of him, a strange fragrance wafted into his nose. This young girl was extremely beautiful, her face delicate and pretty, but her pair of eyes had the ability to captivate one's soul. When their 4 eyes met, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. Looking carefully, he saw that her eyes were as clear as water, as if everything he had seen just now had been an illusion. The key was that he had never seen this young girl before. "She's my new servant. What, are you interested in her? If you're, then take her." Yuhi's voice came from behind him. Yang Kai looked back and knew that she was still a little concerned about Lu Shui, so he laughed and said, "Why did you suddenly think of taking someone in?" Yuhi snorted, "This young lady is too lazy to serve you. Can I take in some people to serve you?" Fine, fine, Yang Kai nodded, "Do what you want." The young girl next to them saw them arguing, but she wasn't afraid and simply looked around with interest. Yuhi glared at her and said, "Why aren't you working yet? What are you looking at?" The young girl ignored her and just stared at Yang Kai without blinking, slowly walking over, looking back every 3 steps with a smile on her face. Yuhi's face was as black as the bottom of a pot as she cursed in her heart, "Little wench, I'll drive you out when I get back." Yang Kai looked at the young girl's back in confusion, feeling that the young girl's smile had a deep meaning, but in his perception, there was nothing strange about the young girl, making him a little puzzled. "Do you want to dig out your eyeballs and stick them on her body?" Yuhi turned her head and saw Yang Kai in a daze, her nose almost crooked from anger. Yang Kai sighed. Yuhi, I'm afraid I've gotten into big trouble this time. Which girl did you harm this time? Yuhi glanced at him. Moreover, didn't you go out with that little fatty? Why did you come back alone? Where are they? Yang Kai waved his hand and said, We were separated, I went overseas with them and provoked a sea-race divine spirit. What happened? Yuhi's expression changed. What kind of divine spirit did you provoke? Speaking of business, she no longer had the mood to be jealous and instead began to worry about Yang Kai. Yang Kai was about to tell Yuhi about his encounter this time when suddenly his expression changed and he turned to look in a certain direction, exclaiming, He caught up so quickly? At the same time, the young girl who had stepped into another corridor also turned her head and looked in that direction. Kunsha? What is he doing here? Does he want to snatch people from this queen? How bold! Yuhi was puzzled. What do you mean he caught up? Yang Kai had no time to explain too much and hurriedly said, Quick, summon all the people in the mansion, we have to run away quickly. Yang Kai was puzzled. How did Kunsha find this place so quickly? He shouldn't know where he lived. Was he tracking the aura of the Ice Soul Cold Moon Bead? But that couldn't be right. The Ice Soul Cold Moon Bead was sent into the mysterious small world by him, so no matter how strong Kunsha was, it was impossible for him to sense it across worlds. As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai's heart sank and he sighed, It's too late. At this moment, a stream of light suddenly appeared above Star City. It paused and revealed Kunsha's face. In each of his hands was a person. Yang Kai looked at them and realized one of them was Lin Feng. The other was an old man he didn't know. Lin Feng had been captured. That was normal. On the island, Yang Kai had wanted to take everybody away, but Lin Feng had wanted to escape alone, so he hadn't joined him. In front of a divine spirit, how could a cultivator from the Emperor realm escape? It was only a matter of time before Lin Feng was captured. Yang Kai had never seen the old man, so he didn't know why Kunsha had captured him. Chapter 4070. They couldn't escape. Yang Kai's heart sank. He hadn't thought that Kunsha would catch up with him so quickly. It would be extremely difficult to escape now. Yang Kai had already seen how strong Kunsha was when he was in the ocean. He knew that Kunsha could break through space. When Kunsha arrived, his chi filled the air and enveloped Star City. Hundreds of thousands of people felt like a mountain was pressing down on them. They couldn't breathe and their faces turned deathly pale. Chen Tianfei flew out of the mansion and shouted in fear, Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Activate the formation! Rumbling sounds spread as the deployment spell of Star City was activated. Star City had been expanding rapidly, so the deployment spell had been strengthened. Lights dashed to the skies and turned into a curtain of light which enveloped the entire city. Kunsha lowered his head and smiled coldly. You think you can stop me with just a curtain of light? You're dreaming. It opened its bloody mouth and bit down. With a cracking sound, a huge hole appeared in the protective array of the Star City. The Kun shark bit down a few more times, and the array was broken in an instant. Chen Tianfei, who had just calmed down, fell down on his butt. His fat was shaking violently. On the other hand, the expressions of everyone that saw this scene turned ashen. How could they not know that the Kun Sha was so formidable that it was invincible? Who was he? How could he be so strong? Yang Kai had fought against the Lei Guang sect and the thousands of people from Jianghu. The Kun Sha laughed and put Lin Feng and the old man into his mouth. The old man's eyes rolled and he fainted. Lin Feng was furious. Kun Sha, what are you doing? Kun Sha smiled ferociously. Of course I'm going to eat you. Since we're here, you're useless. Then he put Lin Feng into his mouth and swallowed him, but his stomach kept swelling. Lin Feng was resisting. Kun Sha slapped his stomach and the swelling disappeared. Everybody was astonished when they saw that. They had never seen such a cruel thing. Kun Sha had eaten someone alive. It was beyond their imagination. Yang Kai, where are you? Come out and see me. Kun Sha roared majestically as he scanned the entire city. Shwa shwa shwa. Pairs of eyes turned towards the direction of Yang Kai's residence. Many people cursed loudly. This murderous star was really up to no good. Just where had he provoked such a terrifying existence? Kuan Sha followed their gazes and soon saw Yang Kai standing in the mansion with a solemn expression. He immediately grinned and said, "Found you." He bent down and stretched out his hand to grab Yang Kai. The power of the Holy Spirit filled the air, sealing the sky and locking down the earth. Obviously, the Kuan Sha had seen him use the space divine technique before, so it was targeting him to prevent him from escaping again. Yang Kai felt as if the whole world had been covered by the giant hand. He couldn't see any light in front of him. With a low shout, he activated the power of the Tao seal with all his strength. A round sun jumped out from behind him and rose slowly. Golden crow casting sun. As soon as the divine technique Dharma idol appeared, Yang Kai finally broke free from the suppressive force, but before he could resist, he saw a pure white finger pointing at him from the mansion. Silently, the finger collided with the Kuan Sha's palm. The Kuan Sha staggered back, his power instantly broken. Kuan Sha was surprised. He lowered his head and his eyes fixed on a young woman. His eyes couldn't help narrowing as he asked, "Why are you here?" The young woman giggled. "I also want to ask, why did you come here instead of stirring up trouble in the sea?" Yang Kai was stunned. He turned his head and saw that not far away, Yuhi's new maidservant had her hands behind her back, standing there with a smile on her face as she looked up at the Kuan Sha. Yuhi was also a little dumbfounded as she stared blankly. This young woman was the one Yang Kai had bumped into before. Just now, he felt that she was a little strange, but now it seemed that it was true. Since she could easily break the Kuan Sha's attack, this young woman's strength was likely on par with the Kuan Sha. "Is this really your servant?" Yang Kai whispered to Yuhi. Yuhi was dumbfounded and nodded unconsciously. "This servant is really scary." Kai Yang swallowed his saliva. In the sky, the Kuan Sha rolled his eyes and chuckled, "Don't you know why I'm here?" The young woman smiled sweetly, "So you want to snatch him from me?" The Kuan Sha's face sank. "You also have your eyes on that boy?" "I had my eyes on him a few years ago." "Kuan Sha, you're too late," the young woman smiled. "That's not necessarily true." The Kuan Sha shook his head. "The winner takes all. Since you and I both have our eyes on this boy, let's see how strong each of us is." The young woman said indifferently, "Kuan Sha, don't humiliate yourself. If we were in the sea, this queen might be wary of you, but on land, you are not this queen's opponent. How would you know if we haven't fought?" The Kuan Sha snorted coldly and slammed his palm down. His strength turned into a huge palm print that covered half of Star City. "You're courting death." The young woman was angry and raised her palm to meet the attack. With a loud bang, a terrifying shockwave spread out. The buildings in Star City collapsed, and the cultivator was also injured or killed. Under this palm, the young woman soared into the sky and went straight for the Kuan Sha. The Kuan Sha's body swayed and he retreated a few steps, thinking that he was indeed at a disadvantage when fighting this dragon lady on land. However, since he was here, if he did not fight, how could he be willing to leave? The two immediately engaged in a fierce battle. For a time, the sky fell and the earth cracked. In Star City, countless cultivators were scrambling to escape for their lives, fearing that they would be affected. Qi Xing and the other heads were also ashen. Who knew which evil god Qi Xing had bumped into? Ever since he entered the great cosmological realm, he had been having a bad time. First, he was tormented by Yang Kai to the point that he almost fell apart. After a few years of recuperation, two such terrifying existences appeared. This woman is also a divine spirit. Seeing the young woman fighting with the Kuan Sha, Yang Kai was horrified. Only a divine spirit could be evenly matched with the Kuan Sha, and even have a slight advantage. However, he did not know who this woman was and why she was lurking in his residence. At this moment, everyone in the mansion gathered around. Yang Kai shivered and shouted in a low voice, "Go, go, 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 hurry up and leave." When the city gate is on fire, the fish in the moat suffer. No matter who won in the end between the young woman and the Kuan Sha, he would definitely not have a good time. Originally, he wanted to let Sujin arrange the spirit array just in case, but now that he saw the power of these two divine spirits, Yang Kai knew that no one in the great cosmological realm could stop their power. Even if he used his full strength, he would not be able to last more than a stick of incense worth of time. There were more people in the mansion. In addition to the three from Great Moon State, Yu He, Lu Shui, and Chen Yu, there were nearly 40 people including Guizian. In addition, the Earth Dragon and Scarlet Flood Dragon were still outside the city. Yang Kai ordered the Earth Dragon and Scarlet Flood Dragon to flee quickly while putting the cultivator who had not reached the heaven-opening realm into the small sealed world. The small sealed world was its own world, so it did not matter if it accommodated the Emperor realm, but heaven-opening realm cultivators also had their own small universe, so it could not accept heaven-opening realm cultivators. After busying himself, only Yu He, Lu Shui, and Guizian were left. Yang Kai urged his strength to wrap the three of them before summoning the Space Spirit Bead and activating the power of the Space Spirit Bead, disappearing in an instant. "Smelly brat, you want to run?" The young woman was fighting with the Kuan Sha endlessly, but she still had the leisure to pay attention to Yang Kai's movements. She opened her mouth and spat out something that instantly disappeared into the void. After a short while, somewhere in the void several hundred kilometers away from Star City, a large net suddenly appeared out of thin air. Yang Kai, Yu He, Lu Shui, and Guizian were all caught in the net and fell to the ground. "Bastard!" Yang Kai was furious and shocked. Previously, the Void Shuttle was destroyed by the Kuan Sha, causing him to be separated from Su Zhen and the others. Now, the Void Shuttle was ruined by the young woman. This time, she was even more ruthless as she directly broke through the void and caught them back. What kind of bizarre method was this? The young woman's strength was probably beyond his imagination, but because of the special principles of the Great Void Realm, she was not able to fully display it. He reached out to grab the net and tried to tear it, but there was no reaction at all. Yang Kai's heart sank. His half-dragon body was terrifyingly strong, yet this net was so tough. Not only that, it was also very sticky. He could not get rid of it once he grabbed it. With a thought, the golden crow true fire emerged and burned the net, but it could not burn it. "What kind of net is this?" Yu He exclaimed. She was also struggling hard, but there was nothing she could do. Instead, the more she struggled, the tighter the net became. "It looks like a spider web." Lu Shui frowned. "Spider web?" Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat as he looked over at the battlefield. Just as he looked over, he saw Kuan Sha's body sway and transform into his 1,000-foot-long true body. The young woman also turned around, and a terrifying monster as large as a city appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes. It was an incomparably huge spider with 8 legs, a silver body, and a crescent moon mark on its back. "Heavenly Moon Demon Spider!" Yang Kai exclaimed as he stared fixedly at it. Lu Shui could not help covering her red lips, and Yu He also gave up struggling, a bitter expression on her face. "So it's her." Yang Kai finally understood. No wonder the young woman said that she had taken a fancy to him a few years ago. It turned out that her roots were in Sword Pavilion's Star Market. In Sword Pavilion's Star Market, when Yang Kai was investigating the corpse of Sword Pavilion's Pavilion Master, he discovered the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider's mark on his chest. At that time, the mark had erupted, transforming into the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider's appearance and filling Yang Kai's mind, but he had to rely on the Divine Dragon's power to break it. At that time, Yang Kai felt a pair of eyes watching him. Now that he thought about it, the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider must have sensed it when he broke the mark. Then, it sent Head Mantis to capture him, but in the end, Head Mantis was killed by him. Yang Kai thought that this matter was over, but who would have thought that after more than 2 years, he would meet the real deal? But what made Yang Kai feel strange was that since the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider found him, why didn't it attack him? Instead, it hid in his mansion. What did it want? That Kuan Sha came to find him not just for the Hailstone Cold Moon Pearl, but what were these holy spirits planning? Chapter 4071. The Kuan Shark's body was 1,000 zhang long, and the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider wasn't too far off. The two colossal creatures used their respective divine abilities and fought fiercely. The earth shattered, the void trembled, and the world's spiritual energy within a radius of tens of thousands of li became extremely chaotic. The strength of the two divine spirits was similar, and they both lived in the great cosmological boundary, so they should have fought each other more than once. They knew each other very well, and their killing moves were constantly being used, causing everyone to tremble in fear. However, after watching for a while, Yang Kai discovered that the Kuan shark was not a match for the heavenly moon demon spider. Just as the heavenly moon demon spider had said before, the Kuan shark was a divine spirit born in the sea after all. If they were in the sea, she might not be a match, but on land, she was stronger. Spider silk sealed the world and gradually weaved into a net. Even with the Kuan shark's strength, it could not escape, and when the net was formed, the Kuan shark would be completely defeated. The Kuan sha obviously realized this as well. It shook its head, opened its bloody mouth, and bit towards a weak point. It bit off the tens of thousands of spider threads there and transformed back into its human form. It rushed out of the gap and fled quickly. A voice came from afar. "Zhu Jiuyin, you've won today, but don't be complacent. Let's see who has the last laugh in the spirit-seizing battle." Seeing him leave, the heavenly moon demon spider did not stop him. Its giant spider body twisted and transformed back into the innocent young girl, looking around with her hands behind her back. Several hundred kilometers away, in the spider web, Yang Kai and the others watched in horror. The power of the two divine spirits' battle was beyond imagination. Even in the great cosmological realm, they were able to display power that surpassed the heaven-opening realm. This might have something to do with the fact that they were born here, or it might have something to do with the fact that their strength was boundless. But no matter what, the power of the divine spirits was indeed unstoppable. The young girl turned around and stepped forward, arriving in front of Yang Kai and the others in a few leaps. She looked at Yang Kai with a smile, her beautiful eyes filled with scrutiny like a young girl in love looking at her lover, and the more she looked, the more satisfied she became. Yang Kai felt his scalp go numb. He said bitterly, "Senior, how can you teach me?" The girl smiled faintly and said, "Don't be afraid. I won't kill you, and I won't let others kill you either. You are of great use to me, and this isn't the place to talk. Let's go back first." With a wave of her hand, she summoned the spider web back. Yang Kai and the others regained their freedom, but in front of such an existence, they didn't have the slightest intention of escaping. They could only obediently follow behind her and head towards Star City. Tens of thousands of miles away, Kuan Sha stopped and said angrily, "Bitch, you ruined my plan. This is bad. That kid has been targeted by that lowly servant, Zhu Jiuyin, and I'm afraid I won't be able to snatch him away. I wonder if the other kid has died." As it spoke, it opened its mouth and spat out something. It was none other than the Lin Feng he had swallowed before. "You're not dead yet? Good. At least you have some skills." Kuan Sha's eyes brightened. He found that although Lin Feng's face was pale, he was intact, but there was a layer of light golden protection on the surface of his body, which was corroded by his gastric acid and could be broken at any time. Lin Feng obviously didn't have the ability to resist the corrosion of Kuan Sha's gastric acid. It should be that he used the treasure given by the elders to save his life. Suddenly, Lin Feng was frightened and coughed violently. He hadn't recovered from his shock when he heard the Kuan Sha shout in a dignified manner, "Junior, you've passed my test and can be my vessel. In the next few years, I'll teach you carefully. After a few years, you have to do something for me. If you do it well, I'll spare your life. If you don't, then obediently become my food." Lin Feng raised his head and looked at him blankly. The opportunity of escaping from death made his mind confused. He didn't even hear what Kuan Sha was saying. Kuan Sha ignored him, grabbed him by the collar and carried him to the sea. In the main hall of Yang Kai's mansion, the young woman was walking back and forth. She was touching this thing, touching that thing, as if everything was new to her. Yang Kai and the others were standing in front of the hall. They didn't dare take a deep breath. Even though the celestial moon demon spider had said that she wouldn't kill him, who knew if the dragon lady would change her mind? If she really wanted to fight, no one would be able to withstand more than 3 of her moves. Suddenly, Qin Yu ran in from outside and said in a low voice, "Master, Qi Xing and the others want to see you." When the celestial moon demon spider took Yang Kai and the others back to Xing City, Everybody saw it. How could Shen Tianfei and the others sit still when the celestial moon demon spiders suddenly appeared in Xing City? Of course, they quickly came to pay a visit. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at the celestial moon demon spider. The young woman waved her hand and said, "Tell them to get lost." She looked extremely impatient. Chen Yu shrank back and bowed respectfully. The young woman finally stopped and turned to look at Yang Kai, smiling as she asked, "Where is elder brother's body?" "Elder brother?" Yang Kai was stunned. "What elder brother? Which elder brother? Did you kill him?" the young woman asked. Yang Kai suddenly understood and quickly raised his hand, tossing out a headless corpse. It was the mantis-headed monster he had killed in Sword Pavilion Star City more than 2 years ago, but this guy's head had been pierced by the blue dragon spear, leaving only the lower half of his body. Because this monster race man's strength was quite good, and his 2 sharp blades were good materials for forging artifacts, Yang Kai had always kept his body. Elder brother has followed me for many years, and I was the one who enlightened him and opened his sentience. Although he is now dead, I want to take back his body. Do you have any objections? The young woman looked at Yang Kai and asked. I wouldn't dare. Yang Kai lowered his head obediently, not daring to say a word at this time. The young woman nodded, raised her hand, and put away the mantis-headed monster's body before turning around and sitting down in the seat that originally belonged to Yang Kai. Crossing her legs and resting her cheek on her palm, she said somewhat lazily, "This queen is Zhu Jiaoyin. You have all seen what my true body is. Greetings, Senior Zhu." Yang Kai quickly saluted while winking at Lu Shui, Yu He, and the others. Thinking to himself, is this woman a heavenly moon demon spider, so her surname is Zhu? The young woman giggled as she stared at Yang Kai and said, "This queen came out of seclusion this time specifically to find you." As soon as this statement came out, Yu He immediately turned to look at Yang Kai, a vigilant look on her face. Yang Kai asked curiously, "Does Senior know me?" "I didn't know you before, but now I do," Zhu Jiaoyin chuckled. Yang Kai frowned and said, "Senior, why are you looking for me? If you want to avenge Dalong, Senior would have already done it." "Of course it's not to avenge Dalong. Otherwise, how could you still be alive? This queen came here to ask you to do me a favor. If this favor is successful, the enmity of you killing Dalong will be written off. Otherwise, I will properly settle it with you." Yang Kai was speechless and said, "What does Senior want me to do? If she couldn't do it, how could he do it?" "You will naturally know when the time comes. It's useless to know now. What you need to do now is to improve your strength as soon as possible. The stronger, the better. Before you help me, I will live here, so don't think about running away." Zhu Jiaoyin's gaze turned and looked at Yu He and Lu Shui. "You two follow me. This queen needs servants." Yu He was speechless. She was a 5th-grade splitter and was actually treated as a servant. However, thinking about Zhu Jiaoyin's identity and strength, he was indeed qualified. If this kind of existence went outside, he would at least be equivalent to a high-grade splitter. Zhu Jiaoyin really stayed in the mansion and chose the best bedroom, which was originally Yang Kai's residence. He had nothing to do all day, so he led Yu He and Lu Shui to wander around the Star Market. He bought a lot of random things which made people speechless. She was a sacred spirit, celestial moon demon spider. She had always lived in the depths of the mountains. Even though her strength was tyrannical, she couldn't help but feel some novelty when she saw this lively world. Yang Kai was confused by her. This woman only asked him to do her a favor, but she didn't say how he would help her. She only said that he would know when the time came, which made him confused. However, since it was a request from a sacred spirit, it was definitely not a small matter. Yang Kai could only speed up his cultivation. Unfortunately, he couldn't cook without rice. The power of yin and yang and the 5 elements in his Dao seal was stuck on the metal element. Without a suitable metal element power, there was no way to continue condensing the power of his Dao seal. He already had the water element, but without condensing the metal element, there was no way to condense the water element. He could only take the dragon blood pill every day to strengthen his body and purify his bloodline power, and then comprehend the wood and earth divine technique. 10 days later, Yang Kai suddenly felt something and quickly took out a communication bead, immersing his mind into it. Then, he was overjoyed and sent a message. Brother Su, are you okay? This communication bead was the means of communication with Su Zhen. Previously, Su Zhen suddenly disappeared, which made Yang Kai quite worried. He didn't know if he was alive or dead, but he didn't expect that Su Zhen would take the initiative to send a message today. Not dead yet, but the situation is not good. Su Zhen replied. What happened? Why was there no news from before? What about the others? The others are fine for the time being, but it seems that the days ahead won't be too good. Brother Yang, you have to make plans early. You are too outstanding and will be targeted sooner or later. What do you mean? Yang Kai was puzzled. Targeted by who? Su Zhen said, Brother Yang, have you ever heard of the bearer? Never heard of it. Su Zhen said, I only saw some records in the ancient books of my ancestors and didn't take it seriously, but now I know that it is true. In the great cosmological realm, there is more than one divine spirit. Yang Kai laughed dryly, I know this. Su Zhen was surprised. How did you know? Did you encounter one? Yang Kai said with a headache, Not only did I encounter one, there is one in my residence now. Su Zhen didn't reply for a long time, and Yang Kai thought that something had happened to him again, so he sent a few messages. Su Zhen replied, Brother Yang, you are indeed being targeted. In that case, it is convenient for me to explain it to you. Did the divine spirit on your side ask you to do her a favor? Yang Kai was surprised. How did Brother Su know this? Su Zhen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Because I am the same, we are really in the same boat. Chapter 4072. You too. Yang Kai was shocked. You were also captured by the sacred spirits? The sacred spirit that captured me is called Zhu Yan, and its strength is extraordinary. Which sacred spirit captured you? Yang Kai muttered, Heavenly Moon Demon Spider. After a simple exchange, Yang Kai learned that Su Zhen had been teleported to an unknown place after being separated from him. As a result, he encountered Zhu Yan on the way back and was accidentally captured. Yang Kai was puzzled. What do these sacred spirits want? The Heavenly Moon Demon Spider only said that she wanted me to help her with something, but when I asked again, she didn't say anything. Also, what's with the bear you mentioned before? Sighed. Su Zhen sighed heavily. This is why I sent you a message. The great cosmological realm is ancient, and there are countless sacred spirits living here. However, these sacred spirits are born here, raised here, and limited here. In the great cosmological realm, no matter how strong they are, it is difficult for them to fully display their strength. Yang Kai nodded when he heard this. The laws of heaven and earth in the great cosmological realm were indeed very strange. He previously thought that the great cosmological realm's small universe world was sealed by the great cosmological realm's fog, causing the heaven-splitting cultivators to be unable to display their strength, but now it seemed that this was not the case. Even those sacred spirits were restricted from displaying their strength, let alone a mere lower or middle-grade heaven-splitting cultivator. Although Zhu Jiuyin and Kuan-Sha were fighting fiercely before, they were far from displaying the strength that sacred spirits should have. On the sacred spirit list, whether it was the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider or Kuan-Sha, their rankings were comparable to Miemeng, but how terrifying was Miemeng's power? The power displayed by Zhu Jiuyin and Kuan-Sha was only a fraction of its strength, giving people a feeling that they did not live up to their name. This should be the suppression of the laws of heaven and earth in the great cosmological realm, and not simply because of the great cosmological realm's fog. Su Zhen's divine sense came out of the communication bead and transmitted his message. These divine spirits are equivalent to living in a huge cage. Brother Yang, if you were them, would you do this? Yang Kai's heart trembled, and after thinking carefully, he said solemnly, Of course I would want to jump out of this cage. The almighty figures were definitely unwilling to accept the current situation and would definitely think of ways to change it. And the most convenient way was to leave the great cosmological realm. That's right. The sacred spirits also think the same way. They also want to jump out of this cage, break free from the suppression of the great cosmological realm, and restore all their might. But they are living beings of this world. How could it be easy to break free? Is this related to the bear you mentioned before? Yang Kai asked. Yes. Su Zhen replied. The sacred spirits can't leave the great cosmological realm on their own. They can only find someone to take them out, and that person is the bearer they are looking for. Find someone to bring them out. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. Can the holy spirits of this place be brought out? If that was the case, then wouldn't his 6 directions Rui pouch be a treasure? When he was about to leave, he could just put Zhu Jiuyin into the bag. You can bring them out, but only one at a time. And you need some special opportunities. Su Zhen seemed to know what Yang Kai was thinking. I know that Brother Yang has a treasure that can hold living things, but that thing is useless. Even if you put the sacred spirits in it, without that opportunity, you will be stopped by the great cosmological realm when you leave. The reason why the sacred spirits are looking for a bearer is to fight for that opportunity to break free from the shackles of the great cosmological realm. What's that opportunity? Yang Kai asked hurriedly. I'm not too sure. I just saw some records in the ancient books of my ancestors. Back then, the ancestors of the divine cauldron grotto heaven also fell into the great cosmological realm and competed with the tide of that era, leaving behind some information about this place. He succeeded. He failed. Su Zhen sighed. The glory of that era belonged to a senior of the Xinyuan grotto heaven. He took away a sacred spirit from the great cosmological realm, and that sacred spirit became his Tao protector, guarding him for 1,000 years before leaving the Xinyuan grotto heaven. Tao protector! Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Bodyguard, thug guard. Anyway, that's what it means. Su Zhen chuckled. We worked hard for those sacred spirits and risked our lives, so we have to get some benefits from them. That senior of the Xinyuan grotto heaven was amazing. He negotiated with that sacred spirit to be his Tao protector for 1,000 years, and that sacred spirit had no choice but to agree. Brother Yang, I'm going to have a good talk with this Zhu Yan on my side. Think about how awe-inspiring it would be to have a sacred spirit with you when you go out in the future. Yang Kai was speechless. How could such a condition be put forward? If he angered that person, he wouldn't know how to spell the word death. Thank you for telling me, Brother Su. This information is very important to me. Yang Kai replied gratefully. He had been thinking about what Zhu Jiuyin wanted him to do and why he wanted him to improve his strength. Now that he heard Su Zhen's words, he knew the reason. It seemed that the reason why the Kuan shark chased him all the way here was not only because he had stolen the Frosty Soul Cold Moon Pearl, but also because of the bearer. Otherwise, he would not have mentioned the whereabouts of the Frosty Soul Cold Moon Pearl before he left. Anyway, I won't tell you. You will know in the future, but you and I are both bearers, and there will be a time to fight in the future. For the benefit of my divine cauldron, Brother Yang, when the time comes, I will not show mercy. That's how it should be. And Ning Daoran and the others, they probably won't be able to escape either. Those holy spirits have sharp eyes. They haven't made any movements these past few years, probably because they are observing those of us who have fallen into this place and choosing suitable bearers. Now that the Zhu Yan and the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider have made their moves, the other holy spirits will definitely not be able to sit still. I reckon that Ning Daoran and the others will all be captured by the holy spirits. It's just a matter of time. When the time comes, there will definitely be a confrontation between us. Let's not talk about it for now. After saying that, Su Zhen cut off the connection. Yang Kai silently put away the communication bead and digested the news he had received from Su Zhen. Bearers, the only opportunity to get rid of the shackles of the great void realm, and protectors. He had never heard of such information. Right, there was also Lin Feng. In that case, Lin Feng should not be in danger. He was also a disciple of the Heavenly Cave, and his background was extraordinary. He was definitely one of the candidates for the bearer. The Kuan shark should not kill him. It was estimated that he would be chosen as the bearer. But in this way, some of the doubts in his heart could be solved. Zhu Jiuyin did not kill him, nor did he make things difficult for him. He also wanted him to cultivate well. Obviously, he wanted him to help her snatch the opportunity to leave. The battle of spirits seizing? Yang Kai recalled the harsh words the Kuan shark had left before he left. Although he did not know what the battle of spirit seizing meant, he thought it should be related to the opportunity. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai stepped into the lobby. In the lobby, Zhu Jiaoyin was sitting in a chair, while Lu Shui and Yu He were busy. The ground was full of messy things that the three of them had swept from the star market. Most of them were women's accessories. Yu He stood in front of Zhu Jiaoyin with a mirror. Lu Shui took the accessories for Zhu Jiaoyin to wear. She looked left and right in front of the mirror. If she liked it, she kept it. If she didn't like it, she threw it aside. When Yang Kai came in, he saw the scene of Zhu Jiaoyin pitying himself in front of the mirror. He couldn't help but be speechless. Yu He turned her head and looked at him with an aggrieved face. Yang Kai acted as if he didn't see it. He stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Senior." Zhu Jiaoyin played with the headdress on his head and didn't raise his eyelids. "What are you doing here instead of cultivating?" He turned his head sideways and asked Yu He, "How about this?" Yu He said, "It looks good." It wasn't flattery. It was indeed beautiful. After all, she was a heavenly moon demon spider. She was beautiful and looked good on anything. It's a bit too gaudy. Zhu Jiaoyin shook his head. He took off the headdress and threw it aside. Yang Kai took the chance to say, "Senior wants me to cultivate. I want to cultivate too. It's a pity that I can't continue." But Zhu Jiaoyin raised his head and looked at him. "Without treasures, I can't condense the power of yin and yang and 5 elements." Yang Kai lowered his head. "Nonsense." Zhu Jiaoyin curled his lips. "You stole the Kuan shark's moon essence. Do you think I don't know? That thing came from the land of elders. It was originally a moon essence core. It's enough for you to refine for a long time." Land of elders? Moon essence core? Yang Kai's body shook. "Senior is talking about the hailstone cold moon pearl?" "What hailstone cold moon pearl?" Zhu Jiaoyin said in disdain. He waved his hand and had Yu He stand aside. He looked at Yang Kai and said, "This great cosmological realm originally had a moon and a sun. However, too much time passed and the sun was extinguished, the moon crumbled. A piece of moon essence fell into the land of elders. Later, it was taken out by someone and fell into the hands of the Kuan shark." Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Although he knew that the hailstone cold moon pearl was an innate supreme treasure, he didn't expect it to be a moon essence core. No wonder it emitted light like moonlight but was cold to the touch. As for where the land of elders was, Yang Kai didn't know. However, it should be a secret place in the great cosmological realm. After calming his mind and suppressing the ecstasy in his heart, Yang Kai said, "That won't do. Senior, I have now condensed the power of wood, fire, and earth. Next, I need to condense the power of metal element, and then the power of water element. The moon essence should be the power of water element. I still lack a suitable metal element treasure. Without the metal element, there's nothing I can do even if I have the water element." "What do you mean?" Zhu Jiaoyin looked at him with a smile. "It would be best if Senior could reward me with the metal element treasure. Senior has been the flowing time great emperor of the great cosmological realm for a long time. The great cosmological realm is rich in treasures, so you should have a lot of metal element treasures. So you're here for benefits." Zhu Jiaoyin smiled and rested his cheek on his hand. He looked at Yang Kai lazily and said, "Okay, tell me, what treasure do you want? If I have it, I'll give it to you. No matter what treasure it is, as long as it's a metal element above the 7th grade. Junior's request is not high." Yang Kai rubbed his hands and smiled flatteringly. Zhu Jiaoyin's face suddenly darkened. "Not high request? Anything above the 7th grade?" Seeing this, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. Was this request too much? He gathered his courage and nodded. Chapter 4073. Zhu Jiaoyin said angrily, "And you say your request isn't high. Do you know what it means to be above 7th grade?" "What does it mean?" Yang Kai asked weakly. Zhu Jiaoyin snorted and said, "That means you have to kill someone who is at the same level as me and take his inner core." If you really want to do that, I can point you to a good place to go. 1,000,000 miles west from here, there is an annoying guy called Jianghu. You can kill him and take his inner core. It is at least an 8th tier treasure." Cold sweat dripped down Yang Kai's forehead. Senior, you're joking. That Jianghu was also a sacred spirit. If he really had that ability, he wouldn't need to be docile and respectful in front of her. He would have broken through the heavens long ago. Junior doesn't necessarily need the sacred spirit's inner core to obtain the metal element treasure. Is there no other treasure in the great cosmological realm that fits the criteria? There were some in the past. Zhu Jiuyin revealed a look of reminiscence. But there were none later. Why? Yang Kai didn't understand. You're not the only guests in the great cosmological realm. If there were good things, wouldn't those despicable fellows plunder them? Why would they leave them for you? If you want something above 7th grade, you have to kill those sacred spirits and seize their inner cores. Yang Kai couldn't help but be dumbfounded. It made sense. Although the great cosmological realm was a huge natural treasure trove, they weren't the only group of guests over the years. How could those seniors be merciful when they came here? If there were good things, they would have collected them long ago. He was able to obtain the Earth Element Dragon Ball because of his bloodline. He was able to obtain the Moon Essence because it was a sacred object of the sea race. With the Kuan shark guarding it, it would be difficult to obtain the metal element. Why do you want something above 7th grade? Zhu Jiuyin looked at Yang Kai in confusion. I know your cultivation method. You condense a Dao seal in your body and then condense the power of Yin, Yang, and 5 elements to achieve heaven opening. If it's 7th grade, wouldn't it be high-grade heaven opening? Yes. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. Junior's ambition is high, and I want to achieve high-grade heaven opening. Zhu Jiuyin blinked and laughed. You're the most ambitious person I've ever met. Yang Kai keenly grasped something. Senior, did you have a bearer before? Zhu Jiuyin was surprised. You know about the bearer? This isn't a secret, is it? Yang Kai smiled and pretended to be profound. Zhu Jiuyin scrutinized him and said, You have an extraordinary background, so it's not strange that you know about this. Since you know about the bearer, you definitely know what I want you to do. Yang Kai nodded. Seize the opportunity to escape from this cage. That's why I came here to seek benefits from you. Only when I'm strong will I have a greater chance to compete with the other heroes and take the lead. That's true. Zhu Jiuyin nodded. However, if you want metal elemental treasures of the 7th tier and above, I can't do anything about it. As for the 6th tier, I have quite a number of them. Yang Kai was speechless. He also had a few dozen Divine Essences magnetism stones. The Divine Essences magnetism gourd also contained a lot of Divine Essences magnetism light. If he was willing to use a Divine Essences magnetism stone, why would he need to beg Zhu Jiuyin? How about this? Zhu Jiuyin pondered for a moment and said, Condense the water element first. I'll send someone to scout for the metal elemental treasures. Maybe there are some that I missed. If there are, I'll find them for you. Yang Kai was puzzled. If I don't condense the metal elemental treasures, how can I condense the water element? Zhu Jiuyin sneered. Normal people can only condense according to the 5 elemental treasures. However, I have a wonderful technique that can allow you to ignore this order and condense as you wish. Yang Kai's body shook. There's such a wonderful technique in this world? Yu He and Lu Shui also looked over in surprise. One of them was at the 4th tier and the other was at the 5th tier, so they were considered knowledgeable. However, they had never heard of such a technique. If there was such a wonderful technique, wouldn't it break the countless years of cultivation system outside the universe? If such a thing appeared in the world, it would definitely set off a bloodbath. Zhu Jiuyin said faintly, Originally, there wasn't such a technique. However, I once had a bearer who was astonishingly talented and created this wonderful technique. His situation was similar to yours at that time. He had an item for the next stage of cultivation in his hands, but he was missing the middle part. He couldn't find it anywhere and had no choice but to cross the stage to cultivate. However, I have to tell you that although this technique is wonderful, it is a little whimsical and has some risks. If your foundation is not enough, it is very likely that the 5 elemental treasures will collapse and your Dao seal will shatter. Do you still want to continue? Do you still want to learn it? Yang Kai quickly nodded his head. No matter how dangerous this technique was, it was always right to learn it first. If he really couldn't do it, he could just not cultivate it. Anyway, he was still young and had a lot of time. There was no need to rush. Zhu Jiuyin nodded his head and gently lifted his finger to tap on Yang Kai's forehead. Yang Kai's body trembled and he felt countless information pouring into his mind. He couldn't help but be stunned on the spot. After a long while, his body suddenly trembled and he came back to his senses. He had a look of admiration on his face. The person who created this technique is simply gifted by the heavens. This technique was called the Reverse Yin-Yang 5 Elemental Shen Universe Heart Sutra. If one were to use this technique to condense the Yin-Yang 5 elemental treasures, there was no need to worry about the order of the 5 elemental treasures. It could be said that one could cultivate it as one wished. However, using this technique to condense the power would have a much greater impact on the Dao seal than normal cultivation. If the Dao seal wasn't firm enough, one wouldn't be able to cultivate it. This was the danger that Zhu Jiuyin mentioned. However, correspondingly, using this technique to condense the power of the Yin-Yang 5 elemental treasures had some benefits. Once one succeeded in splitting open the sky, one's ability would be stronger. This was because the Dao seal would withstand an unimaginable impact and its foundation would be firm. Naturally, it would be incomparable to others. Yang Kai was full of praise. Zhu Jiuyin said that this was a technique created by one of her bearers. It could be seen how amazing that bearer was. However, what made Yang Kai feel strange was that since the creator was so impressive, why couldn't he bring Zhu Jiuyin out of the great cosmological realm? As if she saw the doubts in Yang Kai's heart, Zhu Jiuyin said, "That person is dead. He died in the battle of spirit seizing. If not for that, with his talent, how could I be trapped here?" Yang Kai swallowed his saliva. That person died because of this technique? That's not it. This technique was deduced by me and him together. It's considered more complete. He died because he was the tallest tree in the forest. He was besieged by many other bearers and died. Yang Kai nodded. This way he was relieved. Since someone had successfully cultivated the Reverse Yin-Yang 5 Elemental Shen Universe Heart Sutra, he would definitely be able to do it too. There was no reason that he couldn't walk the path paved by his predecessor. He couldn't wait to comprehend the mystery of this technique. Yang Kai couldn't be bothered to talk to Zhu Jiuyin anymore. He excused himself and returned to the secret room to meditate. Day after day, month after month. The Reverse Yin-Yang 5 Elemental Shen Universe Heart Sutra was extensive and profound. Yang Kai comprehended it for half a year before he could be considered to have some understanding. However, even so, he didn't dare to try it. The grade of the moon essence was extremely high. After all, it was a connate cardinal treasure. If he didn't have complete confidence, forcefully condensing it would only damage the Dao seal. If he wanted to try, there were two key points. One was that the power of the 5 elements couldn't be harmonized. Under normal circumstances, he should first condense the power of the metal element and then the water element. However, he didn't have a suitable metal element now, so he could only skip this stage. As a result, the power of the 5 elements would definitely be in chaos. This required the Reverse Yin-Yang 5 Elemental Shen Universe Heart Sutra to be harmonized. This wasn't a big problem. The Reverse Yin-Yang 5 Elemental Shen Universe Heart Sutra was created for this moment. The biggest problem was that the Dao seal wasn't strong enough. Yang Kai was blessed by nature. He first condensed the essence of the immortal tree to form the power of the wood element and laid an incomparably strong foundation. Then he condensed the fire element. With the wood element suppressing it, there was no danger. There was no need to talk about the earth element. The earth dragon pearl came from the same source as him, so there was no danger in condensing it. However, if he wanted to condense the water element now, the strength of the Dao seal was still lacking. Yang Kai had no choice but to come out and consult Zhu Jiuyin. He believed that the previous bearer had a similar experience. Since he had succeeded in his cultivation, he definitely solved this problem. After listening to Yang Kai's explanation, Zhu Jiuyin casually threw a jade bottle to Yang Kai. Yang Kai received it. As he opened the bottle, he asked confusedly, "What is this?" Zhu Jiuyin said lazily, "I don't know what this is either. That brat once called it Dao-e holy water." The brat she was talking about was undoubtedly the bearer who created the Reverse Yin-Yang 5 Elements Shen Yu Heart Sutra. Dao Yi holy water? Yu He and Lu Shui exclaimed in unison. Their beautiful faces turned pale. Zhu Jiuyin turned to look at them. Yang Kai also looked at them. Is this thing very famous? She didn't know much about the world outside of the universe. Naturally, she didn't know what Dao Yi holy water meant. Yu He hurriedly said, "It's good stuff. It's a treasure." Lu Shui also nodded vigorously at the side. She looked at the jade bottle in Yang Kai's hand with a burning gaze. Yang Kai was enraptured when he heard this. It must be something good given by Senior. But what's the use of this thing? Yu He said, "It's used to strengthen the Dao seal. You also know that a cultivator's aptitude is limited. The fundamental reason is the Dao seal. Some people's limit is to condense the power of the 3rd grade. Some people's limit is to condense the power of the 6th grade. This is the limit that the Dao seal can withstand. The difference is that the Dao seal is condensed from everyone's own Dao. Once formed, it can't be easily changed. It can be said that when the Dao seal is condensed, this person's future achievements are basically determined. But if there's Dao Yi holy water, then it's possible to go one step further. Using this holy water to strengthen the Dao seal, one can condense power of a higher grade and surpass one's original limit?" Yang Kai finally understood and was wild with joy. "That's right." Yu He nodded. Back then, she achieved the 5th grade to split open the sky. This meant that the limit of her Dao seal was to withstand the impact of the 5th grade. But at that time, if she had the help of the Dao Yi holy water, achieving the 6th grade would not be a problem. The premise was that she could find enough 6th grade materials. But the Dao Yi holy water was extremely rare. In this 3,000 worlds, for countless years, there were only a few times. Legend had it that someone had obtained the Dao Yi holy water. Chapter 4074. This Dao Yi divine water was indeed a good thing. Yang Kai put it away happily and asked Zhu Jiuyin about the refining method before returning to the secret room and continuing his seclusion. In the secret room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged and activated the formation to avoid being disturbed. Only then did he carefully take out the jade bottle that contained the Dao Yi divine water and open the bottle. There was not much Dao Yi divine water left in the jade bottle, only half a bottle. There were only a few dozen drops left, which should have been used by Zhu Jiuyin. However, a drop of Dao Yi divine water was hard to find, and a few dozen drops were enough for Yang Kai to use. Calming his qi and concentrating, Yang Kai's divine sense surged as he reached into the jade bottle and wrapped a drop of Dao Yi divine water. Inside the jade bottle, there was nothing special about the divine water, but once it was exposed, it emitted an extremely strange fragrance. Yang Kai's nose twitched, and his eyes couldn't help but become lax as he muttered to himself, so fragrant, this thing must be very delicious to eat." As he said that, his divine sense wrapped around the drop of Dao Yi divine water and sent it to his mouth. But in the next moment, Yang Kai suddenly shook and regained his senses. He quickly closed his mouth and imprinted the drop of Dao Yi divine water on his glabella. This divine water was not meant to be consumed, but to be refined with the Dao seal, just like refining the power of Yin and Yang 5 elements. If it was consumed rashly, it would not have the slightest effect. Zhu Jiuyin had also told him that there would be some interference when refining this Dao Yi divine water, but he did not take it to heart. Only now did he realize that he was a little careless. Fortunately, he reacted in time, otherwise he might have really wasted a drop. It was strange, the Dao Yi divine water was clearly a tangible thing, but when it was imprinted on his glabella, it completely disappeared. In the next moment, Yang Kai felt that his Dao seal was slightly cold, as if something had invaded it. Yang Kai quickly immersed himself in investigating. Under inspection, he saw that his Dao seal was covered with a layer of watery light, and the Dao Yi divine water was constantly invading his Dao seal. A strange power spread out and was absorbed by his Dao seal. As time passed, Yang Kai did feel that his Dao seal was becoming stronger. The Dao seal was the manifestation of each cultivator's own Dao. When condensing the Dao seal, all the power of a cultivator would be immersed in the Dao seal. The foundation of a cultivator was directly related to the strength of the Dao seal. If the foundation was good, then the seal would be stronger. Although no one had classified the Dao seal, in fact, the Dao seal of a cultivator could be divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. Yang Kai's Dao was the Void Dao, and he was extremely proficient in the Dao of space. If not for this, he wouldn't have been able to escape the pursuit of so many low-rank and mid-rank heaven-opening masters after snatching the Golden Crow's corpse. The Dao of space was one of the 3,000 Daos, and it was an extremely profound Dao. Yang Kai used the Dao of space to condense his Dao seal, so it was naturally incomparable to others. This was also one of the foundations of him being able to condense power above the 7th grade. The other foundation was the wood elemental energy condensed from the essence of the immortal tree. This was also an opportunity. But even so, his Dao seal still had a lot of room for improvement. Fortunately, he had not reached the heaven-opening realm yet. If he had, it would have been completely fixed, and even the Dao-E divine water would have been powerless. When the mysterious Dao-E divine water entered his Dao seal, there was a trace of coldness at first, but then a warm and comfortable feeling came from the Dao seal. Yang Kai did not dare to be negligent and focused on refining it. However, refining the Dao-E divine water was really difficult. That small drop of water took Yang Kai a whole month to completely refine. Comparing the difference between his Dao seal and the one before, Yang Kai frowned slightly. He felt that the increase was not too great, at most 10%. However, on second thought, his Dao seal was already extraordinary, so the Dao-E divine water could not increase it by too much. If it were someone else's Dao seal, it would not be like this. If a drop of Dao-E divine water could increase it by 10%, wouldn't 10 drops double? Without stopping, he released his divine sense to wrap around a drop of Dao-E divine water and continued to refine it. There were at least a few dozen drops of Dao-E divine water in that jade bottle. This was a rare opportunity, so Yang Kai naturally wanted to increase his Dao seal to its maximum level. As he refined drop after drop of Dao-E divine water, his Dao seal became more and more solid, but as time passed, the benefits of refining the Dao-E divine water gradually decreased. Another year passed, and Yang Kai opened his eyes and exhaled slightly. During this year, he had consumed a dozen drops of Dao-E divine water and raised his Dao seal to its limit. Refining more Dao-E divine water was useless and would only be a waste. Keeping the jade bottle, Yang Kai examined himself and was very satisfied. Now, even if there was a 9th grade material in front of him, he was confident that he could easily refine it. He did not have to worry that his Dao seal could not withstand it. The benefits of this closed-door cultivation were too great. His Dao seal was stable, and not only could it allow him to condense a higher grade of power, in the future, even if he encountered any divine technique that targeted his Dao seal, he did not have to be too afraid. He came out of closed-door cultivation again and went to see Zhu Jiuyin. He saw Zhu Jiuyin in the courtyard, giving a lecture to the Scarlet Jiao. He did not know what language she was speaking, and Yang Kai could not understand it at all. He only felt that the voice was like a pearl falling on a jade plate, containing the truth of the great Dao and resonating with the great Dao of heaven and earth. The Scarlet Jiao did not notice his arrival at all and listened attentively. After a while, Zhu Jiuyin smiled. "All right, let's stop here for today. Go back and cultivate properly." The Scarlet Jiao and the Earth Dragon nodded slightly to express their gratitude. When they turned around and saw Yang Kai, the Scarlet Jiao immediately crawled over and swam around Yang Kai's feet. The Earth Dragon was much more direct. It opened its mouth and wriggled non-stop. Its mucus was thrown everywhere and there were bursts of scratching sounds coming from the ground. Yang Kai was speechless. He threw 2 dragon blood pills to them and asked them to scram. With a rumble, the 2 big fellows obtained the dragon blood pills and left through the tunnel that was opened up earlier. Yang Kai asked curiously, "Senior, why are you in the mood to teach them today?" He listened for a while just now. Although he did not know what Zhu Jiuyin was talking to the Scarlet Jiao and the Earth Dragon, he faintly felt that he was helping them to open up their intelligence. The reason why the Earth Dragon and the Scarlet Jiao could not transform was not because they were not strong enough, but because their intelligence had not been opened. With Zhu Jiuyin's teaching, their transformation would be much earlier. Zhu Jiuyin smiled slightly. "I had nothing to do, so I found something to do." However, I was still a little curious as to why their bloodline is so pure. So it's because of you. She clearly saw the origin of the dragon blood pills. Whether it was the Scarlet Jiao or the Earth Dragon, they all had a trace of the dragon race's bloodline. It was just that it was very faint. After continuously consuming the dragon blood pills for the past few years, their dragon race bloodline had greatly improved and had already surpassed the limits of their respective races. Why are you looking for me? Zhu Juyin asked. Yang Kai said, I want to ask about the metal element treasure. There is no clue. Zhu Juyin slowly shook her head. The million troops under her had all moved out and searched 3 feet in the entire great cosmological abyss, but they could not find any information about metal element treasures above the 7th grade. Not only the metal element, but the other 5 elements were also not found. Just as she said before, they were not the only batch of guests in the great cosmological abyss. Since ancient times, batches and batches of cultivator had been devoured, and there was no lack of outstanding talents. Many of the precious treasures in the great cosmological abyss had already been plundered clean. Even if the sacred spirits had some collections, they had given them to their respective inheritors to increase their strength so that they could snatch the opportunity to leave during the spirit-seizing battle. Yang Kai was slightly disappointed. If Zhu Juyin could not find a metal element treasure above the 7th grade, then he did not have much hope. Now, there may only be 2 places that have what you need, Zhu Juyin said softly. Which 2 places? One is the Golden Vulture Palace, which is Jianghu's territory. Yang Kai's face darkened. Forget about that. A year ago, Zhu Juyin had also mentioned Jianghu. If he could kill him and seize his inner core, he could satisfy Yang Kai's needs. However, Jianghu was a sacred spirit after all, and Zhu Juyin might not be his match. The other place is the Land of Everlastingness. There are more treasures left there. Where is the Land of Everlastingness? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. The moon essence came from the Land of Everlastingness. Zhu Juyin had once said that the great cosmological abyss originally had a sun and a moon. However, too much time had passed, and the sun had been extinguished and the moon had collapsed. A piece of moon essence had fallen into the Land of Everlastingness and was taken out by someone, landing in the hands of Kun Sha. The Land of Everlastingness is where the spirit-seizing battle is, and it has not started yet. Zhu Juyin shook his head slowly. Yang Kai was indignant that it had not started yet. However, the Land of Everlastingness was where the spirit-seizing battle was. Didn't that mean that he could only go in and search for suitable metal element treasures during the spirit-seizing battle? Zhu Juyin wanted him to improve his strength for the spirit-seizing battle. There was no time at all. Can't you just make do and use a 6th-grade metal element? Zhu Juyin frowned and looked at him. Yang Kai said solemnly, This is related to the Great Tao. It is my lifelong pursuit. How can I make do? Zhu Juyin smiled, thinking that it was not up to him when the time came. He changed the topic and said, How's the cultivation of the technique? Almost there. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Although the reverse yin-yang 5 elements Black Universe Heart Sutra was profound, he had comprehended it for a long time and had gained some insights. Now that his Tao seal had been strengthened to the limit, there should not be any danger if he were to condense the water element. Then go and condense the water element. I will protect you. Yang Kai was about to refuse when Zhu Juyin said, Your life and death is related to my future. It is not up to you to decide. I might as well tell you that those old fellows have already found their respective inheritors and are nurturing them vigorously. The spirit-seizing battle is bound to be a life and death battle. All right. He could not win against Zhu Juyin and could only nod his head in agreement. They agreed to go into seclusion 3 days later to condense the water element. Yang Kai found Yu He and asked about what happened when he was in seclusion. It was not a big deal. Now that the divine spirit, the heavenly moon magic spider, was guarding the Star City, who would dare to invade? Hence, it was peaceful. Chapter 4075. 3 days later, in the secret chamber, Yang Kai and Zhu Juyin sat opposite each other. I have already imparted you the reverse yin-yang 5 elements Mystic Universe Heart Sutra. You need to remember that this sutra consumes a lot of your mind, so you must not let your guard down. Zhu Jiuyin instructed solemnly. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Don't worry." He grabbed at the void and a scepter appeared in his hand. On top of the scepter, there was a round bead shining brightly. It was the moon essence. A dense water element qi immediately spread out. If Yang Kai had not seen the power of this thing with his own eyes, he would not have thought that there was such a huge danger hidden in this gentle water power. This scepter was also forged with extremely high-grade materials. Otherwise, it would be impossible to embed the moon essence in it. However, Yang Kai only wanted the water element power in the moon essence, so this scepter was useless to him. He reached out and took the moon essence. The moment it touched his hand, Yang Kai could not help but shiver. He felt a bone-chilling coldness spread out from his palm and instantly corroded his mind, as if it was going to freeze his soul. On his palm, a layer of frost spread up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon it reached his elbow. With a whoosh, a pitch-black flame burned and dispersed the shocking coldness. The frost gradually melted. Zhu Jiuyin's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. Golden Crow primordial fire? She was also a sacred spirit, so she was naturally sensitive to the sacred spirit fire. She could not help but nod slightly. This brat in front of her had the Golden Crow primordial fire, so the danger of refining the moon essence was greatly reduced. Water and fire were incompatible, so it would be able to suppress the coldness of the moon essence to a large extent. "Senior, I will begin," Yang Kai said. He then closed his eyes and immersed his mind. He activated the power of the Tao seal and absorbed the coldness of the moon essence. In an instant, Yang Kai felt as if he had fallen into a 10,000-year-old ice. Even his thoughts became a little sluggish. The coldness of the moon essence that was originally suppressed erupted again and froze his palms. His flesh was withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just now, the moon essence was only emitting coldness instinctively, so he could suppress it with the Golden Crow primordial fire. Now that he actively absorbed the power of the moon essence, the Golden Crow primordial fire could not suppress it. The flames burned fiercely, but the coldness showed signs of suppressing the Golden Crow primordial fire. Zhu Jiuyin's expression changed. She paid close attention to Yang Kai's actions. She was waiting to immediately stop. Yang Kai was her chosen carrier, so she naturally could not watch him die. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to find such an outstanding carrier. In other words, if Yang Kai died because of this, she could only wait for the next opening of the Great Void Realm to find a vessel to seize opportunities for herself. As far as the eye could see, a layer of green light suddenly emerged from the flesh that was corroded by the cold and was rapidly withering away. That light was filled with exuberant vitality, and even Zhu Jiuyin couldn't help but be moved when he saw it. He really couldn't figure out what kind of wood attribute Yang Kai had condensed to actually possess such powerful strength. The power of the wood element lingered. The withered flesh healed and regained its luster. Then, it continued to wither and heal under the coldness. The cycle repeated. It looked extremely dangerous, but there was a delicate balance between them. This did not mean that the moon essence's power surpassed the combined power of the Immortal tree and the Golden Crow primordial fire. However, both the Immortal tree and the Golden Crow primordial fire had been condensed in the seal by Yang Kai. He was not strong enough, so the power he could unleash was limited. The moon essence, on the other hand, was in his hand. After it was activated, its power was fully displayed. Naturally, he could fight against two. Yang Kai and Zhu Jiuyin could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The Golden Crow primordial fire and the power of the Immortal tree had finally suppressed the coldness of the moon essence. However, the withering of his flesh naturally brought about unbearable pain, but Yang Kai remained motionless like a dried-up well, his mind focused solely on the Tao seal. The ancient seal was originally filled with 3 kinds of power. Now, there was an additional coldness. That was the power of the moon essence. The balance that existed in the seal was instantly broken. The 5 elements were in chaos. Regardless of whether it was the wood element, fire element, or earth element, they were all attacking the seal. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan as he felt his soul tremble. The blood qi in his chest surged as he thought to himself, this kind of condensing is really dangerous. If I didn't use the Dao Yi divine water to strengthen my Dao seal, I'm afraid I really would have died. After all, the power in his seal was of a very high grade. The impact was not small. The seal from before could not hold on for long. However, the seal was different now. It was strengthened by more than 10 drops of Dao Yi divine water. In terms of toughness, it was almost twice as strong as before. It could still withstand the impact. He quickly activated the reverse yin-yang 5 elements Xianyu Heart Sutra to harmonize the 5 elements. As the technique was activated, the chaotic power of the 5 elements gradually restored its order. Yang Kai was delighted when he saw that. Although he knew that the technique had such an effect when he comprehended the reverse yin-yang 5 elements Xianyu Heart Sutra, he did not practice it himself. He was a little uneasy. Now that he tried it, the 5 elements immediately returned to their original position. He knew that the technique was indeed effective. It could allow the cultivator to ignore the number of times the 5 elements generated each other to condense power. As such, he did not need to rush to find a suitable metal element treasure. There would always be a chance to come across it in the future. It would not be too late to condense it when he found it. However, Yang Kai soon discovered the drawback of the technique. Just as Zhu Jiuyin said, the technique consumed a lot of the mind. It needed to be activated all the time. Once it was interrupted, the 5 elements would be in chaos. The reason why Zhu Jiuyin wanted to protect him was to guard against such danger. With her strength, if she sensed that something was wrong, she could forcibly stop it. She would not let Yang Kai suffer any fundamental damage. At this moment, after observing closely, he found that Yang Kai was fine and couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement, thinking that this little brat's mental strength was quite extraordinary. Although his previous bearer was also quite good, it was still somewhat inferior to Yang Kai's. At the very least, his previous bearer hadn't been able to restore the 5 elements in such a short period of time. It had taken a lot of effort. However, she didn't know that Yang Kai's mind power was much stronger than a cultivator of the same level. When he obtained the soul-warming lotus, after so many years, the soul-warming lotus nourished Yang Kai's mind all the time. No matter what stage he was at, his mind power was much stronger than his peers. Later, when he consummated with Yu Ru Meng, he obtained the primordial yin power that she had cultivated for many years from her. Yu Ru Meng was a succubus demon saint. Among all the demon saint great emperors, her mind power was second to none. The primordial yin power made Yang Kai's mind power soar again. It almost reached the level of the great emperors. Later, when he became the great emperors of the void, his mind power naturally rose as well. Therefore, to Yang Kai, it wasn't too difficult for him to split his attention to maintain the circulation of the reverse yin-yang 5 elements Xianyu Heart Sutra. His physical body was unaffected. The coldness was suppressed by the golden crow primordial fire, and the wood elemental power repaired his damaged physical body. His mind was unaffected. His powerful divine will was enough for Yang Kai to multitask. His Dao seal was unaffected. The Dao seal was strengthened by the Dao Yi divine water, and it could withstand the impact of the 5 elements. The first step was taken, and the next step was simple. As time passed, the power in the moon essence was continuously refined into the Dao seal by Yang Kai, turning into the water elemental power. The moon essence in Yang Kai's hand gradually dimmed. Zhu Jiuyin suddenly lowered her head and stared at the moon essence in Yang Kai's hand. She didn't pay much attention to it before as she was fully focused on Yang Kai. Now that she saw that Yang Kai had stabilized, she finally had the time to pay attention to other things. She realized that there seemed to be a trace of spirituality born in the moon essence. When she looked carefully, there was indeed a stream of light circulating within the moon essence. She was slightly surprised. This moon essence was actually sentient? According to what she knew, this moon essence was a treasure brought out by a carrier of the Kuan Sha from the land of elders 10,000 years ago. However, that carrier didn't manage to snatch the opportunity for the Kuan Sha, and the Kuan Sha killed that carrier in anger. After that, it was worshipped as a sacred object by the sea race. 10,000 years had passed, and the spiritual faith of the sea race continued to gather in this moon essence. It was indeed possible for a dead object to gain sentience. If this moon essence hadn't fallen into Yang Kai's hands, this moon essence would have completely gained sentience in another 1,000 years. At that time, it might become an existence that wasn't inferior to any sacred spirit. However, the moon essence's power was absorbed and refined by Yang Kai, and this moon essence's spirit was probably unable to be born. For an existence like her, there was nothing to feel sorry about. The stronger Yang Kai was, the greater the chances of him obtaining the opportunity. Not to mention just a trace of spirituality, even if it was truly sentient, she would kill it for Yang Kai. Under her watch, the stream of light within the moon essence gradually dimmed. Clearly, it was being absorbed and refined by Yang Kai. Zhu Jiuyin stood up and left. There was no need for her to pay attention to the rest. Yang Kai had refined the moon essence to this extent, and if there was still an accident, it would mean that he wasn't worth nurturing. Half a year later, Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked down. He saw that the moon essence in his hand had turned into powder and was falling from his fingers. The energy within the moon essence had been completely refined. Yang Kai listened carefully and frowned. He felt that there was a strange voice in his head that seemed to want to tell him something, but when he listened carefully, he couldn't hear anything. He couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He didn't know if there was a problem with refining the moon essence this time. Zhu Jiuyin was no longer there, and he didn't know when he left. Yang Kai flashed out of the secret room and saw Yuhi standing outside, waiting. Seeing Yang Kai, Yuhi's eyes lit up. She hurriedly asked, "Young master, did you succeed?" Yang Kai subconsciously nodded, "Yes, I succeeded." "Then why did you take so long?" Yuhi saw that his expression wasn't right and couldn't help but feel nervous. This time, refining the water element had indeed taken a long time. Previously, when he was refining the earth element's power in Crouching Dragon Mountain, it only took him 2 months. That was an earth dragon's dragon pearl, but this time, it took him half a year. "I didn't refine it according to the order of the 5 elements, so it did take me a long time," Yang Kai explained. He lacked the metal element, so refining the water element naturally took him more time. Chapter 4076. That wasn't the main problem. What made Yang Kai speechless was that he had to constantly divert a portion of his attention to activate the reverse yin-yang 5 elements Shenyu Heart Sutra to maintain the stability of the 4 types of 5 elements in the Tao Seal. Otherwise, the 5 elements would be in chaos. This was a bit of a headache. Although this portion of attention wasn't considered much and wouldn't affect his daily life and battle, the harsh thing was that it couldn't be stopped for even a moment. In other words, before he repaired the power in the Tao Seal, Yang Kai definitely couldn't faint or else he would die. Young master has just condensed the water element and should be in seclusion to consolidate it. Why did you come out? Yuhi looked at him in confusion. There's something I need to ask Senior Zhu. Where is Senior? Yuhi shook her head and didn't know. She had been guarding here for the past half a year and didn't go anywhere else. How would she know where Zhu Jiuyin went? Yang Kai scanned with his divine perception and quickly found Zhu Jiuyin's aura. With a flash, he appeared in front of her. Looking over, Yang Kai was shocked. He saw Zhu Jiuyin lying on the bed lazily. Lu Shui was holding a fan with hidden bitterness and gently fanning her. In front of the bed, a mantis head was half kneeling on the ground with its head lowered. It was unknown what it was reporting to Zhu Jiuyin. This mantis head looked exactly the same as the one that Yang Kai killed previously. Yang Kai thought that the dead had come back to life, but after thinking about it carefully, it wasn't possible. That Dalong's head was blown up by him. How could he come back to life? This mantis head in front of him was definitely another mantis demon under Zhu Jiuyin. If it was in the past, this kind of thing wouldn't be able to enter Star City. But now that Zhu Jiuyin was overseeing this place, who would dare to stop him from coming in? You may leave. Zhu Jiuyin waved his hand. That mantis had apologized and left. It didn't even look at Yang Kai. After that mantis head left, Yang Kai cupped his hands and greeted, "Senior." Zhu Jiuyin raised his eyes and looked at him. He acknowledged, "Since you have successfully refined it, why aren't you in seclusion to consolidate it? Why did you come out?" Yang Kai frowned. I seem to have a problem. What problem? Zhu Jiuyin was slightly shocked. I don't know why, but I keep feeling like there's a voice buzzing in my head. When I listen carefully, I can't hear anything. A voice? Zhu Jiuyin frowned. What kind of voice? I can't say. Yang Kai shook his head slowly. He listened carefully for a while and said in horror, It's happening again. Senior, that Yin Yang 5 Elements Black Universe Heart Sutra wouldn't have any problems, right? He had a nagging feeling that there was something wrong with this technique that led to the current situation. Zhu Jiuyin said curiously, I have never heard of such a thing happening before. Her previous bearer had also cultivated this technique, but there were no signs like Yang Kai had described. Are you sure you're not imagining things? Yang Kai hesitated. After hearing what she said, he couldn't tell if it was an illusion or not. Moreover, that faintly discernible voice didn't affect him much. He was just a little worried. If you are not worried, you can release the seal. I will take a look for you, Zhu Jiuyin suggested. Yang Kai shook his head and said, Maybe it's my illusion. Zhu Jiuyin chose him as the bearer and had no ill intentions towards him. However, releasing the seal was equivalent to revealing all the secrets in front of her. Yang Kai was naturally unwilling. Zhu Jiuyin didn't force him and nodded. Maybe it will be fine after a while. Yang Kai nodded and changed the topic. Senior, is there still no news about the metal element treasure? No, Erlang came over to report this matter. After searching for so long, he still couldn't find a metal element treasure that meets your requirements. I'm afraid the great cosmological realm is gone. Yang Kai was slightly disappointed and said, Senior, please ask your subordinates to inquire about the whereabouts of the Yin Yang treasure. It must also be grade 7 or above. Zhu Jiuyin laughed. That's even more difficult. For the other 5 elements treasures, grade 7 and above have more or less appeared in the great cosmological realm. Only the Yin Yang treasure has never been heard of. However, there are some below grade 7. Senior knows my ambition. Yang Kai said solemnly. Zhu Jiuyin said, I will send someone to inquire, but don't get your hopes up. Thank you, Senior. Yang Kai bowed and left. After Yang Kai left, Zhu Jiuyin's eyes flashed and murmured, Could it be that the spirit of the moon essence hasn't been obliterated? When she heard Yang Kai mention that there was a strange sound in his head, she suddenly remembered the wisp of spirituality she saw in the moon essence. When Yang Kai refined the moon essence, he must have refined and absorbed that wisp of spirituality. If it wasn't obliterated, it might cause trouble in his body. However, telling Yang Kai this kind of thing would only make him worry, so she didn't say anything. Anyway, her purpose was to let Yang Kai snatch that opportunity for her. After leaving the great cosmological realm, whether Yang Kai lived or died had nothing to do with her. In the secret chamber, Yang Kai cultivated in seclusion to consolidate the water element power that he had just refined. The most important thing was to activate the reverse Yin Yang 5 Elements Mystic Universe Heart Sutra and try to make it his instinct. If he could really do this, he wouldn't need to be afraid of suddenly falling into a coma. Instinctively, even if he was in a coma, this method would continue to be activated and wouldn't cause the 5 elements in the Tao seal to become chaotic. Zhu Jiuyin's million-strong army roamed every corner of the great cosmological realm to search for the metal element and Yin Yang treasures. However, they didn't find anything after 2 years. Yang Kai had some expectations at first, but he gradually lost hope. After 2 years of cultivation, his strength did not increase by much. However, the water elemental power in the Tao seal had been completely stabilized. He could now use it as he wished. The reverse Yin Yang 5 Elements Mystic Universe Heart Sutra had basically become his instinct. He also had a lot of contact with the little fatty Su Zhen. That guy was chosen as a bearer by Zhu Yan and naturally received great cultivation from Zhu Yan. According to him, Zhu Yan had countless rare treasures in his hands. In 2 years, he had almost gathered the power of the 5 elements of Yin and Yang and stepped into the threshold of the heaven-opening realm. However, the laws of heaven and earth in the great cosmological realm were strange. Even if the power in the Tao seal was complete, it couldn't create a small universe in the body, so there was no way to make a breakthrough. However, his strength had definitely increased exponentially. It was incomparable to before. Su Zhen was also in contact with Ning Dao Ran and the others, so after inquiring about this matter, Yang Kai found that it was indeed as this little fatty had said before. Each and every one of the disciples from the heavenly cave-blessed lands had been chosen as a vessel by a different divine spirit and had entered secluded retreat to cultivate, greatly increasing their strength. Among them, Gu Pan was captured by Kuei Niu, Chu Huashang fell into the hands of Fei, and Ning Daoran was captured by Zhu Jian. For these disciples of the blessed enclave, their strength was both a blessing and a curse. Fortunately, they had the vigorous cultivation of these divine spirits, so each of them had saved hundreds of years of cultivation. Unfortunately, in this spirit-seizing war, they were just pawns in the hands of the divine spirits. If they succeeded, everything would be fine, but if they failed, the consequences would be dire. After the bearers failed, who knew how many of them died at the hands of these divine spirits? Moreover, Su Zhen also said that there were definitely more divine spirits in the great cosmological realm. There were many who had not shown up, so they must have chosen many bearers to secretly cultivate. These bearers may have been unknown before, but now they must have soared into the sky, waiting to shine in the spirit-seizing war. Yang Kai had no friendship with others. Even Chu Huasheng, Yang Kai had only discussed the Yin and Yang Dao with her. Only Gu Pan, who came from the birthplace of Zhang Ruoxi's ancestor, was safe. Yang Kai was relieved to know that she was safe. He secretly made up his mind that the next time they met, he would ask her about Zhang Ruoxi's situation. On this day, a fluctuation came from the communication bead. Yang Kai immediately picked it up and probed it with his divine sense. Su Zhen's message immediately came. Brother Yang, the spirit-seizing war is about to begin. Yang Kai's heart trembled. How do you know? He didn't get any information, and Zhu Jiaoyin didn't tell him this. Su Zhen said, Zhu Yan told me. These divine spirits are extremely sensitive to the changes in the great cosmological realm. He said that the land of eternity will open in 1 to 3 years. At that time, the spirit-seizing war will begin. At that time, the spirit-seizing war will begin. At that time, we bearers will have to compete. Yang Kai chuckled. Then Brother Su should be careful, I won't show mercy when the time comes. Su Zhen said, my strength has improved greatly now, so I may not necessarily be your opponent. Brother Yang should also be careful. Then he changed the topic and said excitedly, we can finally leave this damned place. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Leave? Su Zhen said, Brother Yang, don't you know? After the spirit-seizing war, the great cosmological realm will be closed. At that time, outsiders like us will be sent out. In other words, the opening of the land of eternity is a sign that the great cosmological realm is closed. Yang Kai's expression brightened. Is that so? You can ask the heavenly moon demon spider. It's always been like this for generations. This was good news. Although the great cosmological realm was a huge natural treasure trove, and he had obtained unimaginable wealth here, even condensing the power of earth and water, the metal element and yin and yang treasures were nowhere to be found. It seemed that the great cosmological realm was gone, so he could only rely on the outside world. Leaving early would also be beneficial to him. And calculating the time, it was almost time for the great cosmological realm to close. It had been 7 or 8 years since they entered. Zhu Yan said that the land of eternity would open and the great cosmological realm would close in 1 to 3 years, which was consistent with the rumors. After chatting with Su Zhen for a while, Yang Kai put away the communication bead and left the secret room to find Zhu Jiaoyin. Zhu Jiaoyin was a little surprised to see him, but she still nodded and said, You came at the right time. I have something to tell you. As she said so, she suddenly gave a look to her left and right. Yu He and Lu Shui both said with a guilty look, Young master, please excuse us. The moment they finished speaking, the two women made a move together. One of them reached out to touch Yang Kai's forehead, while the other shook out a red caltrip and wrapped it around Yang Kai's waist. Yang Kai was baffled, and then he flew into a rage. You're rebelling. His body shook, and raging flames ignited. The two women let out a low cry and took a few steps back together, their faces slightly pale. Before Yang Kai had time to ask, he saw Zhu Jiuyin open her small mouth and spit out a spider web, which covered his head. Chapter 4077. The spider web sealed the sky and locked down the earth. Yang Kai couldn't even activate the law of space and could only watch as the spider web fell. He roared and a round sun rose behind him. The divine technique of the golden crow casting sun. However, in the next moment, the spider web completely wrapped Yang Kai and the small sun that had just risen vanished into thin air. The spider web seemed to have a form, but after it landed on his body, it quickly melted into his body and disappeared. Then, Yang Kai felt that there was an extra layer of strong and unknown imprisonment in his body, causing him to be unable to circulate his power properly. Senior! Yang Kai was shocked and furious at the same time. He glared at Zhu Jiuyin. Senior, what are you trying to do? Don't be afraid. Zhu Jiuyin stood up slowly and said softly, You should know that I have no ill intentions towards you. You are the carrier that I have chosen. I just want to help you increase your power. Do I need to use such a method to increase my power? Yang Kai sneered. He didn't believe it at all. He felt that the dragon lady had some ulterior motives. Moreover, it might not be a good thing to forcefully increase one's power with the help of others. It might even spoil one's own foundation. However, what he couldn't understand was that he had become an accomplice. He turned to look at her and Yang Kai was heartbroken. He was obviously guilty and didn't dare to look at him. She only said softly, Young master, I am doing this for your own good. Yang Kai sneered and turned to look at Zhu Jiu. May I know how you want to help me increase my power? Come with me, Zhu Jiu said as he walked out. Although Yang Kai's power was restrained, his movement wasn't restricted. He glared at He and Lu Shui fiercely. The two ladies shrank their necks and followed Zhu Jiuyin's footsteps. Very soon, the four of them came to an underground secret chamber. Zhu Jiuyin waved his hand and the wall of the secret chamber lit up. The secret chamber was illuminated. Yang Kai stared in astonishment. He didn't know when a secret chamber had appeared beneath his residence. This was obviously Zhu Jiuyin's handiwork. On the floor of the secret chamber, there were grooves and blood-red liquid flowed within the grooves. He didn't know what it was, but it looked like fresh blood. However, it didn't have the slightest bloody smell. Those grooves covered the ground, outlining an extremely complicated and mysterious array diagram. In the center of this indescribable array, a small and exquisite altar stood. Go up. Zhu Jiuyin gestured towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai tilted his head and ignored her. He quickly thought of a countermeasure. Until now, he still did not know what Zhu Jiuyin wanted to do. Childish. Zhu Jiuyin chuckled. He lifted Yang Kai's collar and threw him onto the altar. The shackles in his body suddenly tightened and Yang Kai sat on the altar uncontrollably. Yang Kai was furious. He looked at He and Lu Shui and said, You two heartless ladies, are you going to watch him do this to me? Lu Shui blushed and muttered, We are not his match. A hint of struggle flashed past He's eyes, but she didn't say anything. Zhu Jiuyin chuckled. This is my idea. It's useless to blame them. Yang Kai looked at her coldly. Of course I know it's your idea. But now, you should tell me what you want to do. The battle of seizing spirit is about to begin. Zhu Jiuyin sighed. The shortest is 1 year. The longest is 2 to 3 years. The land of elders will open. This was the same information that Su Zhen had told him. It seemed that it was indeed as Su Zhen had said. These holy spirits were born and raised here, so they were extremely sensitive to the changes in this world. Since Zhu Yan could sense it, Zhu Jiuyin could also sense it. Seeing that Yang Kai was not surprised, Zhu Jiuyin was slightly surprised and continued. Do you know how many holy spirits there are in the great cosmological abyss? Yang Kai said in a neutral tone, How would I know? About 100. Yang Kai trembled when he heard this. Although he knew that there was more than one holy spirit in the great cosmological abyss, he didn't expect there to be so many. About 100? Didn't that mean there were hundreds of holy spirits? What kind of terrifying number was this? These hundreds of holy spirits were all equivalent to high-grade heaven-opening realm. If they all left the great cosmological abyss, even the grotto heavens and blessed lands would not be able to contend against them. Putting aside those guys who have no ambition and are content with their circumstances, there are probably more than half of those old farts who want to leave the great cosmological abyss. She was one of those old farts, so there were at least 60 to 70 of them. Each of these guys has their own bearer. In other words, in the battle of spirit seizing, their goal is the same as yours. They all want to snatch the only opportunity. So what? Yang Kai had an unruly look on his face. Although you're strong, you might not be able to have the last laugh. Zhu Jiuyin sighed slightly. Her previous bearer was like this. Among all the bearers, his strength was absolutely top-notch, but he still died in the end, so she couldn't leave this place. So you need to become stronger. Yang Kai said solemnly, I also want to become stronger, but your subordinates are useless and can't find what I need. At this point, he suddenly looked shocked as if he had realized something, and his face turned ashen. Zhu Jiuyin smiled softly. It seems that you understand. That's much easier. With a wave of his hand, more than a dozen metal elemental treasures floated in the air. Each of them exuded a rich metal elemental energy, and each of them was a grade 6 metal elemental treasure. The laws of heaven and earth in the great cosmological abyss are strange, and you can't exert all of your power above heaven opening realm. There's no difference between condensing a 6th grade and 7th grade, but there's an obvious improvement in your strength. Look, I've found so many metal element treasures for you. Which one do you want? Without waiting for Yang Kai to speak, Zhu Jiuyin introduced them. You should also have this divine origin magnetic stone. If you condense it, you can cultivate the divine origin magnetic light divine technique, which is quite powerful. There's also this 10,000-year copper essence, which is also a good choice. This is the illusory star sand, and this, she introduced the metal element treasures one by one with a smile, but in Yang Kai's eyes, she was extremely vicious. She had chosen Yang Kai as her bearer and had indeed been vigorously cultivating Yang Kai in the past few years. She had even imparted the reverse Yin-Yang 5 Elements Black Universe Heart Sutra to him without reservation. When Yang Kai was refining the water element, she had personally overseen him. However, the root of all this was not for no reason. The stronger Yang Kai was, the greater her hope. Now that the battle of spirit seizing was about to begin, there was not much time left. She could no longer indulge Yang Kai like before. Whether Yang Kai was willing or not, he had to completely supplement the power of the Yin-Yang 5 elements in the Dao Seal so that Yang Kai could exert more power. That was why the current scene was happening. A moment later, Zhu Jiuyin said, choose one, or I'll help you choose. Yang Kai closed his eyes and tried to activate the power of the Dao Seal to break the seal in his body. Zhu Jiuyin saw this and smiled gently, then whatever. She raised her hand and grabbed the fantasy-colored star sand. She kept the other things and landed beside Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked up at her, I won't cooperate. Zhu Jiuyin smiled beautifully, how can I not know that you won't cooperate? Don't worry, I don't need you to cooperate. I set up this formation just for today. Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this. He thought that he would be fine if he did not cooperate. After all, it was the power of his Dao Seal. However, it seemed that he had underestimated Zhu Jiuyin's methods. He felt that the formation here was extremely strange, so it was to forcibly condense the metal element power for him. This formation had such an effect? He did not know if Zhu Jiuyin was speaking the truth or not, but he did not have time to find out. Zhu Jiuyin had already sat cross-legged in front of him and was less than a meter away from him. She said with a solemn expression, there will be some pain. Bear with it for a while. If you don't want to feel uncomfortable, just cooperate obediently. After saying that, she made hand seals with one hand and kept changing them. Countless tiny spider silks extended out from the 5 fingers of her other hand. Those spider silks extended into the fantasy-colored star sand and absorbed the metal element power of the fantasy-colored star sand. Zhu Jiuyin waved her hand and the spider silks suddenly jumped out and landed in the formation. The formation was activated and after a rumble, the blood-red liquid in the groove flowed into the small altar and gathered on Yang Kai's body. The countless spider silks hidden in the liquid entered Yang Kai's body through his pores. Yang Kai groaned and felt that his body was riddled with holes. He was in so much pain that he almost jumped up. Following that, traces of metal element power entered his body and rushed towards the Dao seal. Yang Kai turned pale with fright. He resisted with all his might, but it was to no avail. His mind was immersed. Seeing that the traces of metal element power was about to contaminate his Dao seal, Yang Kai bit the tip of his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood on Zhu Jiuyin's face. He said with a ferocious expression, "If you dare to do this, I will die here immediately." Zhu Jiuyin's movements paused slightly. She looked at Yang Kai with her bright eyes as though she wanted to see through him. After a while, she laughed softly. "Why are you scaring me? I'm not scared." She continued to move her hands. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and roared, "I swear on my Dao seal." The smile on Zhu Jiuyin's face froze as she looked at him in a daze. "Come on," Yang Kai roared. "If you dare to destroy my Dao seal, I will dare to die in front of you." Zhu Jiuyin's face turned gloomy. "You dare to threaten me? I allowed you to do this once, so don't blame me for doing the same thing 15 times. Yang Kai sneered again and again. "You already knew that my ambition was to reach the 7th grade, but now you're trying to destroy my Dao seal and forcibly condense a 6th grade metal element for me. How can I tolerate this? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you?" Zhu Jiuyin's eyes were filled with killing intent. Yang Kai sneered. "The battle of spirit seizing is about to begin. It will take at least 1 year and at most 2 to 3 years. Where are you going to find a suitable vessel in such a short time? Even if you find one, how much time do you have to nurture him? When the time comes, the battle of spirit seizing will be a crushing defeat. You can forget about jumping out of the cage of the great cosmological realm to see the excitement of the outside world." "Bastard!" Zhu Jiuyin was furious and trembled with anger. Yang Kai sighed. "It is hard to find someone as outstanding as me. I am really worried for you." Chapter 4078. Yang Kai's self-praise made her so angry that she laughed. However, she had to admit that this carrier was indeed outstanding. She was very clear about Dalong's strength. In the entire great cosmological abyss, there were only a few people who could kill Dalong. Furthermore, as Yang Kai had said, there was not much time left. She did not have the time or energy to nurture another carrier. Back then, she had massacred tens of thousands of people in Sword Pavilion Star City because she wanted to find a suitable carrier. Unfortunately, none of them met her requirements. In her anger, blood flowed like a river in the Star City, and tens of thousands of people died. Yang Kai had sworn with his own Dao seal to make it difficult for her to continue. This kind of oath was related to one's Dao heart. Once the oath was made, there was no way to break it. If she really forcefully condensed the 6th grade metal element, even if Yang Kai did not die, his Dao heart and Dao seal would definitely be damaged. At that time, it would be useless. However, how could Zhu Jiuyin not be annoyed by a junior? At this moment, a delicate shout was heard. Yueha attacked from behind. The power of yin, yang, and 5 elements fluctuated in her slender palm. It seemed to have transformed into a reincarnation cycle and slapped toward Zhu Jiuyin. Zhu Jiuyin did not even turn his head. He just flicked his hair, which suddenly expanded and whipped Yueha. Yueha flew out with blood spurting out. She crashed into the wall and slowly fell down. Lu Shui was shocked and quickly went forward to support her. Yang Kai turned his head and looked with a gloomy gaze. He did not know why Yueha wanted to help Zhu Jiuyin, but after knowing Zhu Jiuyin's intention, he understood. Yueha did not want him to achieve high-grade split heaven. Previously, she had been encouraging him to refine the 6th grade metal element. However, Yang Kai had never heard of it. Zhu Jiuyin had the means to make Yang Kai forcefully condense the 6th grade metal element, which was exactly what Yueha wanted. Furthermore, she could only cooperate obediently. However, at this moment, it was related to Yang Kai's life. She could not sit still. Even though she knew that she was not Zhu Jiuyin's match, she swore to fight to the death. "A lowly servant dares to disobey me?" Zhu Jiuyin had a stomach full of anger because of Yang Kai and had nowhere to vent. Yueha's sneak attack had hit the nail on the head. She swung her hair again, and the black strands of hair suddenly turned into sharp blades that pierced towards Yuhi. Yang Kai said anxiously, "If you dare to kill her, I will die in front of you, I swear on my Tao seal." Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales. Zhu Jiuyin looked at Yang Kai, his charming face was filled with anger. "You only know this move?" Yang Kai grinned. "It doesn't matter if it's new, as long as it's useful. Senior, you can try. Let's see if I have the guts to die in front of you." Zhu Jiuyin gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. He really wanted to slap Yang Kai to death. Yang Kai said leisurely, "Senior, you should know my abilities. So what if I can't condense the metal element? Who in the great cosmological abyss is my match?" He said proudly, "Senior, just wait for the good news in the battle of spirit seizing. I will definitely snatch that opportunity for you." Zhu Jiuyin said coldly, "What if you can't snatch it? I'll be at Senior's disposal." Yang Kai puffed out his chest. "I know Senior's abilities. If you really want me to die, I can't resist. At least you know what's good for you." Zhu Jiuyin's gloomy face eased a little. He pulled back the hair, and he immediately groaned. Blood spurted out from her body and dyed her a bloody gourd. Lu Shui hurriedly went forward to suppress her injuries. Zhu Jiuyin got up, flung his sleeves, and walked out. His voice floated over, "Remember what you said today. If you fail, it won't be as simple as death." Looking at her leaving figure, Yang Kai couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He knew that today's crisis was over, but he felt it was a pity. He had always been in contact with Su Zhen. Originally, he planned to take the opportunity to ask for more benefits for himself. However, after what happened today, he couldn't ask for any benefits to avoid angering Zhu Jiuyin again. The restriction in his body suddenly dissolved, and a spider web left with Zhu Jiuyin. His power began to circulate again. Yang Kai got up and walked towards Yuhi. Yuhi's injuries weren't serious. Although she looked miserable, they were just superficial wounds. With her foundation of opening the heavens at the 5th stage, she would be able to recover in 2 to 3 days. Sensing Yang Kai's arrival, she didn't dare to raise her head. She felt ashamed to face Yang Kai. She crawled up with difficulty and knelt in front of Yang Kai. She lowered her head like a wronged wife and said softly, "Please punish me, young master." As she spoke, tears fell. She regretted cooperating with Zhu Jiuyin. Although without her cooperation, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to resist, she still felt like she had betrayed Yang Kai. She blamed herself. Yang Kai raised his hand and placed it on her head. He sighed. "Don't do it again." He gave Lu Shui a look, telling her to take good care of her. Only then did he leave. After Yang Kai left, Yuhi collapsed on the ground. She looked at Lu Shui and muttered, "Did I do something wrong?" Lu Shui said, "Did you tell the master about the benefits of reaching the 7th stage?" Yuhi slowly shook her head. "Previously, I wanted to wait until we left here and let someone else tell him and persuade him. However, it seems that his Tao heart is firm. I'm afraid that person won't be able to persuade him." The other person she was talking about was naturally the lady boss. Lu Shui sighed. She knew that Yuhi was telling the truth. She would rather swear on her Tao seal than condense the power of the 6th stage. She was determined to reach the 7th stage. However, in this era, who would dare to easily reach the 7th stage and split open the sky? This master's future would most likely be bumpy. A month later, the news of the land of everlastings spread throughout the entire great cosmological realm. No one knew who spread the news, but it caused an uproar. Almost everyone had heard about it. The land of everlastings was about to open, and it was the greatest opportunity in the entire great cosmological realm. There were countless rare treasures there, and any one of them could soar to the sky. It was rumored that many almighties of the blessed enclave had also entered the land of everlastings. It was there that they had obtained their current achievements. Countless people were eager to make a move. Countless people were looking forward to it. Every cultivator was eager to enter the land of everlastings and seek their own opportunities. Yang Kai cultivated in seclusion with peace of mind. Since then, Zhu Jiuyin had not forced him to condense the power of the sixth stage. Instead, she had found him many treasures that could improve his strength. Yang Kai did not refuse and accepted all of them. He had made a windfall. After all, they came from the hands of sacred spirits, so their quality could not be bad. Moreover, Zhu Jiuyin had done this for herself, so Yang Kai accepted them with a clear conscience. He had a lot of contact with Su Zhen. According to Su Zhen, he had reached an agreement with Zhu Yan. If he could snatch the opportunity for him and take him out of the great cosmological realm, then Zhu Yan would have to protect him for 500 years. Others had put forward similar conditions and signed contracts with the various sacred spirits, but the duration of protection varied. The sacred spirits also hoped that the bearers they had chosen would exert their full strength, so they would naturally give some benefits. Protecting these bearers was the biggest benefit. Both sides had their needs and benefits, so it was a fair deal. Yang Kai was envious. He had planned to have a good talk with Zhu Jiuyin, but after the previous incident, he could not find a chance to speak and could only wait for the right time. Days passed by. 1.5 years later, on a certain day, the great cosmological realm suddenly shook slightly. Then, a strange fragrance floated between heaven and earth. Everyone was shocked and could not help but search for the source of this strange fragrance. Soon, the gazes of many cultivators were attracted by a rainbow light in the sky. That light was very far away from everyone, as if it was far away on the horizon. It was like a curtain hanging in the sky, constantly changing. This is... Someone was puzzled. A strange treasure has appeared? Someone's spirit was lifted, and greed appeared in his eyes. The land of elders is about to open. Someone revealed the mystery. For more than a year, news about the land of elders had spread among the various masterclass strongholds. Everyone was waiting. Now that the world had changed, what else could it be other than the opening of the land of elders? I've been waiting for this day for so many years. It's time for me to soar into the sky. Someone laughed and soared into the sky from a stronghold, heading straight for the place where the strange phenomenon was. Then, the dense light in the stronghold rose into the sky and rushed in the direction of the land of elders. Hundreds and thousands of people rushed to the land of elders from various human strongholds. In the blink of an eye, these strongholds that had been operating for more than 10 years were empty. In the Crimson Star City, more than half of the 100,000 people had left in the blink of an eye. There was a huge battleship in the sky with the Crimson Star symbol on it. It was the Crimson Star's battleship. Many Crimson Star disciples were led by several masters to board the battleship and head to the land of elders. In Yang Kai's residence, Zhu Jiuyin's voice sounded in the mind of Yang Kai, who was in seclusion. "Kid, it's time to come out. The land of elders is about to open." Yang Kai opened his eyes and pushed the door open. Zhu Jiuyin glanced at him and nodded slightly. He grabbed his collar with one hand and flew into the sky. Yuhi noticed the movement and came to investigate. She only saw the two figures turning into a stream of light and disappearing. She hurriedly gathered Guizian and the others and chased after them. In a dense forest, an old bull was crawling under a large tree. It suddenly stood up, looked in a certain direction, and spoke in human language. "Child, the land of the ancients has opened, let's go." Gu Pan appeared out of nowhere. In a flash, she sat on the old bull and said softly, "Thank you for your trouble, Grandpa Bull." The old bull smiled and said, "Hold on tight, don't fall." His forehooves moved as fast as lightning. In another swamp, a strange snake with a body length of 1,000 feet shuttled forward. Its figure was long and its speed was like the wind. The strange snake had 2 heads, and its forked tongue flickered in and out of its mouth. Wherever it passed, the sound of the wind and the cry of the crane could be heard. With a sweep of its forked tongue, a strange beast hidden under the swamp would be pulled into its mouth and swallowed into its stomach. On the left head of the strange snake, Chu Huacheng reached out and touched her forehead with a worried face. "Senior, can't we go separately? Why don't you go to the land of elders and wait for me?" Chapter 4079. The right head of the strange snake spoke. "We are too far away. Your speed is too slow. By the time you reach the land of no elders, I am afraid it will be too late. But Chu Huachang had a headache. You are too ugly. She sighed in her heart. The holy spirits of others were either majestic or picturesque, but when it came to her turn, it was such an ugly appearance that people couldn't bear to look at it. The strange snake was furious. I am ugly? I am ugly? You little girl are blind, actually saying that I am ugly. You are the ugliest one. Chu Huachang's face was black, and she didn't argue with him. Millions of miles away, someone was riding on a human-faced leopard spirit beast. He laughed and shouted, "Hurry up, I can't wait to meet the heroes of this world. I want to see if they are more powerful than me." The leopard-tattooed saint spirit said angrily, "Brat, I am your Tao protector, not your mount. Don't tell me what to do. If you keep talking, I will throw you down." The man laughed and said, "You throw one for me to see. If you throw me, no one will snatch the primordial spirit fruit for you." The Holy Spirit with a leopard face was furious. At this moment, the Holy Spirits moved out one after another, with their chosen bearers, and rushed to the land of no elders. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth was chaotic, and the cultivator in the great cosmological realm found that there were so many powerful existences in this world, and they couldn't help but tremble a little. They have lived here for more than 10 years, but few people have encountered holy spirits, and they never knew that this great cosmological realm was so dangerous. Fortunately, most of these holy spirits were in a corner, and they had never harmed others before. Otherwise, how could anyone survive now? Any holy spirit here was not something they could contend with. The land of no elders was about to open, and a vision of heaven and earth appeared. The great cosmological realm was boiling, and countless cultivator gathered in the land of no elders from all directions. In just 10 days, there were no less than 3,000 people gathered in the periphery of the land of no elders. This was the first batch to arrive here, and as time passed, more people would come. A month later, there were no less than 200,000 people gathered outside the land of the ancients. At this point, there were no more people coming. Even if there were, they were scattered and their numbers were small. In other words, almost all the cultivator who was still alive in the great cosmological realm were gathered here. When initial Star City was engulfed by the fog of the great cosmological abyss, there were more than 200,000 people. That was nearly 3 or 4 times the number, or even 1,000,000. After more than a decade, there were only so many people left. This showed how dangerous the great cosmological abyss was. And this time, with the opening of the land of the elders, how many of them would be able to return safely? On the outskirts of the land of the ancients, the cultivator gathered in groups and set up their own camps. The holy spirits also unceremoniously released their powerful auras, each occupying a piece of land, causing others to shrink back in fear and respect. Everyone looked up at the sky in a daze, staring at the ever-changing 7-colored light. This light was said to be the door of the land of the ancients, but it was not fully open yet, so no one could enter it. When the light was completely stable, it was the day when the secret plane opened. Chu Huashang, Gu Pan, Lin Feng, Su Jin, and Ning Dao Ran were all here. At this moment, they were gathered together, talking and laughing, talking about their experiences in recent years. Behind the 5 people, the 5 holy spirits were watching this place from a distance, not only concerned about the safety of their bearers, but also coveting the lives of other bearers. If they could kill a few more bearers here, it would also reduce some competitors for them. The hostility was pervasive, but under the mutual fear, no one dared to make a move easily. The 2 strange snakes crept forward, their long forked tongues silently curling up, and then suddenly retracted. Chu Huashang turned her head angrily. "If you dare to eat him, I will leave now." The left head of the strange snake said, "Eat what? What is there to eat?" Chu Huashang gritted her teeth and said, "Open your right mouth." The right head of the strange snake turned aside, and the 2 triangular snake eyes looked up. "I'm going." Chu Huashang got up decisively. Don't eat, don't eat." The left head of the strange snake yelled, the right mouth opened, and a wet cultivator was spat out from it. After the cultivator landed, he looked at it blankly. He didn't know when he was rolled into the mouth of the Holy Spirit. When he reacted, his face suddenly turned pale, and he screamed and turned into a escape light to fly away. The strange snake snorted, "The ugly girl cares too much. There are so many people here. It doesn't matter if I eat one or two of them." The nearby cultivator were all ashen-faced, and they all stayed away from the strange snake. "Be honest, I'll stare at you." Chu Huashang reached out and poked her eyes, and glared at the strange snake fiercely. Su Zhen's mouth twitched and said, Fei Senior is really interesting. The two strange snakes are the Holy Spirit Fei." Su Zhen saw that he was restrained by Chu Huashang, and couldn't help but be envious. His Zhu Yan is not so good to talk to. In the past few years, he has been with Zhu Yan and has been beaten by him. "So ugly." Chu Huashang looked disgusted and changed the topic. "Why hasn't little brother Yang come yet? He should have arrived early." The furthest one of them is Chu Huasheng. Even she arrived here 3 days ago, but she hasn't seen Yang Kai. It's a bit strange. Su Zhen said, "I contacted brother Yang earlier. He seems to be being hunted." Chu Huashang was shocked. "Hunted? Who is hunted by?" Su Zhen said, "Several enemies of the heavenly moon demon spider joined forces and ambushed them halfway. It took a lot of time to fight all the way." Chu Huashang was stunned. "Hey, it's coming." Su Zhen suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction, only to see a fierce aura rapidly approaching. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of him and transformed into a beautiful young girl. That young girl was carrying a person in her hand. If it wasn't Kai Yang, who else could it be? At this moment, Kai Yang was like an octopus wrapped around the young girl's body, hugging her tightly as he complained, "Why do you have so many enemies? How did you manage to survive until now?" Zhu Jiuyin sneered and said, "A few clowns also want to go against the queen? If it was one-on-one, the queen would have killed them all." While talking, he stared coldly at Yang Kai. "Let go." Yang Kai suddenly let go of his hand and stood side by side with her in the void. He straightened his clothes and recalled the experience along the way. He couldn't help but sigh. In the past month, at least 5 waves of attacks had been encountered. Several holy spirits had ambushed them on the road ahead. They had fought more than a dozen big and small battles. The most dangerous time was when they were besieged by 3 holy spirits. Zhu Juin was also really good. He took him to block those enemies and arrived here safely, but a lot of time was wasted. They had just arrived, and there were 5 powerful auras behind them. It was the 5 holy spirits who had chased them all the way. The 5 holy spirits had turned into human forms. There were men and women, old and young. They looked at Zhu Jiuyin with hatred, as if they couldn't wait to pull out his tendons and skin him. Yang Kai's heart was beating like a drum. "Senior, they are coming. Can you stop them?" Zhu Jiuyin simply replied, "I can't stop them." "Then we are in danger." Yang Kai's face was dignified. "Let's avoid them for a while and wait for this place to really open." "Don't worry." Zhu Jiuyin comforted, "Once we are here, they won't make a move anymore." But Yang Kai did not understand. They also have enemies. If they make a move here, they will be looking for trouble. Zhu Jiuyin sneered. It was indeed as she said. The 5 holy spirits chased them all the way here. Although they were all furious, no one made a move on Zhu Jiuyin. Yang Kai also keenly felt that there were powerful auras locking onto the 5 holy spirits. It seemed like they were the enemies that Zhu Jiuyin had mentioned. "Although they don't dare to make a move on me, you have to be careful. Don't be harmed by them." Zhu Jiuyin reminded Yang Kai, "Remember their auras. If you meet their bearers in the land of elders, kill them for me." Yang Kai frowned. "They also have bearers? Why didn't I see them?" Zhu Jiuyin chuckled. "Naturally, they are hiding in the crowd and are unwilling to show themselves. But since they are here, they must have already chosen their bearers. They definitely won't come empty-handed." Yang Kai nodded, "Understood." Turning his head to look behind, he was stunned. The gate of the land of elders was majestic and magnificent. The 7-colored light was twisting nonstop, and there was a great mystery hidden inside. And at the periphery of the land of elders, the holy spirits with powerful auras each occupied a territory. They were either alone, hiding their bearers in the crowd, or bringing their bearers along to protect them. Yang Kai was shocked. With a glance, there were at least 50 holy spirits gathered here. What a terrifying force. These 50 holy spirits were equivalent to more than 50 high-level heaven splitters outside. There were probably very few blessed lands that had such a foundation. Most of these holy spirits had transformed into human forms, but there were also some that maintained their original forms. All of them were like mountains, mighty and majestic. Yang Kai saw Kunsha. This guy was coldly sizing him up, not hiding his killing intent at all. There were also Fei, Kuei-Nyo, Chu-Yen, Bai-Fong, Nu-Fong. He had only heard of these holy spirits before but had never seen them before. Today, it was an eye-opener, and Yang Kai couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. These holy spirits weren't all the holy spirits in the great cosmological realm. Zhu Jiuyin had said before that some holy spirits were content with the status quo and didn't want to leave the great cosmological realm, so they naturally wouldn't get involved in this mess. However, what made Yang Kai feel strange was that he didn't see the dragon and phoenix holy spirits. Previously, in Crouching Dragon Mountain, he had obtained the Earth-type giant dragon pearl and thought that there was a dragon race in the great cosmological realm. But now, it seemed that the dead giant dragon was probably the last divine dragon. This made him feel slightly regretful. These days, he hadn't made any contracts with Zhu Jiuyin because he wanted to see if he could find a giant dragon. If there was a dragon race here, he would have more and better choices. Chapter 4080. Yu He and the rest had arrived a long time ago and were looking forward to it. They occupied a territory and kept waving at Yang Kai. After meeting up, they asked about Yang Kai's experience in the past month and were all shocked. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai said, "Senior, it's time to talk about the situation in the Land of Elders." "I don't know." Zhu Jiuyin shook his head. Yang Kai was stunned. "How can you not know?" He had not asked Zhu Jiuyin about the Land of Elders before and thought that Zhu Jiuyin would tell him when the time was right. Who knew that he would receive such an answer when he took the initiative to ask? "I can't enter the Land of Elders, so how would I know?" Zhu Jiuyin snorted. If they could enter the Land of Elders, why would they need to choose a bearer? They would have gone to snatch the opportunity themselves. Yang Kai frowned. "Although you can't enter, didn't you have a bearer before?" At this point, Yang Kai suddenly realized that Zhu Jiuyin did have a bearer before, but that bearer had died inside. She might not know what was going on inside. "Then what do you know? What do I have to do after entering?" Yang Kai settled for the next best thing. Zhu Jiuyin said, "I only know that there are countless treasures inside, but the most important one is the primordial fruit tree. Every time the Land of Elders opens, the primordial fruit tree will appear. However, only one primordial spirit fruit can be plucked before it disappears. If we want to leave the great cosmological abyss, we have to consume that primordial spirit fruit. That's why it's called the Spirit-Seizing War." Primordial spirit fruit. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Anything that was named primordial must be extraordinary. Zhu Jiuyin rolled his eyes at him. "Don't think too much. That fruit won't be of much use to you. We were born and raised in the great cosmological abyss, but we're also trapped in the great cosmological abyss. Fortunately, there's always a way out. That primordial spirit fruit was specially born for us. If you can pick that primordial spirit fruit and bring it to me, you'll definitely benefit from it." Yang Kai nodded, but he didn't agree with her. He was skeptical about her words. Zhu Jiuyin was probably afraid that he would eat the primordial spiritual fruit. As for whether it was useful or not, he didn't know for the time being. "You'll have to find the primordial fruit tree by yourself. You'll also have to identify the primordial spirit fruit by yourself. Don't try anything funny. Bring the primordial spirit fruit to me obediently and I won't mistreat you." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly, thinking to himself that when the time comes for him to obtain the spirit fruit, it would not be up to him. As if sensing what Yang Kai was thinking, Zhu Jiuyin took a deep look at him, and a mocking smile hung on the corner of his mouth. "Senior, I'm going over there to meet some old friends. Please accompany me." Yang Kai pointed in the direction of Su Zhen and the others. "What's there to meet? Don't create unnecessary trouble. This queen needs to recuperate, so you stay here obediently." Zhu Jiuyin snorted coldly and sat down cross-legged. She had consumed a lot of energy in this 1 month, so she naturally wanted to recover quickly. Yang Kai was speechless. He glanced at Su Zhen and the others and shook his head. Without Zhu Jiuyin's protection, he would never dare to go alone. Not to mention, the divine spirits who had been chasing after Zhu Jiuyin would not let go of the opportunity to kill him so easily. As long as he was killed, Zhu Jiuyin's plan would fail, so they naturally wouldn't be stingy. Time passed slowly. 200,000 people gathered at the periphery of the Elder's land, waiting quietly. It wasn't until a certain day more than 10 days later that the ever-changing rainbow light suddenly froze for a moment before twisting and changing at an even faster speed. At the same time, the world energy of the entire great cosmological realm crazily surged in this direction. The heavens and earth were stirred up, and in an instant, sand and stones flew everywhere. All the divine spirits looked up at the door of the Elder's land. "It's about to open," a divine spirit shouted. The 200,000 people were immediately in high spirits as they looked at the door. Zhu Jiuyin also opened her eyes and looked over. She stretched out her hand and said, "Kid, come here." Yang Kai walked over obediently. "Senior, what are your orders?" "There's only one sentence. This trip can only succeed and not fail. If you fail, you will have no value to me. Do you know what that means?" Zhu Jiuyin looked at him indifferently. Yang Kai nodded expressionlessly. "Of course I understand." But at the same time, many divine spirits were also exhorting their bearers, either encouraging or threatening them. Gu Pan stood in front of the Kuei cow and said seriously, "Grandpa Cow, don't worry. I will definitely pluck that primordial spirit fruit for you and bring you out of here." The Kuei cow transformed into a kind old man with white hair and long eyebrows that reached his chest. He smiled and said, "Just do your best. The most important thing is that you come back safely." Gu Pan nodded vigorously. Fei also turned into a human form with 2 heads. It was very evil. The snake tongue in his mouth was swallowing and hissing, "Ugly girl, if you fail, don't blame me for eating you. Eat all day. I will take the primordial spirit fruit and eat it." Chu Huashang said angrily. Fei's 2 faces changed slightly. "Just kidding. Well, you must bring that primordial spirit fruit out to me. I will give you a lot of benefits." On the other side, Su Zhen covered his head and looked angry. "Why do you always beat me?" Scarlet Ape's fist landed on Su Zhen's forehead, and a shiny, 3-inch-high bump bulged out. Scarlet Ape said, "If you don't bring that primordial spirit fruit to me, it won't be as simple as beating you up. Do you hear me?" Su Zhen gritted his teeth. "You wait for me to take you out and let you be my mount for 500 years. Zhu Yen smiled coldly. "If you really have the ability, I will be your mount for 500 years. What's the harm?" The Holy Spirit's life was long, and 500 years was just a moment for them. If you succeed, you live. If you fail, you die. Kun Sha looked at Lin Feng and said concisely. Lin Feng's face was livid. "You don't need to say more." Not far away, Ning Daoren had a carefree expression on his face. Zhu Jian, who had transformed into a middle-aged man, was extremely worried. "Kid, you better be more careful. That primordial spiritual fruit is extremely important to me. When it's time to snatch it, you have to snatch it. Don't show mercy." Ning Daoren said, "Master, don't worry, I will do my best." Zhu Jian sighed. If only that were the case. He felt indignant in his heart. Why did he choose such a person as his successor? How could he accomplish great things with such an easygoing attitude? The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was constantly converging towards the door of the land of elders, and the 7-colored light was getting more and more condensed and dazzling. 3 days later, the multicolored light suddenly fell. Then, as if a pair of invisible hands separated the multicolored light into 2 sides, revealing a multicolored passage that led directly to the land of everlastingness. Everyone's spirits were shaken. They looked inside, but as far as their eyes could see, they couldn't see anything at all. The door of the land of elders was open. In the crowd, a few people turned into streamers and flashed into the 7-colored passage, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Some people couldn't hold back anymore and rushed in first. More than 200,000 martial artists rushed towards the door. Although the door was large, there were simply too many people gathered here. As they rushed in, some people were immediately squeezed out of the seven-colored passageway and fell into the depths of the abyss. Miserable screams rang out, and under everyone's watchful eyes, the cultivators who were squeezed out of the seven-colored channel were stripped of their flesh and blood. In less than 3 breaths of time, all of them turned into skeletons. Then the skeletons broke apart inch by inch, turning into dust that scattered in the air, completely disappearing from this world. "There's great danger outside the passage." Someone shouted in fear, and with a pale face, he quickly retreated. The cultivator who noticed this did not dare to push anymore, fearing that he would be pushed out of the passage and meet with some mishap. Many of the divine spirits were happily watching this scene, causing the surrounding cultivators to curse. The divine spirits were obviously aware of this situation, but none of them had warned them. Obviously, in the eyes of these divine spirits, their deaths were not worth paying attention to. They only needed to take care of their bearers, so why would they care about others? Hundreds of lives were lost, and people knew about the dangers outside the passage. The successors were very careful and stayed far away from the edge of the passage. But soon, another change happened. There was a cultivator who walked in the middle of the passage, but he was also screaming in pain, and his flesh was peeled off and turned into a skeleton. The cultivator around was shocked, and turned to look, not knowing what was going on. It was not only one cultivator, but more than a dozen people in front and behind had the same experience, dying tragically in various parts of the seven-colored passage. This scene made many cultivators bewildered. They did not know why they died in the passage. Someone suddenly realized, heaven-opening realm, they are all heaven-opening realm. Heaven-opening realm cannot enter this elder's land. Those who enter will die. Hearing his shout, everyone came back to their senses. Thinking carefully, the dozen people who died were indeed heaven-opening realm. Qi Xing's group was about to step into the passage under the lead of a few heads, but the great head immediately stopped. Chen Tianfei and the rest behind him were also covered in cold sweat. The few of them had almost stepped into the passageway. If they had really stepped in, they would have died on the spot. Not far away, Yang Kai's face sank. He turned to look at Zhu Jiaoyin. "Senior, heaven-opening realm cannot enter this elder's land." Zhu Jiaoyin looked at him deeply. "If I could enter the heaven-opening realm, why would I find you to be my inheritor?" That sword pavilion's pavilion master had the cultivation of the 6th stage heaven-opening realm. Zhu Jiaoyin would naturally choose him. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Yang Kai was furious. Zhu Jiaoyin smiled faintly. "Is it too late to say it now? You have nothing to lose." Yang Kai suppressed his anger. "It's not too late." This was going to be troublesome. Initially, he was still thinking of bringing Yu He and the rest along. It would be best if they could obtain the natural spirit fruit in the land of the ancients. However, if they could not obtain it, he would bring them along and flee. Although Zhu Jiaoyin was strong, Yang Kai was prepared. He might not be unable to escape her pursuit. Now, everything was empty talk. Yu He and the rest could not enter the elder's land. They had to stay with Zhu Jiaoyin, which was equivalent to sending hostages to her hands. Unless Yang Kai did not care about Yu He and the rest's lives, he would have to face her after coming out of the elder's land. And Zhu Jiaoyin had obviously expected this. He deliberately did not mention this to Yang Kai. He wanted to catch him unprepared. Both of them were clear about their plans. In the end, Zhu Jiaoyin was more skilled. Chapter 4081. Don't worry, I will take good care of your servants for you. Don't worry about them in the land of elders. Just serve this queen well, Zhu Jiaoyin said. Yang Kai nodded with a gloomy expression. The heaven-opening realm cultivators were unable to step into the land of elders, so Yu He, Lu Shui, and Guizian could only stay outside, greatly reducing their battle strength. This was secondary. The most important thing was that Yu He and the others were in Zhu Jiaoyin's hands, so even if Yang Kai had a rebellious heart, he would not dare to betray them. Guizian looked at the cultivator who had followed him to Yang Kai in the early years and shouted, "Follow the master forward. You must protect the master's safety with your lives, understand?" Everyone shouted, "Understood." Yang Kai glanced at them and shook his head with a bitter smile. Although they had been cultivating diligently all these years, and their strength had increased greatly, If they really encountered a danger that they could not resolve, they would not be of much help. "Let's go," Yang Kai called out to everyone, and dozens of people followed behind him, stepping into the door. In this short period of time, at least tens of thousands of people had rushed into the Land of Elders, and when Yang Kai led a group of people into the Rainbow Tunnel, more than half of the 200,000 people had disappeared. The seven-colored passageway was like the maw of an invisible beast, constantly swallowing the cultivators in the area. The tunnel was crowded and bustling, and a group of people protected Yang Kai in the middle as they rushed forward side by side. Not long after, an angry shout came from the front. "Reckless fools, how dare you look for trouble with my Ditian brothers? Chop them to death." In the next moment, the tunnel in front of them exploded with violent energy fluctuations as countless people fought. The power of secret techniques and artifacts flew everywhere, turning the tunnel in front into a bloody battlefield. Screams rang out as corpses fell to the ground, blood flowing like a river. Yang Kai had a strange expression on his face. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw a familiar figure. That voice just now sounded familiar. It was Di Tian's leader, Ding Yi. Ever since they parted ways on the Yuan Ci mountain back then, he had not seen him again. In recent years, he had occasionally heard some news about Di Tian. He knew that this fellow had established Di Tian and was doing well in the great cosmological realm. He had also obtained many benefits. At that moment, in the sky ahead, Ding Yi was carrying a machete with a ghost head. He was wearing a scarlet cloak and looked like a divine weapon that had descended into the world. He looked majestic. It was unknown who he had a grudge with, but they were actually fighting in the Rainbow Passageway. Di Tian's motley crew couldn't withstand the sheer number of people. Those who were fighting with Di Tian only numbered in the thousands, yet they were all surrounded and unable to break free. However, when both sides attacked, there were many accidental injuries. As a result, more people were involved in this battle, and the scene was chaotic. Ding Yi, on the other hand, laughed heartily. He seemed to be very happy with this situation. He slashed with the machete in his hand, and rays of machete light swept down with an imposing aura. Suddenly, Ding Yi stopped and looked in the direction of Yang Kai and the others. When he saw Yang Kai's face clearly, he greeted him happily. "So it's Brother Yang. Brother Yang, how have you been in recent years?" Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Thanks to you, Brother Ding, you seem to be doing well." Ding Yi rubbed his head and said cheerfully, "I'm just a so-so." Yang Kai said seriously, "Brother Ding, I want to go forward. Please make it easy for me." "Sure." Ding Yi waved his hand heroically and ordered, "Brothers, make way for Brother Yang." With that order, Di Tian and the others opened up a path. Yang Kai nodded at Ding Yi and led Meng Hong and the others, as well as his dozens of subordinates, through the battlefield. Behind them, there were still sounds of fighting and killing. It was likely that the chaos would not stop for a while. In the group, the scabby-headed man had a look of admiration. "Our master still has a lot of face. I heard that Ding Yi is arrogant and unruly. He doesn't give face to anyone. Over the years, no less than 10 heaven-opening realm cultivators have died at Di Tian's hands. He's actually so polite to the master." Lang Qingshan said indifferently, "Master's strength is unparalleled. How would Ding Yi dare to stop him?" The scabby-headed man was surprised. "Even a blockhead like you knows how to flatter people?" Lang Qingshan's face turned slightly red, and he said angrily, "I'm just speaking the truth. How is this flattery?" The two of them bickered endlessly, and the path forward did not seem lonely. Behind them, Ding Yi and Di Tian were blocking the path, so the path ahead was much emptier. No one knew how long this rainbow path was, and Yang Kai could not see the end of it. The group of people sped forward. Suddenly, a large net enveloped the front. At the same time, a sinister laugh rang out. "This path was opened by me, and this tree was planted by me. If you want to pass through, leave behind your life and wealth." The large net enveloped the entire path, sealing off the sky and locking down the earth. It actually made it impossible for people to avoid it. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Lang Qingshan shouted angrily, "Master, be careful." He stepped out of the group and suddenly threw a punch forward. A ball of light erupted from his fist, and it was like a sun. Scorching power wantonly spread out. Among the group of people who had joined Yang Kai, Lang Qingshan was one of the few with the best aptitude. Back then, when they were being rewarded, he had asked Yang Kai for grade 5 materials. Over the years, he had also refined a few types of grade 5 powers. Compared to before, his strength was incomparable. When this punch was thrown, a mark was branded in the void. The power of the Grand Sun primordial fire lingered around his fist, as if he was lifting a round sun and smashing it down. It was full of momentum. However, in the next moment he was caught by the large net. It was unknown what material the net was made of, but it was incomparably tough. It was impervious to water and fire. Even his grade 5 Grand Sun primordial fire could not burn it. In the blink of an eye, Lang Qingshan was wrapped in the net. The large net covered the back, and in an instant, everyone was tightly wrapped. A thin figure appeared from the void. He had a sharp mouth, monkey cheeks, and rat eyes. He pinched the goatee on his chin and chuckled. The third batch. A bunch of fools who only know how to search for treasures. Who would have thought that in my eyes, all of you are treasures? It had been more than 10 years since the opening of the great cosmological realm. Any cultivator who was still alive would more or less have some gains. This thin old man was holding a treasure and waiting here to rob the passing cultivators. It was a good plan. With a hand seal, the large net suddenly contracted and tightened around everyone. The faces of Meng Hong and the others changed drastically. They were shocked to find that the power in their bodies could not circulate smoothly and were completely suppressed. Only then did they know that this large net was really extraordinary. No wonder this thin old man dared to do this alone. Let me see what good things you have. The thin old man stepped forward with a wretched smile. However, in the next moment, he suddenly took a step back and looked at the person in the net in horror. He swallowed his saliva and said, "Lord Yang? You recognize me." In the net, Yang Kai looked at the thin old man indifferently. The old man rolled his eyes and forced a smile. Lord Yang destroyed Thunder Lightsword Pavilion and presided over Crimson Star. This old man has admired you for a long time. Bah, to think you would have such a day, boy. Now that you have fallen into my primordial dragon binding net, don't even think about escaping. Even if you are a dragon, you will have to coil around me. I heard that you destroyed Thunder Lightsword Pavilion Star Market, killed tens of thousands of people, and plundered their wealth, right? You've made a fortune. After this old man will no longer have to worry about cultivation resources in the future. Looking at Yang Kai sinisterly, the old man grinned. Boy, if you know what's good for you, quickly throw out your space ring, otherwise, this old man will strangle you right now. Yang Kai said indifferently, the space ring is in my hand, why don't you come and get it yourself? I've already fallen into your net, what are you afraid of? The thin old man grinned meaningfully. Lord Yang's strength is astonishing, who knows if you have any other tricks up your sleeve? This old master had better be careful. Throw out your space ring first and this old master can spare your lives. Lang Qingshan was furious. Shameless old man, what's the point of launching a sneak attack? If you have the guts, let me go and this Lang will fight you. The thin old man looked at Lang Qingshan in disdain. You bastard, there's something wrong with your head. You are a fish on the chopping block. Your life and death are only in this old master's hands. Why should this old master let you go? It's too early to say who is the fish and who is the meat. Since you don't want to come over, this king will. Yang Kai suddenly stood up and walked forward with the net in his hand. The old man's expression changed drastically. He gritted his teeth and said, Lord Yang is indeed impressive. You can still move after being trapped by my primordial dragon binding net. It seems that this old master has underestimated you, but this net's power is not limited to just this little bit. Stop, stop, stop. He shouted, stop, 6 times in a row, his hands constantly changing signs. The primordial dragon binding net's threads suddenly tightened. Lang Qingshan and the others let out a muffled groan. They felt that the space in the net had become abnormally frozen. Even their thoughts had become stagnant. Yang Kai's footsteps also gradually slowed down. He finally froze on the spot. The old man wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, his heart palpitating as he said, I almost failed miserably. Luckily this old master's treasure is not bad. My treasure is not bad. You can't do it. Yang Kai grinned, his frozen footsteps falling again. The old man was shocked. He jumped back 1,000 feet. How did you? Yang Kai walked as fast as the wind. He approached the old man step by step, his voice cold. This net is indeed not bad. Those who are trapped by it will not be able to circulate their spiritual energy smoothly, but there's a flaw: it can't restrict the power of the body. You're courting death by using this net to deal with me. The skinny old man cried out in alarm. He didn't care about his precious big net anymore. He turned around and fled into the distance. However, he didn't run far before he felt his neck tighten. A big hand grabbed his neck like a tight band and lifted him up like a chicken. The old man instantly froze. He slowly turned his head. Any last words? Yang Kai asked. This is a misunderstanding. The old man smiled in a flattering manner. With a snap, Yang Kai crushed his neck. He broke his neck bone, his head rolled down, the headless corpse twitching nonstop, blood spurting out from the neck like a fountain. The moment the old man died, the primordial dragon binding net loosened. Yang Kai reached out and pulled the net down. Everyone was instantly freed. The power that was restrained also recovered. The group of people stared at him in a daze. Only now did they realize how terrifying the gap between them and the young man in front of them was. Trapped in this net, they didn't even have the strength to lift a finger, but Yang Kai was able to ignore the power of this net and kill its owner. Chapter 4082. Yang Kai casually tossed the mixed origin dragon binding net to Lang Qingshan. The latter was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed. Thank you, master, for your reward. The others looked on enviously. They had all been bound by this net before, so they naturally knew how powerful this treasure was. They didn't dare say that it could deal with those in the heaven-opening realm, but at the very least, those below the heaven-opening realm would be powerless against this net. With this net in hand, those below the heaven-opening realm could be said to be invincible. However, even though they were envious, they couldn't think of anything else. Previously, when they were in danger, Lang Qingshan was the first to rush out. He was loyal and courageous, so it was natural for him to be rewarded by Yang Kai. Refine it carefully. Be careful. Yang Kai suddenly shouted. When he turned his head to look, he saw a huge spinning awl in front of the seven-colored passageway. It pierced through the air and filled his vision. This attack came without warning, and it was the moment when the skinny old man was beheaded. Everyone relaxed. It was obvious that this attack had been planned long ago. The huge awl was extremely fast, arriving in front of Yang Kai in the blink of an eye. The expressions of the dozens of people behind him changed drastically. Yang Kai took 3 steps forward and stretched out a large hand. The power of wood, fire, earth, and water filled his hand as he grabbed at the huge awl. He grabbed empty air. The huge awl actually ignored his attack and easily pierced through his body, heading straight for his body. This is... Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. He didn't have time to react before the huge awl slammed into his body. His entire body shook violently as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His face was pale. Behind him, the dozens of people all let out muffled groans as their auras suddenly withered. Divine technique. Yang Kai suddenly understood. Previously, when he saw the huge owl's shocking aura, he thought it was some kind of secret treasure. Only now did he understand that it wasn't a secret treasure at all. It was a divine technique, an extremely sinister divine technique. This divine technique targeted the cultivator's Dao seal. The moment the giant awl hit his body, Yang Kai felt the Dao seal in his body shake violently. The wood, fire, earth, and water forces in the Dao seal suddenly became chaotic. Fortunately, he had been using a part of his mind to control the Yin-Yang Reversal 5 Elements Profound Universe Heart Sutra. Otherwise, this alone would have been enough to destroy his foundation. It was also thanks to the fact that he had refined quite a bit of Dao-E divine water that the seal had become incomparably sturdy. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yang Kai's face suddenly became gloomy and his figure flickered, disappearing from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already a few thousand meters away, sending out a punch towards a certain spot in the void, causing it to collapse, but there was no one there. You sure run fast. Yang Kai's expression was unsightly. He had been attacked by the giant owl and had immediately followed it. However, he hadn't been able to find the person who had attacked him. It was clear that the person who had attacked him was extremely fearful of him and knew how powerful he was. After this attack, regardless of whether it was a success or failure, he had immediately fled. What annoyed Yang Kai was that he didn't even know who had attacked him. Was this person robbing him like the skinny old man, or was he deliberately targeting him? His mind was in turmoil. He faintly felt that the latter was more likely. If he was robbing him, he wouldn't have fled immediately after the first attack. However, this person had done so. Obviously, he was deliberately targeting him. However, this person might not be targeting him, but targeting all the bearers chosen by the Holy Spirits. This person was also a bearer. Yang Kai's mind brightened. He had laid in ambush here to eliminate some of his opponents in advance. Master! Lang Qingshan and the others hurriedly chased after him with a guilty look on their faces. They had only followed Yang Kai into the colorful tunnel for less than 5 minutes, and they had already encountered 2 waves of attacks. In the 2 waves of attacks, they were completely useless. In the first wave, Yang Kai had turned the tide and killed the skinny old man. In the second wave, Yang Kai was at the front and took most of the attacks. As his subordinates, Lang Qingshan and the others felt ashamed and uneasy. The giant all was an attack that targeted the divine technique of Taoist seals. Yang Kai took most of the damage, and the remaining damage was distributed to Lang Qingshan and the others. Although it made their Taoist seals tremble, it didn't take any of their lives. Yang Kai glanced at them and immediately understood that their current condition was no longer suitable for fighting. He said in a low voice, "Relax, I'll send all of you to a good place." As he said that, he extended his hand to grab them. Lang Qingshan and the others didn't understand what he meant, but they quickly relaxed. When Yang Kai's big hand grabbed them, their vision turned upside down. When they came back to their senses, they realized that they had already arrived at a place with beautiful scenery. They looked at each other in confusion. Just as they were wondering where they were, Yang Kai's voice was heard, "Recuperate carefully, don't think about anything else." His voice was still by their ears, but they couldn't see him. Lang Qingshan and the others nodded respectfully. They quickly sat in a lotus position and silently channeled their secret arts. In the tunnel, Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood. He wiped the corner of his mouth and walked forward. The tunnel was very long, but there were corpses lying on the ground at intervals. It was obvious that the cultivator who had entered earlier had already fought. Yang Kai walked past a few corpses on the ground and carefully examined them. There were no wounds on these corpses, and their wealth had not been taken away. Their space rings were still on their hands, and their body temperature was still there. It was obvious that they had just died. He scanned the corpses with his divine telekinesis, and discovered that their Taoist seals had been shattered. The owner of the giant all had taken action. Yang Kai raised his head and looked in the direction of the tunnel. He activated the law of space and drifted forward, chasing after the owner. The owner of this giant all was definitely one of the carriers. Perhaps he was already proficient in it, or he had learned this strange attack from a divine spirit. This attack was really hard to guard against. Even Yang Kai was almost hit by it, let alone others. If a cultivator with a weak foundation was hit by this attack, their Taoist seals would be shattered in an instant, and they would die an unnatural death. He wanted to see which bastard had the guts to do this to him. He chased after the owner, passing by batch after batch of cultivator. Suddenly, Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and he arrived next to a woman in a few steps. Before he could greet her, the woman suddenly swung her hair. The red thread that bound her hair turned into countless threads and attacked Yang Kai. "Senior sister, please have mercy." Yang Kai shouted, and the power of the earth system filled the surface of his body, turning into a dragon shield. Each dragon shield was made of a giant dragon's tail, and the dragon scales on the dragon's body were vivid. A red silk wrapped around Yang Kai and was blocked by the dragon shield. The woman turned her head, and her beautiful eyes lit up. "Little brother Yang?" "Senior sister Chu." Yang Kai smiled slightly. This woman was Chu Huashang of Yin Yang Wonderland. She entered the colorful passage before Yang Kai, but her speed was not fast. She was caught up by Yang Kai here. We are really fated. Chu Huashang smiled, and the person was more delicate than the flower. The red silk threads were retracted and turned into the headband that bound the long hair. She looked up and down at Yang Kai, and her beautiful eyes were shining. Yang Kai laughed. We are going to enter the land of no elders. We will always meet. Senior sister Chu alone? How many more can there be? Chu Huashang looked at him with a smile. Little brother Yang, do you want to accompany me? If we join forces, even if we meet Lin Feng, we can beat them. Yang Kai smiled and said, It's not impossible, but if we find the primordial fruit tree, Chu Huashang said quietly, Little brother Yang is a big man, can't you let me, a weak woman? Although the Fei is ugly, his strength is good. I have made an agreement with him. If I can take him out of the great ruins, he will protect me for 400 years. I want the primordial spirit fruit very much. Yang Kai laughed and said, Senior sister Chu is not a weak woman. I am really soft. Chu Huashang said coquettishly, close to Yang Kai's eyes like silk, Little brother Yang, if you don't believe it, you will know. Yang Kai's eyes involuntarily glanced at her towering peaks, clenched his fist and coughed. Senior sister Chu, I haven't found the primordial spirit fruit yet, you take away the charm first. Chu Huashang suddenly smiled and said, You are really interesting. No longer talking about companionship, both she and Yang Kai know that even if they are really companions, they will be hostile in the end. Maybe they will not kill each other, but in order to compete for the primordial spirit fruit, they will definitely go all out. This is not only related to the interests of the Holy Spirit for hundreds of years, but also related to their future status in their respective sections. Just think about it, if they could really bring out a divine spirit from the great cosmological realm, then their status in their respective sects would definitely rise, and those blessed enclaves would definitely nurture them and treat them as core disciples. It was because of this that the Holy Spirits agreed to protect them. If you want the horse to run, you have to let the horse eat. This is a condition that every bearer cannot refuse. Yang Kai has not had time to talk to Zhu Juyin about this, and now that Yu He and others have fallen into the hands of Zhu Juyin, Yang Kai will grab the primordial spirit fruit no matter what. Otherwise, with the character of Zhu Juyin, Yu He and others will definitely die. Senior sister, have you seen anyone running past you? Yang Kai asked. Chu Huashang said, Yes, a lot of people, one by one ran faster than a rabbit. I don't know what to worry about. Yang Kai was speechless. As a result, he couldn't track down the whereabouts of the owner of the giant all. After a little hesitation, Yang Kai said, Senior sister Chu, be careful. I just met a guy who displayed a divine technique, specifically targeting the seal. He told all kinds of information about the giant all. Chu Huashang's face suddenly became dignified. Isn't this the Tao-breaking seal of Ziqiong Blessed Land? Yang Kai wondered, Senior sister, do you recognize this divine technique? Chu Huashang nodded. Listening to what you said, it's very much like the Tao-breaking seal of Ziqiong Blessed Land. This divine technique is specifically targeted at the cultivator's seal, but I haven't seen it with my own eyes. I can't be sure. Suspicious. Did Ziqiong Blessed Land also come? I haven't heard of it. Yang Kai guessed. Maybe Ziqiong Blessed Land came, or there was a disciple of Ziqiong Blessed Land who became the bearer, and the Holy Spirit behind it learned this divine technique and passed it on to the current bearer. Chu Huashang nodded and said, There is also this possibility. In any case, senior sister, be careful. Chu Huashang covered her mouth and smiled. Thank you, junior brother, for reminding me, but junior brother, rest assured, this divine technique can deal with the general cultivator, but it is a bit difficult to deal with senior sister. Chapter 4083. Chu Huashang condenses the power of the 6th grade, and aims to achieve the 6th grade to open the sky. Naturally, she has this confidence. Yang Kai said, Senior sister, you can't take it lightly, and the power of the Tao-breaking seal is really good. He has refined more than a dozen drops of Tao-e divine water. How strong is the seal, and it is shaken by the 5 elements, not to mention other people. Although Chu Huashang's background is good, if you are caught off guard and attacked, it is very likely to suffer a big loss. Chu Huashang kept nodding. Well, I will remember. Seeing her careless appearance, Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, on second thought, I just suffered a loss because I was unprepared. Chu Huashang and others were born in the blessed enclave, and they are well informed. If they really see the Tao-breaking seal, they will recognize it. It should be okay to be on guard. It's finally the end, and it's too long. Chu Huashang suddenly brightened up. Yang Kai looked up and saw a ray of light in front of him. It was obvious that he had reached the end of the passage. When the two talked, they did not stop. Counting the distance, this colorful passage was at least 100 miles. Yang Kai was secretly speechless. Junior brother, be careful, there may be an ambush at this exit. Chu Huashang warned. Yang Kai smiled. I will explore the way for senior sister. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and rushed out of the exit. Sure enough, as soon as he appeared, countless attacks came from all directions, covering the sky and covering the earth. The number of cultivator gathered at this exit is really a lot. It should be from the same force. There are thousands of people. When they see someone coming out, they will attack without asking. The power of the secret technique is released, and they will cover the whole body of Yang Kai. Yang Kai coldly snorted, using the Nihility secret technique, and his body was immediately banished into the void, drifting. Although there were many attacks, they all hit empty air. Many of the cultivator ambushing at the exit were shocked and doubtful, thinking that Yang Kai had been smashed into pieces. But in the next moment, Yang Kai's figure reappeared on the spot. When the flames around his body shone brightly, the golden crow primordial fire turned into little golden crows and scattered in all directions. Screams of agony rang out one after another. One by one, the cultivator was incinerated by the golden crow primordial fire and turned into fine powder at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's Red Star. Someone recognized Yang Kai's identity and shouted in horror. The situation is tense, retreat. Another person shouted. The cultivator that was still alive did not dare to stay any longer. They all scattered like birds and beasts, leaving behind over 200 corpses that were burned to ashes by the golden crow primordial fire. Yang Kai did not intend to pursue. With a shake of his body, the golden crow primordial fire that flew out flew back again and disappeared into his body. Chu Huashang jumped out of the exit, looked around, spit out his tongue and said, "They are really unlucky. It's not good to hit anyone, but they actually provoked junior brother." Yang Kai said lightly, "They are here, but they are just looking for their own death. Even without him, these people will suffer a big loss sooner or later. However, since ancient times, people die for wealth and birds die for food. Junior brother, are you really not with me?" Chu Huashang looked at Yang Kai faintly, looking forward to it. Yang Kai turned and waved and said, "Goodbye here, I wish senior sister Chu good luck." Smelly man. Chu Huashang's mouth pouted high, her breasts rose and fell, but soon she smiled again and said, "Junior brother has to leave the great void realm alive. Senior sister will find you to try yin-yang fusion when she is free." Yang Kai staggered and almost fell to the ground, and Chu Huashang's bell-like laughter came from behind. The great void realm is ancient, and the land of elders is even older. The entire land of elders is filled with the vicissitudes of life. This strange place seems to have been preserved from a very long time ago. The laws of heaven and earth are also subtly different from those of the great void realm. There are traces of ancient times. The world energy here was extremely rich. Every time Kai Yang breathed, he could feel the world energy seeping into his body through his pores, making his whole body feel comfortable. Cultivating in this kind of place would definitely result in twice the result with half the effort. Even if he was injured, healing would still be faster than normal. 200,000 people have poured into this land of elders. Even if there are many losses in the passage, there are only tens of thousands of people. More than 100,000 cultivator have gathered here. If there is really something good in the land of elders, it will not escape the search of these cultivators. After coming out of the exit, Yang Kai casually found a direction and galloped away. Battles between cultivator can be seen everywhere on the road, or for a spirit medicine, or for a treasure of heaven and earth. the fire of life extinguished, and blood stained the earth. Yang Kai has a huge harvest in the Great Void Realm, and his vision is also high. It is really difficult for ordinary treasures to move him. The main goal of this trip is the primordial spirit fruit. If there are other gains, it is naturally the best. As they move forward, the cultivator also gradually spread out. This land of elders is unknown how big it is. There is no sun or moon in the sky, but there is light. Looking up, there are huge stars hanging in the sky. These stars seem to be in front of people, giving people a strange sense of oppression. Along the way, Yang Kai also occasionally harvests. He picked a few spirit medicines and threw them into the medicine garden, letting Mu Zhu and the little wood spirit take care of them. He also harvested a few treasures of yin and yang, but the quality is not too high. 3 days later, Yang Kai, who was galloping, suddenly stopped. His nose twitched slightly and his eyes lit up. He smelled a strange fragrance. When this fragrance entered his nose, he could not help but clear his mind and eliminate distracting thoughts. There was a strange resonance in his Tao seal, and the power of the 5 elements flowed faster. His heart trembled, and he realized that this fragrance should be from a great medicine. He did not know what it is, but its effect must be extraordinary. Yang Kai's spirit was greatly boosted. He followed the fragrance all the way. Not long after, he suddenly entered a valley. The valley was full of birds and fragrant flowers, and the scenery was pleasant. However, at this moment, there are 3 groups of people confronting each other. There are many of them, and each group has more than 100 people. They are gathered in the center of the valley, and they are wary of each other and sizing each other up. These 3 groups of people are obviously like Yang Kai. They smelled the scent of the great medicine and followed the fragrance, but they are in a deadlock here. Seeing Yang Kai's figure, the faces of the leaders of the 3 groups of people sank. The longer they delay, the more people will come here. If someone they can't afford to offend really comes, they will definitely not have a share of this great medicine. The leader of the group on the left is a strong man. He snorted coldly, "Another one courting death." The leader of the woman on the right said, "We can't delay any longer. Quickly come up with a plan. If we delay any longer, more people will come." The leader of the last group of cultivators is an elderly man. He reached out to stroke his beard and said, "Old madam has many people, so she wants half. You can divide the remaining half." The strong man and the woman sneered. Wishful thinking. The woman licked her lips and looked at the strong man. "Why don't you and I join forces to kill this old thing first, then we can split the profits. Wouldn't that be perfect?" When the strong man heard this, his expression changed slightly. He nodded and said, "Okay." The old man's face turned cold. "Want to kill me? That will depend on whether you have the ability." He raised his arm and shouted, "Children, follow me to snatch the medicine." As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead and rushed to the location of the great medicine. When the strong man and the beautiful woman saw this, they couldn't care less and ordered their subordinates to rush over together. They were in a stalemate before and were afraid of each other. Now that one side made a move, the other 2 sides couldn't hold back and could only fight for it. Yang Kai looked up and saw a vine-like thing in the middle of the valley. There was a bunch of grape-like berries on the vine. The grapes were green and purple, and the tempting fragrance came from the grapes. Yang Kai couldn't help but have a strange expression. What kind of great medicine was this? He didn't know much about the rare treasures outside of the universe, so he really couldn't tell what this thing was. However, at this moment, he didn't have time to think too much. The 3 groups of people were about to attack. If he wasn't careful, this great medicine would be destroyed. Just as Yang Kai was about to make a move to snatch it, he saw that around the vine, pom-poms floated out and danced with the wind. Around the great medicine, there were dandelion-like plants that bore many pom-poms. When hundreds of people attacked, these pom-poms were immediately hit. The pom-poms separated and turned into pieces of flower velvet, falling on the cultivators. No one cared about these flower velvet. However, a hair-raising scene appeared. The flower velvet looked unremarkable, and no cultivator paid attention to it. However, when these flower velvet landed on the cultivator, It seemed to have a life of its own and madly pierced into the cultivator's flesh. Miserable screams instantly sounded. One by one, the cultivator fell to the ground. The flower velvet rapidly grew like monsters, sucking the essence of the cultivator's flesh and blood. In less than 10 breaths, the life force of the cultivator was extinguished, turning into withered corpses that fell to the ground with a ferocious expression. The 3 leaders' strength was not bad. When they sensed that something was wrong, they immediately activated their strength to resist. However, the woman and the elderly man only lasted for a moment before following in the footsteps of their subordinates. The brawny man was decisive. He raised his hand and chopped off his arm. As blood spurted out, he retreated in horror. Looking at his arm, he saw that his arm was rapidly withering. The essence of his flesh and blood was sucked clean by the parasitic flower velvet. The flower velvet fluttered in the air, drifting towards the brawny man as if it had a mind of its own. The brawny man's expression changed greatly. He did not dare to stay any longer. With a strange cry, he fled outside. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He did not pay attention to the dandelions before. It could even be said that he did not notice these things at all. All his attention was attracted by the great medicine. Who knew that there would be such danger around the great medicine? Hundreds of people died in 10 breaths. How horrifying was the scene! The flower velvet seemed to be able to sense life force and continued to drift towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai stood still. When the flower velvet came close, he raised his hand and pointed. A small and delicate golden crow flew out from his fingertip and faced the flower velvet that filled the sky. With a whoosh, the sky was set ablaze. All the flower velvet was burned to ashes in an extremely short period of time. The scene was cleared.